Chapter 1 My girlfriend is a billionaire, she goes to the bar and tricks him into working part time. Imperial Capital, Dark Night Bar. In a luxurious box, a group of young men and women were joking around a girl with stunning looks and extraordinary temperament. Yunqi, when are you going to confront Jiang Yao? You've been dating for 2 years, right? It's time to let him know your identity. Let's wait a little longer, let's talk about it after graduation. Lu Yunqi played with the transparent wine glass with her slender white fingers, and a faint smile appeared on her red lips. She planned to bring Jiang Yao home to meet her parents after graduation and then talk to him about marrying into her family's family. Jiang Yao liked her so much that he would definitely not object, right? That's fine. It's only a year anyway. It won't make much difference if we wait a little longer, the girl who asked the question nodded in agreement. Outside the box, Jiang Yao subconsciously stopped when he accidentally heard his own name. Why is Yunqi here? Doesn't she work part-time at a convenience store? Jiang Yao glanced at the takeaway bag in his right hand. Reason urged him to deliver the customer's order quickly, but the soles of his feet seemed to be covered with glue and he couldn't move at all. The conversation in the box continued. Lu Yunqi, I really don't understand what you like about that poor boy. Instead of being a good young lady, you pretend to be a poor little white flower. Have you been bewitched? The man's voice was full of displeasure and a hint of jealousy. It was obvious that he was Lu Yunqi's childhood sweetheart, and the two families were well matched, but this girl ignored him, her childhood sweetheart from a wealthy family, and went after an extremely poor orphan. He really couldn't understand why he, who was rich and handsome, could not compare to that poor boy Jiang Yao. Mr. Chu, don't look down on me. Although Jiang Yao is a little poor, he has nothing to say about us Yunqi. In order to give Yunqi a better life, Jiang Yao has to work several jobs every day. Shi Shuier glanced at Lu Yunqi, who had an ugly face, and pouted to refute Chu Jing. Chu Jing seemed to have heard a huge joke and almost cried with laughter. Ha, Shi Shuier, do you want to make me laugh to death? Even if Jiang Yao works for a year without eating or drinking, he can't afford to buy a bag for the eldest daughter of the Lu family. This kind of loser can only coax you little girls. Yes, the watch on our Mr. Chu's wrist is worth a fortune that a poor boy could never earn in his entire life working. Mr. Chu, don't be angry. How can that kind of loser compare to you? I don't even know where he is working right now. Jiang Yao, who was called a waste. Please tell me, he is a top student at the Imperial University ranked first in the country, is he a waste? Although Jiang Yao is an orphan, orphans also have self-esteem. It is not his style to wipe away tears and quietly slip away after being scolded. Amidst a burst of laughter, Jiang Yao pushed open the door of the box with a gloomy face. When everyone heard the noise, they all looked towards the door. Yao? Why are you here? When Lu Yunqi saw the person coming in, a trace of panic and helplessness appeared on her beautiful face. Half an hour ago, she had just sent a message to Jiang Yao, saying that she was working part-time at a convenience store. I should be the one asking you this, Miss Lu. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Jiang Yao raised his lips with a sarcastic smile. The girlfriend who had been together for 2 years actually hid so many things from him. Did she really take him for a fool? Ha, that's right, what's the difference between him and a fool? He gets up early and goes to bed late, using all his spare time to do part-time jobs. The money he earns may not even be enough to buy a bottle of wine for these young masters and young ladies. He is a complete clown. Lu Yunqi was panicking and quickly walked to Jiang Yao, grabbing his hand and trying to explain. Don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. She really liked Jiang Yao, otherwise she would not have lowered herself to actively pursue Jiang Yao. But there was a huge gap between their statuses, and she was just worried that Jiang Yao was attracted to her money and her family background, so she told a white lie. Chu Jing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw Lu Yunqi groveling and explaining to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, don't be so arrogant. After all, Lu Yunqi is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in the imperial capital, and the only heir of the Lu family. It's a blessing for a poor boy like you to be able to date her. Jiang Yao's pupils suddenly contracted and he looked at Lu Yunqi in disbelief. The Lu family, one of the 6 major families in the imperial capital? It turns out that Lu Yunqi's true identity is so noble. The 6 major families in the imperial capital are all top wealthy families with assets exceeding 100 billion. The eldest daughter of the Lu family is the only female heir among the 6 major families. Countless people on the internet envy her good fortune. Unfortunately, these wealthy families strictly control their privacy. There is not even a single photo of Lu Yunqi on the internet, let alone knowing what she looks like. Jiang Yao smiled bitterly. He was really successful. The eldest daughter of the Lu family condescended to pursue him and even concealed her identity and dated him for 2 years. Why don't you tell him your true identity? Are you afraid that he will become greedy for wealth? When a poor boy gets the favor of the young lady, he naturally has to cling to her like a dog and wag his tail, otherwise he will seem so ignorant. But Jiang Yao may lose everything except his backbone and dignity. Lu Yunqi, let's break up. I'm a poor boy and I can't be worthy of you. Jiang Yao clenched his fists and spoke word by word. Hearing that he wanted to break up with her, Lu Yunqi's heart suddenly ached, and her eyes rolled down her fair cheeks like pearls that had broken off the string. No. I don't agree. Io, can you listen to my explanation first? There's nothing to explain. You are the white clouds in the sky, and I am the mud on the ground. We have never been from the same world. Jiang Yao said this in a hoarse voice, and walked out of the box quickly. Io, don't go, wait for me. Lu Yunqi chased after him in high heels. The other people in the box looked at each other in bewilderment. The one who reacted most intensely was Chu Jing. Damn, if he had known that Jiang Yao would agree to break up so easily, he would have told him Lu Yunqi's true identity long ago. I had been cooperating with Lu Yunqi and acting because I was worried that Jiang Yao would cling to Lu Yunqi after knowing her identity. I didn't expect that boy to be so stubborn. But what is backbone in the face of absolute power? It's ridiculous. After Jiang Yao left the private room, he ran straight out of the bar, not even caring about the takeaway food he had not finished delivering. Why would a top student from Imperial University work so hard as a delivery boy? Isn't it to give his girlfriend a better life? But reality told him that even if he worked himself to death, the money he earned would not be enough for the young lady to buy a bag. Go get some takeout. I'll never be a delivery guy again in my life. Io, wait for me, I'm not lying to you on purpose, I really like you. The sound of high heels behind him was getting closer and closer, and Jiang Yao subconsciously quickened his pace. He now has no idea how to face Lu Yunqi. The person he has loved for 2 years has been deceiving him. What was she thinking when the two of them hugged each other and imagined the future? Bang! The sound of a violent collision mixed with the friction of brake pads poured into Jiang Yao's ears. He only had time to feel a tearing pain before he completely lost consciousness. No! Io! Lu Yunqi watched helplessly as her lover was hit by a car in front of her eyes, and she fainted on the ground, unable to breathe. Chapter 2, Bind to the super rich and handsome system and get a novice gift package worth nearly 100 million yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the super tall, rich and handsome system. This system is committed to training every host into a qualified, super tall, rich and handsome man. After completing the tasks issued by the system, you can randomly obtain system rewards. The newbie gift pack is being distributed, please wait patiently. What the hell? As soon as Jiang Yao regained consciousness, he heard a strange mechanical sound nagging in his head, which gave him a splitting headache. Jiang Yao slowly opened his eyes and saw Lu Yunqi sitting beside the bed with tears on her face. Io, you finally woke up, woo-woo. I was scared to death, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. Lu Yunqi's eyes were red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. Her haggard appearance was no longer as cold as before. Jiang Yao subconsciously felt a little distressed. I'm fine, don't cry. After blurting out the words of comfort, he felt a little annoyed. Who did he think he was to be worthy of feeling sorry for the eldest lady of the Lu family? He might as well feel sorry for himself. He just found out that his girlfriend had treated him like a fool and deceived him for 2 years, and then he got into a car accident. Who could be as miserable as him? Io, the doctor said that you have several broken ribs and varying degrees of abrasions on your limbs. You need to rest well. Can I take care of you for the next period of time? Lu Yunqi said cautiously, as if she was afraid that Jiang Yao would reject her. But why would Jiang Yao refuse? He was alone, and no one was willing to take care of him except Lu Yunqi. Backbone? Ha, it's nothing compared to a broken rib. People need to be flexible sometimes. I'm a little hungry. Is there anything to eat? Jiang Yao asked, licking his dry lips. Lu Yunqi quickly stood up and said, I asked the nanny at home to make some pork rib soup. It should be delivered soon. I'll call the driver and ask. Io, wait for me. After she said this, she hurried out of the ward. Jiang Yao glanced around the ward he was in, a luxurious single room he had only seen on TV. I have been hospitalized for illness before, but I was always crowded together with several people, and the sound of snoring was heard in my ears when I slept at night. TSK, it's great to have money. Ding. The newbie gift package has been distributed. Would you like to check it now? The familiar mechanical sound rang out again, and Jiang Yao's eyes moved slightly. It turned out that he was not dreaming just now, he was really bound to a system. Check. Jiang Yao didn't know whether this system was good or bad, but he wanted to take advantage of the gift package for beginners. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million in cash, an 80 million yuan Riverview apartment, and a bottle of primary repair fluid. Jiang Yao stared with his eyes wide in frustration. System, are these things you said true? Are you giving them all to me? System product, fair and honest. The host can click to view the system backpack and extract the novice gift package reward. The next second, a transparent panel appeared in front of Jiang Yao. It had 4 parts: personal information, system taskbar, system backpack, and big turntable. Jiang Yao couldn't wait to click on the system backpack, and rows of small grids appeared in front of him. The first 3 grids contained a bank card, a real estate certificate, and a bottle of green transparent liquid respectively. Jiang Yao tapped the 3rd grid lightly with his finger, and a bottle instantly appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment and then decided to drink the bottle of primary repair fluid. Broken ribs were not a pleasant feeling, and since there was a ready-made medicine, he had to give it a try. He was not worried that the system would harm him. After all, there was no point in worrying. If the system really wanted to harm him, could he stop it? After drinking a bottle of repair fluid, Jiang Yao immediately felt much better. When he just woke up, he felt a dull pain all over his body, especially in his ribs, which were aching. However, Jiang Yao could feel that although the pain had eased, the injury did not recover immediately. He guessed that it would take time to heal. This is also good, he doesn't want to be caught for experiments. Only after the pain in his body subsided did Jiang Yao have the mood to check the remaining 2 newbie gifts. System, can I use this bank card directly? I won't get caught, right? Host, don't worry. The bank card is opened with your identity. In the future, the cash portion of the system rewards will be uniformly deposited into this card. All rewards provided by the system will be arranged from a reasonable source. You can use it with confidence. Wow! This system is so thoughtful. Jiang Yao praised the system while happily binding the bank card with his mobile phone. When I opened the bank app, I saw a long string of zeros. I was not as happy as I was at this moment last night when I found out that my girlfriend is the daughter of a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions. The money from his girlfriend's family has nothing to do with him. Even the hundreds of thousands of dollars he earned from his part-time job in the past 2 years were all spent on his girlfriend, but the 1 million yuan rewarded by the system truly belongs to him. Jiang Yao carefully put away the bank card and clicked on the backpack compartment where the property certificate was stored. If the 1 million is the appetizer, this large Riverview flat worth 80 million is the main course. Jiang Yao's name is clearly written on the property certificate, and the specific location of the large flat is that the actual usable area is as much as 600 square meters. Who would understand? This is in the imperial capital where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Even if he was a top student at the Imperial University, it would be extremely difficult for him to buy such a large flat in his lifetime. After a while, Lu Yunqi came in carrying an exquisite thermal bag. She put the thermos bag on the table and gave Jiang Yao a gentle smile. "Io, let me serve you a bowl of soup first." "Thank you," Jiang Yao said, lying on the hospital bed, looking at the woman who served him soup in a daze. To be frank, except for the period when Lu Yunqi pursued him in the beginning, Jiang Yao was the one taking care of Lu Yunqi all the time. You should know that Lu Yunqi is a very famous cold goddess campus belle in the Imperial University. Soon after she entered the school, countless rich second generations and official second generations began to pursue her enthusiastically. But she looked down on everyone and instead took the initiative to pursue Jiang Yao, a poor boy who only had a face to show for himself. Jiang Yao admitted that he was a vulgar man, and being in a relationship with such an outstanding girlfriend would make him feel a little vain. He always felt that Lu Yunqi chose him among so many people because she liked him very much, so he tried his best to be nice to Lu Yunqi and didn't want her to regret her choice. Unexpectedly, she had been deceiving herself all alone. Her parents in a working-class family were fake, and her part-time job after school every day was also fake. So, was her love for him real? After drinking it, Jiang Yao felt his stomach felt much better and his complexion became much rosier. I didn't mean to hide my true identity from you, Lu Yunqi said slowly, with a hint of guilt in her beautiful eyes. So why did you hide it from me? Jiang Yao also wanted to know. What he cared about was not that Lu Yunqi refused to tell him that her family was wealthy, but that he couldn't understand why she pretended to be poor in front of him when her family was so rich. Thinking carefully, Lu Yunqi had hardly ever used the gifts he had given her before, whether they were clothes, bags, or accessories. In the past, he thought Lu Yunqi was willing to use it, but now it seems that he probably thinks it is too cheap. Chapter 3, Host, please start a new relationship within 3 days, and receive rich rewards. I'm sorry, Lu Yunqi suddenly didn't know how to explain. Does she have to say that she did those things just to test whether Jiang Yao really liked her? She admitted that she felt indescribably satisfied watching Jiang Yao working 3 part-time jobs every day just to buy her a skirt she had liked for a long time. A rich man willing to spend money on you may not necessarily love you, but a poor man willing to work hard to make money for you definitely has you in his heart. Although she didn't say it out loud, Jiang Yao almost guessed what she was thinking. Rich people like true love without any impurities. Excuse me, Miss Lu, what are you going to do if I pass your test? Jiang Yao said with a teasing smile. At this point, Lu Yunqi didn't want to lie to Jiang Yao anymore. She grasped the hem of her skirt with her slender white fingers and said nervously, I plan to take you home after graduation, introduce you to my parents, and then we can get married. Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment. She actually thought about getting married? No, where did he get the confidence from as a poor boy to think that the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in the imperial capital, would marry their only daughter to him? Jiang Yao smiled sarcastically, are you sure your parents will agree to our marriage? Lu Yunqi nodded eagerly, yes, I told them about you, and they agreed that I can take you home after graduation. In fact, given how much the Lu family values their daughter, even if Lu Yunqi doesn't tell her parents about her relationship, they would have other channels to find out. Are you serious? Jiang Yao was really shocked this time. Why is the Lu family different from the wealthy families he saw on TV? Shouldn't Lu Yunqi's parents throw him a check for 5 million and order him to leave their daughter immediately? Are all the wealthy families nowadays so kind? If he has hundreds of billions of assets and his daughter falls in love with a poor boy, he can't guarantee that he won't break up the couple. Just when Jiang Yao was doubting his life, a hint of uneasiness flashed across Lu Yunqi's delicate face, and she slowly added. Before I went to college, my parents promised me that I could find a boyfriend myself, but he had to marry into my family and the child must have the surname Lu. That's right, Jiang Yao showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turns out that she wants to recruit a son-in-law. Although his conditions are not very good, they can barely pass the test. First of all, he looks good, so his children's appearance won't be a drag in the future. Secondly, he has never attended any cram school and was admitted to the University of Washington on his own ability, so his IQ is also pretty good. The most important point is that he is an orphan and has no blood-sucking family, so there is no need to worry about the man's relatives coming to ask for money after marriage. Look, what a good candidate for a son-in-law. If he hadn't bound the system today, he might really be tempted. Just by marrying into the wife's family, you can work less for 80 years, and your girlfriend is also super beautiful, which is a good thing that many people can't find even with a lantern. It can be said that if the Lu family spread the word that they wanted to find a husband for their daughter, the people queuing up would stretch from the imperial capital to country A. But who made Jiang Yao bind himself to the system? The novice gift package alone made him worth nearly 100 million yuan, and he will get even more in the future. Since he has no worries about money, there is no need for him to put himself in a difficult position. It is not easy to be a son-in-law. How many people understand the bitterness involved? Jiang Yao looked at Lu Yunqi, who looked uneasy, and raised his hand to touch her fair and smooth cheek. Cici, I can't accept being a son-in-law. As I said, we are not from the same world. It is better for both of us to separate. Lu Yunqi's eyes were sore and tears fell heavily on the back of Jiang Yao's hand. Why? Don't you love me? Can't you do it for me? Lu Yunqi really didn't understand. In her opinion, Jiang Yao liked her so much and was alone, so being a son-in-law would have no impact at all, and he would also have more family members who loved him. No, there's no way I can change my mind, Jiang Yao withdrew his hand with a cold tone. The person who always obeyed her suddenly changed, and Lu Yunqi's temper as a spoiled daughter could no longer be controlled. Okay, let's break up, don't regret it. Woo! Jiang Yao, you are so annoying, I never want to see you again. After Lu Yunqi said this, she paused for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiang Yao didn't react at all, she covered her face and turned around and ran out of the ward. Jiang Yao slowly closed his eyes and forced himself to suppress the bitterness in his heart. He will not regret it. Forcing two people from different worlds to be together will only end up in a mess. It is better to separate now while their feelings are most sincere. It will be a beautiful memory to think about in the future. Jiang Yao had not forgotten the contempt and disgust he heard from Lu Yunqi's friends at the door of the bar box last night. He did not believe that Lu Yunqi's parents would treat him as an equal. Jiang Yao couldn't accept the thought of the other party looking at him with a condescending attitude. Ding! As a qualified tall, rich and handsome man, you shouldn't dwell on a lost love. Please start a new relationship within 3 days. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with 2 lucky draws on the wheel. Jiang Yao, who was in a sad state, had his pupils dizzy. Did he hear it right? Starting a new relationship within 3 days? System, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Just tell me directly, what is the punishment for failing to complete the task? Electric shock or annihilation? Host, please rest assured, this system is a formal system. You will not be punished for failing to complete the task, but there will be no rewards either. As if on purpose, as soon as the system finished speaking, the reward page of the big roulette will appear in front of Jiang Yao. 1,000 grams of gold, a Koenigsegg, a luxury yacht, a villa worth 600 million yuan, the skill to drink 10 cups without getting drunk, a fishing rod that never misses, full range of game development technology, a 24-hour lucky charm, height plus 5 centimeters. Juju plus 3 centimeters? Seeing this, Jiang Yao was suddenly choked by his own saliva and started coughing violently. He believed it, the system was indeed a regular system. Who could resist such temptation? Even if it was just to get the rewards, he had to complete the task well. Starting a new relationship within 3 days, right? No problem, Jiang Yao clenched his fists and encouraged himself. He also has 1 million yuan rewarded by the system and an apartment worth 80 million yuan. Even if he has to spend money, he will definitely buy a girlfriend. The news of Jiang Yao's car accident was soon known to several roommates, and they rushed to the hospital immediately after class. Wu Guangliang cried out and fell to the side of Jiang Yao's bed. Brother Yao, what's the matter? Didn't you go to work part-time last night? How come you are injured? If you want me dead, just say it, Jiang Yao groaned as he was pressed on the injured part. Fortunately, he drank the repair fluid provided by the system in the morning, otherwise he might have to go into the operating room again. Sarue, Brother Yao, are you okay? Do we need to call a doctor? Wu Guangliang knelt on one knee guiltily, hugged Jiang Yao's hand and sincerely admitted his mistake. No need, just take it slowly, Jiang Yao waved his hand to refuse. Wu Jun grinned, revealing his big white teeth. After looking around the ward, he asked, Brother Yao, why don't you see my sister-in-law? Chapter 4 Mission Countdown 2 days, locked 3 development goals. We broke up, Jiang Yao said in a flat tone, so flat that it seemed as if he was saying that the weather was pretty good today. However, he didn't expect that his words shocked the other 3 so much that their eyes almost popped out. WTF? What is it? Brother Yao, you must be joking. This joke is not funny at all. Jiang Yao's eyes fell on the lunchbox on the table that had not been cleared away in time, and he said in a serious tone, I'm not joking, we really broke up, don't shout at her when you see her in the future. No, why is this happening, sister-in-law? Why does Lu Yunqi want to break up? Is it because you are too busy with your part-time job and she is unhappy? It's possible. I told you before, Brother Yao, don't work so hard. It's more important to spend more time with your girlfriend. Those wolves outside are eyeing the fat piece of meat, sister-in-law. Don't worry. There is definitely a chance to save the relationship. I will help you find a solution together. The 3 of them seemed to believe that it was Lu Yunqi who proposed the breakup. After all, in their opinion, Jiang Yao had no reason to break up at all. She is the campus belle who is popular in the imperial capital university. Although their brother Yao also has a small group of admirers in the school, she is still not as good as the campus belle Lu. Jiang Yao knew they had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain to them. This matter was too complicated, and he didn't know if his roommates could understand him. Maybe you think he has a problem with his brain? He has a good job as the son-in-law of a multi-billionaire family, so why is he pretending to be so noble? In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. There were only 2 days left before the task deadline set by the system. Jiang Yao screened all the contacts on the green bubble and locked in 3 potential targets. He schemingly posted a message to his moments visible only to 3 people, with a picture of himself lying on a hospital bed. About half an hour later, he received the first comment. Schoolmate Linishan, Sr., why are you in the hospital? Jiang Yao, car accident. Club member Linishan, ah. Is it serious? Which hospital are you in? Can I come see you, Senior? Jiang Yao, XXX address. Things seemed to be going smoothly, but Jiang Yao was not as happy as he had imagined. He didn't know if what he was doing was right. He clearly didn't like the other person, but he was dating her just to complete the system task? Jiang Yao suddenly slapped himself. Haha, why are you pretending? You have already sent the address to others. Are you starting to reflect on yourself now to prove that you are not that shameless? Even if he took a step back, he didn't intend to force the other party. If Linishan was not interested in him, this would just be an ordinary visit to a patient. An hour later, Linishan rushed to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Yao lying on the hospital bed, the heartache in her big eyes almost overflowed. Senior, how are you? Where are you hurt? Linishan walked to the bedside, looking like she wanted to touch Jiang Yao but didn't dare. Jiang Yao smiled at her reassuringly. It's nothing serious, just a few broken ribs. It will be fine after resting for a while. Isn't it serious to have a few broken ribs? It must be very painful for you, Senior, Linishan sniffed, her voice a little choked, and the corners of her mouth that usually had an upward curve drooped at this moment. It's really nothing. By the way, thank you for coming to see me. Jiang Yao lowered his eyelids, looking a little lonely. Linishan felt even more distressed upon seeing this, and asked curiously, where's Senior Lu? Isn't she with you? Jiang Yao remained silent, and it was obvious that there was something going on. I have broken up with her, Jiang Yao suddenly said after a long while, just when Linishan thought he would not answer. Linishan's watery almond eyes suddenly widened. Break up? Why? Haven T the Senior and Lu Yunqi always had a good relationship? They are also a famous model couple in the school. But why did she feel a strange joy deep in her heart after hearing the news? She felt that she was a bad person. There's no need to ask so many questions. If we're not suitable, just break up to avoid becoming a couple of enemies. Jiang Yao smiled carefreely, looking like he had let it go. Linishan bit her lips lightly, took a deep breath, and said hesitantly, then there will be no one to take care of you, Senior? If you don't mind, I can take care of you during this period of time. Jiang Yao is an orphan, which is something that almost all students in the Imperial University know. After Lu Yunqi confirmed her relationship with him, someone dug out Jiang Yao's identity information. Because of his orphan status, he has been criticized by many people, who think he is not worthy of such an outstanding goddess school beauty. That would be too much trouble for you. Besides, we are a single man and a single woman, which would not be good for your reputation. Jiang Yao stared at Linishan with his dark eyes, making her blush and her heart beat fast. No, it's okay, I don't mind. Linishan's bright and pretty face was flushed, and her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings, trembling slightly, revealing the uneasiness in her heart. But I mind. I don't want others to talk about you, Jiang Yao frowned slightly, his tone sincere. Linishan was a little anxious. If she didn't come to take care of Jiang Yao would have to stay in the hospital alone, which would be so pitiful. She blurted out impulsively, didn't Senior break up with Senior Sister Lu? I can be his girlfriend, so that no one will talk about us. It is natural for a girlfriend to take care of her boyfriend. After she finished speaking, she nodded affirmatively, as if she thought her idea was particularly good. But her red cheeks that seemed to be dripping with blood revealed her inner nervousness at the moment. She was very worried that Jiang Yao would reject her. If she was rejected, would she still have the nerve to stay? Junior, do you mind that I just broke up? Jiang Yao asked tentatively. Things went much more smoothly than he had imagined. He had originally planned to confess to Linishan himself. He vaguely knew that this junior schoolmate was interested in him, so the possibility of him confessing was very high. I didn't expect that before I could even open my mouth, the other party had already expressed his feelings. I don't mind, Linishan shook her head seriously. After breaking up, you are single and have the right to start a new relationship, right? I'm more worried that the Senior doesn't like me. After all, I'm far inferior to Senior Sister Lu. Her nose was sour and tears were shining in her big eyes. That's right, she felt inferior. Which girl wouldn't feel inferior in front of Lu Yunqi? Jiang Yao raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her cheek. Silly girl, you are not bad at all. You are so beautiful, and your personality is cheerful and optimistic. You always shine on the people around you like a little sun. Really? So, Senior has agreed to be my boyfriend? Linishan burst into laughter. Yeah, Jiang Yao nodded slightly. Linishan happily hugged Jiang Yao's hand and rubbed it affectionately. Senior, I'm so happy from today on, you are my boyfriend. Bang! There was a sound of something heavy falling outside the ward. Jiang Yao looked over and saw Lu Yunqi with tears streaming down her face. Chapter 5. Congratulations to the host for winning Koenigsegg and the time delay umbrella. See? Jiang Yao's heart tightened, and he couldn't hide the guilt on his face. He confirmed a new relationship at the speed of light the day after they broke up, like a scumbag who made seamless transitions. Lu Yunqi stepped over the fallen lunchbox and walked towards Jiang Yao step by step. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground seemed like she was stepping on Jiang Yao's heart. Lu Yunqi has a cold personality and even has an arrogance that ordinary people don't have. Jiang Yao has hardly seen her cry in all the time they have been together. But these days I always see her crying, and it's all because of him. Jiang Yao, we just broke up yesterday, and you have a new girlfriend today? Lu Yunqi's beautiful face was full of disbelief. How she wished this was just a dream, and when she woke up, she and Jiang Yao would still be the sweet couple that everyone envied. Jiang Yao lowered his eyes, not daring to meet her gaze, and responded in a hoarse voice, Linishan didn't want to embarrass Jiang Yao, so she bravely stood in front of Jiang Yao and said, Senior, don't blame me. I was the one who forced myself to confess to him. I wanted to take care of him. Bang! Bitch, Lu Yunqi slapped Linishan hard in the face, his eyes full of disgust. This really made him angry. In the past, Lu Yunqi would never do such a shameful thing. Linishan didn't expect that she would suddenly hit someone. She covered her burning cheeks in grievance, tears falling down her face. Jiang Yao's pupils constricted and he shouted loudly, Lu Yunqi. Are you crazy? If you want to hit someone, you can hit me. Why did you hit her? You are mean to me? Jiang Yao, you are mean to me for her? Lu Yunqi took 2 steps back in shock, unable to accept this fact at all. 2 days ago they were in love and the man who said he would love her forever, has he changed his mind so quickly? Jiang Yao lay on the hospital bed, rubbing his temples tiredly. It's my fault, don't blame her. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me. This was his true feelings. In order to complete the system's task, he deliberately induced Linishan and involved innocent people in their complicated relationship. But in Lu Yunqi's ears, Jiang Yao just wanted to protect Linishan. Why is he protecting another woman? Is it because Jiang Yao has fallen in love with someone else? Senior, don't be angry. I know that Senior doesn't like me. He may have agreed to let me confess just because he felt sorry for me. If you really mind, I will leave now. Linishan bit her lower lip and looked at Jiang Yao reluctantly. She almost succeeded in being with the person she liked, how could she not feel regret? But she could see that Jiang Yao still had Lu Yunqi in his heart. To like someone means to hope that he is happy, so Linishan was willing to withdraw. Don't go. Jiang Yao hurriedly stopped him. The system has not yet sounded the notification that the mission was successful. If Linishan leaves now, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Linishan, who was reluctant to leave, could not move when she heard his request to stay. Lu Yunqi looked at the scene of the man and woman being in love with each other and was so angry that she almost had a heart attack. Okay, I'm sorry for disturbing you, I'm leaving now. Senior? Linishan looked at Jiang Yao at a loss. Jiang Yao shook his head at her, it's okay, don't worry about it. Lu Yunqi, who had already walked to the door of the ward, stomped her feet in anger. Jiang Yao, I will give you one last chance. Let her leave immediately, and I can forgive you. No, impossible, Jiang Yao said word by word. These 3 words really stomped on Lu Yunqi's face. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she had never suffered such injustice. Linishan felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She couldn't believe that her senior would choose her between her and senior sister Lu. Senior, is it really okay? I think Senior Lu is really angry. Her light brown eyes were filled with anxiety. Jiang Yao patted her hand soothingly and said in a joking tone, you were so brave when you confessed to me just now, why are you a coward now? Since I have admitted that you are my girlfriend, no one can change that. I believe in you, Senior. Linishan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down and she smiled broadly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the start a new relationship within 3 days mission and receiving 2 chances to win the Big Wheel lottery. do you want to start the lottery now? Jiang Yao's eyebrows moved slightly, and he held Lin Yishan's hand. Shan, I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while. You go back first and come see me tomorrow. Okay then, just message me if you need anything. Lin Yishan actually wanted to stay in the hospital with Jiang Yao, but she was worried that she would disturb his rest. After watching the people leave, Jiang Yao said to himself, System, start the lottery. Ding! The turntable is starting. Please stop it at any time. A virtual page unfolded before Jiang Yao's eyes, and a large golden turntable slowly began to spin, getting faster and faster. Stop! Jiang Yao shouted. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won a Koenigsegg. The car has been parked in the underground parking lot of Yunjing number 1. Please check it. Jiang Yao laughed excitedly. I will also be a man who owns Koenigsegg in the future. Host, there is still one chance to draw a lottery, do you want to use it now? Use it, Jiang Yao said impatiently. His eyes scanned the big turntable, and there were all kinds of good things. He didn't know which one to wish for, and he felt that any one of them would be good. Ding! The turntable is starting. Please stop it at any time. Stop! Ding! Congratulations to the host, you received a box of time delay umbrellas. Bushi, System U. Who is he looking down on? He is 20 years old and in the prime of his life. Does he need a time delay umbrella? Jiang Yao was so angry. Garlic bird, he has already been rewarded with a Koenigsegg, he shouldn't be too harsh on the system. Thanks to the host for understanding the system has decided to reward the host with an extra box of small umbrellas. Jiang Yao. Should he say thank you? On the third day, Jiang Yao felt that his injuries had obviously improved a lot. He didn't dare to stay in the hospital any longer, for fear that the doctor would discover that something was wrong with him. It is not very convenient to go back to the dormitory to recuperate. The dormitories in the Imperial University all have beds and desks. It is not appropriate for him to climb up and down just a few days after breaking his ribs. Although he thinks he is fine now, others don't know. So Jiang Yao decided to go to the large flat in Yunjing number 1 to recuperate. This is a good time to check out the Koenigsegg that the system rewarded me. When he first saw it online, he thought it was so cool and never dreamed that he would own one. When Lin Yishan learned that Jiang Yao was discharged from the hospital, she wanted to persuade him to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. When she failed to persuade him, she offered to take care of him personally. I'm your girlfriend, it's my duty to take care of you. Do you dislike me? Lin Yishan pouted, as if she was going to cry if Jiang Yao dared to reject her. Okay. Jiang Yao had no choice but to take her back to Yunjing number 1. As luck would have it, just as the two were about to leave the hospital, the 3 older brothers from the dormitory also came over. Chapter 6, The Difference Between the Goddess and the Neighbor's Sister, House at Cloud Realm number 1. Brother Yao, where are you going? Wu Guangliang asked in confusion. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Where else could I go? I was discharged from the hospital. Why didn't you send me a message before you came? Fortunately, we met, otherwise you would have made a wasted trip. What? Why are you in such a hurry to be discharged from the hospital? Oh, I get it. You are in a hurry to get your sister-in-law back, right? Wu Guangliang had an expression that said, I see through you, kid. He didn't believe that Jiang Yao could give up Lu Yunqi so easily. Sure enough, was he prepared to bear the injury in order to save his love? It's touching, so damn touching. He must lend a helping hand to Brother Yao. Wu Jun covered his face and kicked Wu Guangliang, motioning him to look at the girl who was supporting Jiang Yao. Wu Guangliang seemed to have just noticed Lin Yishan. He subconsciously thought that this girl was a nurse in the hospital, but when he looked closely, he found that she was not wearing a nurse's uniform at all. Brother Yao, who is this? Wu Jun asked tentatively. My girlfriend, Lin Yishan, is also a sophomore in our school, Jiang Yao introduced in a calm tone. Shan, these 3 are my roommates, Wu Jun, Wu Guangliang, and Ao Haoyu. They are 3 fools and have no sense of propriety. Don't take them seriously. Lin Yishan smiled and greeted Wu Jun and the others enthusiastically. Hello, seniors. With a gulp, Wu Guangliang swallowed hard. Wait, you, her, me, what is going on? Brother Yao, when did you get a girlfriend? Wu Jun and Ao Haoyu also looked at Jiang Yao in shock. Brother Yao, who is deeply in love with the school beauty Lu, has quietly made a new girlfriend. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Bah! Don't blame them for not believing it. Anyone who has seen how Jiang Yao treats Lu Yunqi would not believe that he could easily let go of Lu Yunqi and turn to the arms of another girl. Although, this girl is also very pretty, and her beauty is completely different from that of the school beauty Lu. School beauty Lu is a cool goddess who is stunning at first sight. She is so beautiful that people can only admire her from afar and dare not desecrate her. This girl is a bright and pretty girl next door. She always seems to have a smile on her face, which makes people want to get closer to her. We just confirmed our relationship yesterday, and I haven't had time to introduce you to each other, Jiang Yao explained simply. Wu Guangliang and the other two looked at each other. They were delayed yesterday and did not come to the hospital. In just one day, Jiang Yao fell in love again. What about campus beauty Lu? Wu Guangliang blurted out, completely ignoring Lin Yisan's feelings. Forgive him. The couple he had been supporting for 2 years is gone just like that. He feels so sad. Jiang Yao lowered his eyes and said in a light tone, "It's okay, I have nothing to do with her in the future, and you don't have to mention her in front of me." Okay, Wu Guangliang sighed slowly, with a look of regret on his face. Now that the real person has said so, what is the point for him, the leader of the CP fans, to be unwilling? But then again, Brother Yao is really an enviable guy. He broke up with the school belle just as another girl took the initiative to approach him. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Why doesn't he have this kind of blessing? Wu Guangliang cried out in his heart. Wu Jun looked at Lin Yisan quietly. This girl had a really good temper. When Wu Guangliang mentioned Brother Yao's ex-girlfriend in front of her, she didn't get angry at all. If it were any other girl, she would have lost her temper long ago. Putting aside other things for now, this point is much better than that of the school beauty Lu. As Jiang Yao's roommates and brothers, they watched Brother Yao and school belle Lu date for 2 years. They saw how Brother Yao coaxed and praised school belle Lu on a daily basis. Although school beauty Lu deserves the highest level of treatment, after a long time, even if Brother Yao himself is not tired, they will be tired of watching her. To put it bluntly, the relationship between Brother Yao and school beauty Lu is that the woman is superior to the man. It's better to change his girlfriend. It's time for Brother Yao to enjoy his girlfriend's tenderness and care. By the way, Brother Yao, are you planning to go back to the dormitory? How you suddenly asked. Your injury hasn't healed yet, so it might be inconvenient for you to live in the dormitory. Why don't you stay in my apartment for a while? This kid is from Huacheng. Both his parents are big demolition buyers, and the combination of them makes them a powerful alliance. His family owns several buildings to collect rent. According to him, his parents were either collecting rent or on their way to collect rent every day, and they used sacks to carry the money. After learning that his son was admitted to the Imperial Capital University, he immediately paid for an apartment for him in the capital. Wu Guangliang's family runs a supermarket, and they live a pretty comfortable life, not as rich as others but better off than others. Wu Jun's parents are both civil servants, with a fixed salary and a stable income. Not to mention Jiang Yao, who has no family or relatives at all and grew up in an orphanage. Therefore, Ao Haoyu's family is the richest among the four, and they are usually very generous to their brothers. Of course, the prerequisite is that the four of them have a very good relationship. The landlady and the landlord cannot support a naive person. Jiang Yao knew that Ao Haoyu was thinking about him, and gave him a grateful smile. "Thank you, but there's no need to bother. I plan to go home and recuperate for a while." Go home? Ao Haoyu and the other two looked at Jiang Yao in confusion. How come they didn't know when Jiang Yao had a home in the capital? Could it be that he had rented a house outside without telling them? That shouldn't be the case. This guy spent all the money he earned on school beauty Lu. How could he have any spare money to rent a house? Would you like to come to my house and play for a while? Jiang Yao invited, raising his eyebrows. He had no intention of hiding the fact of the house. They were so close that they would find out sooner or later that he had a house. The most important thing is that the system said that all rewards have reasonable sources, so he doesn't have to worry. Okay, Brother Yao, please send me the address and I'll take a taxi, Ao Haoyu said proactively, meaning that he would pay for the taxi fare. 20 minutes later, 5 people stood at the door of Yunjing number 1. Wu Jun swallowed, looked at Jiang Yao beside him and asked, "Brother Yao, are you sure it's here?" Damn, Brother Yao must have had his brain damaged in a car accident, right? This is a famous high-end community. Not to mention buying a house here, even renting it is not affordable for ordinary people. Yes, it's here. Zhang Yao looked at the solemn and luxurious gait of the community and the two security guards with straight postures, and his heart was actually a little nervous. However, he believed that the system would definitely not deceive him. The real estate certificate was in the system backpack and could not be faked. Zhang Yao calmly walked towards the facial recognition system at the gate. The machine beeped and the words "Welcome home" lit up on the screen. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and follow me. Zhang Yao turned his head and waved at the stunned people. Oh shit, Brother Yao, are you serious? When did you rent a house here? How much does it cost per month? Zhang Yao corrected him seriously. It's not rented, the house is in my name. Do you want me to take out the property certificate and show it to you? Well, it feels good to show off. No wonder so many people like to show off. No, Wu Guangliang waved his hands quickly. He believed that Zhang Yao would definitely not lie to them about such a thing. Even if you want to show off, you should do it in front of outsiders. Why do you need to show off in front of your own brothers? Brother Yao, can you please tell me when you bought the house? Did you win the lottery secretly without telling your brothers? Wu Jun couldn't hold back his curiosity. Chapter 7 Ding. Host, please slap the Ferrari owner in the face. Zhang Yao was just planning to find a random excuse to trick them away when he saw the transparent screen appear in front of him. Yunjing No. 1 property, inherited from relatives overseas. Wow, the system is simply his sweet little baby. Zhang Yao gave them a mysterious smile and said, I haven't won the lottery, but I have inherited a legacy. Huh? What inheritance? Wu Jun widened his eyes. It's the inheritance from an overseas relative. That relative has no children and is closest to me by blood relationship, so all the inheritance will be given to me, Zhang Yao said lightly. The four people were very jealous when they heard this. Why don't they have such a rich overseas relative? They also want to inherit a legacy inexplicably. Wu Guangliang shook his head and sighed. It is said that those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future. Brother Yao, your blessing has come. You're right, Zhang Yao gave him an approving look. How could being bound to the system not be a blessing? Zhang Yao did not take them home directly, but went to the underground garage first. He couldn't wait to see his baby. When they arrived at the underground garage, several people watched Zhang Yao walk straight towards a silver Koenigsegg. The key was in the system backpack. Zhang Yao pretended to search his trouser pocket and took out a silver key. This key is made of sterling silver and features the brand's iconic ghost pattern, symbolizing the brand's pursuit of extreme speed. Brother Yao, this Koenigsegg couldn't be yours, right? Wu Guangliang asked hesitantly. Zhang Yao didn't need to answer, his actions had already given him the answer. After opening the car door and experiencing it for a while, Zhang Yao explained calmly, the car has just been delivered back, I came to inspect it. Godfather. Please accept my knees. Wu Guangliang slid down and knelt on the ground with his knees on both knees, hugging Zhang Yao's thighs. Godfather, I also want to experience the charm of Koenigsegg. Will you fulfill my simple request? Wu Jun quickly rushed over and hugged Zhang Yao's other thigh. Godfather, there is also me, I want it too. Ao Hao Yu was much more introverted and would not do something as shameless as the other two, but he also stared at Zhang Yao with his big eyes full of desire. With his family's financial resources, he could afford a Koenigsegg, but there was no need. A house could continuously bring in income for his family, but a car was a pure consumable. Lin Yishan blinked her watery almond eyes and walked forward to hug Zhang Yao's arm. She seems to have found an amazing boyfriend. Before, she only knew that Zhang Yao was an orphan, but she didn't mind at all. She believed that Zhang Yao was no worse than any of her classmates at the Imperial University. Now I know that my boyfriend has inherited a large fortune and may be richer than some rich second generations. After all, not every rich second generation can afford to live in Yunjing No. 1 or drive a Koenigsegg. Alright, stop whining. If you want to try it, just try it. How can I stop you? Zhang Yao scolded with a smile. Several people were like seeing a new big toy, touching here and looking there. It took half an hour for everyone to finish the experience. As a result, after walking a few steps, Wu Guangliang suddenly exclaimed, Damn, I actually forgot to take pictures. Wait for me, I'll take a few photos, it will be quick. Wait for me, I also want to take a few pictures to post on WeChat Moments. TSK, a bunch of bumpkins, a disdainful sneer came from not far away. Zhang Yao looked over and saw a young man in his 20s leaning against a yellow Ferrari, looking at them with contempt. Jiang Yao originally didn't want to cause trouble. After all, it was his first time here and he didn't know the other party's identity. If he really offended someone, he would be in trouble. Ding! As a qualified tall, rich, and handsome man, you absolutely cannot be ridiculed as a bumpkin. Host, please slap the mocker in the face. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw on the big wheel. Slap in the face? Jiang Yao was shocked. It wasn't that he wanted to cause trouble, it was the system's order. Who are you talking about, bumpkin? Jiang Yao quickly gave the young man a disdainful look. Shenenkai paused in opening the car door and glared at Jiang Yao fiercely. Who the hell are you calling a bumpkin? Whoever responds will do it, Jiang Yao shrugged indifferently. When Wu Jun and others heard the noise, they quickly dropped the Koenigsegg and stood next to Jiang Yao. Well, they are 5-1, so there is no need to be afraid. Shenenkai looked angry. What's wrong with the security guard on duty today? Why did he let anyone in? Who are you implying? I'm the owner of this place. Do I have to look up to you when I go back to my own home? Jiang Yao fought back without any hesitation. That's funny, can you afford a house here? Shenenkai looked up and down at Jiang Yao. An ordinary, cheap white t-shirt, pants without any quality, shoes without any brand. He dared to conclude that Jiang Yao's entire body cost no more than 300 yuan. Even though you are so poor, you still dare to pretend to be a homeowner in front of him. Who do you want to make fun of? He admitted that if he participated in a joke competition, this kid would definitely win first place. Oh, the poor guy is standing next to another poor guy. When he sees a luxury car, he wants to get close to it, as if he has never seen it before in his life. He doesn't know how it sneaked in. Jiang Yao knew that he looked down on him and his group, so he said quietly, you, who drives a Ferrari worth more than 3 million, are laughing at me, the owner of a Koenigsegg worth 30 million. Are you okay, buddy? If you are, eat more lychee plums. Ha ha ha, keep pretending. Today I've really broadened my horizons. Some people can be so shameless. Shenenkai laughed so hard that his eyes, which were not big to begin with, were now completely blind. Jiang Yao pretended to casually press a few buttons on his phone, pointed the camera at Shenenkai, and said slowly, Brother, how about we make a bet? If I can prove that this car is mine and I am the owner of Yunjing No. 1, you will slap yourself 3 times. Why should I make a bet with you? Shenenkai sneered disdainfully. Oh, okay, it seems that you are very clear about my identity. You said that on purpose because you were jealous of me. It's really boring, Jiang Yao said with a sigh, as if to say I see through you. Ha? I'm jealous of you? Did you take the wrong medicine when you went out this morning? Okay, I'll make a bet with you, but if you lose you have to kneel down, call me dad, and slap yourself 3 times, Shenenkai said with his face flushed and his neck stiff. Jiang Yao looked hesitant and his eyes were evasive, as if he didn't expect that he would actually agree to this bet. Shenenkai immediately understood that this guy must have been pretending just now. If he really agreed to make a bet with him, he would not dare to do it. Coward, do you want to gamble or not? If you don't, I will call the property management and ask them to kick you out. Don't call the property management, Jiang Yao hurriedly stopped him. Wu Jun and the others also showed panic expressions. They had long realized that Jiang Yao was deliberately playing tricks on them, which was why they had not spoken out to help. Shenenkai smiled proudly, with his chin raised to the sky. I'll give you 3 minutes to prove yourself. If you can't prove it, kneel down, call me dad, and slap yourself 3 times. Chapter 8, People can die, but society cannot die. Okay, Jiang Yao smiled, took out a key from his pocket and pressed it gently. After opening the car door, he took out a property certificate from the car and shook it at Shenenkai. Do you want to see it? Impossible, Shenenkai shook his head in disbelief. Having the car keys does not necessarily mean that you are the owner of the car. It could also be the owner's friend or a designated driver. Yes, that is right. Looking at this guy's poor appearance, he must be the designated driver hired by the owner of the Koenigsegg. But after driving the car back to the garage, this guy was reluctant to leave and brought his friends here to show off. You just pick up a random property certificate and try to fool people. Who knows if the name on the certificate is yours? Come and see for yourself whether it's true or not. You don't dare, do you? Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows and said. Who dares? Shenenkai strode over, snatched the property certificate from Jiang Yao's hand and opened it. Seeing this, Jiang Yao handed over his ID card and said, Look carefully, is the name on it really mine? You can't say that my ID card is fake too, right? Damn it, Shininkai cursed softly when he saw the clear words Jiang Yao on it. He actually made a mistake. This poor boy, who had no more than 300 yuan on him, could actually afford the Yunjing number 1 house and a Koenigsegg that he didn't even own. On his 18th birthday, he really wanted a Koenigsegg as a coming-of-age gift. However, his father, seeing how bad his college entrance exam results were, refused to buy him one no matter what. In the end, he only bought him a Ferrari worth more than 3 million yuan. You're quite an amazing guy, Shininkai gritted his teeth and threw the property certificate at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's eyes darkened, revealing a dangerous aura. You lost, so just fulfill your bet honestly. Why? I just said it casually. If you ask me to fulfill the bet, I will do it. Who do you think you are? Shiningsai's eyes rolled around, as if to say, what can you do to me if I don't fulfill the bet? Oh, someone can't afford to lose, Jiang Yao chuckled meaningfully. Wu Guangliang shook his head in agreement. Tisk tsk, it's so embarrassing for us gentlemen. Forget it, my hair hasn't even grown out yet, how can I be considered a man? Wu Jun grinned. Shut up, fuck you, do you know who my uncle is? Shininkai was so angry that his face turned blue and he shouted at the people opposite him. Jiang Yao couldn't help laughing out loud, with a strong sense of sarcasm. Ha, that's hilarious. Others are competing with their fathers, but you are quite special. You are competing with your uncle. Is your father not good enough? These words were not polite at all and openly mocked Shininksai's father. If he could still bear it, he would be not a man. Ah, you kid, go to hell, Shininkai clenched his fist and swung it towards Jiang Yao's face. Brother Yao, be careful. Wu Guangliang and the others were shocked. Normally, they would not worry at all that Jiang Yao would not be able to beat a pretty boy, but today was different. Jiang Yao was still injured. If the ribs are injured again due to excessive movement, it will be a disaster. But because they were all standing behind Jiang Yao, it was too late to stop Shininkai. A sharp cold light flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. He raised his hand and took the punch head-on. His whole arm was numb from the shock, which showed how much strength Shininkai had used. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart that his injuries were almost healed after drinking the repair agent provided by the system, otherwise he might have to be sent to the hospital. Shiningsai's attack failed and he wanted to continue, but he was firmly controlled by Wu Guangliang and the other two. Aw, let me go. Shininkai was so angry that his eyes turned red, like a zombie about to mutate. Jiang Yao patted his cheek lightly and sneered, boy, you don't want to accept my toast, so you have to drink a penalty, right? If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think I'm made of mud? He seemed to be getting serious about it. There were 5 people on the other side and he was only one person. If they really fought, he would have no chance of winning. Shininkai was very panicked and yelled, no, you can't hit me, my uncle is the head of the Feng family. This is his trump card. Every time he reveals his uncle's identity, everyone will give him some face. Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment. Feng family? He had heard that it seemed to be the head of the 6 major families in the imperial capital, which was indeed quite powerful. But uncle is not father, there is still a layer of distance between them. At this time, Jiang Yao didn't know that the uncle Shininkai was talking about was actually just his cousin. If he knew, he would definitely laugh at him loudly again. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Just fulfill the bet, otherwise I will post the video you just recorded online and make you a laughingstock. Jiang Yao smiled and shook the phone in his hand. Shiningsai's pupils suddenly contracted. You took pictures secretly? Impossible, when did you take them? A person can die, but he cannot die socially. If those young men saw him like that, he would become a laughingstock in the circle. It was just filmed. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Jiang Yao clicked on the video. The familiar voice immediately reached Shiningsai's ears, making him blush with embarrassment. Delete it immediately, do you hear me? If Shininkai had not been suppressed by Wu Guangliang and the others, he would have been so angry that he would have jumped up and down. Jiang Yao put the phone in his pocket and said with a smile, if you want me to delete it, it's okay. You have to fulfill the bet first. If you can't do it yourself, I can help you. The system prompt sound has not sounded, proving that the task of slapping someone in the face has not been completed. Shininkai had to slap this face today whether he wanted to or not. You are not allowed to lie to me? Shininkai looked at Jiang Yao with suspicion. What good will it do me to lie to you? You should figure out who was the one who provoked me in the first place. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes in annoyance. They were just taking pictures there, but Shin Young-jae inexplicably called them country bumpkins and said such a mean thing. I. Shin Young-jae was speechless. He had just been scolded by his father over the phone, and then he saw his dream car, which was surrounded by a group of country bumpkins. He couldn't help but say something. In fact, he is not such a mean person in normal times, because he doesn't even bother to talk to poor people. Liangzi, let him go, Jiang Yao gestured to Wu Guangliang. Shin Engkai, who regained his freedom, had an unpredictable expression. After a while, he gritted his teeth and slapped himself in the face a few times, with the force almost like slapping a mosquito. Is that okay? Are you kidding me? Jiang Yao was speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the face-slapping mission and obtaining a chance to win a prize on the big wheel. Do you want to start the prize draw now? Ha! Is this possible? No smoking for now, he muttered to himself. The mission was completed, and Jiang Yao didn't want to waste any more time. He waved his hand at Shin Engkai in disgust and said, "Go away." Video. Shin Engkai reminded with gritted teeth. Oh, I almost forgot. Jiang Yao took out his mobile phone from his pocket and deleted the video in front of him. Shin Young-jae wouldn't give in, and I deleted it recently. Don't think I've never played with my phone. Tisk, you're quite smart about this kind of thing. Jiang Yao curled his lips in disgust, clicked on the recently deleted files, and directly cleared all the files in it. Is this okay now? Humph, Shin Engkai snorted heavily, got into his Ferrari and drove away angrily. Today he was outnumbered and had to admit defeat, but if he meets them again next time, he will never let them go easily. He's an idiot. Wu Guangliang felt that he could not understand the way rich people behave at all. Why spend money freely when you have nothing to do? What's the point of picking on a group of strangers? The most important thing is that you will get slapped in the face in return. If this were his son, he would be so angry that he would die. Lin Yishan held Jiang Yao's arm with concern and said in a muffled voice, "Senior, are you okay? Does your rib hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital for another checkup?" Shin Engkai's sudden action just now almost scared her to death, but seeing that Jiang Yao was confronting someone, she couldn't go forward to check on his injuries immediately, otherwise she would be weaker in momentum than the other party. Now that the annoying guy was finally gone, she couldn't help but show her worry. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Jiang Yao smiled and rubbed her hair. "If you feel unwell, you must tell me." Lin Yishan was still a little worried. Wu Guangliang winked at Jiang Yao and said in a mean voice, "Brother Yao, you must tell us if you feel unwell. We are worried about you." Jiang Yao was so embarrassed that he pretended to vomit. "Are you disgusting?" "Humph, Brother Yao is biased. Why can junior sister Lin care about you, but the brothers can't?" Wu Jun said in a pinched throat. Jiang Yao glared at him warningly, took Lin Yishan's hand and comforted her. "Shan, don't pay attention to them, they have a habit of having convulsions." He was worried that Lin Yishan would not like it and would think that Wu Guangliang and the others were targeting her. It doesn't matter. The seniors have such a good relationship with each other. I'm really envious of them, Lin Yishan said with a smile. Seeing that Wu Guangliang was about to speak, Jiang Yao immediately covered his mouth and said, "If you dare to be so shameless again, don't even think about visiting my 600 square meter luxurious apartment." "Oh, I want to go see the 600 square meter apartment. Godfather, would you mind leaving a room for me at home? I can do anything from mopping the floor to washing dishes and cooking." Chapter 9. He already has a new girlfriend. He doesn't want me anymore. Jiang Yao used facial recognition to open the door of the house and invited several people in. "No need to change shoes, just order whatever you want." "Hee, then we won't be polite." "Wow! This living room is almost as big as my house," Wu Jun exclaimed. Ao Haodu's eyes fell on the leather sofa in the middle of the living room, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "I've seen this set of sofas before, and it seems to cost more than 400,000. Is it true? Then I must experience it." Wu Guangliang rushed over excitedly and rolled on the sofa. "And this crystal chandelier seems to cost more than 600,000 yuan, Ao Haoyu continued. "What? A broken lamp like this costs over 600,000. You must be burning through the money," Wu Guangliang said quickly. After realizing that something was wrong, he looked at Jiang Yao awkwardly. "Sorry, Brother Yao, I wasn't talking about you." "It's okay." Jiang Yao, who looked very calm, was actually screaming like a groundhog in his heart. OMG, the system is so good to him. Not only did it give him a large apartment worth 80 million, but the decoration is also so luxurious. This is just a living room. The total renovation cost of so many rooms must not exceed tens of millions. When Jiang Yao discovered that there were brand new clothes and shoes in the master bedroom closet, and bedding and toiletries were all prepared, and the 2 refrigerators were stuffed full, he almost wanted to give the system a knock. What does it mean to move in with just your luggage? This is what it means to move in with just your luggage. Not only the master bedroom, but also the guest rooms are fully equipped, so guests can sleep there directly if they want to stay overnight. It's almost noon. What do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. Jiang Yao took out his mobile phone and opened the food delivery app. Lin Yishan frowned. "Io, your body is not fully recovered yet. Eating takeout is not nutritious. Let me cook for you." "No, how can we let guests cook?" Jiang Yao shook his head in disapproval. "You agreed to let me take care of you in the hospital," Lin Yishan said seriously, blinking her big eyes. Jiang Yao hesitated. "Can you cook?" Nowadays, there are probably very few girls who can cook. They are all little princesses who were spoiled by their families. On the contrary, there are more and more men who can cook. After all, it is difficult to get married without learning 1 or 2 skills. Although the internet is flooded with comments about not getting married, in reality there are very few men who are unwilling to get married. When Jiang Yao was in the orphanage, he heard that the director had a cousin who had some mental problems and she got married a few years ago. Of course, who are you looking down on? Lin Yishan raised her chin proudly. Her father is a doctor and her mother is a teacher. Both of them are usually busy. When she was a child, her brother cooked for her. Later, when her brother went to college, she cooked for herself. Jiang Yao couldn't help but pinch her cute little face. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Shanshan. I'm helping my junior." "I'm a pretty good cook," Wu Jun said quickly. Although Wu Guangliang and Ao Haoyu didn't say anything, they consciously went into the kitchen together, some washing vegetables and some cutting vegetables. The injured Jiang Yao was ordered to go back to his room to rest and would be called out for dinner. Jiang Yao didn't try to be brave and went back to his room to lie down. System, start the lottery. The big turntable started to spin slowly, then faster and faster. Jiang Yao closed his eyes and shouted stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received a reward of plus 5 centimeters height. The change will be completed within 1 month. Jiang Yao suddenly sat up from the bed. Wow, this reward is great, I like it. His height has hardly changed since it barely exceeded 1.8 meters. This height is considered good in the south, but it is not considered tall in the north. Especially now that children's nutrition is getting better and better, some primary school students are already over 1.8 meters tall, so Jiang Yao's height is a bit not enough. Moreover, the system is very humane. It does not suddenly make him grow 5 centimeters taller, but changes slowly, so that even if others notice it, they will not find it too strange. As the saying goes, at the age of 23, one grows taller by a few centimeters. He is only 20 years old this year, so it is normal for him to grow a few centimeters taller. After dinner, Wu Guangliang and the other 2 went back to school. Lin Yishan strongly requested to stay and take care of Jiang Yao. "Let me stay with you for 1 day. If there is no problem, I will go back to school tomorrow." She was worried that Jiang Yao couldn't take care of himself alone. In case of an emergency, it would be helpful to have someone nearby to help call 120. "Okay, just pick a room," Jiang Yao compromised helplessly. He actually doesn't feel it's real that Lin Yishan is his girlfriend. After all, he had been dating Lu Yunqi for 2 years, and the feelings between them were not fake, so it was a bit difficult for him to quickly get into the next relationship. The other side. Although Lu Yunqi did not go to the hospital again, the hospital staff knew that Jiang Yao was her boyfriend and notified her when Jiang Yao was going through the discharge procedures. "Oh, by the way, this hospital is controlled by Lu Group. Cici, you can't drink anymore, your body can't take it." Shi Shui'er snatched the wine glass from Lu Yunqi's hand and advised gently. Lu Yunqi half closed her beautiful eyes, with no emotion on her face. "Shui'er, why do you say that? How could a person change his heart so quickly?" "Cici, don't think too much. Jiang Yao just can't accept it for the time being. He will come back to you after a while." Shi Shui'er felt bad seeing her trapped in love. The Shi family is a subsidiary family of the Lu family, and all their business depends on the Lu family's care, so Shi Shui'er was taught by her family to become good friends with Lu Yunqi since she was a child. She can be called a friend, but in fact, a follower is more appropriate. She must give in to Lu Yunqi in everything and put Lu Yunqi's ideas first. At first, Shi Shui'er felt a little unbalanced. We are all human beings, so why should she be inferior to Lu Yunqi? But Lu Yunqi was really good to her, and people are all kind-hearted. Shi Shuwei gradually regarded Lu Yunqi as her good sister. In her heart, Lu Yunqi has always been proud, confident, and independent. She never expected that one day she would be trapped by love. Shi Shuwei, who was originally quite satisfied with Jiang Yao, suddenly felt that he was a bit hateful. However, she had seen Jiang Yao's performance in the past 2 years, so she always felt that Jiang Yao would not be angry for too long and would come back to find Lu Yunqi sooner or later. Listening to her best friend's comfort, Lu Yunqi suddenly felt very aggrieved, her nose felt sore, and tears slid down her flawless face. Shuwei, you don't understand. Jiang Yao will not come back. He already has a new girlfriend. He doesn't want me anymore. What? Shi Shuwei's voice suddenly became sharp, and her tone was full of disbelief. Cici, explain clearly what you mean by he has a new girlfriend. You two have only broken up for a few days. Could it be that he cheated on you while you were in love? Probably, not likely. Lu Yunqi always felt that Jiang Yao was not that kind of person. But even if it wasn't cheating, the seamless transition was too much. Shi Shuwei looked at Lu Yunqi with a painful expression and gritted her teeth secretly. She would not let the couple go. Chapter 10. Jiang Yao is really hungry and can eat anything. Shi Shuwei quickly found out Lin Yishan's identity. Jiang Yao met a junior high school girl in the club, who had always liked Jiang Yao. Shameless. The young couple broke up, and right after that she went to hook up with their boyfriend. Shi Shuwei cursed at Lin Yishan's photo with gritted teeth. Her father also had many lovers outside, and she always hated women who destroyed other people's relationships. Monday. Shi Shuwei brought a group of sisters to find the classroom where Lin Yisan was taking classes. The teacher had finished the class and left, leaving only a few students packing up their things in the classroom. Lin Yisan, come out here. Lin Yishan heard someone calling her name. She looked up and found that she didn't know the other person at all. Hello, what can I do for you? Come out first. Shi Shuwei hooked her finger at her, as if teasing a pet. Lin Yishan frowned, stood up and prepared to go out, but was stopped by her roommate, Shan. She looks like she has bad intentions, so you'd better not go. But if I don't go, she probably won't give up easily. It doesn't matter. I'll go and listen to what she wants me to do, Lin Yishan said with a faint smile. After all, they are still in school, so even if the other party wants to cause trouble for them, they probably won't dare to go too far. Lin Yishan's roommate was feeling uneasy, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. After thinking about it, he stood up and quietly followed. Classmate, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yisan walked up to Shi Shuwei. Shi Shuwei looked her up and down, sneered disdainfully. With a girl like you, I don't know what Jiang Yao likes about you. You have no breasts and no butt. It was not even as good as half a finger of her CC. Jiang Yao was really hungry and could eat anything. Lin Yishan suddenly realized that she had come here for Jiang Yao's matter. But only a few of her roommates knew that she was with Jiang Yao. How did they know? Come with me, Shi Shuwei snorted and turned away. Lin Yishan is not a fool, how could she just take whatever she said as the truth? She turned around and went back to the classroom. Seeing that she didn't catch up, Shi Shuwei stomped her feet angrily, and the waves in her chest shook violently. Stop right there. If you dare not listen to me, I will spread the news that you are my mistress. You don't want to become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats, do you? Shi Shuwei said coquettishly. Lin Yishan turned around in shock, her brows furrowed tightly. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I become a mistress? After she said this, she looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Rumors are as fierce as tigers. She knows she is not a mistress, but others may not believe her. Once the rumors spread, her reputation will be completely ruined. Seeing that she still dared to quibble, Shi Shuwei said with a frosty face. You said you were not a mistress, but Jiang Yao just broke up with Cici and immediately got together with you. They have broken up. Why can't single men and women fall in love? Lin Yishan said with a guilty conscience, clenching her fists. Although Jiang Yao's seamless behavior did seem excessive, only she knew that it was she who took the initiative to confess to Jiang Yao. If she hadn't taken advantage of the situation, Jiang Yao might have reconciled with Lu Yunqi by now. If you are here to stand up for senior sister Lu, I can apologize to her, but your claim that I am a mistress is complete nonsense and I can't admit it. Who cares about your apology? How dare you apologize to Cici? Come with me right now, or I'll yell that you're a mistress and let everyone come and watch you. Shi Shuwei put his hands to his mouth, pretending to shout loudly. Linishan quickly stopped him. Don't shout, I'll just go with you. She didn't know where Shue'er was going to take her, so she quietly sent a message to her roommate and sent him Jiang Yao's contact information. A few of them walked all the way to a hidden grove in the school. Usually, few people came here. Occasionally, some couples would come here quietly for a date, just for the quiet. Linishan looked alert. What on earth do you want to do by bringing me here? Get started. Shue'er winked at the person next to her. The girls immediately surrounded Linishan. Linishan quickly stepped back and yelled at them, "Get out of here!" At the same time, Jiang Yao once again received a task issued by the system. Ding! As a qualified tall, rich and handsome man, how can you tolerate your woman being bullied by outsiders? Please protect your girlfriend. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw on the wheel. System, what do you mean? Jiang Yao, who was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, looked confused. What does it mean to protect your girlfriend? Isn't his girlfriend Linishan? What happened to her? Just as Jiang Yao was about to call Linishan, his phone suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. He didn't think too much and just clicked to answer the call. Excuse me, are you Senior Jiang Yao? I am Linishan's roommate. Jiang Yao's expression turned stern. Did something happen to Shanshan? Shanshan was taken away by Senior Sister Lu's friends. There were several of them and I was worried that they would bully Shanshan, the roommate said anxiously. What? Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel nervous. With the task just issued by the system as a premise, he was sure that Lu Yunqi's friends would never let Linishan go easily. He felt inexplicably guilty, as if Linishan had suffered misfortunes one after another because of him. Don't worry, I'll find a way, Jiang Yao said and hung up the phone. Yunjing No. 1 is not very close to Imperial University. It takes 20 minutes to drive there. By the time Jiang Yao arrived, the daylily was already cold. The quickest solution Jiang Yao could think of was to call Lu Yunqi. Lu Yunqi was a little surprised when she suddenly received a call from Jiang Yao, but then she was very happy. Shue'er was right. Jiang Yao really came to find her on his own initiative. She knew that Jiang Yao had her in his heart and he was not the kind of man who would change his mind easily. Although he was very happy, Lu Yunqi didn't want to show it and said in a deliberately cold voice. Jiang Yao, what do you want to talk to me about? We have broken up now, what do you mean by calling me now? There was a hint of resentment and grievance in her voice. She was almost heartbroken when she learned that Jiang Yao had a new girlfriend. She must never forgive Jiang Yao so easily. Lu Yunqi, did your friends go to find Linishan? Tell them to go back quickly and not to attack Linishan. Jiang Yao was extremely anxious, and his tone was naturally not very good. Lu Yunqi, who mistakenly thought that he came to her to make peace, instantly had tears in her eyes. Io, are you calling me just for other women? We'll talk about what happened between you and me later. Linishan is in danger now, and I can't let her get hurt, otherwise I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Cici, you should know my character very well, right? Jiang Yao said in a serious tone. Of course Lu Yunqi understood Jiang Yao, and she couldn't accept Jiang Yao feeling guilty about other girls, so there might really be no possibility between them. Chapter 11, a 5 million yuan reward for dedication, a truly great boss. Although Lu Yunqi did not ask which of his friends was causing trouble for Linishan, he guessed that it must be Shue'er. I only told her that Jiang Yao had a new girlfriend, and none of my other friends knew about it. After all, she also has to save face. It would be embarrassing for her to tell others that her boyfriend got along so seamlessly right after breaking up. Lu Yunqi hurriedly hung up the call with Jiang Yao and called Shue'er. Shue'er, who was directing the sisters to strip off Linishan's clothes, heard the phone ringing, picked up the phone, took a look, and immediately clicked to answer the call. Hey, Cici, what do you want to talk to me about? Shue'er, where are you? Did you go to look for Linishan? Lu Yunqi asked with a frown. Shue'er felt a little guilty and stammered, No, why should I go looking for her? She did not tell Lu Yunqi when she did this because she knew Lu Yunqi would definitely not agree with her doing so. But in fact, she has done a lot of things like this since she was a child. At the beginning, her parents taught her to do this, saying that doing so would make Lu Yunqi happy and make the Lu family more satisfied with her as a playmate. Later, she gradually got used to it, and she would quietly teach a lesson to anyone who made Lu Yunqi unhappy. However, the children's tricks were actually not very serious and never caused any serious trouble. But this time was different. It was the first time that Shue'er saw Lu Yunqi crying so sadly, and even drinking to drown her sorrows. Jiang Yao, the culprit, is Lu Yunqi's beloved, and Shi Shuwei'er dares not touch him. But Lin Yishan is different. She dared to snatch Miss Lu's boyfriend, so she must be taught a lesson. Shuwei'er, don't lie to me. Don't hurt Lin Yishan. Jiang Yao just called me. He was very angry when he knew that my friend went to teach Lin Yishan a lesson. Lu Yunqi sounded depressed. What? He dares to be angry with you, Shi Shuwei'er raised his voice. Lu Yunqi continued to emphasize, in short, don't hurt Lin Yishan, otherwise Jiang Yao will definitely not forgive me. Okay, Shi Shuwei'er was a little discouraged and gestured to the people not far away, asking them to stop. Lin Yishan didn't know why they changed their minds, so she hugged her torn clothes and ran away. These people were more vicious than she thought. She thought they would at most beat her up, but she didn't expect that they would actually want to take naked photos of her. This can destroy a person far more than physical pain. If those photos were really taken, she didn't know if she could still live. Lin Yishan didn't run far before she met her roommate who was looking for her everywhere. Originally, her roommate had been following her, but after receiving the message, she stopped and called Jiang Yao, and then lost track of him. Shan, I finally found you. What happened to your clothes? Was it those people who did it? The roommate was shocked and angry, and quickly put the sun protection jacket in his hand on her. When Lin Yishan saw someone close to her, she couldn't hold back her tears. Cici, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Let's call the police now. I don't believe they can continue to act lawless, Lu Cici said, gritting her teeth. Lin Yishan shook her head. Forget it, they haven't had time to do anything to me yet, so it's probably useless to call the police. If the other party was a man, she could sue them for molestation, but since the other party was a girl, it was difficult to define the matter. That's good, Lu Cici breathed a sigh of relief. Cici, did you call your senior? Lin Yishan suddenly asked. Just now, Shi Shuwei'er and the others suddenly stopped, and the only thing she could think of was that Jiang Yao had intervened. Yes, he did. He said he would find a way. Was it him who saved you? Lu Cici asked curiously. It should be, Lin Yishan thought of Jiang Yao and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Lu Cici also laughed. Thank goodness we have Senior Jiang. But Senior Sister Lu is going too far. Why is she still pestering me after we've broken up? Cloud Realm number 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining a chance to draw a lucky draw. Would you like to start the draw now? Jiang Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the system prompt. Fortunately, he arrived in time. If Lin Yishan was really hurt because of him, he would have felt so guilty. Go ahead and smoke, Jiang Yao said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning an Emma bag worth 1 million. System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake with the reward? Jiang Yao looked at the extra white bag in the system's backpack, speechless. This is obviously a women's bag style. What's the use for a grown man like him to have it? It would be more convenient to just give him 1 million. That's right, a qualified rich second generation will often give his girlfriend expensive gifts, and the host cannot fall behind. Jiang Yao. It made so much sense that he had no way to refute it. Forget it, let's consider this bag as compensation for Lin Yishan, Jiang Yao muttered to himself. Thinking of the unexpected disaster that Lin Yishan had suffered in the past few days, Jiang Yao suddenly asked. System, if I break up with Lin Yishan now, will the previous mission rewards be revoked? Ding. As a qualified tall, rich and handsome man, it is normal to have several relationships. Please start a new relationship within 7 days. Complete the task and get 3 lucky draws on the big wheel. Oh, no, he just asked casually. How can they break up right after confirming the relationship? People will think he is playing tricks on them. Friendly reminder, the host can choose to give up the task. Well, I think the mission still needs to be completed well. This is the duty of a dedicated host, Jiang Yao said righteously. That's 3 roulette wheel draws. Wouldn't it be cutting his flesh to let him give up like this? Ding. The host has triggered the professionalism regulations. Good qualities deserve rewards. I hereby reward the host with 5 million. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Jiang Yao's eyes widened into an O shape. Is it possible? What a magical system. If every boss in the world could be as generous as the system, how happy the workers would be. After Lin Yishan returned to the dormitory, she immediately took a shower and changed her clothes. Lying on the familiar bed, she suddenly missed Jiang Yao very much. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up her phone and called Jiang Yao. Shan, are you okay? Did they bully you? Hearing the familiar voice, Linishan's eyes became hot. I'm fine, senior, I miss you so much. I'm sorry, Shan, it's all my fault that I got you into trouble, Jiang Yao said in a heavy tone with a hint of apology. No, it's not my fault, it's just that those people are too vicious, Linishan quickly retorted. Jiang Yao sighed, do you have time tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. But senior's injury. Don't worry, my injury has healed a lot. I'll be fine as long as I don't do strenuous exercise. Jiang Yao chose a relatively famous high-end restaurant and booked a private room. The next day, Linishan got up early and started dressing up. She wore delicate makeup, a long floral dress, and her hair was braided into a fishbone braid, which maximized her own advantages. When she arrived at the restaurant door, she saw Jiang Yao already waiting there. Senior, why don't you go in and wait for me? Be careful not to get tired, Linisan walked over and supported him. Although Jiang Yao kept emphasizing that he was fine, she couldn't help but treat him as a fragile porcelain doll. Let's go in first, Jiang Yao took her hand and walked towards the box. Linishan couldn't help but smile sweetly. At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Shan, this is a gift for you, Jiang Yao handed over the bag he had drawn yesterday. The system is very considerate and has prepared matching gift boxes and even invoices. When Linishan saw the logo on the box, she subconsciously refused. No, senior, I can't accept such an expensive gift from you. Take it, consider it as compensation for the trouble I've caused you. I'd feel guilty if you don't accept it. Jiang Yao's tone was gentle yet firm, making it impossible for Linishan to refuse. Thank you, senior. I like it very much, Linishan took the box with a smile. The two chatted idly until the meal was over, and then Jiang Yao got to the point. Shan, I have something to tell you. What is it? Senior, tell me, Linishan blinked her big watery eyes and sat down obediently. Let's break up. Chapter 12. When did this girl become so brave? The happy smile on Linishan's face froze instantly, and tears flashed in her eyes. Senior, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, we may not be suitable for each other. Jiang Yao felt uncomfortable seeing her forced smile. Alas, being too outstanding can sometimes be a problem. Linishan's eyes were red, she raised her face slightly and retorted unconvincedly, what do you mean by inappropriate? We have only been together for a few days, and Senior hasn't really gotten to know me yet, why are you saying these things? Her beautiful big eyes were full of accusations, her voice was tearful, and she had to try very hard to hold back her tears. A woman's tears are precious, but if she cries too much, they become cheap. A hint of guilt flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes, and he sighed deeply. Shan, I was wrong about this. Just treat me as a bastard. He really didn't want to hurt such a good girl, but he had to complete the task issued by the system. Fortunately, they have just been together for a short time, and the sadness is only temporary. Linishan should be able to forget him after some time. I don't want it. Linishan suddenly stood up and threw herself into Jiang Yao's arms. Senior, I really like you, please don't be so cruel to me, okay? As she spoke, she moved closer to Jiang Yao, her soft red lips pressed against his face, slowly moving to the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yao's whole body trembled, his throat rolled up and down uncontrollably, and he stopped him in a hoarse voice. Shan, don't do this. What is this called, a carnival before a breakup? The little girl looked innocent, but I didn't expect she had so many tricks up her sleeve. Tempting him with something like this, do you think he won't be able to resist? Superficial. You like me too, don't you, senior? Otherwise, why didn't you push me away? Linishan showed a sly smile on her face and kissed him hard on the lips again. I didn't want to hurt you. Stop it and go back to your seat, Jiang Yao explained with his eyes flashing, pretending to be calm. Linishan pouted and ruthlessly exposed his disguise. Then why did you stand up? Although she has no experience in this area, she still understands some common sense, and the senior obviously has a sense of it. This shows that he doesn't hate being close to me at all. To round it off, the senior must have some crush on her, but he just hasn't made up his mind about his feelings yet. She didn't blame the senior. After all, the senior had just broken up with senior's sister Lu and still had feelings for her in his heart. What she had to do was to kick senior's sister Lu out of the senior's heart. Cough. Jiang Yao almost choked to death on his own saliva. When did this girl become so brave? He is a 20-year-old man full of vigor. If he doesn't react at all when a beautiful woman throws herself into his arms, he should go to the hospital. Jiang Yao thought to himself that he couldn't be controlled by a little girl, so he pretended to be serious and frowned. Linny-san, if you continue like this I will be angry. Hearing him calling her name, Linny-san snorted in grievance, snuggled into his arms again, and said sullenly, I don't want it. If you have the guts, just throw me out. She wanted to see whether her senior was willing to let her go. Jiang Yao really had no idea what to do with this annoying little goblin. He took a deep breath, pinched her slender waist with both hands, and hugged her to her seat. Linny-san was so angry that her face puffed up and she glared at him coquettishly. Senior, you are so annoying. Be good and stop making trouble. Since I have decided to break up, I will not change my mind easily. Jiang Yao gently poked her bulging cheek and said in a serious tone. Why didn't you realize how cute this girl was before? It was so abominable. Why did the system release the next task so quickly? Wouldn't it be better to let him wait for a few more months? Linny-san didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that her seduction couldn't keep him, she couldn't help but look disappointed. I know that you are thinking of senior sister Lu in your heart now, but you can't treat me so coldly and heartlessly. Can you let me pursue you again? She reflected on it carefully and decided that she must have been too perfunctory in pursuing the guy and just confessed her love casually. I remember that Senior Lu pursued Senior for a whole month before he agreed to be with her. Don't waste your time on me, Jiang Yao kindly reminded. He was destined to be unable to love someone wholeheartedly. The more time Linny-san spent on him, the more hurt she might suffer in the future. Linny-san couldn't hold it in any longer and started crying in grievance. What do you mean by wasting time? Is it a waste of time if I pursue the person I like? The way she cried was not ladylike at all, but surprisingly cute. Her big eyes were filled with tears, so clear that you could see the bottom. Jiang Yao panicked and patted her back soothingly. Okay, don't cry, I didn't stop you from chasing her. Really? Don't lie to me. Linny-san blinked away the tears in her eyes and asked Jiang Yao while staring into his eyes. Really? But I may never respond to you. Are you unwilling to give up? Jiang Yao felt that he should give her a heads up. Linny-san burst into laughter and nodded seriously. It's okay, I won't give up easily. It is her right to pursue someone, and it is Jiang Yao's right to agree or not. She will not morally force him to be with her just because she likes him. Even if there is no result in the end, she will not regret it. At least she has tried, right? What a silly girl, Jiang Yao sighed, feeling both amused and helpless. How does the saying go? A man really can't hate someone who likes him. After Linny-san calmed down, Jiang Yao left the box with her. As a result, just a few steps out of the box, I ran into a few very familiar people. Jiang Yao? Why are you here? Chu Jing looked at Jiang Yao suspiciously. The cost of this restaurant is not low, it is not something a poor boy like Jiang Yao can afford. His part-time job for a month may only be enough to have one meal here. Jiang Yao frowned, cursed in his heart, took Linny-san's hand and was about to walk around them and leave. Chu Jing seemed to suddenly realize that there was someone beside him, and it was a woman. He seemed to have caught Jiang Yao's handle, and he was excited and a little bit indignant for Lu Yunqi. You actually brought other women here to eat. Does Cici know that you are two-timing? Jiang Yao, are you worthy of Cici's love for you? The younger brother following him immediately agreed. It's really eye-opening. A poor boy can be so extravagant. Top-rich second generations like our brother Jing would never bother to do such a tasteless thing as playing with two women at the same time. This sentence not only belittled Jiang Yao, but also secretly praised Chu Jing. Jiang Yao couldn't help but look at this kid again. It turned out that not everyone can be a lackey, at least the emotional intelligence cannot be too low. This is my private matter, it's none of your business. Jiang Yao rolled his eyes at Chu Jing. Don't think he can't see it, this guy obviously likes Lu Yunqi. If you like someone, just go after him. What's the point of making things difficult for him? Chu Jing was very angry and gritted his teeth. You lowly inferior person, how dare you betray Cici? As Cici's good friend, I have the obligation to teach you a lesson on her behalf. Chapter 13 Feng Zishu, the eldest daughter of the Feng family. Hold him down, Chu Jing ordered the younger brothers behind him. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers immediately rubbed their hands and approached Jiang Yao, with obscene smiles on their faces. Hey, poor guy, just behave yourself, so you can suffer less later. When Linny-san heard the people opposite mention Lu Yunqi's name, she knew that they were not friendly. Seeing that they were about to attack, he suddenly stood in front of Jiang Yao and said, What do you want to do? Now we live in a society ruled by law, and hitting people is illegal. A few younger brothers acted as if they heard a joke. Ha, don't you think this little beauty is quite cute? Idiot, don't you see who our Master Chu is? No one would dare to stop him even if he throws this poor boy into the sea to feed the sharks, let alone beat him up. How can you disregard the law? Linishan took a small step back in fear. Ha ha, little beauty, why don't you follow me and I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. The yellow-haired little brother in the front looked at Linishan up and down with a lewd look on his face. Jiang Yao pulled Linishan behind him and said, if you have anything to say, come to me. What's the big deal about scaring a little girl? Senior, your injuries haven't healed yet, you can't get angry with them. Linishan pulled Jiang Yao's clothes, her eyes full of worry for him. Don't worry, I can beat those good-for-nothings like them. Jiang Yao smiled and touched Linishan's head. He didn't stay in the orphanage for nothing. Don't think there is no bullying in the orphanage. If you don't have strong fists, you will be bullied by other children. Who are you calling a good-for-nothing? I'm going to fuck you. The yellow-haired kid punched Jiang Yao in the chest. They all knew that Jiang Yao had been in a car accident that day and had several ribs broken. This action was obviously aimed at hitting the enemy's weakness. Jiang Yao's face darkened. He raised his hand to grab his wrist, and with his other hand, he hit him in the stomach accurately. Ah, the yellow-haired little brother let out a painful groan. Ajay. Are you okay? When the others saw their brother was injured, they immediately started a group fight. Linishan was extremely panicked. Jiang Yao could beat him in a one-on-one fight, but with 5 or 6 people on the opposite side, even if Jiang Yao could win, he would inevitably get injured. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she shouted to several people. Stop it, or I will call Lu Yunxi. If she knows that you guys are teaming up to bully Jiang Yao, she will definitely not let you go. The few people who were eager to try suddenly woke up when they heard Lu Yunxi's name. What are they doing? Are the men who dare to touch Miss Lu really that brave? Chu Jing glared at them with disappointment and said, what are you afraid of? I'm here with CC. I'll teach this damn poor boy a lesson. The worries of several people disappeared in an instant. Yes, they were following the orders of Master Chu. Even if Miss Lu was angry, Master Chu would protect them. Without any worries, several people immediately rushed towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao soon discovered that they had been deliberately attacking his ribs, and he cursed them inwardly for being insidious. If the injury on his ribs had not almost healed, he would probably have had to go to the hospital again after what they did. However, Jiang Yao was not the kind of person who was willing to suffer a loss. When those people attacked his ribs, he attacked their lower body parts. Feng Zishu, who was having dinner in the box at this time, heard the noise coming from outside and signaled to his assistant, go out and see what happened. Yes, Mr. Shu, Assistant Xiaoxi received the order and walked towards the door in high heels. She immediately saw several young men fighting with others. She didn't take it seriously at first, but when she was about to return to the box, she happened to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yao's face and her eyes widened immediately. Oh, isn't this the guy who hit their car? He had several broken ribs at that time, so how could he start a fight with others so soon? But this is not the point. The point is that this young man is the boyfriend of Miss Lu. Xiaoxi quickly turned around and went back to the box and said to Feng Zishu, Mr. Shu, several young men are fighting outside. One of them is Miss Lu's boyfriend, and the other is the eldest son of the Chu family, but young Master Chu did not take action. Oh? Wasn't he seriously injured? When was he discharged from the hospital? Feng Zishu frowned slightly. The main responsibility for the accident that day actually lies with Jiang Yao himself. He was in a hurry to get rid of Lu Yunxi and did not look at the road carefully, and crashed into the front of someone else's car. At that time, Feng Zishu asked Xiaoxi to call 120. When he got out of the car to check the situation, he found out that the other party was Lu Yunxi's boyfriend. So we just sent the young couple to the hospital together. Lu Yunxi also knew that Feng Zishu was not to blame for this accident, so she let Feng Zishu leave and she stayed to take care of Jiang Yao. However, Feng Zishu still paid Jiang Yao's medical expenses before leaving. As for compensation, both of them tacitly did not mention it, namely because they didn't know how much money to pay. Paying tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in compensation would be disrespectful to Lu Yunxi, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. This amount of money is not even enough for her to buy a bag. Millions or tens of millions are even more impossible, and Feng's money didn't come from the wind. Let's go out and take a look, Feng Zishu said as he stood up. When Chu Jing saw the person coming out of the box, the arrogant smile on his face immediately subsided, and he greeted Feng Zishu guiltily. Sister Zishu, you are eating here too. Feng Zishu is the eldest daughter of the Feng family, the first of the 6 major families in the imperial capital. She is also extremely outstanding and has always been regarded as the child of other people's families by her elders. Even the usually unruly Chu Jing had to lie down obediently in front of Feng Zishu. Tell them to stop immediately. How can they fight in a public place? Do they have any manners at all? Feng Zishu scolded with a stern face. Chu Jing touched his nose guiltily. He didn't expect Feng Zishu to also be eating in this restaurant. If he had known, he would never have taken action here. If Feng Zishu complains to his father, his good days will be over. But there was no need for Chu Jing to speak. The moment Feng Zishu opened his mouth, Ajay and his companions had been as obedient as a quail, lowering their heads and shrinking their necks, not daring to say a word. Zhang Yao leaned against the wall and looked at the 2 women coming out of the box. The one standing in front looked to be about 25 or 26, wearing a bright red dress, with 3-dimensional and heroic features, fiery red lips, and a frighteningly strong aura. The one behind had a more delicate appearance, light makeup on her face, and a serious expression, like the headmaster that everyone feared the most during their school days. He fell into a coma after the last car accident. Before he woke up, Feng Zishu and Xiaoji had already left, so he didn't know that these 2 were the people who hit him. Chapter 14, Looking for Relatives, Illegitimate Children? Feng Zishu was not curious about why these people were fighting, so he scolded Chu Jing a few words and let him leave. The younger brothers naturally followed Chu Jing and ran away quickly. Their steps were so fast that it seemed as if there were evil spirits chasing them. Thank you, Zhang Yao rubbed the scratched corner of his mouth and thanked Feng Zishu with a smile. The last time was late at night, and Feng Zishu didn't look at Zhang Yao's face carefully. He also asked Xiaoji to handle the hospital matters. Today, I suddenly saw Zhang Yao's appearance clearly, and inexplicably felt that he was familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before. Feng Zishu frowned. She was sure that she had never seen Zhang Yao before, so where did this familiar feeling come from? Feng Zishu never likes to embarrass himself when it comes to things he can't figure out. She walked over in high heels, raised her hand and pressed hard on the injured part of Zhang Yao's face. Your injury healed so quickly? It hasn't been long since you came out to fight with others. You really don't take your body seriously. The tone was full of teaching. Feng Zishu didn't know why he was so angry. Zhang Yao felt pain and frowned and asked, Sister, do you know me? He didn't remember knowing this beautiful sister. With such outstanding looks, it was impossible to forget her once he had seen her. But if I didn't know him, how would I know he was injured? Ding! As a qualified tall, rich and handsome man, you should have a distinguished family background. Please find your relatives within a week and complete the task to win 3 prizes on the wheel. When Zhang Yao heard the task suddenly issued by the system, his eyes suddenly widened. Ah? Did he hear correctly? Find his relatives? He has been an orphan for 20 years and has not found his relatives. The system actually requires him to find his relatives within a week. Isn't it deliberately making things difficult for him? When he was a child, Zhang Yao had fantasized that one day he would suddenly wake up and find his parents coming to the orphanage to pick him up. Unfortunately, his parents never showed up until he grew up and left the orphanage. He even wondered if his parents were no longer in this world, just like another child in the orphanage, whose parents were both dead and his relatives didn't want to raise him, so he was sent to the orphanage. Senior, this sister is talking to you, Lin Yishan poked Zhang Yao, who was in a daze, and reminded him in a low voice. She was also curious about how this beautiful sister knew Zhang Yao. It turned out that she was the one who bumped into Zhang Yao last time. Zhang Yao suddenly pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked at the beautiful woman opposite him who had a very strong aura. No, that's not right. The system suddenly issued this task after this woman appeared. According to the patterns of the previous tasks, the system will never issue tasks for no reason. Maybe his life experience is related to the woman in front of him. Sister, is there a lost child in your family? Zhang Yao hesitated and asked cautiously. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Instead of investigating it slowly by yourself, it is better to go straight to the point. It won't kill you to ask one more question, right? Feng Zishu frowned. No, why do you ask? Oh, I have been an orphan since I was young, and I have always wanted to find my relatives. I felt very close to you the first time I saw you, so I wanted to ask if you are my relative, Zhang Yao explained with a smile. My dear ones, a gleam of light flashed in Feng Zishu's eyes. She seemed to know who Jiang Yao looked like. It was her grandfather. Feng Zishu's grandfather and his family have lived abroad for many years, so she only has a few days to see him each year. Not to mention that grandpa is already over 70 years old. If mom hadn't kept photos of grandpa when he was young, Feng Zishu might not have been able to tell that Jiang Yao was 60% similar to grandpa when he was young. If the two people looking alike was just a coincidence, then the question Jiang Yao asked her made it seem that the matter was not that simple. Why did Jiang Yao feel close to her? Could he really be his grandfather's lost blood? Feng Zishu widened his eyes in shock, which was rare for him, but he soon realized that he was thinking too much. My grandfather is over 70 years old this year, and Jiang Yao is only in his 20s. He can't be an illegitimate child born by my grandfather when he was in his 50s. But what if he is not my grandfather's illegitimate child, but my uncle's? Although my uncle is abroad all year round, he occasionally returns to China to discuss business. Maybe it was developed during this period. Will my uncle, who has always been a loving and good man to his wife, also cheat on his wife? Feng Zishu felt that he shouldn't have convicted his uncle so quickly, and that the matter needed further investigation. Are you free tomorrow? Feng Zishu asked Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, I'm free. He asked for a month's leave from school. Add my contact information. I'll take you to meet someone tomorrow. Feng Zishu stretched out his hand to Qiao Zhi, motioning her to give him her phone. Qiao Shu hurried back to the box and took out Feng Zishu's cell phone from the black handbag on the seat. Mr. Shu, your cell phone. The two added a green bubble and exchanged phone numbers. Go home and have a good rest. Don't go out for no reason and don't get into conflicts with others. A recurrence of your injury will be very troublesome, Feng Zishu warned in a serious tone. Jiang Yao nodded obediently. Okay. After watching Feng Zishu leave, Lin Yishan let out a sigh of relief. Senior, the aura of that beautiful sister just now was so scary. It's quite impressive, Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. I heard the assistant call her Ms. Shu, so she must be a female president or something. Let me take you back to school first. Lin Yishan quickly refused. No, senior, you go back and rest, I can take a taxi back to school by myself. Too many things happened today, and she is still confused and needs some time alone to calm down. Jiang Yao didn't force her, but he still watched her get into the taxi. When Lin Yishan returned to school, her mood had improved significantly. She had just put the gift Jiang Yao gave her on the table when she heard her roommate exclaim. Oh my god, Shan, you bought Hermes. I didn't buy it, it was given to me by Senior Jiang Yao, Lin Yishan explained. Jiang Can looked envious. Senior Jiang Yao was so nice to you. She used to think Lin Yishan was stupid for being someone else's backup, but it turns out she was the stupid one. Shan, can you open it and show it to us? Another roommate asked excitedly. Of course, I haven't read it yet. Lin Yishan opened the box carefully. A white bag came into view, with 3 window-like patterns on it. The overall look was delicate and small, and Lin Yishan quite liked it. Jiang Can excitedly patted Jiang Ying beside her. Ah, this is the first snow. Senior Jiang Yao is so talented. Shan, you are so lucky. What is first snow? I don't know much about it, Lin Yishan said with a confused look on her face. She only knew the brand Hermes, but she was not sure what series the brand had released. Chapter 15, Jiang Yao gave a fake bag? Who is he humiliating? Jiang Can's expression was very exaggerated, explaining to the other 3 people. Don't you know? This bag is notoriously hard to buy. It is said that even if you have money you may not be able to buy it. One bag is worth the price of an apartment. So expensive? Lin Yishan was shocked and quickly put the bag back into the box. She thought the bag was worth tens of thousands of yuan at most. Although it was quite expensive, she was not afraid to accept it. But if it was 1 or 2 million, then she really couldn't accept it and had to find a time to return it to Jiang Yao. But isn't Senior Jiang Yao an orphan? How can he afford such an expensive bag? Jiang Ying suddenly spoke with a hint of hesitation in his tone. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yishan's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying? Seeing that she was angry, Jiang Ying quickly explained, Shan, don't misunderstand, I don't mean to doubt you. That's right. Everyone has heard that Senior Jiang Yao is an orphan. What I mean is it possible that this bag is fake? Jiang Can and Lu Sisi looked at each other and saw embarrassment on each other's faces. If this bag is really fake, then Jiang Yao is really going too far. If you can't afford an expensive gift, you don't have to give it. Who are you trying to embarrass by giving a fake bag? Impossible. Lin Yishan retorted firmly. Senior Jiang Yao is not that kind of person. He would never give me a fake bag. Shan, you are just too naive. What can't those stinky men do for the sake of face? As a former victim, Jiang Cancan felt very touched by this. Lin Yishan understood what she meant. Last semester, Jiang Cancan was dating a senior who was a senior in the senior year. He gave her a LV classic floral bag. At first Jiang Cancan was quite happy, but when she was carrying it to class later, a female classmate pointed out that it was a fake. The female classmate's family runs a luxury goods recycling store and knows everything about these brand name bags. Jiang Cancan tried to argue with the other party at first, but the female classmate pointed out several problematic parts of the bag in front of everyone. In the end, Jiang Cancan was so embarrassed that she broke up with the senior. Because of this incident, Jiang Cancan has not dared to fall in love again until now. The relationship between the four people in the dormitory has always been good, and Lin Yishan knows that they are not the kind of people who can't stand seeing her do well. She gave her roommates a soothing smile. Okay, I know you are concerned about me, but I can be sure that the senior will never lie to me, and he is not as poor as you think. How could a man who could afford to live in Yunjing No. 1 and drive a Koenigsegg not be able to come up with even 1 or 2 million? But these are Jiang Yao's private matters, he himself has not made them public, and Lin Yishan doesn't want to tell others casually. Lu Sisi pursed her lips and hesitated for a long time before speaking. But Shan, I heard from a junior classmate that senior Jiang Yao works several jobs every day in order to buy gifts for senior Lu. It is undeniable that senior Jiang Yao is a good dating partner. He is considerate to his girlfriend and very motivated. But this doesn't mean he can cheat people. A bag worth 1 or 2 million is too exaggerated. Even those famous rich second-generation playboys in school would not be willing to give their girlfriends such expensive gifts. At most, they would give her a bag worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. The monthly pocket money of the rich second generation is also limited, and they cannot spend as much as they want. Lin Yishan knew she couldn't convince them, and she felt a bit helpless. Oh, let's not talk about this anymore, okay? No matter whether this bag is real or fake, I will return it to my senior. And there is something I haven't had time to tell you. What's the matter? Lu Sisi asked curiously. Senior asked me out for dinner today, but actually he wanted to break up with me. Although Lin Yishan was smiling, she couldn't hide the tears in her eyes. So you don't have to worry about me lying to you. After all, we have nothing to do with each other after the breakup. Ah? The three roommates showed confused expressions at the same time. Why is that? You two just got together, why would he break up with you? I don't know either. Can we not talk about this anymore? Lin Yishan's voice was filled with tears. Okay, I won't say anymore. Shan, don't think too much. There are so many handsome guys in school. If you lose this one, there will be another one. After Feng Zishu returned home, he wanted to talk to his mother about Jiang Yao. She planned to take her mother to meet Jiang Yao tomorrow. Her mother would definitely be more familiar with her grandfather's appearance than her. Unexpectedly, before she even stepped into the house, she heard the crisp sound of porcelain hitting the floor in the living room. Feng Zishu's heart skipped a beat and he quickly walked towards the living room. You bastard! I, Zhang Lia, have lived an upright life, how could I have given birth to a bastard like you? A middle-aged woman in a dark green dress sat on the sofa, her well-maintained hands tightly covering her chest, her brows furrowed, and she looked very angry. A young man about 20 years old knelt on the ground with his back straight, his face full of dissatisfaction, but he dared not refute because of his mother's authority. This was the scene Feng Zishu saw when he came in. She walked quickly to Zhang Lia and asked with concern, Mom, what did this brat do to make you unhappy? Shushu was back. Zhang Lia's complexion improved a little when she saw her daughter. But when he thought of the bad things his son had done, his chest couldn't help but rise and fall. You go ask him, ask your brother what disgusting things he has done, I don't even have the face to say it out loud. Feng Zishu knew his brother had gotten into some serious trouble this time, so he stepped forward and kicked him in the back. Feng Zichen, what did you do to make your mother so angry? Feng Zichen fell to the ground after being kicked by her, but he dared not say a word. He staggered to his feet from the ground and retorted with his neck stiff, What did I do? I just had a love relationship. Are you in a relationship? You even got the girl pregnant. Zhang Lia was so angry that her throat almost split and she felt dizzy. Feng Zishu quickly stroked her back and said, "Mom, take a deep breath, don't get angry and hurt yourself." Jiang Lia recovered and leaned on her daughter's shoulder and cried, "Shushu, what sin did I commit in my previous life that I gave birth to such a useless thing? Fortunately, she has a daughter who is excellent in all aspects, otherwise she really doesn't want to live." Feng Zishu glanced at Feng Zichen, who was standing obediently beside him, and said, "It's just that his girlfriend is pregnant. Anyway, this guy has reached the legal age for marriage, so let him marry her." "Oh, I wanted to, but it's too late." Jiang Lia sighed deeply. Chapter 16. Feng Zichen, the young master of the Feng family. It turned out that after Feng Zichen knew that the girl was pregnant, he forced her to abort the child. As a result, an accident occurred during the abortion, which may cause the girl to be infertile for life. The girl couldn't hide such a big thing. After her family found out, they forced her to reveal the man's identity. Upon learning that it was the young master of the Feng family, the family came directly to Jiang Lia. Although Jiang Lia was the wife of the head of the Feng family, she never liked to use her power to bully others. She sincerely apologized to the other party and compensated the girl with 10 million yuan. The girl's parents are not unreasonable people. After all, both parties have certain responsibilities in this matter, but only their daughter was hurt. This compensation is enough for their daughter to live the rest of her life in peace and stability, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. At first, they were even prepared for Mrs. Feng to not care about this matter at all, but they didn't expect Mrs. Feng to be unexpectedly reasonable. After Feng Zishu listened to his mother's explanation of the whole story, he was so angry that he kicked Feng Zichen in the back of his leg, knocking him to the ground. "You bastard! You said that you have never learned any talent since childhood, and you just spend all day eating, drinking, and having fun with your friends. As long as you don't do anything illegal, I won't say anything to you. Now you even dare to take a human life. Why don't you go to heaven?" "Sister! Am I your biological brother, or is that woman your biological sister?" Feng Zichen lay on the ground in an utterly ungraceful manner, glaring at Feng Zishu angrily. "Isn't it just about getting a woman pregnant? If you don't know, you might think he committed murder and arson." Afterwards, he specifically reminded the woman to take her medicine. Who knows if she was deliberately trying to use her son to gain power. As for the accident that occurred during the abortion process, he felt even more wronged. How could he have known that an accident would happen? "What? You kids still want to attack me?" Feng Zishu crossed his arms across his chest and sneered contemptuously. It's not that she looked down on Feng Zichen, the loser; she could kill 3 of them with one punch. Completely suppressed by his sister's powerful aura, Feng Zichen immediately lost his temper and admitted his mistake sullenly. "Sister, I really know I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Is that okay?" It was obvious that he was not sincerely admitting his fault. Feng Zishu had expected this and coldly pronounced his verdict on him. "If you run out of living expenses for the next 6 months, I'll talk to Dad." Feng Zichen suddenly stood up from the ground and roared, "Feng Zishu, you can't do this to me." "Sorry, I really can," Feng Zishu smiled provocatively. "Mom, please take care of my sister." Feng Zichen looked at Jiang Lia with a look of help, trying to get a little sympathy from his mother. Jiang Lia scolded with a stern face, "Your sister is doing this for your own good. You are 20 years old this year. You can't always act like a child. It's time to control your temper." Feng Zichen knew there was no room for maneuver in this matter, so he turned around and ran out without saying a word. He couldn't stay in this house for even a second. His mother and sister treated him worse than a stranger. "This kid is so rude." Feng Zishu curled his lips in disgust as he looked at the figure running away. Jiang Lia sighed lightly. "Who said it wasn't? If he didn't look so much like your father, I would have doubted whether he was your father's and my biological son." Jiang Lia had said this many times before. Every time Feng Zichen got into trouble, she would repeat it, but Feng Zishu didn't take it to heart. "By the way, Shushu, why did you come back suddenly?" Jiang Lia looked at her daughter in confusion. "Since my daughter moved out of the old house after graduating from college, I usually only come back to have dinner with them on Saturday nights." Feng Zishu was reminded by his mother and remembered the purpose of his return home. "Mom, I saw a boy who looked very much like my grandfather when he was young. Do you think he could be my uncle's lost descendant?" After Feng Zishu said this, he carefully observed his mother's expression. The term bloodline lost outside is a beautified term. To put it bluntly, it should be called illegitimate child. Jiang Lia frowned. "Impossible, your uncle is not that kind of person." The men in their Jiang family are all responsible and good men, and they would never cheat. But he really looks like my grandfather. I feel a sense of familiarity when I look at him, and he also feels that I am very familiar. Maybe this is the attraction of blood? Jiang Lia knew that her daughter was not the kind of person who would act without purpose, and she couldn't help but start to feel nervous. Could it be that Big Brother is really confused? Thinking of the worst consequences, she couldn't help but mourn for her elder brother in her heart. Her sister-in-law is not the kind of person who can tolerate any grain of sand in her eyes. Feng Zishu suggested, "How about I take you to meet him tomorrow so you can see for yourself whether he looks like your grandfather?" Okay, Jiang Lia nodded absent-mindedly. The next day, Jiang Yao received a message from Feng Zishu, asking him to meet at the restaurant he had been to yesterday. After arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Yao told the waiter his name and was immediately taken to a private room. The first time Jiang Lia saw Jiang Yao, she looked dazed for a moment. She almost thought she saw her father when he was young. What Zishu said was indeed true, this young man really looked like his father. "Jiang Yao, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is my mother, Ms. Jiang Lia. You can just call her aunt," Feng Zishu said to Jiang Yao with a smile. Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment, then quickly called out politely, "Hello, auntie." "Hello, can I call you Xiao Yao?" Jiang Lia smiled warmly. She didn't know why, even though she knew that the other party might be her eldest brother's illegitimate child, she couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to him. Jiang Lia reflected deeply in her heart, wondering how she could be worthy of her sister-in-law. "Sure," Jiang Yao nodded. Jiang Lia asked softly, "Xiao Yao, I heard from Shushu that you grew up in an orphanage?" Jiang Yao lowered his eyes, revealing a bit of vulnerability. "Well, I have never seen my biological parents. I don't know why, but I felt particularly close to Sister Zishu after seeing her." What a poor child, Jiang Lia felt as if her heart was pricked by a needle, and it was painful all over. She decided that if it was confirmed that Jiang Yao was really her eldest brother's illegitimate child, she would help her eldest brother take care of the child in the future. "As for my sister-in-law, I can only leave it to my eldest brother to deal with. The grudges between adults have nothing to do with the child, not to mention that the child has suffered so much since he was a child." During the conversation, Jiang Yao learned the identities of the mother and son, who were actually the wife and eldest daughter of the Feng family. He couldn't help but doubt his identity. Could he be the illegitimate son of the head of the Feng family? That shouldn't be the case. If he was the illegitimate son of the Feng family, Jiang Lia wouldn't be so kind to him. It would be a kindness of hers if she didn't beat him to death. Chapter 17 Lu Yunxi, I will definitely get my parents to agree to let me marry you. After Jiang Lia returned home, she immediately made a long-distance call to her elder brother. Jiang Yongyuan was very happy when he received a call from his sister. "Little sister, how come you have time to call your brother today? Are Zishu and Zichen okay? Brother, is there anyone else around you? I have something very important to tell you," Jiang Lia said in a very serious tone. Jiang Yongyuan was startled. "What's wrong? What happened? Could it be that old guy Feng Xiuming bullied you?" "No, it's about you." "Me? What's wrong with me?" Jiang Yongyuan was confused. Jiang Lia quickly explained Jiang Yao's situation briefly and asked with a stern face, "Brother, did you do anything to let my sister-in-law down 21 years ago?" "Bullshit, Jiang Lia, how old are you? Why do you still believe everything you hear?" Jiang Yongyuan was very angry with his sister. It's really a disaster that fell from the sky. He had been chaste for more than 50 years, but was accused of infidelity by his own sister. "I have loved that girl for decades in vain, and the jewelry I gave her every year was given to her in vain." Jiang Lia's eardrums hurt from the roar coming from the phone, and she moved the phone away a little. "Brother, if you had seen the child's appearance, you would definitely have doubts, because he looks too much like our father." "He looks like our father, why don't you suspect that he is our father's illegitimate child?" Jiang Yongyuan retorted. "Jiang Lia. No, Dad was already in his 50s at that time, it shouldn't have been that serious, right?" she said weakly. Jiang Yongyuan snorted with a sour face. "Why not? Can't you have children when you are over 50? That so-and-so was over 70 and had a baby. Then go tell Dad, and see if he will beat you to death." Does Jiang Yongyuan dare? He doesn't dare. After all, the old man is over 70 years old, so don't let him get sick from anger. Jiang Lia said in a serious tone, "Brother, I'm not kidding you. Come back tomorrow and do a paternity test with that child. If Xiaoyao is really your child, you should compensate him. If your sister-in-law is unwilling to recognize Xiaoyao, I can help you take care of him. Listening to his sister arrange everything, Zhang Yongyuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Stop talking, that can't be my child. I have only slept with your sister-in-law in my life. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Lia held the phone tightly inside. Her elder brother might not be able to accept it for a while, so she decided to let him calm down for a few days. While Zhang Lia was worrying about Zhang Yao's life experience, Zhang Yao himself was working hard to complete the task of starting a new relationship issued by the system. This task is also quite valuable, and if you succeed, you can also get 3 big wheel draws. For Zhang Yao, the task of finding relatives is too difficult, while the task of finding a girlfriend is relatively simple. At least there is a guaranteed task. But it seems impossible for people to be lucky all the time. The last time Zhang Yao was in the hospital, he locked onto 3 targets, and before he could even get in touch with the other 2, he successfully captured Lin Yishan. This time he still set his sights on those 2 targets. As a result, he just sent a private message to the other party on Green Bubble, wanting to make an appointment for dinner, but was told that the other party was no longer single. Zhang Yao felt wronged, but he didn't say anything. An ambiguous object is like a reserve of knowledge, you only regret not having enough of it when you need it. It seems that he is too honest and puts all his energy on Lu Yunxi. Now he can't even find a romantic partner. Just when Zhang Yao was considering whether to try his luck in the bar, Lu Yunxi came to his door first. Why are you here? Zhang Yao was a little surprised to see Lu Yunxi. Didn't you say you never want to see him again in this life? Women really like to say one thing and mean another. Lu Yunxi looked at Zhang Yao, who was in high spirits, and felt quite uncomfortable. She drank to drown her sorrows for this man, but ended up having the beauty in his arms and completely forgetting that she even existed. I'm here to explain to you why Lin Yishan was bullied. Oh, you're talking about that thing, Zhang Yao nodded in understanding. What? Are you planning to come and apologize on behalf of your friend? He chuckled sarcastically. It's been a few days and he only remembered to apologize. He is really sincere. Lu Yunxi was hurt by his tone and her expression was gloomy. I know Shue'er was wrong to do that, but Shue'er didn't do it on purpose. She just wanted to vent her anger for me because she saw that I was so sad. There is 1 million in this card. It's the compensation I prepared for classmate Lin. Yao, please give it to classmate Lin on my behalf. She took out a card from her bag and handed it to Zhang Yao. 1 million. Wow, you're really rich. He could easily compensate someone with 1 million. Why was he never so generous to him before? Zhang Yao would never admit that he was jealous. Who has such a big complaint as him? He dated the daughter of a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions, and was flattered and pampered by her, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. Zhang Yao didn't take the bank card and said in a light tone, "Give it to her yourself. I have broken up with her and I am not suitable to be the middleman anymore." He was also indirectly telling Lu Yunxi not to let his friends cause trouble for Lin Yishan in the future. But it didn't sound like that to Lu Yunxi. Lu Yunxi threw herself into Zhang Yao's arms excitedly, holding his waist tightly with both hands. Io, you still have me in your heart, right? You are with Lin Yishan just to piss me off. I know it all and I don't care. What's past is past. Let's not have conflicts anymore, okay? She looked at Zhang Yao pleadingly with her big watery eyes. You think too much. Zhang Yao pulled her hand away forcefully. I decided to break up with her because I was afraid that your friends would cause her trouble again, not because I still have you in my heart. Impossible. Lu Yunxi retorted loudly. She didn't believe that Zhang Yao would be so cruel to her. Do you feel sorry for Lin Yishan? I can compensate her. 1 million is not enough? How about 10 million? Zhang Yao was completely numb. The eldest lady is worthy of being the eldest lady. He, who owns the system, doesn't even have 10 million in his bank card, and she just gave it away like that? This is a matter between you and Lin Yishan. You can go ask her. If she is willing to accept your compensation, I have no objection. Well, it wasn't his money anyway. 10 million may seem like a lot to an ordinary person like him, but it is just a drop in the bucket for the Lu family. I will go and apologize to her. Yao, please give me another chance. I can't live without you. Lu Yunxi thought she could easily accept separation from Zhang Yao, but she obviously overestimated herself. Losing Zhang Yao was too painful, and she didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. It was the first time that Jiang Yao saw Lu Yunqi being so humble, and he felt very uncomfortable. Cece, I told you that it's impossible for me to be a son-in-law, so stop making trouble. Lu Yunqi had never thought that Jiang Yao would mind being a son-in-law so much. A look of determination flashed across her bright eyes. Io, believe me, I will definitely convince my parents and get them to agree to let me marry you. Chapter 18. Handsome guy, would you like a drink? Marry him? Jiang Yao was stunned and looked at Lu Yunqi blankly. Are you crazy? The Lu family only has this one daughter, how could they let her get married? To take a step back, even if Lu Yunqi is allowed to marry, she can still choose an outstanding heir from a wealthy family to marry, so that the two families can join forces. Only someone would be crazy to marry their daughter to a poor boy like him. Lu Yunqi leaned in Jiang Yao's arms, a faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Io, I'm not crazy, I just figured it out. You know, you are really important to me and I can't lose you. She didn't know if she would ever meet a man who loved her more than Jiang Yao in the future. Even if there were people better than Jiang Yao, those people were not Jiang Yao. So even though she knew how difficult it would be to convince her parents, she still wanted to try her best. At this moment, facing Lu Yunqi's passionate feelings, Jiang Yao couldn't say a word of refusal. He evaded the question and said, let's wait until your parents agree. So are we back together now? Lu Yunqi looked at him expectantly. Not really, Jiang Yao denied. He still has to complete the tasks issued by the system, so he definitely cannot get back together with Lu Yunqi, otherwise how can he start a new relationship? Inside the bar. Colorful lights swayed, the sound of music vibrated people's eardrums, and the smell of cigarettes and alcohol floated in the air. Jiang Yao and his three companions were led to the booth by the waiter. Less than 2 meters away from them, a woman in cool clothes standing on a high stool used a lighter to ignite the blue liquid at the rim of the cup, and the flame suddenly shot up half a foot high. The audience around cheered, and Wu Guangliang also clapped excitedly. Oh, awesome. Wu Jun hooked his neck and pulled him back. That's enough, don't act like a bumpkin, aren't you ashamed? I'm a country bumpkin? You talk as if you've been here before, Wu Guangliang snorted in dissatisfaction. Wu Jun stopped talking. He really hadn't been there. After being a good student for 20 years, the most outrageous thing I have done is skipping classes to go to an internet cafe. In his impression, students should not come to places like bars. If Jiang Yao hadn't suddenly suggested inviting them to the bar for a drink, he might not have shown up at the bar until he graduated from college. After the four of them sat down, the waiter handed over the wine list. Just order whatever you want to drink. You don't have to save money for me, Jiang Yao said to the three people with a smile. Haha, we brothers won't be polite to you, brother Yao, just be prepared to bleed heavily. Wu Guangliang took the wine list first and took a look at it. The smile on his face froze. Is it so expensive? Any bottle of wine on the wine list would cost several thousand, or even tens of thousands. Is this wine or gold? Brother Yao, you should order some. Wu Guangliang really didn't dare to do it, and handed the wine list to Jiang Yao embarrassedly. His monthly living expenses are only 3,000 yuan, and he feels uneasy when he is asked to order wine that costs several thousand yuan a bottle. Jiang Yao looked at Wu Jun and Ao Haoyu. Do you two want anything to drink? You really don't need to save money for me. Wu Jun and Wu Guangliang had the same idea, and in the end Ao Haoyu took over the wine list. Then let's have a bottle of Spade champagne and a fruit plate. The four of them don't drink much alcohol, so they are not suitable for drinking strong alcohol. Champagne is more suitable. One bottle is not enough for the four of us, we need at least 2 bottles and a fruit plate. Jiang Yao glanced at the fruit plate on someone else's booth, which was not very large. Give me 2 fruit plates and 1 serving of these snacks. Okay, I'll prepare it for the customers right away, the waiter replied with a smile. He had just thought that these 4 were poor students who came to see the world, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. A bottle of Spade champagne costs 8,800 yuan, 2 bottles cost 17,600 yuan, plus other items, the total cost of their table is nearly 20,000 yuan. Compared with other wealthy customers, it is nothing, but these 4 people are unfamiliar. They are not the rich young men who usually come here. Spending 20,000 in one go is not a small amount. Wu Jun put his elbow on Jiang Yao's shoulder and said with a smile, by the way, brother Yao, why did you suddenly think of inviting us to the bar? Yeah, I've never seen you come to a place like this before. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I brought you here to pick up girls. Ha! Brother Yao, you are becoming more and more humorous. Don't you have a junior schoolmate? Be careful that she will be angry with you when she finds out. Wu Guangliang winked at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao hadn't had time to tell them about his breakup, but thinking about what he was going to do next, he felt it necessary to explain the situation. I broke up with my junior sister Lin. Please don't make fun of her in the future. Wu Jun widened his eyes. Wait, Brother Yao, you and your junior girl were only dating for a week, and you broke up? He looked at Jiang Yao as if he was looking at a scumbag. I just broke up with the school beauty Lu, and seamlessly connected with my junior high school sister, but ended up breaking up with her again so soon. Damn, how come this guy is so lucky? Do you dare to share some of your romantic luck with him? So you were not joking just now, and you really brought us here to pick up girls? Why are you joking? I'm single now. Who says I can't continue to fall in love? Jiang Yao asked back with an innocent look on his face. Come to the bar to find your girlfriend? Is that inappropriate? Ao How you pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice. Jiang Yao raised his lips to an indifferent smile. It did sound unreliable to find a girlfriend in a bar. But he didn't intend to be with her forever. Who knows when the system will release new tasks? Maybe it will be divided again in a while. This is also the reason why he doesn't want to continue looking for a girlfriend in school. It would be fun to have an ex-girlfriend every 3 steps. It's different if you find someone outside. After breaking up, you may never have the chance to meet again in this life. After a while, the waiter brought all the wine and snacks they ordered. Jiang Yao simply filled his stomach, drank 2 glasses of wine with Wu Jun and the others, and planned to go find a beautiful woman to chat up. Before he could make a move, a woman in a tight black halter dress walked towards their booth. The woman looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, with a pair of long, snow-white legs that seemed to be longer than Jiang Yao's life. She had delicate makeup on her face, and her lips were sparkling, not sure if it was from the wine or lip gloss. She held the wine glass in one hand and gently placed the other hand on Jiang Yao's shoulder, smiling sweetly. Handsome guy, would you like a drink? Jiang Yao usually interacted with pure and innocent female college students, and when he was suddenly approached by a mature woman, his face turned red. He couldn't help but glance at the plump body of the beautiful sister, and slurped. How would you like to drink, sister? Chapter 19 My sister doesn't have a boyfriend, but she has a husband. So cute. Chen Wujiao smiled and pinched Jiang Yao's slightly hot cheeks, handed her wine glass to his lips, and exhaled like orchid. Would you like to taste what my wine tastes like? Jiang Yao lowered his head to glance at the light blue liquid in her wine glass, and pushed the glass back with a smile. Sister, you should drink it yourself. He wouldn't dare drink the wine from a stranger's glass when meeting him for the first time, in case there was something added to it. Shen Wu was amused by his reaction and gently rested her chin on his shoulder. Brother, are you afraid that your sister's wine is not clean? You are young, but you are quite thoughtful. This is called caution, Jiang Yao emphasized. Yeah, you do need to be more careful when you go out, Shen Wu agreed with a smile, raising her head and drinking the wine in her glass. She turned the empty cup upside down and shook it casually. Look, sister is not a bad person. If you don't want to drink my wine, then it's okay for me to drink yours. Of course, I'll pour it for my sister. Ha, I thought you wanted me to drink from your cup. It's unhygienic for 2 people to share one cup. Ha ha ha. The 2 of them were arguing with each other fiercely, while Wu Guangliang and the other 2 were sitting on the sofa opposite, typing frantically on their phones with their heads down. Wu, holy crap, Brother Yao's luck with women is too good. Wu, damn it, this girl's appearance just suits my taste. Why isn't she chatting me up? Why? Ao, just turn on the camera and take a look and you'll know why. Wu, didn't you brush your teeth this morning? Ao, alas, the truth always breaks people's defenses easily. Wu, stop arguing, you two. What should we do now? Should we leave first? Give Brother Yao a chance to be alone with his beautiful sister. Wu, I wonder if this beautiful sister has any good friends. I also want to be fed wine by a sister. Ao, do you want me to ask for you? Wu, go quickly. Ao, it was just a joke, but you took it seriously. If I had the guts, I would have gotten out of being single a long time ago. The 3 of them chatted more and more excitedly, and when they looked up again, they found that the 2 people opposite them had disappeared. Hey! Where is Brother Yao? Wu Jun looked around. Wu Guangliang shook his head. I don't know, maybe he went to the toilet. Ao How you suddenly raised his mobile phone. Look at the group message. Brother Yao said he will leave first and the order has been paid, so let us have fun. Just leaving like that? Will he come back to school in the evening? I probably can't go back, hee hee. Brother Liang, you can still laugh. Brother Yao is already pregnant with his third child this month, and you are still a virgin. Ah, even without the ginseng rooster, we can still be good brothers. Xinwu has a good figure and is naturally tall. Especially since she was wearing a pair of thin and high heels, her height was almost catching up with Jiang Yao. Fortunately, Jiang Yao received system rewards, and he had some secondary development during this period. Sister, where do you want to go for supper? Jiang Yao turned his head and asked Xinwu beside him. I don't know, let's just find a place, Xinwu said casually, holding Jiang Yao's arm lazily. Whatever. Let's have barbecue. Jiang Yao used his phone to search for a nearby barbecue restaurant with a high rating. It happened to be only 300 meters away from the bar and could be reached on foot. Just now at the bar, Xinwu suddenly said that she was a little hungry and wanted Jiang Yao to treat her to a midnight snack. Jiang Yao came to the bar with a purpose, and of course he would not refuse the beauty who came to him. As for my 3 roommates? Well, they're trying to lose weight, so what should they eat for a midnight snack? Xinwu must have drunk a lot just now, and she felt a little dizzy when walking. She leaned most of her body strength on Jiang Yao, and the two of them walked slowly in the night. It took them 10 minutes to walk a distance of 300 meters. Waiter, do you have a private room? Jiang Yao asked directly as he entered the room. Xinwu shook Jiang Yao's arm. Let's not go to the private room. Let's sit at the door. I want to get some fresh air. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, and the temperature outside was not too hot. Okay, then sit outside. The young waiter couldn't help but look at them twice more and led them to a small table. You too, right? Sit here. Here is our menu. Just call me when you have ordered. Jiang Yao helped Xinwu sit down. Seeing her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was about to fall asleep, he couldn't help but ask. Sister, why don't you not have supper first? I'll take you home. He was afraid that this beauty would fall asleep in the middle of her meal. Xinwu curled her sexy red lips. Brother, you are too impatient. Can't you wait for a while? Ah. Jiang Yao didn't understand at first. After 2 seconds, his face turned red again. Master Qingtang, he is innocent. He simply meant to send Xinwu home and had no intention of doing anything with her. Ah ha ha ha, brother, why are you so cute? Xinwu looked at his embarrassed look, and her chest was shaking with laughter. Jiang Yao looked helpless. He finally understood that the beautiful sister was deliberately teasing him. Is this what it feels like to be with a mature woman? It feels like you're being controlled at any time. He has never had this experience before, so it's not disgusting. Well, maybe beauty is justice. After ordering the barbecue, while waiting, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that he didn't know the other party's name. Sister, my name is Jiang Yao, the Yao and Rixingyin Yao. What's your name? Xinwu. Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. Sister Xinwu's name is so nice. It suits her looks very well, very charming and attractive. You're such a smooth talker, Xinwu smiled and glared at him. Sister, do you have a boyfriend? Jiang Yao went straight to the point. Xinwu played with the teacup on the table with his fingers, and asked with a smile, so what if there is, so what if there isn't? Jiang Yao didn't expect her to answer like this, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. No, sister, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? I won't be a mistress. Don't worry, sister doesn't have a boyfriend, Xinwu said with a smile. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. That's good, that's good. Xinwu looked at him with a smile and added, although I don't have a boyfriend, I do have a husband. Is this true? Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief, his expression filled with suspicion. Sister, you are so bad. You have a husband but you still hook up with handsome younger brothers. It's so immoral. Fortunately, nothing happened between the two of them, otherwise his reputation would have been ruined. Sure enough, the saying is true, beautiful women are poisonous, the more beautiful they are, the more poisonous they are. Xinwu covered her mouth and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Ha ha, brother, you are really easy to fool. You believe everything your sister says. Jiang Yao. Chapter 20, when encountering difficulties, learn to use your money ability. Jiang Yao was numb. You can't win, you really can't win. He had originally planned to develop a relationship with Xinwu, but now it seems he has to think carefully about it. He was worried that if the two of them really fell in love, he would be treated like a dog by his sister. Shenwu saw that his face looked strange, so she leaned over and touched his face with a smile. Are you angry? I was just joking with you because you're cute. If you don't like it, I won't do it next time. Yeah, Jiang Yao responded without any emotion. Shenwu panicked. I'm really angry. Did she go too far just now? Xiaoyao, please don't be angry, sister apologizes to you. Shenwu grabbed Jiang Yao's hand and shook it twice, saying softly. Jiang Yao snorted lightly. Sister, you have too many tricks, and I can't beat you. Let's go back to our homes after dinner. This was also Shenwu's idea. She had never thought that anything would really happen between her and Jiang Yao from the beginning. She came to the bar with her friends today and happened to see Jiang Yao and the others looking unfamiliar. It was obviously their first time in such a place, so she wanted to tease them. Unexpectedly, after getting along with each other for a while, I really developed some interest in Jiang Yao. What she didn't expect was that the other party was so easy to tease. He was staring at her eagerly just now, but now he suddenly became cold. A trace of annoyance flashed in Shenwu's eyes. She bit her lip and gently grasped Jiang Yao's fingers and acted coquettishly. Sister, I really know I was wrong. I don't have a boyfriend or a husband, and my last relationship was 2 years ago. Perhaps it was because she had been single for too long that she was blinded by beauty and made a move on a brother who was obviously several years younger than her. You know, she never had a relationship with a man who was younger than her, as she always thought younger boys were too immature. At this time, Shenwu didn't know Jiang Yao's exact age. If she knew, she would probably hesitate again. You didn't lie to me this time, did you? Jiang Yao asked cautiously. He admitted that he was a vulgar man. He believed that few men could resist a beautiful and charming woman who acted coquettishly towards him in a sweet voice. Shenwu raised her hand. It's absolutely true. If I dare to lie to you, I won't be able to make any money in 3 years. Wow, this punishment is really severe. If she swore by saying that she would be struck by lightning, Jiang Yao might be skeptical, but she was really sincere in swearing by her own fortune. While the two were talking, the waiter came over with the skewers they ordered. Shenwu said she was hungry and wanted to have a midnight snack, but when the time came, she only ate 2 skewers of barbecued meat. Sister, aren't you hungry? Jiang Yao was helpless and amused. Yes, I'm hungry, but I can't eat too much at night, or I'll get fat, Shenwu said, touching her stomach. Her good figure is not obtained for nothing, it is all due to her extraordinary self-control. Jiang Yao looked at the slender waist that his hand had just touched, and said firmly, You are not fat at all. Have another set of chicken wings, they taste good. Shenwu was a little hesitant, and Jiang Yao directly handed the chicken wings to her mouth. Eat. Shenwu's lips touched the edge of the chicken wing, and she decided to take the chicken wing and took a bite angrily. Hate it, if I gain weight, you will be responsible. Okay, I'll take responsibility, Jiang Yao agreed readily. On a summer night, with the evening breeze and the young couple in an ambiguous atmosphere, the diners around who accidentally glanced at their table all smiled knowingly. Beauty, what does this young boy know? Why don't you let your brother take responsibility for you? He. A shirtless man who looked to be in his 30s slammed the beer bottle in his hand onto the table. His face and neck were all red, probably because he had drunk quite a bit. Shenwu said with disdain, Who are you? Don't you have a mirror at home and you don't pee? It's so unlucky that any dirty and smelly person dares to talk to her. You stinky cousin, do you have the guts to say that again? The big man's misty eyes were instantly filled with anger as he stared at Shenwu. It's your blessing that I take a fancy to you. Don't be shameless. Shenwu wanted to continue cursing, but Jiang Yao stood up and blocked her behind him, looking at the big man opposite him fiercely. Uncle, this is a public place, can you please show some manners? Waiter, there is a disturbance here, please call the police as soon as possible, Jiang Yao waved to the waiter not far away. If you have any problems, go to the police, no problem. After being reminded by him, the waiter quickly took out his cell phone and started calling the police. When the big man heard that he was going to call the police, he instantly became angry and punched Jiang Yao in the face. You bastard, I told you to call the police, do you think I was scared? Drunkards don't follow reason or logic. This is a new lesson Jiang Yao learned today. He didn't expect that the big man would suddenly hit him, so Shui Lingling was hit. Fuck you, who are you to me? Jiang Yao picked up the stool and smashed it hard on the big man's shoulder. After a successful strike, he took advantage of the opponent's confused state and kicked him hard in the stomach. The big man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't speak. Shenwu was stunned the moment Jiang Yao was hit. After seeing Jiang Yao counterattack the other party very quickly, she felt inexplicably relieved. As long as she doesn't suffer any loss, otherwise she will feel really guilty. After all, it was she who suggested having a midnight snack, and this big man was coming for her. "You little brat, I think you're tired of living." The big man's friends who were not far away saw their brother being beaten, so they stopped sitting and watching the show and quickly surrounded him. 5 burly men stared at Jiang Yao with murderous eyes, as if they were going to teach him a lesson. Jiang Yao felt a little unsure. He could probably beat one, but 5 or 6 might be a problem. His eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the big men opposite him with a smile. "Brothers, please talk things over nicely. The police will be here soon. Gang fights will result in jail time. Is it worth it just to stand up for your friends?" The big man in the lead sneered. Do you think our brothers were brought up to be scared? If they are scared with just a few words, how will they have the nerve to come out and mess around in the future?" "Sister, you go first, I will stop them," Jiang Yao said to Shenwu. He figured the police would be here soon, so he decided to just fight. At most he'd just get hurt. Shenwu retorted with a cold face, "No." Ding. As a qualified second-generation rich, you should learn to use your money when encountering difficulties. Host, please use your money to resolve the current conflict. Complete the task and receive a reward of 10 million. Jiang Yao's eyes flashed slightly. Money ability? Wait, don't do anything yet. I have money. 100,000 is enough for each of you. Jiang Yao raised his cell phone and shouted to the big men. The big man paused as he approached Jiang Yao, a look of doubt on his face. "Is this true? Compared to venting your anger on your brother, it definitely feels better to get the money. This kid must be some idiot rich second generation who came from somewhere. They got the advantage." "Really, I can transfer it to you right now," Xingyao said seriously. Chapter 21. Even if he received 10 million, it couldn't erase the damage he had suffered. The big man who had just been beaten by Jiang Yao spat fiercely when he saw his brothers bowing down for a mere 100,000 yuan. "Xianzi, don't believe that guy. He is definitely trying to cheat us." "But that's 100,000 yuan, Xianzi retorted in a low voice. "Even if they work hard for a year, they may not be able to earn 100,000 yuan. The big man stamped his feet anxiously. "Is this money so easy to get? Be careful or he will trick you." Jiang Yao retorted with a smile. "I think you are just jealous. It's just 500,000, not enough for me to buy a watch. What's wrong with me giving it to these big brothers? You can't be jealous of your brothers, okay? TSK, that saying is indeed true. I am afraid that my brothers will suffer, and I am also afraid that they will drive a Land Rover." After he said this, the men looked at him with strange eyes. Wouldn't it be nice to let them get some money for free? Why is Zhang Chun unhappy? Is it really like what this kid said, that he is afraid that they will get benefits? "Come on, brothers, open your payment codes and I will transfer money to you now," Jiang Yao said with a smile. The crowd watching the excitement were dumbfounded at this time. They expected that there would be a fierce battle between the two groups of people, but they didn't expect that this guy could calm it down directly with his money ability. Why can't they encounter such good things? This is 100,000 yuan. It's no exaggeration to say that the second generation of rich people have a lot of money. Seeing that Jiang Yao had almost settled the matter, Shenwu slowly pulled out a chair and sat down. In her opinion, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. She will just transfer the 500,000 yuan to Jiang Yao later. Jiang Yao had just transferred the money to a few people when the police arrived, 5 of them at once. Jiang Yao changed his expression instantly. One second he was friendly with the big men, and the next second he was pulling Shenwu towards the police, his tone full of panic. "Uncle Police, help! What happened?" "Someone called the police and reported that there was a gang fight here," the older policeman asked seriously. When the big men saw the police coming, they turned around and tried to run away. Jiang Yao immediately shouted, "Uncle Police, these people just extorted 500,000 yuan from me, catch them quickly." "What?" When the police heard the words extortion of 500,000 yuan, they didn't have time to think and subconsciously chased after the fleeing people. 500,000 is not a small amount. It is a huge amount and can result in a sentence of 10 years. Inside the police station, Jiang Yao and Shenwu were taken to different rooms to take statements. Jiang Yao recounted the whole story, pointing to the wound on his face and said, "There were too many of them. In order to stop being beaten, I offered to give them money. Is this considered extortion? It was indeed he who offered to give money, there was no way to deny that. There were more than just a few of them at the scene, and lying would be easily exposed. Whether it is extortion or not is up to the judge to determine. If you have the financial ability, you can hire a lawyer for yourself, said the police officer in charge of taking the statement. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, I understand. He will definitely hire a lawyer, and that punch must not be in vain. Although the system prompted that the mission was completed and 10 million yuan had been received the moment the police arrived. But 10 million cannot erase the hurt he suffered, at most it can comfort his heart. Jiang Yao originally planned to hire a lawyer the next day. After all, it was late at night and lawyers also needed to sleep. As a result, before they even left the police station, the lawyer Xinwu had called had already arrived. Xinwu took Jiang Yao's hand and said, let's go. We can leave the rest of the matters to Lawyer Li. He will definitely not let those people have an easy time. It's so late, shall I take you home first? Jiang Yao took the initiative to say. Xinwu raised her eyebrows, did you also call the driver to pick me up? No, Jiang Yao said with an embarrassed look. Why was he calling for a driver? He didn't have a driver at home. Oh, I almost forgot, his car is still parked in front of the bar. Let's go, I'll take you home, Xinwu said with a smile. Xinwu's family's driver was already waiting at the door of the police station in a black Cayenne. Io, where do you live? Cloud Realm number 1. Xinwu looked surprised, you also live in Yunjing number 1? Could it be that my sister also lives in Yunjing number 1? Jiang Yao was also shocked. If that was true, then they were destined to meet. Well, I have a house in Yunjing number 1 and I stay there occasionally. But she has been living with her best friend recently, the sister who invited her to the bar today. The guy had a breakup a few days ago and was desperately asking her to come over and be with him. Today he even asked her to go to the bar together to have fun. As a result, after just half an hour in the bar, the guy received a message from his ex-boyfriend and went to find his ex-boyfriend happily. Xinwu, damn love brain. That's quite a coincidence. I didn't expect that we are neighbors, Jiang Yao said with a grin. Well, to round it off, we should be considered neighbors if we live in the same community. Xinwu looked at the wound on his face and touched it carefully. By the way, do you have any medicine at home? Jiang Yao shook his head, no, but there is no need to apply medicine for this minor wound. He is not that valuable. It was common for Jiang Yao to get minor skin injuries when he was a child in the orphanage, and gradually he got used to it. After going to college, everyone was very civilized and he hadn't been injured for a long time. Xinwu didn't know about his experiences, and frowned and retorted, you must apply medicine, otherwise the wound will be blue and swollen tomorrow. You don't want to go out these days, right? Ah, let's apply it then, Jiang Yao immediately compromised. He did not forget that he still had a mission to do, to find his relatives. It was not good to walk around with a wound on his face, which would damage his image. Uncle Li, let's stop at a pharmacy, Xinwu instructed the driver in front. Okay, miss. After buying the ointment, Xinwu applied it to Jiang Yao personally. It's best to apply ice when you get home, and remember to apply the ointment yourself tomorrow. Got it, Jiang Yao nodded obediently. There was a driver in the car, and he didn't dare to be too intimate with Xinwu in front of the driver. If there were only the two of them in the car, he might have already snuggled into Xinwu's arms for comfort. When they arrived at Yunjing number 1, Xinwu got out of the car with Jiang Yao. Uncle Li, thank you for your hard work today. Go back and have a good rest. It's not hard, miss. I'll leave first, Uncle Li waved at Xinwu with a smile. With a salary of 20,000 yuan a month, including food and accommodation, he is still willing to work overtime occasionally in the middle of the night. Moreover, he is not the only driver in the family. For example, if he works the night shift today, he will not be scheduled for work tomorrow morning. After entering the community, Jiang Yao, out of gentlemanly manners, first sent Xinwu to her building. I'm here. You should go back soon. Remember to apply ice and medicine, Xinwu waved at him. Jiang Yao suddenly walked up to her, put his arms around her waist, and slowly moved his face closer. Sister, won't you invite me up to sit with you? Xinwu was startled for a second by his sudden action, but quickly regained her composure and smiled charmingly. Brother, do you want to go to your sister's house and sit or do something? I want it. Can you give me a chance? Jiang Yao clenched his fist nervously. Thinking about what might happen next, he felt uneasy. Is the little umbrella rewarded by the system going to come in handy soon? Chapter 22 100 million. Shinwoo tapped him on the head with her finger and said, "You little bastard, that's wishful thinking. Go home and go to bed." "Sister is so bad, teasing me on purpose again," Jiang Yao muttered in a complaining tone. "You little bastard, how dare you talk about me? Don't think I don't know what kind of dirty stuff is in your head." Shinwoo glanced at him sideways, and although she was scolding him, her voice was charming and attractive. Jiang Yao was trained by her and no longer blushed easily. He refuted confidently. "Sister, you are so beautiful. You should be worried if I don't have any ideas, right? I guess what you said makes some sense, kid." Shinwoo is not a little girl of 17 or 18 years old, so she is not so averse to the topic of love between men and women. It is easy for single men and women to spark love. Get up the next day. Jiang Yao couldn't wait to send a green bubble to Shinwoo and asked her out for lunch. Unfortunately, Shinwoo didn't reply for a long time, and Jiang Yao couldn't help feeling disappointed. Are you really kidding me? There are only 3 days left until the task deadline set by the system. Should he change his target? My heart is so tired. Jiang Yao, system, are you there? Yes, host, is there anything I can help you with? I want to make a deal with you. Next time, don't be so hasty in issuing new love tasks. I finally found a girlfriend, but you want me to change her before I even enjoy her. If this happens a few more times, he will develop a psychological trauma about falling in love. Okay, we have received the host's suggestion and will work hard to improve the system. Jiang Yao originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect the system to actually agree. Just at this moment, the phone rang ding-dong and Green Bubble received a new message. Shin, I just got up. What do you want to eat? Jiang, I saw a very popular restaurant online. Do you want to go and try it? Shin, okay, wait for me for half an hour, see you downstairs. Jiang Yao paid attention to the time and arrived at the building where Shinwoo lived 5 minutes in advance to wait. 5 minutes later, Shinwoo came downstairs on time. She wore a haze blue long skirt today with a waist-hugging design, showing off her good figure. The color made her skin look even whiter, and she looked generous and elegant. Compared with yesterday's exquisite makeup, Shinwoo's makeup today is very light. Not only does it not cover up her charming temperament, but it makes her look more natural and charming. Have you been waiting for a long time? Shinwoo smiled brightly the moment she saw Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao quickly put away his phone and shook his head. No, I just arrived too. Arrived at the restaurant. Only then did Shinwoo realize that Jiang Yao had booked a restaurant for couples. Led by the waiter, the two of them took a seat by the window. Outside the window was a large artificial lake with pleasant scenery. As soon as the two sat down, a waiter came over with a big bouquet of roses. Jiang Yao took the rose and handed it to Shinwoo. Sister, I don't know what kind of flowers you like, so I picked red roses myself. You can tell me what you like, and I will give you the flowers you like next time. This was completely beyond Shinwoo's expectations, but a woman will always be in a good mood when receiving flowers. I prefer blue roses to red roses, remember that. Shinwoo Jiao smiled and took the bouquet. Jiang Yao nodded seriously. I remember it. Shinwoo placed the bouquet on the table, held her chin with one hand, and blinked her light brown eyes. Jiang Xiao, this is a couple's restaurant and there are roses. Are you planning to confess your love to me? Sister. Jiang Yao was anxious. Why is he so smart? How can he confess his feelings now? Oh, I guessed it right. Shinwoo curled her lips slightly and smiled with some pride. Jiang Yao simply gave up and asked directly, so, sister, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Xiaoyao, are you too impatient? We have only known each other for 2 days. Shinwoo secretly reflected in her heart, is it really because she is too old and can't keep up with the pace of young people today? Jiang Yao also knew that he was being presumptuous. But he had no choice, everything was for the system task. Actually, it's not that fast. We can get to know each other while we're dating. Sister, can you give me a chance? Jiang Yao said in a coquettish tone. This is a method he learned on the internet. Netizens said that women, especially mature women, actually like men to act coquettishly. Shinwoo was indeed a little overwhelmed. Her fingers were itching and she really wanted to pinch Jiang Yao's handsome face. There's no problem with falling in love, but I have a request, Shinwoo said after thinking for a while. Sister, you say. The deadline is 1 month. If it's not suitable, just break up immediately and don't dwell on it any longer, Shinwoo said with a serious expression. She was really scared because she had met a man who liked to pester her before and tortured her badly. Jiang Yao was delighted. What kind of request was this? For him, it was like having no request at all. It might even be beneficial to him. No problem, I agree. Jiang Yao said impatiently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Start a New Relationship Within 7 Days mission and receiving 3 chances to win the Big Wheel lottery. Would you like to start the lottery now? Wait a minute, smoke when you get home. After finally completing the task, Jiang Yao decided to enjoy himself this time. You absolutely cannot break up with me before you have done anything. After dinner, Jiang Yao immediately took Shenwu to the movies, and he was particularly thoughtful in choosing a romance film. The young men and women, full of vigor and vitality, naturally fell in love with each other. When it was over, both of them were breathing a little faster. Shenwu's fair cheeks flushed red, and her little hand pinched the soft flesh on Jiang Yao's waist. Little bastard, where were you touching just now? Sorry, sister, I couldn't help it. Jiang Yao hadn't recovered yet, and his voice was a little hoarse. Humph, if you dare to mess around again, I'll be rude to you. Shenwu touched his abdominal muscles from top to bottom. Jiang Yao's abdominal muscles are not particularly obvious, after all, he has not done any systematic training. However, this thin muscle is more attractive to Shenwu. She does not like overly developed muscles. Jiang Yao's reaction, which had just subsided, suddenly came back. He was reluctant to move the rebellious hand away, and his face was almost flushed red. Sister, if you touch me again. I really can't bear it anymore. Jiang Yao leaned close to Shenwu's ear, and the hot air he exhaled burned her ears. After Shenwu understood what he meant, her face turned red with embarrassment. Hey, stop talking and watch the movie carefully. Jiang Yao had no mood to watch a movie at the moment. He was almost suffocating. He glanced at the person next to him who was concentrating on watching the movie and sighed helplessly. She only stirs up trouble and doesn't take the responsibility of putting out the fire, right? Sooner or later, he will make her suffer. After returning home, Jiang Yao immediately asked the system to start the Big Wheel lottery and drew 3 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of hemostatic potion, IQ +5, and 100 million in cash. Chapter 23, Uncle Returns. Fuck, 100 million. Jiang Yao suddenly jumped up from the sofa and cheered excitedly. The system is really too generous. The reward jumped from 5 million, 10 million, to 100 million. Jiang Yao looked at the long string of zeros on his bank card and suddenly felt annoyed. Well, I'm worried about how to spend this money. He, this is the biggest worry of rich people every day, right? He finally understood. After completing the next task, he plans to go back to the orphanage. Anyway, he grew up in that place since he was born, and he actually has a very deep affection for it. Especially the director's mother, she doesn't treat every one of these children as her own, but it's almost the same. Of course, there are so many children in the orphanage, and the director's energy is limited. Sometimes she cannot take good care of the emotions of every child. Jiang Yao can understand all this. In a family with many children, biological parents are bound to be partial to their children, let alone the director's mother. Jiang Yao has hardly ever returned to the orphanage since he went to college. The main reason is that he has no money. He has to work part-time most of the time, and the fare back home is not cheap, so he is reluctant to spend money on it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao felt inexplicably guilty. When I was a child, I vowed that I would work hard to make money and give back to society when I grew up. However, when I grew up and went to college, I spent all the money I earned on my girlfriend. He is guilty. He is love-brained. Fortunately, it is still not too late. He will go back in a few days and transfer more money to the director so that the children can live more comfortably. Also need to buy a car. A sports car like Koenigsegg is too unusual for everyday use, so he wants to buy a car for daily use. But there is no rush for these. The current important task is to complete the task of finding relatives. I don't know what's going on with Feng Zishu and why he hasn't contacted him yet. While Jiang Yao was thinking about things, he checked the other 2 rewards from the system. The hemostatic potion was light pink, and the bottle was about as long as his palm and 2 fingers wide. The bottle comes with instructions for use. When the patient is seriously injured and the wound cannot stop bleeding in time, the patient can drink the hemostatic potion. It not only helps to stop bleeding quickly, but also speeds up the recovery of wounds in the later stage. Hey, this thing is very practical. Jiang Yao looked at the small pink bottle with curiosity. The system's products are truly extraordinary. Good things like this should be available in greater quantities. And the primary repair fluid he used last time was also good. His injury was almost healed within a few days after he was discharged from the hospital. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably still be lying in bed recuperating. The last reward is IQ plus 5. IQ is something more mysterious. Jiang Yao hasn't seen any changes in his IQ yet. But the final exam is only a month away, so I should be able to see the results when I review, right? Jiang Yao was worried, so he went back to his room and took out a professional book to read. A magical scene happened. He had some difficulty understanding a section of the program before, but now he suddenly understood it after reading it again. Not bad, not bad. He had been concentrating all his attention on the system tasks these days. Not only did he not go to class, he didn't even touch the book. It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried. If I fail the final exam, I will have to waste time and energy taking the makeup exam later. Although he was not planning to take the scholarship, it would be embarrassing to fail the course. It seems that I will have to take some time in a few days to catch up on the courses I have missed and strive to pass every subject in the final exam. It is very difficult for a person to become hardworking and motivated, and it is too easy to degenerate. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to the mountain. Jiang Yao waited a long time for Feng Zishu to send him a message, so he couldn't help but call her. Sister Zishu, didn't you say last time that you would contact me in 2 days? Now it's been 2 days, and there's still no news? Feng Zishu felt a little guilty after receiving the call. His uncle said that he was unwilling to come back for a paternity test and insisted that they were slandering his innocence. In the past 2 days, she and her mother tried every way to persuade her uncle to come back, but they have not succeeded. She had already made up her mind that if her uncle didn't agree to return home today, she would go directly to her grandfather. Her uncle may not listen to her and her mother, but he will at least listen to grandpa, right? Xiao Yao, please wait a moment. Can I contact you tomorrow? Jiang Yao said in a lost tone, Okay, Sister Zishu, I really want to find my relatives. You don't know that I grew up alone in an orphanage since I was a child. Jiang Yao kept talking about what happened to him in the orphanage, trying to play the victim in front of Feng Zishu, hoping to get his sympathy. He now completely placed his hopes on completing the mission on Feng Zishu. That's right, he is rich now and can spend money to find his relatives. But there are less than 4 days left until the deadline of the mission. Even if he spends 100 million yuan, he may not be able to find his family within 4 days. Instead of relying on himself, it would be better to rely on Feng Zishu, the eldest daughter of the top wealthy Feng family, who is much more capable and powerful than him. If Feng Zishu can't find his relatives, then this mission will probably be in vain. Fortunately, there is no punishment for mission failure, otherwise he would really be crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one would answer. Feng Zishu didn't know why, but when he heard about Jiang Yao being bullied in the orphanage as a child, he felt sad. Don't worry, Xiao Yao, I will definitely help you find your relatives, she said solemnly. Even if it is finally proved that Jiang Yao is not his uncle's illegitimate son who was left alone, she will definitely find Jiang Yao's real relatives. Jiang Yao achieved his goal and smiled sincerely. Thank you, Sister Zishu. It must be said that the 2 wealthy ladies he met were quite approachable. Lu Yunqi, huh? Are you talking about me? Feng Zishu, this is the first time someone says I am approachable. The room is simply decorated yet luxurious. Feng Zishu lowered his voice and threatened his uncle, if you don't return home tomorrow, I will have to call grandpa. Don't disturb your grandpa. It's okay now that I'm back, my little ancestor, Zhang Yongyuan sighed deeply. He finally understood everything, so he didn't go back to prove his innocence. The matter of having an illegitimate child was like yellow mud stuck in the crotch of pants, it was shit if not shit. Then we have a deal. You are not allowed to stand me up. I will pick you up at the airport in person, Feng Zishu said without giving any room for refusal. Zhang Yongyuan, she is indeed her niece. This is how much trust she has in her uncle. Zhang Yongyuan is a well-known figure in the business world. If he doesn't even have this much integrity, how can he do business with others in the future? In order to restore his reputation, Zhang Yongyuan could only reluctantly ask his assistant to book a flight back home for him. Chapter 24. Jiang Yao is not his uncle's illegitimate son, but he is related. The next afternoon, Feng Zishu successfully picked up Zhang Yongyuan at the airport. Seeing his niece waiting at the airport, Zhang Yongyuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You girl actually came here, but you don't trust your uncle? Feng Zishu walked over with a smile and took his uncle's hand. How could that be? Uncle has taken so much trouble to fly back to China. As his niece, isn't it my duty to pick him up at the airport? You are good at talking. The gift I brought for you was not wasted. Zhang Yongyuan patted his niece's head with satisfaction. Oh, my uncle brought me a gift. Where is it? Feng Zishu looked very happy, and his emotional value was full. She had actually expected her uncle to bring her gifts. Every time he or her aunt returned home, they would bring a gift for her siblings and mother. Put it in the suitcase and I'll give it to you when I get home. After he said this, he looked around and said, Xiaoshu, where is the boy you mentioned? Should we go directly to the hospital for a paternity test? Oh, uncle, you are so anxious. You have been on the plane for such a long time. Go home and rest for a while. It's not too late to go to the hospital tomorrow. Feng Zishu didn't know whether he should praise his uncle for his professionalism. After sitting for more than 10 hours on the plane, he still had the energy to go to the hospital. It made her niece look like Zhou Paopi. Zhang Yongyuan is not dedicated at all. He is eager to clear himself of the injustice. However, I was a little tired after sitting on the plane for so long. Although I took a nap on the plane, I am in my 50s after all, and my physical strength cannot be compared with that of young people. Then go back and rest first. Is your mother at home? I'm at home. He just called me and asked me if I had gotten off the plane. The uncle and nephew chatted back and forth, neither of them letting the words fall on the table. Outsiders would never believe that they only saw each other once or twice a year. After arriving home, Feng Zishu sent a message to Jiang Yao. Tell him that there has been progress and go to the hospital with her tomorrow. Jiang Yao hurriedly agreed, with a mixed feeling and a hint of excitement. Is he really going to find his family? Zhang Yongyuan's eyes almost popped out when he looked at the young man in front of him who looked about 60% similar to his father when he was young. Uncle, does Xiaoyao look very much like Grandpa? Feng Zishu asked with a smile. They look so similar. No wonder you would be suspicious. Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang Yao with a complicated expression. It's no wonder that the niece suspected that this was his illegitimate child left behind. He looks more like his father than he does. If you look at him more carefully, you can see that he looks a bit like him when he was young. Sister Zishu, who is this? Zhang Yao asked stiffly as Zhang Yongyuan stared at him intently. The uncle looked at him strangely. Could it be this was his father? What Feng Zishu said next also confirmed his guess. Xiaoyao, I suspect that you are my uncle's son. Of course, I'm not 100% sure. Let's do a paternity test first. Hearing that the person in front of him was suspected to be his biological father, Zhang Yao felt a strange feeling in his heart. The uncle of the eldest daughter of the Feng family must be from an extraordinary family. No wonder the system said that he had a distinguished family background and was a relative of the Feng family. This family background was indeed distinguished enough. I just don't know why he grew up in an orphanage even though his family was not short of money. Could it be that he was abducted by bad guys when he was a child, just like what was shown in TV dramas? But judging from the man's expression, that doesn't seem like it. He doesn't seem to be happy at all about getting his biological son back. Ah, so annoying, Zhang Yao screamed madly in his heart. This hospital belongs to the Feng family. There is no need to wait too long for paternity testing, and the results can be obtained directly after the test. About 3 hours later, the doctor came out of the laboratory with a report. Mr. Feng, the results of the paternity test are out. What's the result? Feng Zishu didn't even bother to read the report and directly asked the doctor about the final result. This. The doctor looked embarrassed. Feng Zishu ordered in a serious tone, don't hesitate, just say what you want to say. The doctor glanced at Zhang Yongyuan's face and said clearly, the results show that the two are not biological father and son. As soon as these words were spoken, the three people present had different expressions. Zhang Yongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he was innocent. He was such an adult, so he couldn't be unaware of whether he had cheated on his wife or not. Feng Zishu didn't know what she was feeling. In her heart, she didn't want Zhang Yao to be an illegitimate child, but when she was really sure that Zhang Yao had no blood relationship with her, she felt a slight sense of loss. Zhang Yao was completely disappointed, his mind full of the thought that his mission was going to fail. Finding your loved ones is not the point is the reward for completing the task. Garlic bird, he has received quite a few rewards, so this one task is not a big deal. But, the doctor suddenly paused. The two should have a collateral blood relationship. Why do you gasp for breath when you speak? Can't you finish it in one go? If Feng Zishu didn't have to pay attention to her image as the eldest daughter of the Feng family, she really wanted to curse. The doctor looked embarrassed and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Feng." "Forget it, what do you mean by collateral blood relationship?" Feng Zishu asked nervously, clenching his fists. Zhang Yongyuan and Zhang Yao also stared at the doctor with curiosity. Collateral blood relationship refers to two collateral relatives with blood relationship, such as brothers and sisters, uncles and nephews, and uncles and nephews. Although the results of paternity test will show a certain degree of kinship, this relationship is not sufficient to prove the existence of parent-child relationship, the doctor explained in a serious tone. Feng Zishu grabbed Zhang Yao's hand excitedly. "Xiao Yao, did you hear that? We are really family." Zhang Yao is related to his uncle, so he must be related to her as well, there is no doubt about it. Zhang Yao's hand was held so tightly that it hurt a little. "Sister Zishu, I heard it, but I still want to know who my biological parents are." "Don't worry, it's easy to find as long as you know the range," Feng Zishu said firmly. "Yes, don't worry, we will definitely help you find your biological parents." Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang Yao with a somewhat amiable expression, much more friendly than at the beginning. He could not accept the assumption that Zhang Yao was his illegitimate child, but if Zhang Yao was a junior in the family, that would be a different situation. It wasn't a good idea to stand at the door of the laboratory all the time, so the three of them found a place to sit down. If you want to find out Zhang Yao's true background, you have to start with Zhang Yao's appearance. "Uncle, you said Xiao Yao looks so much like Grandpa, could he be his?" Feng Zishu said hesitantly. She knew that her speculation might ruin her grandfather's reputation in his later years. But Zhang Yao looks so much like his grandfather, so they can't be too distantly related, and his grandparents only had two children, his uncle and his mother. Excluding the possibility that Zhang Yao is his uncle's illegitimate son, the only possibility left is his grandfather. Chapter 25, asking Zhang Yao's date of birth to confirm his identity. "That shouldn't be possible," Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang Yao with a complicated expression. If this kid was 10 years older, he might have doubted his own father. But this kid is only 20 years old this year. If you calculate it this way, he is the seed left by his old father outside when he was in his 50s. Putting aside the question of whether this is possible or not, the problem is that my father did not return to China 21 years ago. When Feng Zichen was born, his father and mother flew back to China to visit their daughter who had just given birth, but they went abroad again after not staying there for long. "No, that's not right." Zhang Yongyuan suddenly shuddered and excitedly grabbed Zhang Yao's hand. "Boy, what month were you born?" "The orphanage's records show that I was born on February 18th, but I don't know the exact day," Zhang Yao said with a slightly disappointed tone. It's sad that a person doesn't even know the exact day he was born into this world. However, no one celebrated Zhang Yao's birthday when he was a child. It was only after he was with Lu Yunxi that he experienced the ritual of celebrating his birthday. The 2 years he spent with Lu Yunxi were truly the happiest 2 years of his life. Although it was very tiring, he had someone who loved him wholeheartedly. If only there were no lies mixed in it. Zhang Yongyuan looked at his niece and said word by word, "Xiaochen is also 20 years old this year. If I remember correctly, his birthday is February 15th, 3 days older than Xiao Yao." "Uncle, what you mean is, it's impossible, Xiaochen looks so much like my dad." Feng Zishu understood what his uncle meant. It's not like there hasn't been a case of the cat replacing the prince in wealthy families, but Feng Zichen and Feng Xiuming really look alike, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell that they are father and son. Zhang Yongyuan suddenly sneered. "Yes, he looks a lot like your father, but does he look like your mother? Does he have any trace of our Zheng family?" I didn't think about it before and didn't notice it, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. No matter how much a child resembles his father, it is impossible for him to have no similarities with his mother. Unless the child is not the mother's biological child at all. "Xiao Shu, take a close look at Xiao Yao. Aren't his eyes very similar to your mother's?" Zhang Yongyuan's tone was very excited, even mixed with a hint of anger. If Feng Zichen really wasn't his sister's child, he couldn't imagine how devastated his sister would be. Feng Zishu looked in the direction of his uncle's finger, and yes, Zhang Yao's eyes were very similar to his mother's. My mother and uncle both inherited my grandfather's eye shape, the standard phoenix eyes. She inherited her father's peach blossom eyes. And Feng Zichen actually has almond eyes. I didn't think it was strange before, but now I think there is something wrong. Zhang Yao extracted key information from the conversation between the two. "So what you mean is that I might be Sister Zishu's biological brother?" "It's possible, Xiaoshu, go home and get some of your mother's hair," and don't tell her about this for now. Zhang Yongyuan was worried that his sister would not be able to accept it after knowing it. And they have no way to guarantee that things will be 100% as they guess. Feng Zishu nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go back now. Zhang Lia knew that her daughter was accompanying her brother to do a paternity test, and she wanted to go with them. But later, my daughter said there were too many people and Zhang Yao might be nervous, so she didn't go. Shu, are the results out? Is that young man your uncle? Zhang Lia asked nervously. Feng Zishu sat next to his mother, leaned his head on her shoulder, and said in a muffled voice, no. Ah, no, this is fine too, Zhang Lia exhaled. She had previously worried about what to do if her elder brother really did something to let his sister-in-law down. Now that the results have proven that her elder brother is innocent, she finally feels relieved. It's that young man Zhang Yao. She thinks he is quite friendly, but she feels a little disappointed that he is not a member of the Zhang family. Why? Has your uncle gone back? Zhang Lia turned her head to look at her daughter. Suddenly, she felt a tingling pain in her scalp and couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Shushu, you seem to have pressed on my hair. Oh, Mom, I didn't mean to do that. Where does it hurt? Let me help you take a look. Feng Zishu stared at his mother's black hair with concern. Because she lives a comfortable life and takes good care of herself, there is not a single white hair on the head of 50-year-old Zhang Lia. Feng Zishu was extremely envious. She would even grow 1 or 2 white hairs when she was under a lot of pressure. Shushu, be gentler, you seem to have pulled my hair again. Zhang Lia looked at her daughter helplessly. How could a girl have such clumsy hands and feet? Feng Zishu quietly stuffed the pulled hair into his pocket and admitted his mistake sincerely. It's all my fault. I didn't hurt you, did I? Mom, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with and I need to go to the company. Go ahead, Zhang Lia smiled and waved her hand. She has become accustomed to her daughter's busyness. Compared to her youngest son, who is a good-for-nothing, her daughter is the standard template of a wealthy heir. She is not the kind of person who favors boys over girls. In her opinion, it doesn't matter whether the son or the daughter inherits the family business. But unfortunately, Feng Xiuming's ideas were different from hers. He still held on to the old-fashioned thinking and believed that his son should inherit the family business. Feng Zichen looks so unreliable, how can he inherit the family business? He will squander this huge fortune in just a few decades. Feng Zishu hurried back to the hospital and handed the hair sample to the doctor. She didn't tell the doctor who the hair belonged to, but just asked him to do a paternity test between Zhang Yao and the owner of the hair. This time the wait was much longer than the first time. In other words, the development of the matter far exceeded Feng Zishu's expectations, causing her to feel an uncontrollable anxiety. If Zhang Yao is really her brother, then Feng Zichen. She didn't dare to think further. But some things cannot be changed just by not accepting them. She had a vague feeling that a storm was about to come. Mr. Feng, the identification results are out. Just tell me the result. Feng Zishu ordered with a cold face. The results of this identification are correct. This lady is Mr. Zhang Yao's biological mother. Feng Zishu looked surprised. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Absolutely right, the doctor said firmly. He is a professional and does not accept any doubts. Feng Zishu looked at Zhang Yao with complicated eyes, his mouth seemed to be covered with glue. She seemed to need to say something at this moment, but she didn't know what she should say. Fate is so wonderful. At the beginning, she really just thought that Zhang Yao looked very similar to her grandfather, and she felt a little bit of favor towards him. It was Zhang Yao who came up to her and told her that he was an orphan and wanted to find his relatives, so she wanted to help this young man. Unexpectedly, after searching for a long time, I found it in my own home. Zhang Yongyuan hugged Zhang Yao with tears in his eyes and said, "My good boy, you have suffered a lot over the years." Chapter 26 Return to the wealthy family and take back everything lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Finding Relatives mission. You will be rewarded with 3 lucky draws on the big wheel. Do you want to start the draw now? Zhang Yao ignored the system and blankly pushed away Zhang Yongyuan, who was hugging him and crying. I'm sorry, I don't seem to understand. If I am Sister Zishu's younger brother, then why did I grow up in an orphanage? The Feng family is the head of the 6 major families in the imperial capital. If his background is so prominent, why would he be allowed to suffer in an orphanage? And looking at Feng Zishu's expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that he had a younger brother living outside. A deep sense of guilt flashed in Feng Zishu's eyes. I'm sorry, things are a bit complicated. I will give you an explanation after I figure it out. Okay, I'll wait, Zhang Yao said with a faint expression. He knew that his current state of mind was not peaceful, but who the hell could remain peaceful when faced with something like this? This young master from a wealthy family was thrown into an orphanage since birth, and lost 20 years of happiness. And if the system hadn't issued this task, he might never have found his family in his lifetime. It's obvious that someone is behind this. Don't let him know who it is. Zhang Yao will definitely not get along with the mastermind behind this. Thinking about how his little nephew grew up in an orphanage and endured so much suffering, Zhang Yangyuan felt so distressed. He took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it over. Xiao Yao, there are 10 million in this card. You can spend it first. Consider it a gift from your uncle. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Yao took it readily. He didn't want to play the game of playing both sides. He had already lived through 20 years of hardship, and this was what he deserved. Feng Zishu saw his uncle's actions and reacted immediately. But she didn't have her wallet with her, so she couldn't give her the card even if she wanted to. Xiao Yao, send your bank card account to your sister and she will transfer pocket money to you. Okay, thank you sister. Zhang Yao smiled at Feng Zishu obediently. His hands moved quickly. He opened the bank app, copied the bank card account number and sent it. Feng Zishu didn't think there was anything wrong with her brother's behavior. She just wanted to compensate her brother. She tapped the mobile page a few times with her slender fingers, and Zhang Yao immediately received a bank card payment notification. Balance plus 50 million. Zhang Yao widened his eyes in disbelief. It was 50 million. Didn't they say that large transfers needed to be reported to the bank in advance? Spend this money first, and tell your sister if it's not enough. Feng Zishu smiled and rubbed Zhang Yao's head. My sister and uncle are so nice to me. No one has ever been so nice to me. Zhang Yao chuckled and did not forget to say a few nice words. He received a red envelope of 60 million in 3 minutes, which was no slower than the money he made from completing system tasks. This is the strength of a wealthy family. Zhang Yangyuan and Feng Zishu discussed it and decided to find out the truth first before taking Zhang Yao back to the Feng family. It is still unknown who is behind this, and Feng Zishu was worried that it would be unsafe for Zhang Yao to return to the Feng family now. Another reason is that they don't want to alert the enemy. If the mastermind behind the scenes is on guard, their investigation of the truth may be hindered. Feng Zishu was afraid that Zhang Yao would think too much, so she promised him solemnly, Xiao Yao, wait for your sister for a few more days. Then your sister will definitely let you become the legitimate young master of the Feng family again. Yeah, I believe my sister. Zhang Yao was not a child and could fully understand Feng Zishu's worries. Just because this sister could easily transfer 50 million to him, we know that she must value her brother, otherwise she would not give him a penny. Although Zhang Yao himself has more than 100 million in savings, who would complain about having too much money? Don't those wealthy people with hundreds of billions of assets still work hard to make money? The little money he had was only enough to buy 2 houses in good locations in the capital. So returning to a wealthy family is imperative. He wants to take back everything he has lost. Feng Zishu called his mother to his uncle's house. As soon as Zhang Lia entered the door, she saw her elder brother and daughter with serious faces, and subconsciously thought that the two were having a conflict. Brother, Shushu is still a child, you should be more considerate of her, Zhang Lia said, standing on her daughter's side unconditionally. Zhang Yongyuan was too lazy to even roll his eyes. Fortunately, his niece worked hard on her own. Otherwise, if she had followed her sister's mindless behavior of spoiling the child would have been ruined long ago. Little sister, I called you here this time because I have something very important to tell you. What's the matter? Is it about that young man named Zhang Yao? Zhang Lia asked her elder brother in confusion. Feng Zishu stepped forward and held his mother's hand. Mom, no matter what you hear next, promise me not to get too excited. I'm here for you. Hearing this, Zhang Lia suddenly felt uneasy and unconsciously began to exert force on her daughter's fingers. Shushu, what's going on? I came back this afternoon and pulled out a few strands of your hair. I took them to do a paternity test with Zhang Yao, and the results showed that you are biological mother and son. That is to say, when you gave birth to your younger brother, someone did something to him and he was replaced. Feng Zishu was used to being decisive in his work in the business world, so he didn't lay the groundwork too much at this time. Instead, he went straight to the point and told his mother the truth in the most straightforward words. Zhang Lia's eyelids twitched suddenly, and she looked at her daughter in disbelief. You mean, that child, he is my son? Her voice was trembling and she couldn't even speak clearly. Jiang Lia did not doubt the truthfulness of her daughter's words. First of all, the paternity test could not be faked, and secondly, the child's appearance could not be faked either. She said why she felt so close to the child when she saw him. It turned out that this was her nature as a mother. Mom, don't worry. Things have already happened. What we should do now is to make it up to my brother and find the mastermind behind the substitution of my brother as soon as possible. Feng Zishu held his mother's hand tightly, trying to give her some strength. Jiang Lia couldn't be as calm as her daughter. That's her son. She was switched just after she was born, how could she not be excited and hateful? Where is he? Shushu, take me to see him, woo-woo, I want to see him right away. Jiang Lia burst into tears and fell into her daughter's arms. Feng Zishu quickly agreed, okay, Mom, don't cry, I will take you to see him. Jiang Yongyuan felt very uncomfortable seeing his sister so sad. His sister has been the apple of the family's eye since she was young. Her life has been smooth sailing both before and after her marriage. She never expected to encounter such a thing. Little sister, I know you miss your child very much, but the most important thing now is to find out who replaced the child, and whether Feng Xiuming is involved. Jiang Yongyuan's eyes flashed with a gleam. Chapter 27, Being approached by a beautiful woman at the bar entrance. With the comfort of her elder brother and daughter, Jiang Lia gradually calmed down. My emotions calmed down and my mind became clear. When she was pregnant with her son, she did not miss any prenatal checkups and gave birth naturally, so she was sure that she was definitely not pregnant with twins. But anyone with a discerning eye can see how much Feng Zichen looks like Feng Xiuming. In fact, she has always known that her husband has a mistress outside. This kind of thing is common in wealthy families. She started out crying and making a fuss, throwing things around in front of Feng Xiuming, but gradually she became disheartened and no longer wanted to care about her husband's affairs. As long as the women outside don't come to dance in front of her, she will just be a good lady. Back then, they were in a free love relationship, and Feng Xiuming had vowed to love her forever. Although their relationship deteriorated later, Feng Xiuming promised her that he would never have an illegitimate child, and everything in the house belonged to her 2 children. Ha, she is so stupid that she actually believes what a man says. Guilt, regret, hatred and other emotions mixed together. Jiang Lia couldn't bear such a strong emotional impact. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Mom! Mom, what's wrong with you? Uncle, call the doctor over quickly. The other side. After Jiang Yao returned home, he couldn't wait to let the system start the big wheel lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition Richard Miller watch, a 24-hour lucky charm, and strength plus 20. Note, the average grip strength of an average adult male is about 40-50 kilograms. Jiang Yao first took out the watch and 24-hour lucky charm from the system backpack. He had seen this watch on Xu Jing's wrist. The sentence I heard at the door of the bar box was, "The watch on the wrist of our Mr. Chu is so expensive that a poor boy can't earn it in his whole life by working hard." It really touched Jiang Yao's sore spot. Xu Jing might even have a cabinet full of valuable watches like this, so they were qualified to look down on Jiang Yao and mock him from a high position. But now he has the same watch as Xu Jing, and this is just the beginning. One day, he will stand taller than Xu Jing and return all the ridicule he received. Jiang Yao glanced at the watch on his hand calmly and put the system backpack back into his pocket. Some things don't feel that way after you get them. No matter how expensive a watch is, it's just a watch. Compared to the watch, Jiang Yao was obviously more interested in the 24-hour lucky charm. This lucky charm is probably a little bigger than Jiang Yao's thumb, and it's impossible to tell what material it's made of. How to use: stick the lucky charm on the skin surface, it will bring good luck to the wearer within 24 hours. Jiang Yao felt that his luck was pretty good recently and he didn't need to use the lucky charm for the time being. He would save it for later when he needed it. The third prize is plus 20 strength. There happened to be a simple gym at home, so Jiang Yao tried it out and found that his strength had indeed increased a lot. If you want to increase arm strength through fitness, it will take at least several months to achieve this effect. It turns out that this kind of thing of sitting back and reaping the benefits is more suitable for me, Jiang Yao laughed, his hands on his hips. He hoped that the system would reward him with a martial arts secret book next time, which would allow him to learn martial arts in one go. In the future, he would no longer have to worry about being provoked by ignorant people when he goes out. Ding dong. The phone beeps. Jiang Yao picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Shen Wu. Shen, Jiang Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Jiang, not doing anything, just resting at home. Shin, are you free tonight? I'll take you to meet my best friend. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment and replied to Shinwu with an okay. Shinwu immediately sent him the address, which was the same bar they were at last time. Later, Jiang Yao found out that Shinwu's friend's brother had shares in that bar. The night is as dark as ink. Jiang Yao parked the car in front of the bar and immediately attracted a lot of attention, with some even taking out their phones to take pictures. Whether this car is good to drive is another matter, but it is very good at showing off. Handsome guy, excuse me, a beautiful girl wearing suspenders and tight hot pants suddenly walked towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. What's the matter? The beautiful girl blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly. Excuse me, is this car yours? I want to take a photo as a souvenir. Is that possible? Take as many pictures as you want, just don't scratch the car. Jiang Yao waved at her generously. The beautiful girl's eyes lit up. She had actually prepared herself to be rejected, but she didn't expect that this rich second generation was so easy to talk to. Could you please take a full body photo of me in the car? It will only take a little of your time. Please, please. The beautiful girl clasped her hands together, placed them on her chin, and acted coquettishly to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao frowned and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he felt that it was just a piece of cake and taking a photo would take less than a minute. Give me your phone. Can I use yours? The camera on my phone was broken last week and I haven't had time to replace it yet. The beautiful girl squeezed her breasts intentionally or unintentionally. No matter how stupid Jiang Yao was, he realized that something was wrong. There was no such coincidence in the world. His expression was a little cold. Sorry, my phone camera is broken too. Oh, handsome guy, do you think I'm lying to you? Well, my camera is indeed not broken. I just want to ask you for your contact information. The beautiful girl stuck out her tongue shyly. Her plan was that if Jiang Yao agreed to take a photo of her with his phone, she would take the opportunity to add his green bubble. Now that we have the contact information, everything else will be easy. Seeing Jiang Yao didn't say anything, she pouted and continued to act coquettishly. Isn't it okay? It's just a green bubble, I promise I won't disturb you. No, little sister, he already has a girlfriend. A smiling female voice sounded behind Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao turned around and saw Shunwu wearing a bright red backless halter dress. With her perfectly proportioned figure, she looked like a model walking on the runway. When the beautiful girl saw Shunwu affectionately holding Jiang Yao's hand, her face turned red. I'm sorry, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. After saying this, she immediately turned and left. Jiang Yao could still vaguely hear her complaining to her friends. Oh, this is so embarrassing, that handsome guy's girlfriend is so beautiful. Well, the handsome boy has a lot of romantic opportunities. Shunwu lifted Jiang Yao's chin with a half smile. Sister, I didn't plan to give her my contact information. Jiang Yao was worried that she would misunderstand him, so he quickly explained. Shunwu smiled and pinched his face, praising him in a tones of coaxing a child. You did a great job, keep it up in the future. Jiang Yao was a little amused and said, Sister, I'm not a child. It's about the same, Shunwu muttered softly. She had previously thought that Jiang Yao was about 22 or 23 years old, but after they confirmed their relationship, she found out that he was only 20 years old this year. She is already 27 years old this year, 7 years older than Jiang Yao. Fortunately, Jiang Yao said he didn't mind. Then she would feel even more embarrassed to mind it. After all, she was the one who got the better deal. Let's go, my friend is waiting for us inside. Chapter 28. Jiang Yao is drunk and the two fall to the ground. Oh, this is your boyfriend, he is so handsome. A pretty girl in a pink dress smiled and winked at Shunwu. The man next to her had a front spiked fringe, handsome features, and well-developed muscles in his arms. It seemed that he liked sports very much. Jiang Yao glanced at Shinwu's best friend covertly. To be honest, Shinwu's best friend didn't look like someone who would hang out in a bar. However, you cannot judge a book by its cover. You really cannot judge a person's behavior based on his appearance. Shinwu held Jiang Yao's hand affectionately and said to her bestie and her boyfriend with a smile. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Jiang Yao, you can just call him by his name. Io, this is my best friend Gu Yenyun who grew up with me, and this is her boyfriend Zhan Hongrui. They have been together for 8 years. Although the two of them broke up and got back together countless times in the past 8 years, they always got back together in the end. Shinwu admired their perseverance. Shenwu whispered in Jiang Yao's ear, Jiang Xiaoyao, just call them sister Yenyun and brother Hongrui. Although Shinwu felt that she was at a disadvantage by having her boyfriend call her best friend sister. But Jiang Yao is so young, so it's a bit impolite to call him by his name directly. Hello, Sister Yenyun. Hello, Brother Hongrui. Jiang Yao nodded politely to them. Oh, Brother Jiang Yao is not only handsome, but also very sweet. I, envy you so much. Where did you find such a good boyfriend? Gu Yenyun teased with a sweet smile. Zhan Hongrui, who was standing beside her, had a dark complexion. He tightened his grip on her waist and gritted his teeth. Are you envious of Shenwu? Do you want me to help you find one? No, I was just joking. Having you is enough for me, Gu Yenyun quickly denied. Shenwu pulled Jiang Yao to sit down and rolled her eyes at Gu Yenyun. That's enough. You show your affection in front of me every day. If you don't find it annoying, I will find it annoying. Well, you have a boyfriend too, so you can show off too. Gu Yenyun did not feel embarrassed at all, but said it with confidence. Zhan Hongrui was already used to the bickering between the two, so he stood up and poured Jiang Yao some wine. Can you drink it? You can drink a little. Jiang Yao glanced at the vodka in his hand and answered very cautiously. He seldom drinks this kind of strong liquor. He drinks more beer, which is not easy to get drunk, so he is not sure about his alcohol tolerance. Zhan Hongrui smiled heartily. You'll get used to it after drinking a few times. Men should practice their alcohol tolerance when they are out. You can't get drunk after just one glass, that would be too embarrassing. Gu Yenyun turned around and looked at him, then pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Do you think it's all your fault? Jiang Yao is such a well-behaved brother, don't lead him astray. Okay, I'll just assume it's the worst, Zhan Hongrui said with a sour tone. You are bad to begin with, and you won't let people say anything? The two of them started arguing with each other. Jiang Yao looked at Shenwu awkwardly. Do you need any advice? No need, this is their daily way of getting along. They didn't really quarrel. Shenwu smiled and shook her head. Jiang Yao didn't understand, and could only say that he respected personal hobbies. He took a sip of the vodka, and found it had a mellow taste. After drinking it, he felt a warmth flowing throughout his body. If you don't like it, don't drink it, Shenwu said gently when she saw him frowning. Gu Yenyun also advised, yes, if you can't drink, don't drink. You will be the one who feels uncomfortable if you are drunk. Jiang Yao shook his head and drank the rest of the wine in the glass in one gulp. It's okay, I can still accept it. Men always have to save face at times like this and can't be told no. That's straightforward. This is what we men should do, Zhan Hongrui said with some appreciation in his tone. He is a straightforward person and doesn't like effeminate men. Although Shenwu's boyfriend is a little young, he has a pretty good personality. Zhan Hongrui enthusiastically poured Jiang Yao another glass of wine. Come on, let's have a drink. This is our first meeting, so let's get to know each other formally. What else could Jiang Yao say? He could only cooperate and drink another glass. Seeing that he was not feeling unwell, Shenwu didn't say anything else and pulled Gu Yenyun aside to chat about private matters between best friends. Since they separated in the bar last time, they have never met offline again, and they always chat directly on Green Bubble. Shenwu was too lazy to pay attention to this love brain girl, while Gu Yenyun was busy being intimate with her boyfriend and had no time to pay attention to her best friend. By the time the two best friends finished chatting about the latest gossip, Jiang Yao's eyes were already a little dazed. Jiang Xiaoyao, are you okay? Shenwu touched his hot face. Jiang Yao pouted in grievance. Sister, I feel dizzy. Shenwu looked at Zhan Hongrui angrily. How much did you drink with him? Not much, just 3 or 4 cups, right? Zhan Hongrui touched his nose guiltily. He doesn't drink much usually, how could he drink so much all of a sudden? Shenwu was really angry. Plus, she had known Zhan Hongrui for so many years, so she had no pressure in arguing with him. Zhan Hongrui felt aggrieved. He doesn't know either. This kid just drinks it. If he says he can't drink it, I won't force him. Forget it, I'll take him back first and we'll make an appointment next time when we have time. Shenwu helped Jiang Yao up. Fortunately, although he was a little drunk, he was not completely unconscious and still knew how to walk. Gu Yenyun glared at her boyfriend, turned to Shenwu and said, do you need us to take you home? What the hell are you giving me? Who of you can drive? Shenwu was speechless. Well, can Arui at least help you hold someone up? Men are stronger. Shenwu waved her hand. Don't bother, I can do it myself. Okay, call me if you have anything. Shenwu had just had a drink. If she called the driver at home to pick her up, it would take a long time, so she simply called an online taxi with her mobile phone. While waiting for the bus, Jiang Yao kept rubbing against Shenwu. I feel dizzy, so hot. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be home soon and I'll make you some sobering soup, Shenwu comforted him gently. Jiang Yao didn't know whether he heard it clearly or not, and soon fell silent. After a few minutes, the online taxi arrived. Shenwu didn't know if Jiang Yao had the ingredients to make sobering soup at home, but she was also worried about him sleeping alone at night. It would be terrible if he vomited in the middle of the night and choked himself. After thinking about it, she decided to just take him back home. Although Jiang Yao felt dizzy, he was still vaguely conscious. He smelled the faint fragrance emanating from the people around him and felt his mouth dry. Stand still, I'll open the door. Shenwu struggled to pull her hand out of Jiang Yao's hand and tried to unlock the door. The door opened with a click. Jiang Yao suddenly leaned forward and pressed his whole body on Shenwu, and they both fell to the ground. Chapter 29. Jiang Yao, you started the fire, you are responsible for putting it out. Shenwu was startled and closed her eyes tightly. Just as she was preparing to face the pain, she suddenly found that their positions had been switched, and Jiang Yao was acting as her flesh cushion. Shenwu lay on Jiang Yao and exhaled. She was so scared that when Jiang Yao pressed down on her, she had already thought about how to call the emergency number. Jiang Yao saw her relieved expression and chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt." "You're not drunk?" Shenwu opened her mouth wide and looked at Jiang Yao in surprise. "I just woke up after falling down." Jiang Yao's expression seemed a little painful. "Are you okay? Did you fall anywhere?" Shenwu reacted and tried to get up from him quickly, but her high heels were unstable and she fell on him again with a thud. Jiang Yao was hit hard somewhere and let out a muffled groan. This time, he seemed to be fine, but now he was in trouble. "Sister, if I become disabled, you must be responsible for me. Where's the damage? I'll take you to the hospital." Shenwu was very nervous, and her little hands were touching Jiang Yao's body. Jiang Yao was distracted by her touch. He stared at her beautiful and charming face with his black eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the back of her head and kissed her. Shenwu's eyes widened slightly, like a frightened deer. When Jiang Yao touched the soft and sweet lips, he was like addicted and couldn't stop. The temperature in the house is getting higher and higher. The moon outside the window is covered by clouds, like a shy girl. When Jiang Yao's hand touched a place it shouldn't have, Shenwu woke up from her despair and suppressed his restless hand. No, she refused breathlessly, her attitude firm. Jiang Yao was about to explode with frustration, and his tone was filled with pleading. "Sister, I really feel uncomfortable, can you please help me?" As he spoke, he guided Shenwu to touch that place, which was as hard as iron. Shenwu's face flushed red, and her charming face became even more radiant, as if it was about to burn. "You, just bear with it for a while," Shenwu said helplessly and ruthlessly. "I can't stand it. You are responsible for putting out the fire you started." Jiang Yao used both soft and hard tactics and took direct action. Although Shenwu felt that they had known each other for too short a time, they shouldn't do such intimate things. But she is also a normal adult woman, and it is really hard for her to resist when a young handsome man tempts her face to face. Finally, Shenwu was half-heartedly carried into the room by Jiang Yao. Wake up the next day. Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment. Who is he? Where is he? Let him think about it. Last night he and Shenwu went to the bar to meet friends, then he got drunk, and then the two of them did unspeakable things. All the memories came back. Jiang Yao turned his head to look at the person sleeping peacefully beside him, and the corners of his mouth rose in pleasure. Sure enough, men can't hold it in for too long. He now feels as if he has taken a tonic pill and is full of energy. Feeling that he was staring at her, Shenwu's eyelashes trembled uncontrollably twice. She could no longer pretend and slowly opened her eyes. Why are you staring at me? Shenwu's expression looked quite annoyed and angry. She was angry with herself. She couldn't control herself last night and let Jiang Yao succeed. You know, this was her first time. Although she had been in a relationship before, it was because her ex-boyfriend had pursued her for a long time and she was moved by his sincerity. Maybe being touched is not love. She always felt that there was something missing between them, so naturally she would not do anything intimate with him. Thinking of last night's indulgence, Shenwu couldn't help but scream in her heart, the younger brother was too cunning, she couldn't win at all. Is so beautiful, I can't help but want to take a few more glances at her, Jiang Yao said with a smile. Shenwu stretched out her hand to cover his dark and clear eyes. Don't look, go wash up quickly, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? It's my fault. I didn't feed enough yesterday. Jiang Yao seemed a little guilty. He stretched out his long arms and pulled the person into his arms. The woman's skin was soft and delicate, like the finest silk, making him unable to let it go. Shinwoo exclaimed and put her hands on his chest. That's not what I meant. I mean, I'm hungry. Get up quickly. I want to go out to eat. Okay, it seems that I misunderstood what Ah meant. Jiang Yao held back his laughter and stopped teasing her. He lifted the quilt on his own and walked into the bathroom naked in front of Shinwoo. Shinwoo quickly covered her eyes, feeling embarrassed and anxious. At least put on some clothes. But I don't have any spare clothes. Jiang Yao spread his hands helplessly. Do you think I'm going to let him wear the same outfit he wore last night? It reeks of alcohol and he himself hates it. There is a bathrobe in the bathroom. Please put it on first. I will go to your house to get you some clothes later. Shinwoo didn't have any clothes suitable for Jiang Yao. The t-shirt didn't fit Jiang Yao, and she couldn't get him a skirt. Fortunately, they lived in the same residential complex, so it wasn't too much trouble to go to Jiang Yao's house to get his clothes. 3 days later, Jiang Yao received a call from Feng Zishu, asking him to come out and meet him. During these 3 days, Feng Zishu and his uncle worked together to investigate the whole matter. The investigation started when Zhang Lia became pregnant, and focused on several lovers around Feng Xiuming. Sure enough, she discovered something unusual. 21 years ago, not long after Zhang Lia became pregnant, one of Feng Xiuming's lovers also became pregnant. Because Feng Xiuming had promised his wife not to have an illegitimate child, he transferred 10 million yuan to his lover and asked her to abort the child. Feng Xiuming didn't care about what happened afterwards, because he was sure that no woman would dare to disobey him. However, he didn't know that his lover didn't abort the child at all, but gave birth to the child secretly. The months leading up to the birth were winter, and since the lover's pregnancy was not very noticeable, outsiders could hardly tell that she was pregnant. On the day Zhang Lia gave birth, her lover also went through the hospitalization procedures and gave birth to a boy by cesarean section in advance. The hospital had her birth record at the time, but the boy was not registered and disappeared after birth, as if he had never appeared in this world. Feng Zishu was fortunate that Feng Xiuming had lost all contact with his lover since she revealed she was pregnant. Perhaps he was very unhappy with his lover's hypocritical behavior. He had clearly told her not to get pregnant, but she still got a child. Knowing that her son's substitution had nothing to do with her husband, Zhang Lia felt a little better. If her husband was involved in this, she really didn't know what she would do. She might even want to fight him to the death. But the situation is not much better now. If he hadn't been fooling around outside, his son wouldn't have suffered so much. Chapter 30. Returning to the Feng family mansion, twins? My child, I'm sorry for not protecting you well. Zhang Lia couldn't control her emotions and cried bitterly while hugging Jiang Yao. This was her second time meeting Jiang Yao, but her mood was completely different from the first time. Last time, she never thought that this young man was actually her own son. Jiang Yao was hugged tightly by his mother, and a strange emotion surged in his heart. He patted her back tentatively. Don't blame me, it's not all your fault. The other party acted unintentionally and Zhang Lia was also one of the victims. But it is unlikely that Jiang Yao really does not blame his mother at all. She couldn't even protect her own son, and she doted on her enemy's son for 20 years. Didn't she do anything wrong? But we are all adults, so there is no need to say some things superficially. Seeing his mother losing control of her emotions, Feng Zishu also tried to persuade her, Mom, it's a good thing that your brother is back. You crying like this will put pressure on him. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lia immediately tried hard to hold back her tears. Yes, it's a good thing that Xiaoyao is found back. I can't cry. Sister Zishu, has the matter been investigated clearly? Zhang Yao looked at Feng Zishu with his dark eyes without blinking. Feng Zishu nodded silently. Yes, I have found out that it was Feng Zichen's biological mother who switched you with him. Feng Zichen. Zhang Yao had heard this name many times from other people. It was this person who robbed me of 20 years of happy life. Although everyone was a baby back then and Feng Zichen had no choice, but he was a vested interest, it was hard for Zhang Yao not to resent him. What are you going to do with him? Zhang Yao asked calmly, with no emotion on his face. Feng Zishu pursed his lips and said, Io, there is something I must tell you. Although Feng Zichen is not my mother's biological child, he is my father's child. It is difficult to drive him out of the Feng family. Zhang Yao was so angry that he laughed and asked loudly, So what? Let him continue to stay in the Feng family as the eldest master, then what am I? What is the suffering he has endured over the years? While he was riding his small electric scooter in the wind and rain to deliver takeout, Feng Zichen was driving a luxury car for a ride with his brothers, or sitting in a luxurious bar box and laughing and playing with friends. Xiao Yao, don't get excited. We need to think about this matter carefully, Feng Zishu said calmly, pressing Jiang Yao's shoulder. Jiang Yao sneered, he is also your brother, isn't he? Although they were not born from the same mother, they have been together for 20 years and are related by blood. This younger brother of his who was adopted halfway through may not necessarily be as good as others. Ha ha ha, how could he expect Feng Zishu to seek justice for him? That's ridiculous. Feng Zishu had no way to deny it. The 20-year sister-brother relationship between her and Feng Zichen is not fake. Even though she still dislikes her younger brother for being ignorant and useless, that will be after she grows up. When he was a child, Feng Zichen was also a cute little boy, always following behind her and calling her sister. And now it's not her who makes the decisions in the Feng family, it's Feng Xiuming who makes the decisions. Before, Feng Zichen was Feng Xiuming's only son. One can imagine how much affection he had invested in him. It was impossible for him to give up on him. Okay, I get it, Jiang Yao lowered his eyes, his heart feeling cold. Are you unwilling? Of course not. But he had no choice, because he was the weaker one. Zhang Lia held Jiang Yao's hand tightly and assured him, don't be angry, Xiao Yao. From now on, all the properties under my name will belong to you and Shu Shu, and I will never give a single cent to Feng Zichen. She couldn't interfere with how Feng Xiuming distributed his property, but she would never give her things to the mistress's child. Zhang Lia also came from a wealthy family. Her family gave her a lot of dowry when she got married. As the wife of the Feng family over the years, she had countless properties under her name. The property under her name alone is beyond the reach of some small families. Mom, just leave your property to Xiao Yao. I can earn it myself, said Feng Zishu. She felt guilty towards her brother and didn't want to compete with him for things anymore. Moreover, she has her own company, so even if she doesn't rely on her family, her future development will not be too bad. Jiang Yao said nothing, neither agreeing nor refusing. It's too early to say these things now. Unless Zhang Lia transfers the property under her name to him immediately, otherwise it's all empty talk. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Feng Zishu knew that his brother had already made up his mind about him, and he sighed inwardly. Dad already knows about your situation. We are planning to hold a family reunion banquet for you so that you can officially return to the Feng family. Are you willing to let Feng Zichen become an illegitimate child? Jiang Yao asked suspiciously. Feng Zishu choked and pursed her red lips. Dad decided to announce to the public that you and Feng Zichen are twins. You were stranded away due to an accident and were only found back recently. It just so happens that one of the brothers looks like his father and the other looks like his mother, so it won't arouse suspicion from outsiders. Jiang Yao curled his lips. He was just saying it. How could the Feng family bear to let their precious young master suffer any injustice? It is common for wealthy families to have illegitimate children, but their status is not high and they are often excluded by their legitimate children. If Feng Zichen suddenly became an illegitimate child, his status in the circle would definitely plummet. Jiang Yao was unhappy, but he did not refuse to return to the Feng family. He is not a fool. Why would he give away his hundreds of billions of assets? He insisted on fighting and competing to see who would have the last laugh. A few days before the family reunion banquet, Jiang Yao moved into the Feng family's old house at Feng Xiuming's request. This old house was built when Grandpa Jiang Yao was still alive and covers an area of over 100 acres. In addition to the main building, there is also an annex for servants to rest, a single-family villa for guests to live in, a villa specifically for hosting banquets, as well as leisure and entertainment areas, private gardens, and so on. It was Jiang Yao's first time entering the Feng family's old house, and it was an eye-opener. Compared with the Feng family's old house, his large lake-view flat is nothing. He finally understood why the heroine in the novel got lost in the hero's house. The car stopped steadily at the entrance of the main building, and Feng Zishu personally helped Jiang Yao carry his luggage. Actually, there was nothing much in it, just a few sets of Jiang Yao's clothes. He hadn't thought about staying in the Feng family's old house for a long time. After the family reunion banquet, he had to go back to school. Xiao Yao, let's go in, she gave her brother a gentle smile, with a soothing meaning, telling him not to be so nervous. As soon as the two siblings stepped into the door, Zhang Lia greeted them excitedly. Xiao Yao, Shu Shu, you are back. Mom and Dad, I'm back with Xiao Yao. Feng Zishu pulled Jiang Yao and walked in front of Feng Xiuming. This was the first time Feng Xiuming saw his eldest son. He didn't look much like him, but more like his wife. I'm glad you're back, He nodded calmly towards Jiang Yao and said to his youngest son beside him, Zichen, say hello to your brother. Chapter 31, Feng Zichen hates Jiang Yao. Feng Zichen already knew his own life experience and had been venting his anger for the past few days. He smashed everything in the room to pieces. The servants cleaned it up silently and replaced the damaged items with new ones. Feng Zichen was almost furious. He, the eldest son of the Feng family, had turned into an illegitimate child. Wasn't God playing tricks on him? No wonder he felt that his mother and sister looked at him strangely since the past few days. It turned out that they knew that he was not their biological son. Feng Zichen had to be thankful that he still had his father's blood flowing in his body. Even if he is not Jiang Lia's biological son, so what? This is the Feng family, and he is also Feng Xiuming's son, so he can stay in the Feng family with confidence. He had known for a long time that Jiang Yao was going back to Feng's house today, and he had prepared himself mentally. But when he actually saw Jiang Yao, he couldn't help but feel hatred welling up in his heart. Why did he come back? Why did he come to destroy their family's happy life? Hello, brother, Feng Zichen greeted Jiang Yao with a smile on his face, looking like a well-behaved and innocent young master. Jiang Yao ignored him. He was very well-mannered for not attacking the thief who had robbed him of 20 years of his happy life. Could he really expect him to greet him with a smile? A trace of disdain flashed across Feng Zichen's eyes, and he turned to look at Feng Xiuming aggrievedly. Dad, my brother doesn't seem to like me very much. Feng Xiuming's face darkened and he looked at Jiang Yao with some displeasure. Your brother is greeting you, didn't you hear it? What younger brother? My mother only gave birth to 2 children, me and my sister, Jiang Yao said with a wry smile. He knew that he should pretend to be obedient and sensible like Feng Zichen, but he just didn't want to. It was already very aggrieved for him to return to the Feng family as Feng Zichen's twin brother, and he was also asked to act out the deep brotherly love to Feng Zichen, which was another price to pay. Unless Feng Xiuming gives him 100 million now, don't expect him to be nice to Feng Zichen. Asshole, you grew up outside and don't know any etiquette. Feng Xiuming slammed the sofa to express his dissatisfaction with the son he had just recognized. Jiang Lia immediately began to protect her son and glared at her husband. Feng Xiuming, are you speaking human language? Why did Xiaoyao grow up outside? Isn't it your fault? You. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Feng Xiuming felt guilty and simply turned his face away from his wife. Xiaoyao, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Mom will not let you suffer any grievances in this family. Jiang Lia gave Jiang Yao a loving smile. Jiang Yao felt touched and nodded lightly. Yeah. Feng Zichen on the opposite side was so angry that his eyes almost turned red. This was obviously his mother. It's all Jiang Yao's fault, that bastard. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, Mom wouldn't have ignored him like this. Since the day she learned the truth, Jiang Lia no longer allowed him to call her mother. Feng Zichen couldn't accept it at all. The mother he had called his mother for 20 years could be so cold and heartless to him. He was just a little baby at the time and the mistake was not caused by him. Why should he be punished? Hatred spread in his heart. Feng Zichen not only hated Jiang Yao, but also felt some resentment towards Jiang Lia. Feng Xiuming cleared his throat and announced without a chance of refusal, since you have returned to the Feng family, you should change your surname back. From now on, you will be called Feng Ziyou. I don't want it. Jiang Yao refused bluntly. He has been using this name for 20 years, so how can he change it now? What's more, the name Feng Ziyou made it obvious that he was a brother of Feng Zichen, which he found disgusting. What did you say? Feng Xiuming couldn't believe that this kid would refute him again and again. Who is he? The head of the Feng family always means what he says, so how could he accept being insulted by a junior? I'm putting my words here today. If you don't change your name, don't even think about returning to the Feng family. When Feng Zichen saw his father getting angry, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. This idiot actually dared to challenge his father. Ha ha ha, he must have hit a wall now. How many people want to have the surname Feng but don't have the chance, yet Jiang Yao actually refused. I wonder if there is something wrong with his brain. Jiang Yao glanced at Jiang Lia out of the corner of his eye, hung his head and said, I know I am not welcome. Maybe I have no relatives in this life. I won't bother your family anymore. As he said this, he actually turned around and strode out the door. Jiang Lia panicked and hurried forward to hold her son's hand. Xiaoyao, don't go. As long as your mother is here, no one can kick you out of this house. Feng Xiuming, if you want to drive my son away, just drive me away too. At worst, I can take Xiaoyao back to my parents' home. Did she really think that her Jiang family was a ruined family? Although the Jiang family moved overseas in their early years, they still had businesses in the country. Not to mention that she also has shares in Feng Group, all of which belong to her own son. Wife, that's not what I meant. Why are you so unreasonable? Feng Xiuming looked at Zhang Lia helplessly. When he was young, he really liked Zhang Lia, and he spent countless efforts and energy to win her over. But no matter how much he loves his wife, he cannot escape the bad nature of men. The red flag is still flying at home, but the colorful flags are fluttering outside. Before, he always thought that he had done a good job, at least he didn't have an illegitimate child. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yao's appearance not only slapped him in the face, but also broke his promise to Zhang Lia. Feng Xiuming actually looked down on a son born in an orphanage, let alone compared him with Feng Zichen, the son he had raised since childhood. But he couldn't resist his wife's insistence on protecting him, so what could he do? Seeing that her husband was willing to give in, Zhang Lia did not insist and said softly, Xiaoyao just returned home, so it's normal that he can't accept our presence for a while. You should at least give him some time to adapt. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let this kid adapt for a while. But his surname must be changed. It won't look good for a child of our Feng family to have a foreign surname. Feng Xiuming looked at his wife lovingly. Zhang Lia rolled her eyes in her heart. What a bastard. He even had an illegitimate child, and he was still pretending to be a loving wife. She is 50 years old and no longer expects love from a man. Now she just wants to protect her 2 children. Zhang Yao looked at Feng Zichen, whose face was ashen, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hate it? Hate it, that's right. The 2 of them were destined to be enemies since birth. Either the east wind will prevail over the west wind, or the west wind will prevail over the east wind. In fact, for Zhang Yao, changing his surname or not is really not that important, and it is not worth it for him to give up his inheritance rights to the Feng family. He just wanted to see how far Zhang Lia could go for him, and fortunately his mother did not let him down. At this moment, Zhang Yao began to understand what the saying "a child with a mother is like a treasure" meant. Zhang Yao's room is right next to Feng Zichen's room. Enemies often meet on a narrow road, and enemies are jealous of each other when they meet. Country bumpkin, don't think you're anything special just because you've returned to the Feng family. I'm Dad's favorite son. Chapter 32, Giving Zhang Yao 50 million and giving him 1 million is a case of partiality. Zhang Yao looked Feng Zichen up and down and said, Tisk, are you so proud of an illegitimate son? You damn country bumpkin, do you want to die? Feng Zichen glared at Zhang Yao with his eyes spitting fire. The word illegitimate child is now his forbidden zone. In the past, he looked down upon the illegitimate children in the circle the most, but now he has become one of them, which is a real blow. I'm talking about you. Your own mother is someone's mistress and she even switched someone else's son. How can you be a good thing as her offspring? Zhang Yao's face was full of malice. Feng Zichen's head buzzed and he rushed towards Zhang Yao frantically. I'm going to kill you. Thump. Zhang Yao kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying 2 meters away. You useless piece of shit. Today I'm going to teach you a little lesson. A son must pay for his mother's debts. You should pay back what your mother owes me, Zhang Yao said coldly, looking at Feng Zichen, whose face was distorted with pain. Feng Zichen covered his stomach and said, If you dare to hit me, I will tell Dad. Idiot, it was obviously you who started it. I was just defending myself. I recorded it all. Zhang Yao smiled and shook the phone in his hand. When you go out, you always have to be careful, right? Feng Zichen gritted his teeth. You are insidious and shameless. Zhang Yao was not like this downstairs just now. He was a bitch who said one thing in front of people and another behind their backs. Thanks for the compliment, Zhang Yao smiled proudly and slammed the door shut. Ah. Feng Zichen was helpless and furious, and could only punch the closed door wildly. Feng Zishu, who was hiding in the corner of the corridor, withdrew his gaze, turned around and went upstairs. Her room is upstairs, not on the same floor as her brother's. Just now, after she sent Zhang Yao to the door of the room, she did not leave immediately because she knew that the 2 younger brothers would not get along peacefully. Based on her understanding of Feng Zichen, she was worried that Zhang Yao would suffer a loss and wanted to stay and help him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yao not only did not suffer any loss, but also had Feng Zichen under his control. As expected, they are her biological siblings from the same mother. Zhang Yao's intelligence is very similar to hers. As for Feng Zichen, he is just a spoiled young master from a wealthy family. It's normal that he can't accept his identity so drastically changed overnight. Just take it slow. Zhang Yao stayed in the Feng family's old house for 2 days. In the past 2 days, Feng Zichen has been provoking him many times. Zhang Yao didn't tolerate him either. He would beat him when he deserved it and scold him when he deserved it. Feng Zichen couldn't get any advantage at all. As a result, this guy knew that he could not beat Zhang Yao, so he actually started to complain, and deliberately exposed the bruises on his arms while eating breakfast. Xiaochen, why is there a bruise on your arm? Did you have a fight with someone outside again? Feng Xiaoming looked at his youngest son suspiciously. Feng Zichen quickly denied, no, this injury was caused by my second brother accidentally. But I can't blame my second brother, maybe I did something to make him unhappy. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes when he heard this, damn green tea. Feng Xiaoming's face darkened instantly when he heard this, and he shot a sharp look at Zhang Yao. Did you hit your brother? Didn't he say that he was the one who provoked me first? He who provokes first is the meanest, so it's not unfair for him to get beaten. Zhang Yao put down the knife and fork in his hand and said in a light tone. Feng Xiaoming glared, and the veins on his forehead twitched slightly. Just because he provokes you, you can beat him up? If I provoke you one day, will you beat me up too? Of course not, Dad, you're thinking too much. Zhang Yao chuckled twice with a forced smile. He is not a fool, so how could he not tell the difference between the big and small kings in the family? Feng Zichen would just hit him, at most he would be scolded a few times. If he dared to hit Feng Xiaoming, I'm afraid even Zhang Lia would not be able to protect him. Feng Xiaoming was very angry at his dead pig fearless attitude. He gritted his teeth and scolded him a few words, then wiped the corner of his mouth and got up to go out. The house has been noisy these past 2 days and he doesn't want to stay any longer. Zhang Yao didn't take Feng Xiaoming's bland scolding to heart at all. Let him scold him, since he would lose a piece of flesh after all. Zhang Lia looked at her son's calm expression, her eyes filled with heartache. Xiao Yao, don't care about what your dad said. You don't have a car yet? Mom will transfer 50 million to you. How about you buy a car you like when you have time? She also didn't know how to make her child happy. When she was unhappy, she would buy him clothes, bags, and jewelry. Boys all like cars, so maybe if she bought him a car he liked, Xiao Yao would be happier. Zhang Yao looked at the bank card payment notification and gave Feng Zichen a subtle provocative look before pretending to shirk responsibility. Oh, Mom, you don't actually have to transfer money to me. My sister transferred 50 million to me last time, and I haven't even started spending it yet. Your sister also transferred money to you? Zhang Lia glanced at her daughter with relief in her eyes. She didn't know that her daughter had also transferred money to her son, but she was happy to see that her daughter and son had a good relationship. Yes, my sister is very good to me. Look, there is already 100 million in my bank card. I have never seen so much money before and I don't know how to spend it, Zhang Yao said with a smile. His words and actions hinted that he had a very hard life in the past and was so poor that he didn't even know how to spend money. Zhang Lia's heartache was about to overflow, and she hugged Zhang Yao. My poor child, your mother is here. She will not let you suffer anymore. Just buy whatever you like. Feng Zichen was almost getting red-eyed watching this. 100 million. 100 million F King million. They are all children of the Feng family. Why can Zhang Yao get so much pocket money at one time, while he only gets 1 million every month? Damn it, this is not fair at all. No, ever since the last incident he doesn't even have 1 million left. The Feng family has always been a model where the man works outside and the woman works inside. Zhang Lia takes care of the 2 children's food, clothing, housing and transportation, and is also responsible for distributing their pocket money. Feng Xiaoming is a very chauvinistic man. He doesn't care whether his children have money to spend or not, as long as they won't starve to death. Feng Zichen looked at Zhang Lia eagerly, and when he saw that she was unwilling to even give him an extra glance, his heart ached for a moment. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and walked in front of Feng Zishu, his eyes slightly red, his voice slightly choked. Sister, you are biased. You transfer so much pocket money to my second brother, why don't you transfer some to me too? I can hardly afford to eat. Feng Zishu subconsciously glanced at Zhang Lia, who had a cold expression on her face, as if she hadn't heard what Feng Zichen said. Sister, I know that I am not my biological child, and it is normal that I don't like me, but I am also your biological brother. We are siblings who grew up together. Feng Zichen's eyes trembled slightly, and big tears fell to the ground. Looking at Feng Zichen like this, Feng Zishu seemed to be back in his childhood, when his younger brother was also so well behaved and obedient. She couldn't help but feel soft in her heart. I'll transfer 1 million to you, but you can't mess around outside anymore. It's not that she was reluctant to transfer more money to Feng Zichen, but this kid liked to do whatever he wanted when he had some money. Therefore, Zhang Lia has never dared to give her son too much pocket money. Yes, thank you, sister. I will be obedient. I know what I did before was wrong. I have realized my mistake. Feng Zichen secretly disliked Feng Zishu's stinginess, but he looked well behaved on the surface. Giving Jiang Yao 50 million and giving him 1 million is like being too biased. Didn't Jiang Yao rely on pretending to be good to deceive his mother and sister into loving him? Who can't do that? He can pretend to be good too. Just wait and see, sooner or later he will make it impossible for Jiang Yao to survive in this family. Seeing her daughter transferring money to Feng Zichen, Zhang Lia didn't say anything. As early as the day she found out that her son had been switched, she decided that she would never care about Feng Zichen again. Chapter 33, starting to take out black cards as soon as they meet. Shortly after breakfast, a stylist came to the house and brought a suit that Zhang Lia had customized for Zhang Yao. Zhang Lia happily pulled Zhang Yao upstairs. Xiao Yao, your mother has delivered the suit I customized for you. Go up and try it on to see if it fits you. Okay, Zhang Yao cooperated very well. After putting on the suit, the stylist gave him a hairstyle. He was already handsome, and when he was dressed like this, his noble temperament was immediately revealed, which melted Zhang Lia's motherly heart. My son is so handsome, Zhang Lia's eyes lit up. Zhang Yao felt a little embarrassed by her burning gaze. This was his first time wearing a suit. Madame Feng, the young master looks so much like you. When you two stand together, they look like real siblings, the stylist said with a smile. Not only is the young master handsome, you also have excellent taste. The suit you picked for the young master makes him look even more handsome than the model. Yes, those celebrity idols are weak in front of young Master Feng. If young Master Feng enters the entertainment industry, there will be no place for them, the assistant praised. Zhang Lia glared at them and said, you two are just sweet talkers. Let Luna give you a big red envelope later. Luna is Zhang Lia's personal assistant, and she helps Zhang Lia with many of her affairs. Thank you, Madame Feng. Okay, you guys go back first and come back tomorrow, Zhang Lia waved at them. After the stylist left, Zhang Lia started taking pictures of Zhang Yao. Come here, Xiao Yao, stand here and let mom take a few pictures of you. Oh, yes, that's it, it's so cool. Mom, are you not feeling well yet? Zhang Yao looked helpless, his face almost frozen from smiling. It will be quick, take 2 more pictures. Zhang Lia excitedly took dozens of photos of Zhang Yao, and picked out the 9 most handsome ones and posted them on her Moments. She had also heard some rumors in the circle these 2 days, and the purpose of posting this message on WeChat Moments was to dispel those rumors. If her best friend hadn't told Zhang Lia, she wouldn't have believed that someone would speculate that Zhang Yao was Feng Xiuming's illegitimate son adopted from outside. What kind of look is that? Her son looks so much like her, how could he be Feng Xiuming's illegitimate child? Just a few minutes after posting on Moments, it immediately received a lot of likes. Many people below praised Zhang Yao for his handsome appearance, and Zhang Lia thanked them one by one in a good mood. Afternoon. Zhang Lia took Zhang Yao to pick them up at the airport. Zhang Yao's grandparents and their family flew back to China specially to attend his family reunion party. Xiao Yao, look, your grandpa and the others are coming out. Zhang Lia pointed at a group of people not far away and patted Zhang Yao's shoulder excitedly. Zhang Yao followed the direction of her finger and the first thing he saw was an old man wearing a white tang suit embroidered with auspicious clouds. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with a tall and handsome man on each side. One of the handsome men wanted to support him, but he pushed him away with his hand. Behind him was a middle-aged couple. The woman was dressed very fashionably and had delicate makeup. She looked to be in her early 30s or 40s. Zhang Yao had seen the man before. He was his uncle Zhang Yongyuan. Dad. Brother and sister-in-law, Xiaoxua and Xiaoxia, I miss you so much. Zhang Lia rushed over and hugged the old man. When Zhang Jin saw his daughter whom he hadn't seen for a long time, the wrinkles on his face seemed to have faded a lot. His gaze fell on Zhang Yao. This is Xiao Yao, right? Zhang Lia wiped the tears from her face, pushed her son in front of her father and introduced him. Dad, this is your grandson Xiao Yao. Okay, it's good that you found him back. Zhang Jin looked at his grandson who had been missing for 20 years with a complicated expression. When he heard the news that his daughter's baby had been switched, he almost fainted. He felt filled with guilt that he had failed to protect his daughter at such a critical moment of childbirth, leading to the baby being switched in the hospital without anyone noticing. In addition, there is also strong dissatisfaction with Feng Xiuming. When she begged him to marry her daughter to him, she said so many nice things, promising to treat Aya well for the rest of her life. But within a few years, he started playing with other women outside. Needless to say, all men are bound to have some shady thoughts, let alone a rich young man like Feng Xiuming who comes from a top wealthy family. But what he absolutely shouldn't have done was to have an illegitimate child outside and switch his grandson with another. Thinking that the grandson he had loved so much over the years was the child of his mistress, he was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Zhang Lia introduced Zhang Yao with a smile. Xiao Yao, this is your grandpa, this is your uncle and aunt, this is your eldest cousin Zhang Yangxua, and this is your second cousin Zhang Yangxia. Hello grandpa, hello uncle and aunt, eldest cousin, second cousin. Zhang Yao cooperated and called out to them with a standard toothy smile on his face. To be honest, he felt really uncomfortable with so many burning gazes from the opposite side. Aunt Baifei took Zhang Yao's hand affectionately and said, "Oh, Xiao Yao is so handsome. He and Yaya look like they were carved from the same mold." You're right, when I look closely, my cousin really does look a lot like my aunt. No wonder Feng Zichen doesn't look like my aunt at all. It turns out he is not my aunt's biological son at all. Zhang Yangxia stared at Zhang Yao curiously for a few seconds and said casually. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present became strange. Baifei had a smile on her face and her hands were decisive as she pinched the soft flesh on her son's waist. Why did she mention Feng Zichen during this nice time together? Ah, Mom, why are you pinching me? Zhang Yangxia cried out in pain and looked at Baifei aggrievedly. What he said was wrong. Feng Zichen really doesn't look like his aunt. It's a beautiful day, don't force me to slap you, Baifei gritted his teeth and warned in a low voice. Seeing that the female Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to explode, Zhang Yangxia suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. After teaching her son a lesson, Baifei turned to face Zhang Yao with a loving look on her face. Xiao Yao, your aunt doesn't know what you like, so I bought you a watch abroad as a gift from your aunt. As she spoke, she took out a small box from her handbag and handed it to Zhang Yao. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Yao took the box without hesitation. Without even opening it, he knew the watch must be worth a fortune. Since entering the world of the rich, he has become accustomed to things costing hundreds of millions or even tens of millions. As soon as Zhang Jin saw his daughter-in-law, he immediately gave her the gift and took out the black card that he had planned to give her when they got home. His old hand took Zhang Yao's hand and stuffed the black card into it. Keep it, kid. This is a little gift from Grandpa. It makes up for the fact that I didn't give you enough New Year's money for so many years. Thank you, Grandpa. Zhang Yao's smile was visibly happy, and his voice was even louder. It's so nice to start receiving gifts as soon as we meet. The awkwardness of meeting relatives for the first time disappears completely with this black card. There's nothing embarrassing about it. This is his own grandfather. Chapter 34, 5% of Feng Group S shares. The next day is the family reunion banquet. At Zhang Lia's strong request, Zhang Jin agreed to stay at Feng's house for one night. Of course, he had other purposes. This time, in addition to attending his grandson's family recognition party, he also planned to teach Feng Xiuming a lesson. That damn bastard made his grandson wander around for 20 years. If he didn't get angry, he would think Zhang Jin was a sick cat. As soon as they arrived home, they saw Feng Xiuming and Feng Zichen, father and son, waiting in the living room. Seeing his father-in-law arrive, Feng Xiuming immediately stood up to greet him. Dad, brother and sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Heh, do you still see me as your father? Zhang Jin pulled up a sarcastic smile, without even looking at Feng Xiuming, and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Feng Xiuming hadn't felt this awkward and powerless for a long time. Standing at his level, he is almost a domineering figure in the imperial capital. He is the only one who embarrasses others. Who dares to embarrass him? But since the other party is his father-in-law, what else can he do? He can only coax him. Dad, what are you talking about? As soon as I heard that you and my elder brother and sister-in-law were coming, I immediately postponed the meeting and rushed back from the company. You say that I don't even care about you? Would Zhang Jin be so easily fooled by him? Of course not. Don't evade the main point for me. Maybe you understand why I'm angry. Feng Xiuming glanced at his younger son beside him awkwardly. Things have already happened. The child is already 20 years old. Can he still put the child back into the womb? Feng Zichen looked at his grandfather who used to love him so much, but now he treated him like nothing since he walked in the door. He felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. Grandpa! Feng Zichen stared at Jiangzhen with red eyes, sniffed twice, and held back his tears. Jiangzhen's heart wavered for a moment. How can a relationship of 20 years just disappear like that? If Feng Zichen was taken away by mistake with another child, he might still be able to treat him as his grandson. But Feng Zichen happened to be the child born to Feng Xiuming and a woman outside, which was evidence that Feng Xiuming had wronged his own daughter. Not to mention that because of his biological mother, Jiang Yao suffered for 20 years. Thinking of this, Jiangzhen's heart instantly became cold and hard again. Don't call me grandpa, I'm not your grandpa. Feng Zichen bit the soft flesh in his mouth tightly. What had he done wrong? Why was he treated like an enemy? Jiangzhen ignored him, fearing that he would become soft-hearted after seeing too much, and turned to Feng Xiuming and said, I came back this time. On the one hand, I wanted to see the child Xiaoyao, and on the other hand, I wanted to seek justice for my daughter. Feng Xiuming thought he wanted him to kick Feng Zichen out of the Feng family, and his expression changed immediately. Dad, what happened back then was my negligence, but Xiaochen is also my son. I raised him for 20 years. There is absolutely no way I can just give up on him. I didn't ask you to give up on him, Jiangzhen said coldly. I remember you transferred 5% of Feng Group's shares to him on his 20th birthday. I want you to compensate Xiaoyao with this 5% of shares. Feng Zichen looked at Jiangzhen in disbelief. Grandpa, are you really so heartless to me? As the illegitimate son of a mistress, what qualifications do you have to get shares in Feng Group? Jiang Yangxia said in a nonchalant tone. Although the two are cousins, for some unknown reason, they have never gotten along since childhood. Now that she knew Feng Zichen was not her aunt's son, Jiang Yangxia naturally did not have a good face towards him. Zhang Yao, who was standing behind Zhang Lia, looked at his little cousin in surprise. Very good, very good. This sentence really touched his heart. Feng Zichen is an illegitimate child, why should he get shares? All those things belong to him. The word illegitimate child pricked Feng Zichen's nerves. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, almost pinching them to bleed. That 5% stake is his greatest confidence now. If he can't even protect his shares, what weight does his identity as the young master of the Feng family hold? Dad, Feng Zichen looked at Feng Xiuming with pleading eyes. Shares have been given to Xiaochen. Feng Xiuming's expression changed constantly, and his eyes were full of confusion. Jiangzhen slammed the table and said, Feng Xiuming, you bastard, do you still want your illegitimate son to inherit the family business? If that's the case, divorce Xiaoya immediately so that I, Jiangzhen, will not be unable to support my daughter and grandson. Dad is right. I also support Xiaoya's divorce. The son she has raised for 20 years turns out to be her husband's illegitimate child. This is a shame for any woman, Zhang Yangyuan said with a dark face. Feng Xiuming's body shook violently, and he retorted loudly, absolutely impossible. Divorce? The two families have had many business interactions over the years, and divorce at this time would definitely be a lose-lose situation for both parties. Not to mention that Zhang Lia still holds 10% of Feng's shares. When the two got married, he loved Zhang Lia dearly and gave her 5% of the shares as a betrothal gift. When the old man died a few years ago, he gave Zhang Lia another 5% of the shares. In addition, my daughter also received 5% when she turned 20. These shares are enough to cause considerable turmoil in the Feng Group. Moreover, divorce requires the division of property, which is likely to affect the group's stock price. If he dares to divorce Zhang Lia today, he will have to hand over the position of the head of the 6 major families in the imperial capital to someone else tomorrow. Feng Xiuming's expression changed unpredictably. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, transfer the 5% of the shares to Xiaoyao. They are all his sons anyway, so it doesn't matter who the shares are given to. Moreover, Zhang Lia also had a reason why Feng Zichen was given 5% of the shares. In a wealthy family, not every child can get shares. A mother is honored by her son, and a son is honored by his mother. Feng Xiuming's words exploded in Feng Zichen's mind like a thunderbolt. Dad! I don't agree. The 5% of shares were agreed to be given to me. I am also your biological son. You can't treat me like this, please. He reacted violently and rushed to Feng Xiuming, knelt on the ground, hugged his thighs, cried and begged, trying to make Feng Xiuming change his mind. Feng Xiaoming looked at his youngest son, whom he had spoiled since childhood, and sighed softly. Xiaochen, now that you can still stay in the Feng family, you should be content. Ha, are you content? Feng Zichen's smile was uglier than crying. He should be content, but he is unwilling to do so. That's 5% of Feng Group's shares, worth hundreds of billions. Can you give it to Jiang Yao just like that? Feng Xiaoming felt bad seeing his son like this, and whispered in his ear. You should learn more from your sister. When you join the group and achieve some success in the future, Dad may consider giving you some more shares. The remaining shares in his hands are the majority, and he can give them to whichever child he wants. Even the Jiang family has no right to object. Hearing this, Feng Zichen felt a little better. It was good that his father didn't give up on him completely. He really only had his father in this family. Chapter 35, Hundreds of millions in dividends every year. Jiang Yao didn't expect that his grandfather and uncle's family would take drastic measures to help him regain his shares as soon as they returned. He still doesn't know what the 5% stake in Feng Group means. Later, when I learned from Feng Zishu that a 5% stake could bring me hundreds of millions in dividends every year, I almost smiled to death. Fortunately, Feng Zichen didn't have time to break up, otherwise he would have been so angry that he died. That's several hundred million, and Feng Zichen must not let it go for nothing. The next day. Family recognition banquet. Jiang Yao was like a doll, letting the stylist dress him up. After finally finishing the styling, Jiang Yao felt that his butt was numb from sitting. It was the first time in his life that he lived so exquisitely. Actually, he thought it was a bit exaggerated. This is just a family reunion party, not a celebrity award ceremony. In any case, Jiang Lia was very satisfied with her son's final look. Before the banquet officially started, some guests had already arrived. The guests who came today were all relatively important. Feng Zishu took Jiang Yao and taught him little by little how to socialize. Ayo, why are you here? As soon as Lu Yunqi walked into the banquet hall, her eyes unconsciously fell on the handsome Jiang Yao. The first time she saw Jiang Yao in a suit, she almost thought she had recognized the wrong person. But this is her boyfriend of 2 years, there is no way he would make a mistake. Feng Zishu saw Lu Yunqi rushing towards his younger brother and gave him a friendly smile. Xiaoxi is here. Sister Zishu, did a Yao come to the banquet with you? Lu Yunqi asked curiously. Among the people present, only Feng Zishu and Jiang Yao had some connection. That night, it was Feng Zishu's assistant who hid Jiang Yao with his car at the door of the bar. Maybe the two of them had a connection afterwards that she didn't know about. Xiaoxi, don't you know yet? Xiaoyao is my lost brother. Didn't he tell you? Feng Zishu raised his eyebrows, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. This shouldn't be the case. Isn't Lu Yunqi my brother's girlfriend? How could she not know such a big thing? Lu Yunqi opened her eyes wide in disbelief, shocked and confused. Sister Zishu, you said Jiang Yao is your younger brother? What's going on? Isn't Jiang Yao an orphan? Lu Yunqi did not add Jiang Lia's green bubble, so naturally he did not see the circle of friends she posted yesterday. She only heard that the Feng family had adopted a son, but she had never taken the initiative to pay attention to what the son looked like. Shuier, who was following behind Lu Yunqi, also felt unbelievable. The poor boy Jiang Yao turned out to be the lost son of the Feng family? It was unbelievable, just like watching a TV drama. As if she had thought of something, Shuier's eyes grew increasingly fiery as she looked at Jiang Yao. Cici broke up with Jiang Yao a long time ago, can she give it a try? Yes, her behavior is immoral and she is sorry to her good sister Lu Yunqi. But her family's strength is at the bottom in the circle. If she was not Lu Yunqi's good friend, she would not even be qualified to attend the family recognition banquet held by the Feng family today. It is conceivable that the conditions of the marriage partner her family found for her in the future would not be much better. Rather than marrying a playboy who only knows how to drink and pick up girls, Jiang Yao was obviously a good choice. At this time, Shuier had obviously forgotten that Lu Yunqi was still obsessed with Jiang Yao and was thinking about getting back together with him all the time. She secretly squeezed her chest, walked to Lu Yunqi in her 10-centimeter high heels, and took Lu Yunqi's arm affectionately, but her eyes fell on Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, I didn't expect that you were Sister Zishu's younger brother. Congratulations on finding your family. Jiang Yao's gaze swept across her face lightly, his eyes slightly cold. Of course he knew Shuier. He didn't have much feeling for this girl before. He only knew that she was his girlfriend's best friend and was very cute, especially with her proud and plump breasts, which gave people a great sense of contrast. But ever since Jiang Yao found out that she had brought people to bully Lin Yishan, his impression of her has plummeted. Shi Shui'er felt a pang in her heart when she saw Jiang Yao ignoring her. Is Jiang Yao still bothered by what happened last time? If she had known this day would come, she would have never bullied Lin Yishan. Lu Yunqi didn't care about easing her best friend's embarrassment at the moment. She stared at Jiang Yao stubbornly. Why didn't you tell me you were a member of the Feng family? Jiang Yao didn't even mention a word to her about such a big thing. It was really too much. She had been fighting with her parents these days, trying every possible way to get them to agree to let her marry Jiang Yao. If I had known earlier that Jiang Yao was the son of the Feng family, my parents might have agreed to let me marry him. Listening to her heartbroken questioning, Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows. Ms. Lu, we have broken up. I should not be obligated to tell you my private affairs, right? What did you call me? How can you call me Miss Lu? Tears flashed in Lu Yunqi's eyes and she was shaking. What else should I call you? Jiang Yao asked back. They have broken up, he can't call Lu Yunqi by her nickname anymore. Jiang Yao, do you have a heart? Do you know how hard I have tried to be with you? You know nothing at all, she suddenly raised her voice, and many people around looked over here. Seeing that the situation seemed to be getting out of control, Feng Zishu reminded with a cold face, Xiaoxi, pay attention to the occasion. This is not a place for you to make trouble. Lu Yunqi blushed at her words and apologized hesitantly. Sister Zishu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Can I talk to Jiang Yao alone? There are some misunderstandings between us. Feng Zishu looked at his brother, Xiao Yao, do you want to talk to her? Sister, go and entertain the guests first. I'll explain everything to her. Jiang Yao knew that if he didn't agree, Lu Yunqi would never give up so easily. Shi Shui'er saw the two of them preparing to go to the backyard and immediately wanted to follow them. Lu Yunqi turned his head to look at her and said in a tone that could not be refused, Shui'er, find a place to rest for a while, I will come to find you later. Cici, I want to stay with you, Shi Shui'er said in a soft voice with a pout. Lu Yunqi didn't say anything, but the rejection in her eyes was very obvious. She was rarely so cold to Shi Shui'er, and for fear of making her unhappy, Shi Shui'er didn't dare to make a fuss again. Okay, then I'll wait for you in this corner, Shi Shui'er pointed to a corner of the banquet hall. Lu Yunqi and Jiang Yao walked to the small garden in the backyard one after another. Lu Yunqi, we have broken up. Do you know what breaking up means? It means that it is impossible for the two of us to be together anymore. Jiang Yao's voice was full of powerlessness. He always felt that they had different understandings of the breakup. Every time they met, Lu Yunqi would come close to him and stare at him with accusing eyes, as if he was a heartless man. Chapter 36, the fight begins. But you are the eldest son of the Feng family now. The gap in status between us no longer exists, and my parents will not object to us being together. Let's get back together, I really miss you, Lu Yunqi said with tears in her eyes, throwing herself into Jiang Yao's arms regardless of anything. Don't be like this, I already have. Jiang Yao was blocked by Lu Yunqi before he could finish his words. Don't reject me, Lu Yunqi's tone was almost pleading. Jiang Yao could feel the soft tip of the tongue licking his lips, and a warm current rushed straight to his lower abdomen. Damn, how could he refuse? Jiang Yao's hands on Lu Yunqi's shoulders changed from pushing to holding, tightening little by little, allowing himself to indulge in this lingering deep kiss. After Chu Jing arrived at the banquet hall, the first thing he did was to look for Lu Yunqi. After searching for a while, I finally found Shi Shui'er in the corner of the banquet hall. Why isn't Cici with you? Chu Jing frowned and looked at Shi Shui'er. Aren't the two of them always inseparable? Mr. Chu, you're here. Cici, she. Shi Shui'er bit her lower lip lightly, pretending to be embarrassed. When Chu Jing saw her expression, he had a bad feeling and asked anxiously, what's wrong with Cici? Shi Shui'er looked at him with a complicated expression and said slowly, she and Jiang Yao went to the back garden. Jiang Yao? Why is that poor boy here? Chu Jing suspected that he had heard it wrong. This is the old house of the Feng family. Today is the family reunion party for the eldest son of the Feng family. How can Jiang Yao, an orphan, attend such a high-level party? Shi Shui'er's eyes flashed. It seemed that Chu Jing didn't know Jiang Yao's true identity yet. Thinking of Chu Jing's unwavering devotion to Lu Yunqi over the years, Shi Shui'er was extremely envious. Lu Yunqi's life is so good. Not only does she have a good family background, but the men around her are all handsome men of noble birth. An evil thought could not be restrained from rising in her heart, and Shi Shui'er's mouth curled up slightly. Mr. Chu, Cece has been trying every possible way to get back together with Jiang Yao for a while now. It looks like her wish will come true today. I'm so happy for her. Get back together bullshit, Lu Yunqi's brain is broken. Is your brain broken too? Don't let me hear such words again, Chu Jing suddenly cursed. Sure, Shuwei'er pouted in grievance, but this is what Cece told me herself. What's the use of you getting angry at me? Can it stop them from getting back together? Maybe they are kissing in the back garden right now. Sure, Shuwei'er herself didn't expect that a casual remark she made would actually come true. Chu Jing frowned and said to Sure Shuwei'er in a commanding tone, "Take me to find them immediately." This is not good. Cece doesn't let me go with her. Sure Shuwei'er was obviously hesitant. Seeing that she dared to resist his orders, Chu Jing became even more furious. What I say is useless, right? Believe it or not, I will bankrupt your family tomorrow. Sure Shuwei'er was startled, her body trembling and waving her hands frantically. No, 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 Mr. Chu, please don't touch my house. I will take you to find Cece now. When they found Lu Yunqi and Jiang Yao at the foot of the wall, they saw Lu Yunqi and Jiang Yao kissing each other passionately. Chu Jing had good eyesight and could see at a glance that Lu Yunqi was intoxicated by Jiang Yao's kiss. He could even faintly hear the passionate breathing of the two people. Ah, Sure Shuwei'er deliberately exclaimed. Oh my god, Cece is too impulsive. How can she do such a thing in someone else's house? Even if she likes Jiang Yao so much, she can wait until they get home to be intimate. Chu Jing was already furious, and after hearing these words that deliberately fanned the flames, he could no longer hold back. He strode over, clenched his fists and was about to hit Jiang Yao. You bastard, I'm going to fuck you. When Jiang Yao heard the noise coming from behind him, he subconsciously wanted to defend himself, but before he could move, Lu Yunqi protected him behind him. Ah! A scream of pain came out of Lu Yunqi's mouth. Chu Jing's punch hit her shoulder directly. Chu Jing panicked. He had just seen Lu Yunqi standing in front of Jiang Yao, and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. Even if he had relieved some of his strength, it was still not something that Lu Yunqi, a spoiled rich girl, could bear. Cece, are you okay? Chu Jing was at a loss, wanting to touch Lu Yunqi but not daring to. Lu Yunqi half leaned in Jiang Yao's arms, tears wetting her long eyelashes. Io, it hurts so much. Stupid. Who asked you to block for me? Jiang Yao was angry and distressed. He would take a punch, it was no big deal. But Lu Yunqi had never suffered such pain before, and she would probably be in pain for several days. I'm not stupid, I just don't want you to get hurt, Lu Yunqi frowned and muttered to Jiang Yao. Sure Shuwei'er's eyes rolled around and she walked to Lu Yunqi with a distressed look on her face. Cece, are you okay? Young Master Chu was so ruthless, how could he hurt you? After her reminder, Lu Yunqi also remembered the culprit. She glared at Chu Jing. Why did you hit a Yao for no reason? Cece, I. Chu Jing didn't know how to explain. Could he say that he just couldn't stand Jiang Yao kissing Lu Yunqi? What right did he have to be so disgusted? Don't bother a Yao again, otherwise we won't even be friends anymore, Lu Yunqi said with a cold expression, and his words were extremely hurtful. Chu Jing couldn't believe it. They had been friends for more than 10 years since childhood, but Lu Yunqi was going to break up with him just for a poor boy like Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, you bastard, it's all your fault for seducing Cece. I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Chu Jing was blinded by anger and rushed towards Jiang Yao regardless of anything. At this moment, he urgently needed someone to vent his anger on. He was reluctant to get angry at Lu Yunqi, so he could only vent all his anger on Jiang Yao. Come on, I don't plan to let you go either, Jiang Yao sneered, pushed Lu Yunqi aside, and waved at Chu Jing contemptuously. The two men started fighting instantly. As a child of a wealthy family, Chu Jing had learned many skills since childhood, and fighting was one of them. Although Jiang Yao has not specifically learned skills in this area, he has fought countless times since he was a child, and his main goal is to be real. You punch me and I kick you. Jiang Yao was still thinking about the banquet that was about to take place, and tried his best to avoid being hurt by Chu Jing. However, he was not so kind to Chu Jing, and his fists seemed to have eyes and were hitting him in the face. Lu Yunqi was watching anxiously from the side. Io, Xujing, stop fighting. As she said this, she wanted to rush over to stop the fight, but Sure Shuwei'er stopped her. Cece, you can't go over there, you will get hurt. We can't let them fight anymore, Shuwei'er, you have to think of a solution quickly. Lu Yunqi stamped her feet anxiously. Just then, Feng Zishu, who had been waiting for Jiang Yao to come back, came over. What are you doing? Stop it. Chapter 37. Lu Yunqi's parents learn about Jiang Yao's identity. When the two heard Feng Zishu's voice, they stopped their actions in tacit understanding. Chu Jing's face was full of embarrassment. He came to Feng's house to attend a banquet and ended up fighting in someone's back garden. It would be embarrassing to tell others about this. I'm sorry, Sister Zishu. I was too impulsive. Chu Jing lowered his head and admitted his mistake honestly. But he didn't notice that Feng Zishu looked at him with a sharp and disgusted look. Chu Jing, you are so awesome. You beat my brother in my house. You really don't take our Feng family seriously at all. Chu Jing looked up suddenly. What brother? Why didn't he understand? Xujing, a Yao is the eldest son that the Feng family just found, and he is also Sister Zishu's biological brother. Seeing his confused expression, Lu Yunqi knew that he didn't know about this yet, so she quickly explained. Impossible, Jiang Yao is just a poor boy who grew up in an orphanage, how could he be a child of the Feng family? Chu Jing refused to believe no matter what he said. The poor boy he looked down upon was actually the eldest son of the Feng family, who was even more powerful than his own family. Chu Jing, are you questioning our Feng family? Feng Zishu's eyes were cold, and for a moment it seemed as if the temperature around them had dropped a lot. Chu Jing was stunned. Yes, the Feng family is a very nice family. How could they have found the wrong child? Since Feng Zishu said that Jiang Yao is her brother, then Jiang Yao's identity is definitely correct. At this moment, Chu Jing felt as if he was stabbed in the heart several times, which was more painful than death. The sense of superiority in his heart due to being born into a wealthy family was completely shattered at this moment. The more he looked down on Jiang Yao's identity before, the more severely he was slapped in the face at this moment. Feng Zishu retracted his cold gaze, walked to Jiang Yao and asked with concern, Xiao Yao, are you hurt anywhere? My stomach hurts a little. I was accidentally punched just now. Jiang Yao frowned and covered his stomach. Now that someone is backing him up, he won't pretend to be magnanimous, and he will definitely not be vague when it comes to filing a complaint. Stomachache? Is it serious? Do you need to go to the hospital? Feng Zishu looked nervous. He wanted to check his brother's injury, but because of his identity, he couldn't lift his clothes. Jiang Yao pretended to be strong and shook his head. It's okay, the banquet later is more important, let's go to the hospital when we have time. Feng Zishu knocked his forehead angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? The banquet is not as important as you. Your health is 10,000 times more important than the banquet. Sister, you were so nice to me, Jiang Yao felt touched. Nonsense, I'm your sister. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Feng Zishu looked at him with a helpless smile. The three people who were watching the interaction between the siblings couldn't help but be a little surprised. Brothers and sisters from wealthy families are all in competition with each other. Those who grew up together may have a better relationship, but it is really rare for Feng Zishu to be so close to someone like Jiang Yao who came back halfway. Lu Yunqi was genuinely happy for Jiang Yao. Sure, Shu Weier's eyes brightened when she looked at Jiang Yao. This meant that Jiang Yao was highly valued in the Feng family. If she could marry Jiang Yao, she wouldn't have to worry about her future status. Chu Jing curled his lips in disgust. What a pretentious guy, do you think you are a little kid, even filing a complaint after a fight? Feng Zishu took in the expressions of the three people and said to Chu Jing coldly, Chu Jing, I will personally seek justice from Uncle Chu for bullying my brother. Sister Zishu. Chu Jing suddenly became anxious. There's no need to bring matters between us younger generations to the attention of our elders, right? Whether it is necessary or not is not up to you to decide. Feng Zishu's eyes were full of oppression and his whole body showed majesty. Chu Jing gritted his teeth secretly, but he had no way to deal with Feng Zishu. The two were not on the same level at all. Feng Zishu has been in the Feng group for several years and has made some achievements. He usually talks business with Chu Jing's father and his generation. As for Chu Jing, he is still attending university as planned. Last year, his father urged him to go to the group for an internship, but he always refused with various reasons. Jiang Yao didn't forget that Lu Yunqi had just blocked for him. Cici, does the wound on your shoulder hurt? Do you want to apply some medicine first? Xiaoxi is also injured? Feng Zishu frowned in confusion. Jiang Yao nodded. Yeah, Xu Jing wanted to hit me just now, and Cici blocked it for me. Feng Zishu's face turned completely dark. This kid Chu Jing really deserved a lesson. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he might really think that he was the boss and he was the second in command. The banquet is about to begin. Yao, you go find your father, and I will take Xiaoxi to apply medicine. Lu Yunqi quickly refused. Sister Zishu, I'm fine. It's not too late to apply medicine after the banquet. She didn't want others to apply medicine for her. She also wanted to take advantage of Jiang Yao's guilt and try to reconcile with him today. The group returned to the banquet hall. It just so happened that Feng Xiuming was also looking for Jiang Yao. When he saw him coming, he scolded him with a stern face. Don't you know that the banquet is about to start? Why are you running around? Dad, now is not the time to teach my brother a lesson. It's not too late to talk to him slowly after the banquet is over, Feng Zishu advised calmly. Feng Xiuming's expression relaxed a little. Let's go, follow me to the stage first. The father and son walked onto the banquet stage together, and the people who were originally chatting in the banquet hall immediately quieted down. Feng Xiuming stood straight, holding the microphone and spoke slowly. Thank you all for coming to my son's family reunion banquet, 20 years ago. He briefly explained why he lost the child. Of course, what he said was just a script he designed, and he would never tell the truth to anyone. If people knew that his mistress was so bold as to replace his wife's son, the Feng family would lose all reputation. Xiao Yao, say hello to all the uncles and aunts. Feng Xiuming handed the microphone to Jiang Yao and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Jiang Yao took the microphone calmly. Hello, uncles, aunts, I am Jiang Yao. Thank you all for coming to my family reunion party. Jiang Yao read out a script that had been designed long ago word for word. It was grand and appropriate, which made Feng Xiuming quite satisfied. The only dissatisfaction is that Jiang Yao is unwilling to change his name. Fortunately, Jiang and Jiang have the same pronunciation, so people may subconsciously think that he took his mother's surname. The Jiang family was also a big family in the imperial capital before. Taking the mother's surname was not a shameful thing. Instead, it would allow Feng Xiuming to establish his image as a loving wife. Before the guests came to the banquet, they had all kinds of speculations about whether the son that the Feng family had adopted halfway back would be presentable. Unexpectedly, his appearance and temperament were impeccable, without any sense of pettiness. Sister, I didn't expect that the son that Feng family just found is so handsome, and he is also our senior, Su Qingyu whispered in her sister Su Qingyi's ear. Su Qingyi glanced at her sister with a smile. Are you interested? Su Qingyu's face turned red instantly. No, sister, don't talk nonsense. We are all adults, so there is nothing wrong with having a relationship, but I don't recommend you to find someone in your circle. Be careful that the elders may directly arrange engagement for you, Su Qingyi said to her sister earnestly. Su Qingyu pouted angrily. I don't want to fall in love, sister, don't talk nonsense. Okay, I won't say anything more, Su Qingyi lovingly scratched her sister's nose. The two sisters didn't know that their conversation was heard word for word by the couple Lu Zhinan and Lan Xian who were sitting next to them. These days, Lu Zhinan and his wife are extremely worried because of their daughter Lu Yunqi's pestering. They have always known that their daughter has a boyfriend at school. After learning about his daughter's relationship, Lu Zhinan immediately asked someone to check the boy's family information and past experience. She grew up in an orphanage, has outstanding looks, is hardworking and ambitious, and most importantly, is very obedient to his daughter. With all these qualities added together, in Lu Zhinan's eyes, she is barely worthy of his daughter. After verifying that the other party's identity was correct, he stopped interfering in his daughter's relationship issues. They are still young, and being in a relationship doesn't mean they will get married in the future. They might break up at any time, so there is no need for him to be the bad guy who breaks up the couple. Until a few days ago, his daughter suddenly insisted on marrying that boy named Jiang Yao, and Lu Zhinan was almost mad to death. The daughter they raised like a treasure is now obsessed with marrying a poor boy who has nothing. Isn't this self-degradation? Because of this incident, the couple couldn't eat or sleep well. When they heard that the Feng family had found their eldest son who had been missing for many years, they didn't pay much attention to it. Their own affairs had not been resolved yet, so how could they have the mood to read other people's gossip? It was not until they saw Jiang Yao and Feng Xiuming go on stage that the couple suddenly realized that the eldest son that the Feng family had found was actually their daughter's boyfriend. Lu Zhinan's resolute opposition had already begun to waver, and when he heard that the young lady from the Su family seemed to have a crush on Jiang Yao, he felt even more that marriage with the Feng family was a feasible option. Selfishly speaking, he certainly wanted his daughter to stay at home and find a husband, but now his daughter's heart was completely focused on that boy Jiang Yao. Instead of having a conflict with my daughter over this matter, it is better to let her marry the person she likes. At worst, after they get married, they can have another child with the surname Lu. Chapter 38. The house next to the Imperial University is given away as a gift. After the banquet, Lu Zhinan and Lan Xian wanted to call their daughter home and talk to her about Jiang Yao. Lu Yunqi's heart was glued to Jiang Yao, so how could she bear to go home now? Dad, you guys go back first, I'll be back later by myself. Are you going to look for that kid Jiang Yao? Lu Zhinan asked with a stern face. Well, I want to talk to him about something. Lu Yunqi stuck out her tongue guiltily. She hasn't told her parents about her breakup with Jiang Yao yet, for fear that they might have something against him. However, if I can take this opportunity to reconcile with Jiang Yao today, there is no need to tell my parents about the breakup. Oh, go ahead, Lu Zhinan waved his hand, feeling a sense of melancholy that girls cannot be kept when they grow up. Lu Yunqi's eyes lit up slightly. Dad, you don't object to me and Jiang Yao being together? Will my objection be of any use? Lu Zhinan wanted to roll his eyes, but thinking that this action was not in line with his identity, he forced himself to hold it back. Lu Yunqi thought about how she had been angry with her parents at home a few days ago, and pursed her lips embarrassedly. Dad, Yao is now the eldest son of the Feng family. Our family will not suffer any loss by marrying into the Feng family. Lu Zhinan agreed with his daughter's idea in his heart, but he still maintained aloofness on his face. Let's talk about it later and see how that kid performs. I knew that my dad was the best to me. Lu Yunqi affectionately put her arm around Lu Zhinan and leaned her head on his shoulder, acting coquettishly. When Lu Zhinan saw his daughter's cute and lovely appearance, even the hardest heart softened. Whatever, my daughter's happiness is the most important thing. Jiang Yao was surprised when he saw Lu Yunqi coming to find him. Cici, didn't you go back with your uncle and aunt? He had just clearly seen Lu Zhinan and his wife preparing to take Lu Yunqi home. The wound on my shoulder hurts so much. Io, can you help me apply the medicine? Lu Yunqi took Jiang Yao's hand and shook it, saying in a soft voice. I don't know if there is any medicine at home, I'd better take you to the hospital. Lu Yunqi immediately shook her head. I don't want to go to the hospital, I just want you to help me apply the medicine. Where is your room? How about we go to your room to apply the medicine? There was a subtle hint in her words that reminded Jiang Yao of the passionate kiss in the back garden just now. No, Jiang Yao shook his head violently. How could he dare to go into the room alone with Lu Yunqi? How could he not know his self-control? If he really went into the room, he would be doomed. Cici, we can't do this. I have a girlfriend. Jiang Yao shook off Lu Yunqi's hand and said through gritted teeth. Lu Yunqi was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you say you broke up with Lin Yishan? Are you lying to me? Whenever Lu Yunqi thought about Jiang Yao deliberately deceiving her in order to protect other women, her heart felt like it was blocked by something. Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm not lying to you, my girlfriend is not Lin Yishan. Less than a month after they broke up, he had already changed 2 girlfriends. Jiang Yao. You. Lu Yunqi's chest heaved up and down, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Her heart felt as if it was being gnawed by thousands of ants, and the stinging and tormenting feeling made her feel like she was about to collapse. Cici. Jiang Yao saw that she seemed to be about to faint, so he quickly stepped forward and held her tightly. Lu Yunqi grabbed Jiang Yao's sleeve tightly, and her throat felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton. Io, you are deliberately making me angry, right? I shouldn't have lied to you in the first place. Please don't be angry, okay? She didn't believe that Jiang Yao was the kind of playboy who would fall in love with every woman he met. He kept changing girlfriends. He must have been very sad after breaking up with her and wanted to heal his emotional wounds in this way. She didn't blame Jiang Yao, as long as he broke up with the woman outside. Cici, I didn't mean to make you angry. I have moved on and you should start a new life too, Jiang Yao sighed softly. He didn't expect that Lu Yunqi could do this for him. As proud as Lu Yunqi was, he was humbled by him. He admitted that he broke up with Lu Yunqi out of impulse and anger. All I can say is that fate plays tricks on him. If he had known from the beginning that he was the young master of the Feng family, he and Lu Yunqi might now be a pair of fairy lovers that everyone envies. But there are no ifs in the world, the fact is that they have broken up. The two had broken up for nearly a month, and it was not until this moment that Lu Yunqi believed that Jiang Yao really wanted to break up with her. She slowly curled up a bitter smile. I understand, I won't bother you again. I'll ask the driver to take you home, Jiang Yao said hurriedly as he saw her staggering out. No need, I'll ask the driver at home to pick you up, Lu Yunqi said in a cold tone, without a trace of emotion in her voice. Jiang Yao stared at her leaving back and did not try to keep her. Feng Zishu suddenly appeared behind him and asked curiously, what happened between you and Xiaoxi? Weren't you in a good relationship before? In her opinion, her brother and Lu Yunqi are a good match. They both have similar family backgrounds and outstanding looks. She could imagine how good-looking the child born to these two people would be. I broke up with her and I already have a girlfriend. Feng Zishu was stunned, talking about something new again? Jiang Yao touched his nose awkwardly. It's up to you. If you're in a relationship, be serious about it and don't cheat on your partner, Feng Zishu reminded casually. Jiang Yao nodded, I understand. Feng Zishu didn't ask who his new girlfriend was. Dating doesn't necessarily mean marriage, and it won't be too late to get to know each other when the time comes to get married. The next day, Jiang Yao drove his newly purchased Panamera to school. Originally, Jiang Lia wanted to ask the family driver to take him there, but Jiang Yao was too lazy to make the trouble, and he didn't plan to live back in the Feng family anymore, so there was no need to arrange a driver for him. When Jiang Lia heard that her son didn't want to go home anymore, her expression suddenly became anxious. Are you unhappy living at home, or is someone giving you a hard time? Xiaoyao, you must remember that you are your mother's biological son. This is your home, and no one can give you a hard time. She mistakenly thought that Jiang Yao didn't want to live in Feng's house because Feng Zichen had been targeting him in recent days. Jiang Yao curled his lips, walked over to her and sat down, putting his hands on her shoulders. Mom, you're overthinking it. No one is giving me a hard time. I just feel that my home is too far from school. The exams are coming soon, so I plan to live in school for the next period of time. Oh, so that's how it is, Jiang Lia breathed a sigh of relief. But will it be comfortable to live in the school dormitory? I remember your sister has a house next to the Imperial Capital University. I asked her to transfer it to you first. Jiang Yao quickly refused. No, I will graduate next year. If it was his mother's house, he would just take it. But for his sister's house, he would feel a little embarrassed to snatch it. That's still a year away. It doesn't matter. Your sister owns many houses. She won't mind, Jiang Lia said with a smile. In fact, it would be better to buy a new one, but the house next to the Imperial Capital University is not easy to buy, and Feng Zishu's house is empty now, so it is better to let Jiang Yao live in it. It was indeed what Jiang Lia said. Feng Zishu had no objection to this and immediately asked his assistant to transfer the house to Jiang Yao. I bought that house when I was in college. No one has lived in it for several years. I have arranged for someone to clean it up and replace the furniture. You can live in the dormitory for the next 2 days. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yao smiled brightly. The house next to the Imperial Capital University is more expensive than his Riverview flat. This sister really has nothing to say about him. Chapter 39, Exam. Brother Yao, why did you come to school? We were just about to talk to you about the exam. Wu Guangliang and the others were very surprised to see Jiang Yao, and quickly pulled a chair for him to sit down. Exam? Have you set a time? Jiang Yao asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, it's just a week away, and we will have summer vacation after the exams. When talking about the vacation, everyone was extremely excited. So fast, Jiang Yao sighed. A week is neither long nor short. I don't know if I can make up for the courses I have missed, and I also need to review what I have learned before. Wu Jun took out a notebook and placed it in front of Jiang Yao, saying as if he was presenting a treasure, Brother Yao, these are the notes we took in class these days. We brothers will review with you, and you will definitely have no problem passing the exam. But it's a bit risky to get a scholarship, Wu Guangliang touched the back of his head awkwardly. Jiang Yao's grades are the best in their dormitory, and he has received a national scholarship every year since his freshman year. Jiang Yao looked at the thick notebook, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. He raised his eyebrows in a road manner. What kind of scholarship is that? I'll be grateful if I can pass the exam. Besides, he is not short of money now, so the scholarship should be left to those who need it more. That's it, absolutely no problem, Wu Guangliang patted his chest confidently. The 4 people in their dormitory have never failed a course, and they can pass even the worst subjects with low scores. There is only 1 week left before the exam, and the course has basically been completed, so there is no need to get up early for class. At this time, it all depends on the student's own self-control. The library is always full for a period of time before every exam, and it is difficult to find a seat. Because Wu Jun and the others still had to teach Jiang Yao the courses he had missed during this period, the 4 of them discussed it and decided to stay in the dormitory to review. Those who can get into the Capital University of China are not stupid, but Wu Jun and the others really couldn't imagine that Jiang Yao's brain was so smart. They simply explained it to Jiang Yao once, and he was able to grasp it immediately. After learning it, he asked Jiang Yao to guide them in return. Fuck, brother Yao, you really didn't take extra lessons at home without telling us? Wu Guangliang, with an untidy beard and a pair of obvious dark circles under his eyes, looked at Jiang Yao with envy. In the past, the four of them would review together during the period before exams. Jiang Yao did learn more thoroughly than them, but not as well as they did. Ao Hao Yu raised his hand with a heavy expression and pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Brother Yao, push the green bubble of the tutoring teacher to me, so I can sign up for a few classes too. What a joke! With my ability, do I need to take secret lessons? Who are you looking down on? Jiang Yao crossed his legs, his face full of pride. Ha, I didn't expect the IQ bonus rewarded by the system to be so awesome. It was as if a light turned on in his mind, and the knowledge that he had only half understood before suddenly became clear to him. A week passed quickly. During this period, Xinwu wanted to ask Jiang Yao to go out and play together, but was politely rejected by Jiang Yao. Jiang Xiaoyao, what have you been doing these days? You haven't chatted with me much. How can you be a boyfriend like this? Jiang, sister, I'm studying for the exam soon. I'll go out with you after the exam. Kitten is shocked. JPG. She almost forgot that Jiang Yao was still a college student. Then you should study hard. We'll meet again after you finish your exams. After she replied to Jiang Yao's message, she turned around and went to Gu Yenyun to complain about the matter. Oh my god, do you know how I felt at that time? I felt numb, Xinwu said, covering her face. Ha ha, Shina, you also have your day. Let me let you, an old cow, eat young grass. Let's see if you dare to do it again in the future. Gu Yenyun laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward and couldn't stop laughing. In the past, Xinwu always laughed at her for being lovesick, but now the situation has changed and it is her turn to laugh at Xinwu. Xinwu rolled her eyes at her in annoyance and threatened with gritted teeth, I'll give you a chance to say it again, who is the old cow and who is the young grass? Gu Yenyun raised his hands in surrender, I was wrong. You are not Lao Nyo, I am Lao Nyo. Is that okay? Anyway, she was embarrassed to call Jiang Yao an old cow, it was too conscienceless. What should we do now? Jiang Yao doesn't have time. Why don't you go with Lao Zhan? I won't be your third wheel anymore, Xinwu said helplessly, supporting her chin with both hands. The two had originally agreed to go to a newly opened resort in the suburbs together, but they didn't expect Jiang Yao to have an exam. What's the big deal? Just wait until your Xiao Jian finishes his exams. There's no rush, Gu Yenyun said indifferently. Her family is well off, otherwise she wouldn't have played with Xinwu since they were young. However, she was not as ambitious as Xinwu. After graduation, she used the New Year's money and pocket money she had saved over the years to open a dessert shop to earn some living expenses. After all, he graduated from a prestigious university. He couldn't be an unemployed vagrant. Opening a dessert shop could be considered starting a business. Xinwu nodded, then let's wait until he finishes the exam. Exam week passed quickly. Jiang Yao, Wu Guangliang and others spent every day reviewing and taking exams, and they started working as soon as they opened their eyes. When the last exam was over, Wu Guangliang wanted to yell a few times. Damn, the exam is finally over. I must get some good sleep for a few days when I get home. Speaking of going home, Ao Hao Yu suddenly asked, Brother Yao, Liangzi, Lao Wu, do you want to go to Huacheng with me for a few days? He had wanted to invite his roommate to his home to play before, but Jiang Yao had to work every summer vacation, so he didn't mention it. Now that Jiang Yao is not short of money, Wu Jun and Wu Guangliang will just sleep in when they go home, so why not go to Huacheng with him for a few days and treat it as a trip? Wu Guangliang was a little moved, as he had never been to the Flower City in his life. It's fine with me. You can ask Brother Yao and old Wu. If they go, I'll go too. Wu Jun shrugged, it's fine with me. My parents don't have time to accompany me when I go home anyway, so I stay at home alone during the day playing games. The three of them looked at Jiang Yao in tacit understanding. Jiang Yao touched his nose embarrassedly, I haven't had time to tell you that Xinwu asked me to go to the resort last night. Why don't you go with me? They knew that Jiang Yao had changed his girlfriend and were extremely envious. Although Xinwu is a few years older than them, she has the advantages of being an older sister. She is not as willful as a little girl and she knows how to take care of others. The most important thing is that Xinwu is beautiful, a completely different type from Lu Yunqi and Linishan. That's embarrassing. Aren't we just light bulbs? You should just have fun with your sister Xinwu, Wu Guangliang said with a wink. Yes, you haven't seen each other for so long, Sister Xinwu must want to spend some time alone with you, Jiang Yao has become accustomed to being teased. Ever since he called Shenwu's sister on the phone in the dormitory last time, these guys started to tease him by imitating his tone. This time, it's not just her and I going to the resort, there are also her friends, so it won't affect anything if you all go. Are you going or not? I'll cover all the expenses. There may not be such a good opportunity next time. The three of them looked at each other and said in unison, Go. Chapter 40. The room on the right is for you and Xiao Jiang. Shenwu had no objection when she heard that Jiang Yao wanted to take his roommates to the resort. She had already met Jiang Yao's roommate at the bar that day, so they were not strangers. And it's more fun to go to a resort with more people. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Shenwu drove to the gate of Imperial Capital University. From a distance, she saw Jiang Yao standing in the crowd. His handsome face made her heart beat uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaoyao. Shenwu honked the horn. Jiang Yao turned around when he heard the voice and gave Shenwu a bright smile. Have you been waiting for a long time? Shenwu asked him. Jiang Yao smiled and shook his head. No, we just arrived a few minutes ago. These three are my roommates, you met them last time. Hello, Sister Shenwu, the three of them shouted in unison the name they had agreed upon before. Hello, Shenwu curled her lips slightly and nodded gently at the three of them. Get in the car first, my friends have already left, we will meet up at the resort. Wu Guangliang and the other two took the initiative to go to the back seat, and the passenger seat was naturally left to Jiang Yao. It takes more than 3 hours to drive from Imperial Capital University to the resort. Shenwu thoughtfully prepared a lot of snacks and fruits in the car. You can take whatever you want to eat. There is water and drinks in the door storage compartment. You can drink when you are thirsty. Thank you, Sister Shenwu. Wu Guangliang smiled and thanked her, secretly feeling that it was good to be in a relationship with his sister. In the past, Jiang Yao had brought Lu Yunqi to play with them. She sat beside them like a princess, waiting for others to serve her. She was nowhere near as considerate as Sister Shenwu. He felt that he could consider finding a partner who was a few years older than him in the future. With his carefree personality, he needed a stable and reliable spouse. Shenwu turned her head to glance at Jiang Yao and asked in a low voice, Have you had breakfast? Yes, I ate. Liangzi and I bought some buns and soy milk. What did your sister eat? Jiang Yao asked. Shenwu raised her hand and pointed at the unfinished cup of coffee on the cup holder. I had a sandwich and coffee. By the way, how was your exam? Did everything go well? Shenwu asked casually. It went pretty smoothly, Jiang Yao answered conservatively. Wu Guangliang picked up a bottle of mineral water and opened it. After hearing this, he didn't bother to drink the water. Sister Shenwu, our brother Yao has received national scholarships every year, and his academic performance is impeccable. So powerful? Shenwu looked at Jiang Yao in surprise, with a hint of shock in her eyes. Jiang Yao raised his chin slightly to express his dissatisfaction. Can't you see it? I can't tell, Shenwu shook her head honestly. A good student wouldn't have these words written on his face. On the contrary, Jiang Yao's face made him look like a popular figure in the school, the kind that many young girls would pursue. Thinking of this, Shenwu looked at the three people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Is Jiang Yao very popular in school? Well. Wu Guangliang dragged out the last syllable, not knowing how to answer. If I say Jiang Yao is popular, I'm afraid Shenwu will be jealous. If I say Jiang Yao is unpopular, he will seem unattractive. Shenwu seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and smiled gently. Tell me about it. I won't be angry. I just want to know more about a Yao. Wu Guangliang finally got smart this time. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked Jiang Yao, the co-pilot, cautiously. Brother Yao, can I speak? It's all fine, Jiang Yao said indifferently. There was nothing he couldn't talk about at school, and he believed Wu Guangliang would not be completely indifferent. After getting Jiang Yao's guarantee, Wu Guangliang became bolder and talked incessantly from the day they entered college. Wu Jun would occasionally interject a few words to cooperate, but Ao Haoyu still maintained his quiet personality, lowering his head to play with his phone. More than 3 hours passed quickly in the atmosphere of chatting and laughing. When the car arrived at the entrance of the resort, Wu Guangliang was a little confused. We're here already? We're here. Remember to take out the trash and throw it away when you get off the bus, Shenwu reminded with a smile. She quite likes Jiang Yao and his roommates. They all have their own personalities. The noisy ones are particularly noisy, while the quiet ones are particularly quiet. This resort is built in a sea of bamboo. As soon as you enter, you can feel that the air here is fresher than in the city, and the scenery is also very charming. Although the address is a bit remote, it became popular among internet celebrities soon after it opened. Many people are willing to bring their family and friends here to play for a few days and enjoy the slow life. There are dozens of ecological wooden villas built in the resort, all of which are built with logs. The furniture in the house is also made of wood. The rooms are spacious and clean, and all kinds of facilities are complete. All 3 meals a day are pure natural food produced by the resort itself. Green organic vegetables, local chickens raised in the mountains, pigs, sheep, and cattle are also purchased from surrounding farmers. In addition, there are various rest and entertainment activities, such as hot spring pools, swimming pools, popular water slides, game rooms, outdoor movies, mountain bikes, picking gardens, barbecues, fishing ponds, etc., and the activities can be different every day. Gu Yenyun and Zhang Hongrui were already waiting for them in the villa. Xinwu told her name to the staff, and they were immediately taken to the villa. "Ah, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time," Gu Yenyun laughed and rushed toward Xinwu. There are 3 rooms in the villa. Arui and I chose the one on the 2nd floor on the left side of the stairs. The one on the right is for you and Xiaojiang, and the double room downstairs is for Xiaojiang's roommate. What do you think of my arrangement? When Xinwu heard that she and Jiang Yao were put in the same room, her cheeks unconsciously flushed and she looked at Jiang Yao with a questioning look. "Sure, thank you, Sister Yenyun." Jiang Yao accepted the arrangement generously. He and Xinwu had done more intimate things before, so it was normal for them to live in the same room. It's even easier for Wu Guangliang and the others to have no problem at all. As grown men, they just need a bed, or they can sleep on the floor. Seeing that everyone had no objection to his arrangement, Gu Yenyun clapped his hands vigorously and said with full energy, "Then everyone go back to your rooms and put your luggage. I'll have someone send the food over here. It will be here in about 10 minutes. The resort provides free buffet meals, but it's almost 1 o'clock now, and there must be nothing left in the buffet." After asking the staff, Gu Yenyun learned that he could order dishes individually, but he would have to pay extra. Thinking that they were already out for fun and didn't mind spending a little money, Gu Yenyun ordered a table of dishes and asked the staff to send them to the villa. Xinwu and Jiang Yao went to the room upstairs together. As soon as he put down his luggage, Jiang Yao couldn't wait to pull Xinwu to lie down on the big bed. Xinwu fell suddenly on the bed and couldn't help but let out a short cry of surprise. Chapter 41, Versatile, Rich, and Handsome. "What are you doing? We have to go out to eat later." Xinwu hit Jiang Yao's chest angrily and glared at him coquettishly. Jiang Yao put his arm around her waist and sighed comfortably. "I'm so tired. I want to lie down and rest for a while. What else do you think I'm going to do?" Xinwu's eyes flashed, and she argued awkwardly, No, I didn't think you wanted to do anything." This is so embarrassing." She thought Jiang Yao wanted to do that kind of thing, but it turned out she was overthinking it. Jiang Yao suddenly turned over and pressed her under him, slightly curling his lips and saying with a half smile, "Sister, if you really want to, it's okay. We can just skip dinner." "No. I'm not thinking about these unhealthy things, get out of here." Xinwu pushed a few times randomly, not realizing that her actions were like starting a fire. Jiang Yao felt hot all over when her little hand touched him. He pressed his hand hard and said in a hoarse voice, "If you touch me again, I really can't bear it anymore." After he said that, he kissed her hard on the lips with a hint of venting his anger. Xinwu felt his impulse, her body instantly stiffened, and she mumbled, "I won't move. Please get up quickly. Yenyun and the others are still waiting for us downstairs." Jiang Yao chuckled and moved away from her. "I'm not a man-eating monster, why do you look so scared of me?" Xinwu curled her lips. He was indeed not a man-eating monster, but it would be difficult to deal with a 20-year-old boy. When the two went downstairs, the others were already seated at the dining table, which was filled with fragrant food. "Oh, I thought you didn't have time to come down for dinner," Gu Yenyun winked at Xinwu with a wicked smile. Xinwu pulled out a chair and sat down, rolling her eyes at her. "Can you become an immortal without eating?" Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Zhang Hongrui hurried to mediate. "Okay, you two can chat later. Let's eat first. We are all very hungry." "These dishes look really good, with great color, aroma, and taste." Jiang Yao took a deep sniff and said in an exaggerated tone. This sentence attracted everyone's attention to the food. They were already hungry, and no one knew who would pick up their chopsticks first, but everyone started eating with big mouthfuls. After dinner, Gu Yenyun sent a message to the staff, asking them to come and clean up, and they went out to play. Do you want to play separately or together? Gu Yin asked. Wu Guangliang said without thinking, let's play separately. He didn't want to be a third wheel, and since everyone was unfamiliar with him, he would feel uncomfortable playing together. Gu Yin had a similar idea and nodded readily. Okay, let's have a barbecue together in the evening and then we will have free time in the afternoon. The 7 people were divided into 3 groups, and Jiang Yao was naturally with Xinwu. Oh, where do you want to go first? Xinwu's eyelashes trembled and she couldn't help yawning. It's okay with me. She had been driving for the whole morning and had just eaten, so she couldn't help feeling sleepy. But since she had finally come out to have fun, she was too embarrassed to say that she wanted to go back to sleep. Then let's go to the cinema to watch a movie first. Jiang Yao saw that she was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes, and thought of a good place. Xinwu nodded quickly. It would be nice to watch a movie. She didn't have the energy to run around outside at the moment. The resort's movie rooms are all small rooms, each of which can accommodate about 8 people watching movies at the same time. Jiang Yao chose a foreign art film that made him sleepy. Sure enough, Xinwu fell asleep less than 10 minutes into the movie. Seeing how soundly she was sleeping, Jiang Yao couldn't help but take a nap for half an hour as well. It is not advisable to take a nap for too long, as it will make you dizzy, so about an hour later, Jiang Yao woke Xinwu up. Xinwu didn't expect that she actually fell asleep, and couldn't help covering her face. Sorry, I'm too sleepy. I know you're sleepy, so I brought you here to rest for a while, Jiang Yao said with a smile, scratching the tip of her upturned nose. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't touched. Although Jiang Yao was a little younger, he was really thoughtful. Many men of the same age as Xinwu might not be as considerate as he was. Do you want to continue watching? Let's not watch this movie anymore, it's too boring. Xinwu thought for a while and said, I heard that this resort has a large and popular water slide. Why don't we go and take a look? Let's go. Jiang Yao immediately got up from the sofa. This water slide was very popular on the internet before. It cleverly combines the terrain of the mountain and is built around a bamboo forest. There are many bends and slopes with large drops in the middle. The total length is more than 700 meters. Tourists sit on specially made skateboards and slide down quickly with the water flow. It is both exciting and fun. Many people want to do it again after playing it once. When Jiang Yao and his friends arrived, there were already quite a few people queuing in front of them. Xinwu looked at the long line and suddenly felt dizzy, so many people. She felt like all the tourists in the resort came here. I'll ask the staff how long the wait will take, Jiang Yao said, then turned and walked towards the staff. The staff member glanced at the queue and replied, it will take about an hour. If you are not in a hurry, you can come back later. There is a swimming pool next to it and you can play there for a while. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yao nodded to the staff. Xinwu was not far away and she heard what the staff said. She frowned slightly, more than an hour is too long. Why don't we go to the swimming pool and play for a while? She had originally planned to do some water activities, so she brought a swimsuit with her so that she could swim a few laps in the pool and exercise her body. Let's change the place, Jiang Yao looked a little embarrassed. Could he say that he couldn't swim? Ding! As a qualified second-generation rich man, you should be proficient in various skills. Please learn to swim within 24 hours. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with a lucky draw on the wheel. Jiang Yao almost didn't react when he heard the system suddenly release the task. He hasn't heard the system's voice for some time since the last 2 difficult tasks were issued in succession. But is it too much to think that he can learn to swim in 24 hours? Seeing that Jiang Yao's expression was not right, Xinwu's eyes widened slightly and she asked with a smile, Jiang Xiao, you can't be unable to swim? Jiang Yao pretended to be angry and pinched her fair cheeks with both hands. Congratulations, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Ha, I didn't expect that you really can't swim. It doesn't matter, I can teach you. Whether it's freestyle, butterfly stroke, breaststroke, or backstroke, I can do them all. Xinwu's cheeks were pinched by him, and her words were a little unclear, but one could feel her happy mood just from her voice. Chapter 42 One of Lu Yunxi's dogs. When Jiang Yao saw Xinwu walking out of the women's locker room, his eyes almost popped out. The bright red one-piece swimsuit perfectly outlines her graceful curves. There is not a trace of excess fat in the thin places, and the fat places are well proportioned. Jiang Yao finally understood why it was said that women were most seductive when they were half exposed. The one-piece swimsuit that Xinwu was wearing was not too revealing. Except for her hands and feet, the rest of her body was tightly covered by the swimsuit. It was incomparable to the three-point bikini design, but it had a different kind of temptation. Why are you standing there? Come on, do you still want to learn how to swim? Shinwoo walked up to Jiang Yao, smiled and waved her hand in front of him. I don't want to learn anymore, Jiang Yao said honestly. He had no time to think about learning how to swim right now. The thought of such a beautiful woman teaching him how to swim personally made him feel hot all over. Shinwoo glared at him angrily. I have already changed into my swimming clothes, and now you don't want to learn anymore? I'm just kidding, let's go. Jiang Yao smiled and took her hand, while also declaring his sovereignty. Don't think he didn't see the hungry looks in the swimming pool. Each of them couldn't wait to stick to Shinwoo. This feeling is so proud and unpleasant that I want to poke their eyes out. The two went straight to the shallow area of the swimming pool. Shinwoo said gently, let me teach you breaststroke today. It is easier for beginners to master breaststroke. Let's first adapt to the water temperature in the shallow area here, and then I will teach you how to practice holding your breath and exhaling. Shinwoo said she wanted to teach Jiang Yao how to swim, so she really taught him seriously. Influenced by her, Jiang Yao didn't have the time to think about all those other things. Yes, very good. Relax your whole body and let it float up naturally. Remember to keep your body straight and avoid raising your head, which will cause sinking. Shinwoo is a very good teacher and is not at all stingy with her encouragement to her students. Fortunately, Jiang Yao was not stupid and he learned very quickly. It didn't take long for him to master all the basic points. Not bad, you learn very well. Shinwoo wiped the water droplets from her face with a bright smile on her face, obviously very satisfied with this smart student. Wait a moment, I will hold your hand in front of you, and you practice the leg movements first, such as retracting, flipping, kicking and clamping. After you have mastered the leg movements, we will practice the hand movements and breathing. Okay, Jiang Yao nodded seriously. He is now very enthusiastic about learning and has an inexplicable confidence that he can learn it quickly. Jiang Yao took a deep breath and floated in the water, his chin slightly raised, his eyes and nose exposed above the water. Shinwoo took his hand and moved backward. Very good, relax, and pay attention to retracting, kicking, and clamping your legs, ah. Before she could finish her sentence, Shinwoo suddenly screamed and let go of Jiang Yao with both hands. Jiang Yao, who lost his guidance, lost his balance instantly and sank into the water. Water with a strong smell of disinfectant poured into his nose and throat from all directions. Jiang Yao kicked and scrambled several times before finally reaching the bottom of the swimming pool. Cough, cough. He let out a heart-wrenching cough in pain, and his lungs felt like they were burning with pain. Shinwoo swam over hurriedly and held his face in her hands with heartache. Io, are you okay? I'm sorry, someone bumped into me just now, and I accidentally let go of your hand. No, it's okay. Jiang Yao waved his hand and looked behind Shinwoo. This was incredible. I didn't expect that the other person was actually an acquaintance. Ma Wenqi, are you fucking sick? Jiang Yao cursed angrily with red eyes. If it was a stranger, perhaps the other person had accidentally bumped into Shinwoo. Being bumped into in a swimming pool is not uncommon. But the other party was Ma Wenqi, and Jiang Yao was 200% sure that he did it on purpose. Ma Wenqi is a classmate of Jiang Yao in the same department and is also one of Lu Yunqi's suitors. The goddess whom he had tried every trick in the book and spent all his money and gifts on, but still failed to win over, was won over by the poor boy Jiang Yao. He hated her so much. He had targeted Jiang Yao several times at school before, but they were all minor incidents, and Jiang Yao was too lazy to pay attention to him, his defeated opponent. But what happened today was really too much. The moment he sank into the water, Jiang Yao felt like he almost went to see his grandmother. The man in black swimming trunks, with a large abdominal muscle on his stomach, glared at Jiang Yao with disdain. How dare you talk about me like that? You actually had an affair with other women behind Lu Yunqi's back. Are you worthy of Lu Yunqi's sincerity towards you? Shinwoo's eyes flickered. Lu Yunqi? Was she Jiang Yao's ex-girlfriend? Sure enough, Jiang Yao's words the next second confirmed her guess. You are sick, kid. Lu Yunqi and I broke up a long time ago. She is my serious girlfriend. I am trying to steal your love. Ma Wenqi widened his eyes in shock. Fuck, when did you break up with Lu Yunqi? Why didn't I know? Jiang Yao was almost laughing out of anger. Who are you to say this? Why should I tell you our private affairs? Ma Wenqi choked, his face as dark as if ink was about to drip out. Why did you break up with Lu Yunqi? Did you cheat on her? If this is true, he will never let Jiang Yao go. It was already unfair enough for Lu Yunqi to be in love with a poor boy like Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao still didn't know how to cherish her, then he would definitely teach Jiang Yao a lesson on behalf of Lu Yunqi. Ma Wenqi, you idiot, do you live by the sea? Why do you care so much? Jiang Yao rolled his eyes. He lowered his eyes to look at Shen Wu and asked with concern, did he hurt you just now? It's okay, it's just my shoulder that was hit. Shen Wu touched her left shoulder, which was aching slightly. The word shoulder instantly reminded Jiang Yao of the time when Lu Yunqi blocked the blow for him. He didn't know whether her injury had healed. Jiang Yao became inexplicably irritated, his dark eyes staring at Ma Wenqi without blinking, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Apologize to my girlfriend right now. I won't apologize, what can you do to me? Ma Wenqi made a provocative expression, looking mean. Shen Wu was worried that Jiang Yao would have a conflict with the other party, so she took the initiative to hold his hand and said, don't pay attention to this lunatic, let's go to another place to continue studying. Jiang Yao, stop right there. Ma Wenqi roared, his tone full of questioning. Are you feeling guilty, kid? Did you really do something to let Lu Yunqi down? Shen Wu suddenly stopped. Although she didn't know why this boy thought Jiang Yao was cheating, she felt that it was necessary to explain it clearly. She didn't want to be accused of being a mistress for no reason. Jiang Yao felt her pause and guessed that she must also care about the answer to this question, so he turned around and looked at Ma Wenqi. Chapter 43. Jiang Yao was bitten by a dog. Lu Yunqi and I broke up because of our different ideas. Neither of us cheated on each other. If you spread rumors again, I will sue you for spreading rumors, Jiang Yao explained seriously. It's more accurate to say that I'm explaining it to Shen Wu rather than to Ma Wenqi. Ha, are you kidding me? You've been together for 2 years. Why didn't you tell me before that you had different ideas? Ma Wenqi didn't believe Jiang Yao's nonsense at all. We are all men, so we all understand each other. In his opinion, Jiang Yao must have cheated on him, and that's why he deliberately used the excuse of different ideas to break up with Lu Yunqi. Thinking of this, Ma Wenqi suddenly felt extremely angry. That was the goddess he had always wanted but could never get, and Jiang Yao got her but didn't know how to cherish her. Ma Wenqi's eyes swept over Shen Wu. Isn't it just that she has a better figure and looks coquettish, but how can she compare to his goddess Lu? Moreover, this woman looked several years older than them. Could she be the rich woman Jiang Yao found? Ma Wenqi, who thought he had discovered the truth, had contempt in his eyes. Jiang Yao, Lu Yunqi was really blind to choose you. I didn't expect that you would be such a snobbish person. Disdain the poor and love the rich? Are you talking about me? Jiang Yao said with a look of disbelief. If he was snobbish, he would not have broken up with Lu Yunqi in the first place. Do you dare to say that you broke up with Lu Yunqi not because this woman is rich? Ma Wenqi pointed at Shen Wu and asked with certainty. Shen Wu twitched her lips. What kind of idiot is this? Although she didn't know the specific situation of Jiang Yao's family, Jiang Yao could afford to drive a Koenigsegg and live in Yunjing No. 1, so he definitely couldn't be a poor person. If Jiang Yao really dated her for money, it could only be said that he thought too highly of her. She didn't have the financial resources to support a rich second-generation man. Jiang Yao was also amused by Ma Wenqi's stupidity. Do you know Lu Yunqi's identity? You dare to talk nonsense here without knowing anything. To be honest, I really admire your courage. What do you mean? What is Lu Yunqi's identity? Ma Wenqi showed a suspicious expression on his face. Everyone in the school knows that Lu Yunqi's parents are ordinary people, but she never bows to money. She is like a lotus that emerges from the mud without being stained, with a noble character. But now Jiang Yao says that Lu Yunqi has a hidden identity. Is this possible? No, maybe Jiang Yao was just trying to slander Lu Yunqi. He couldn't just believe Jiang Yao's lies. Jiang Yao looked at him with a half-smile, as if he was looking at a clown. If you want to know, you can check it yourself. Why should I tell you? Ma Wenqi sneered disdainfully. You know it yourself whether you don't want to tell me or you are talking nonsense. Okay, I'm just talking nonsense, okay? You're the only smart person in the world. Jiang Yao was too lazy to argue with him. How does the saying go? You can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Maybe even if he revealed now that Lu Yunqi was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Ma Wenqi would think he was making it up. Of course, he would not tell this secret to Ma Wenqi. He would not meddle in other people's affairs until Lu Yunqi himself admitted his identity. I don't bother with a wimp like you who only cares about freeloaders. Ma Wenqi spat at Jiang Yao, walked around him and wanted to go ashore. Although on the surface he didn't seem to believe what Jiang Yao said, he had a vague premonition in his heart that Jiang Yao was not lying to him. Ma Wenqi now just wants someone to quickly check what Lu Yunqi's identity is. If he doesn't know the answer, he will probably be worried and unable to sleep tonight. With a splash, Ma Wenqi felt a pain in his buttocks and fell straight into the water. Because he was completely unprepared, several mouthfuls of water went into his nose and mouth. Cough, cough. Jiang Yao, are you fucking sick? Ma Wenqi climbed out of the water while coughing, his lips trembling with anger, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. Jiang Yao didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt when he saw his miserable state, but instead burst into laughter. You deserve it. It's your fault for deliberately bumping into my girlfriend just now. This is a little lesson for you, Jiang Yao said jokingly, not taking Ma Wenqi's anger seriously at all. Ma Wenqi felt the gazes of the people around him and felt that he had lost all his dignity and face, and was on the verge of collapse. He was like an enraged bull, his hands clenched into fists, and he rushed towards Jiang Yao with great momentum. Ah! Jiang Yao, you bastard, I must kill you today. Shit! Jiang Yao was frightened by his desperate look and started running towards the shore. The water is not his main battlefield. If he is pushed into the water, he will become a dead fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. It is safer to go to the shore. As soon as Jiang Yao retreated to the shallow water, Ma Wenqi rushed over with a roar, splashing water around him. I-oh! Xinwu was watching from the side, feeling angry and anxious. She wanted to go forward to help but didn't know where to start. The onlookers in the swimming pool all moved away to make room for the two people fighting, with expressions of anticipation on their faces. Ma Wenqi's fist flew through the air and hit Jiang Yao's face. Jiang Yao suddenly bent down to avoid the attack, grabbed the opponent's waist with both hands, and threw him to the ground. Ma Wenqi was no pushover either. He grabbed Jiang Yao's legs in the water and pulled him into the water with force. The two fought fiercely, and even a faint red color appeared on the water surface. Stop! Stop it now! Finally, several lifeguards pulled the two apart. Xinwu rushed to Jiang Yao and checked his body immediately. Ayo, how are you? Are you injured? It's okay, it's just my hand that was bitten. Jiang Yao grimaced in pain and raised his right hand with a tooth mark to show Xinwu. Xinwu grabbed his hand and frowned slightly. Your skin is a little broken. I don't know if you need a tetanus shot. There should be a medical room in the resort. I'll take you there later. Ma Wenqi, who was being restrained by the lifeguard, was instantly defeated when he saw someone cared about Jiang Yao. You bastard. I'm going to call the police. Just prepare to go to jail. His nose was still bleeding and he had been punched in the eye, looking horrible. Report it, at most we're just fighting each other, Jiang Yao shrugged nonchalantly, not afraid of his threat at all. He is no longer an orphan who can be trampled upon by anyone. He is the eldest son of the Feng family. It's impossible for the Feng family to really let him go to jail. If the matter gets out of hand, they can kill Ma Wenqi even if they have to spend money. As far as he knew, Ma Wenqi's family should have some money, but it was nothing compared to the Feng family. Jiang Yao gave Ma Wenqi a provocative look, followed Xinwu out of the swimming pool and went to the resort's medical room. I don't know if Ma Wenqi has any infectious disease, so it's safer to disinfect him quickly. Chapter 44, Xiao Jiang Yao grows 3 centimeters. Xinwu accompanied Jiang Yao to the resort's medical room. After the doctor took a look at Jiang Yao's wound, he gave him a simple disinfection treatment. Doctor, do I need a tetanus shot? Jiang Yao asked the doctor worriedly. In the past, he wouldn't even bother to disinfect such a minor injury. It doesn't matter if he's alive or dead. But it's different now. He has hundreds of millions of dollars in his account, luxury cars and mansions. His body cannot tolerate any accidents and he must live a long life. The doctor raised his eyelids and looked at him. Your wound is only a slight break in the skin. You don't need an injection. That's good, Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. After coming out of the infirmary, Jiang Yao wanted to take Xinwu to the swimming pool again. Still going? Xinwu now has a psychological trauma about swimming pools. Jiang Yao said in a firm tone, Go. I must learn to swim today. If he really can't learn breaststroke, he will learn dog paddle. Xinwu didn't understand why he was so anxious. You were just injured, why don't you learn it tomorrow? Jiang Yao frowned. The system stipulated that the task time was 24 hours, so there was still time tomorrow morning. But who could guarantee that he would be able to learn it tomorrow morning? Wait for me first, Jiang Yao said, turned around and ran back to the infirmary. After a while, he came out with a waterproof patch and waved it at Shinwoo with a smile. There's no problem now. Shinwoo. Okay, since Jiang Yao works so hard, she must teach him how to swim today. The other side. After leaving the swimming pool, Ma Wenqi didn't even bother to treat his wounds and went to the locker room to find his mobile phone. He has a wide range of friends and has joined many groups of rich second generations, which are now useful. Billionaire group. Ma, brothers, please help me. It's urgent. Does anyone know Lu Yunxi's identity? Lu Yunxi? Isn't this your former goddess, brother Ma? You've been chasing her for so long, and you don't even know her identity? Zhang, ha ha ha, Ma Wenqi, you are awesome, please stop embarrassing yourself, I am embarrassed for you. Horse, roll, roll, roll. Ma, if anyone knows, please private message me. The reward is 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan is not a lot of money for these rich second generations. Just buying a bag for their girlfriend would cost tens of thousands. But earning 50,000 yuan with just one sentence is no different from picking up money for free. They are the stupid sons of the landlord, not real fools. They would rather pick up the money than not. Within 2 minutes, Ma Wenqi received a private message. Lu, brother Ma, I have heard of the name Lu Yunxi, but I'm not sure if it's the same person I mentioned to you. Ma, just say it directly. Lu, the only daughter of the Lu family, one of the 6 major families in the imperial capital, is also named Lu Yunxi. However, I heard she is studying abroad. Ma Wenqi looked at the new message that popped up and was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The only daughter of the Lu family? How is that possible? Ma Wenqi's knuckles tightened around the phone. He knew, of course, that the Lu family had an only daughter who was about the same age as him. However, right after the college entrance examination, the Lu family spread the word that Miss Lu was going to study abroad in country A. This is a very normal thing in the circle of wealthy families. Although Imperial University is ranked first in China, it still lags behind in the world university rankings. Many wealthy families prefer to arrange for their children to study abroad. Who would have thought that it was actually fake news released by the Lu family? Miss Lu secretly entered the Imperial Capital University and became the campus belle that was popular throughout the school, but no one found out. Wrong. It's not that no one noticed. Ma Wenqi suddenly thought of a little thing he had forgotten. He had seen the eldest son of the Chu family having dinner with Lu Yunxi before. At that time, he mistakenly thought that young Master Chu was also fascinated by Lu Yunxi. Now it seems that the two must have known each other 800 years ago. After all, the Lu family and the Chu family are both one of the 6 major families. It is impossible for the children of the two families to have no intersection. Maybe they are childhood sweethearts. As for Ma Wenqi, although his family has some money, it is still far from the top wealthy families and is completely out of touch with the circle. So it was normal for him not to know since Lu Yunxi intentionally concealed her identity. He said, how could any woman regard money as dirt? From ancient times to the present, how many beauties of Lu Yunxi's level were willing to marry ordinary people? It turns out that they themselves are from a wealthy family, so of course they look down on these lazy rich second generations. Ma Wenqi couldn't help but feel hatred when he thought of this. Jiang Yao was a bastard. How could a poor boy from an orphanage win the heart of a beautiful woman? If it weren't for Jiang Yao, he might have been able to pursue Lu Yunxi. It was all Jiang Yao's fault. It was because of him that he lost the chance to date the top white, rich and beautiful girl. He would remember this grudge and would never let that guy go next time. Lu, Ma Wenqi, where are you? Lu, where's the promised reward? Are you kidding me? Be careful, or I'll expose you. The new message that popped up on his phone made Ma Wenqi furious, and he angrily transferred 50,000 yuan to the other party. Ma, here you go. It's just 50,000 yuan, but you're acting like you've never seen money before. Lu, you fucking idiot. I really don't care about your 50,000 yuan. Don't let me see you next time, or don't blame me for being rude. He helped Ma Wenqi with good intentions, but ended up causing him to get into trouble. When Ma Wenqi saw the message, his heart skipped a beat. He had been too emotional just now and actually took his anger out on Lu Mingtao. The other party's family background is similar to his, but his grandfather's family is much better off than theirs. If he really offends Lu Mingtao, it will be difficult for him to survive in the circle in the future. Ma, brother Lu, don't be angry. I accidentally said the wrong thing. You must accept the money. I will transfer another 50,000 to you. Jiang Yao studied breaststroke seriously with Xin Wu for 2 hours. His skin became wrinkled, but he finally learned it. Xin Wu admired his perseverance. Although his movements were not very standard, at least he could swim, which was very impressive for a novice who was learning to swim for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining a chance to win a prize on the big wheel. Would you like to start the prize draw now? Jiang Yao wiped the water droplets from his face, said something to Xin Wu, then got up and went to the locker room not far away. System, let's start the lottery. Jiang Yao walked into an empty dressing room and muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward of Xiao Jiang Yao plus 3 centimeters, and the transformation is completed immediately. Jiang Yao's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, is this the place he was thinking of? He coughed twice tactically, blushed, and lowered his head to check on little Jiang Yao. Holy shit! Jiang Yao opened his eyes wide in surprise. It turned out that he had grown 3 centimeters longer in a weak state. The system was his god. Chapter 45, Drinking Affects Jiang Yao's Performance. Coming out of the locker room, Jiang Yao walked as if he was carrying the wind, with the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. Io, why do you look weird? Xin Wu looked at him with a hint of doubt in her eyes. What's strange about that? Jiang Yao moved his feet unnaturally. I secretly wondered, could she have seen through it? That shouldn't be the case, this place is quite hidden, and his pants are not tight. Well, how should I put it, I just feel that you seem to be more confident than before, and your back is straighter than before. Xin Wu frowned slightly, expressing her confusion about Jiang Yao's change. Could learning to swim really change a person so much? Jiang Yao felt a little disappointed when he heard this. He thought Xin Wu really saw through it. He is now in a very conflicted state. He doesn't want Xin Wu to discover his secret, but he also wants Xin Wu to discover his changes. But it doesn't matter, he will let Xin Wu feel it well tonight. When the two returned to the villa, everyone else had already returned. Seeing the two people come in, Gu Yenyun rushed over and hugged Xin Wu, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Baby Wu, where have you two been? Why are you back so late? What kind of dirty things are you thinking about? Xin Wu seemed to have the ability to predict the situation and raised her hand to block her face that was about to come close to her. What I think is not important. What is important is what you did. Gu Yenyun winked at her with a wicked smile. Xin Wu showed her her hands that had turned a little white from soaking. What else can I do? Swim. Oh my god, oh, what happened to your hand? Gu Yenyun grabbed her pale palm, his face wrinkled with heartache. It's normal. After all, I've been soaking in the water for 2 or 3 hours, Xin Wu smiled indifferently. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to soak in the swimming pool for a long time, she still felt a sense of accomplishment because she successfully taught Jiang Yao how to swim today. Gu Yenyun poked her forehead in dissatisfaction. Are you stupid? Why do you stay in the swimming pool for so long? It's like you have never swum in your life. Jiang Yao, why does it sound like you are scolding me? What's wrong with never swimming? It's just that you didn't have the chance before. Oh, let's not talk about swimming. Didn't you say we would have a barbecue tonight? Are all the ingredients ready? Xin Wu looked around but didn't see any ingredients. Zhan Hongrui smiled and said, everything is in the kitchen, waiting for you to come back. Then let's start quickly. I'm starving, Xin Wu said, holding her stomach pitifully. There was an open space in the villa yard, and a barbecue grill was set up in advance. Everyone moved the ingredients and seasonings to the table next to the barbecue grill. Wu Guangliang approached Jiang Yao and said, Brother Yao, you guys are not just going to swim this afternoon, are you? Yeah, what's wrong? Jiang Yao turned his head to look at him and asked back. Wu Guangliang's tone was filled with regret. What's the point of swimming? You don't know how many fun activities there are in this resort. The 3 of us went to the horse farm to ride horses and mountain bikes in the afternoon. I heard there is also a very popular internet-famous water slide, but we didn't have time, so we didn't go. Yes, we plan to go play again tomorrow, and we can go to the hot springs after dinner in the evening, Wu Jun said excitedly. Jiang Yao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. As long as you think it's fun, come and play for a few days next time when you have time. If you have money, why worry about not having fun? You can go wherever you want. Brother Yao is so generous. Wu Guangliang smiled and gave a thumbs up. But forget it. Even if we are good friends, we can't always take advantage of each other. The cost of this resort is not low. They spent several thousand yuan per person for 3 days of fun. If Jiang Yao hadn't offered to treat them, Wu Guangliang and Wu Jun really wouldn't have wanted to come to such a place. As for Ao Haoyu, although his family is rich, they manage the family very strictly and he doesn't have that much money to squander. At most, he occasionally treats his brothers to a meal at school to improve their food. After a group of people happily finished eating barbecue, Wu Guangliang clamored to go to the hot springs. Gu Yenyun was also very interested and planned to take a hot spring bath to relax, and wanted to drag Shenwu along. You go with Lao Zhan, I've had enough of soaking in the afternoon. Shenwu waved her hands frantically, looking polite and unwilling. Okay, then you guys have a good rest, Gu Yenyun said with regret. She had originally planned to chat about gossip with Shenwu while soaking in the hot spring. Everyone else left, and Jiang Yao and Shenwu were the only ones left in the villa. Shenwu pinched her sore shoulders and said to Jiang Yao, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm really tired today. I want to go to bed early. Sister, do you need my help? Jiang Yao gave a ruffian smile and put his arms around Shenwu's slender waist. No need. Shenwu wanted to retreat vigilantly, but was controlled by Jiang Yao and could not move. She pouted and pushed Jiang Yao's chest. Bad guy, let me go quickly. Don't let go. Jiang Yao lowered his head, pressed his nose against hers, and the hot air he exhaled sprayed on Shenwu's lips. Shenwu couldn't help but lick her lips. Jiang Yao's eyes darkened and he kissed her directly. The tip of his tongue gently pried open her teeth, and their tongues intertwined, as if to merge into one. Shenwu couldn't help but let out a moan. When she realized her reaction, her cheeks turned red instantly. She punched Jiang Yao's chest in anger and said, You let me go, I want to take a shower. Jiang Yao didn't stop her this time and let her run upstairs quickly. He curled his lips slightly, followed slowly, went back to the room, got some clean clothes, and went to Wu Guangliang in their room to take a quick shower. When Shenwu came out of the bathroom, she saw Jiang Yao already lying in the quilt. The air conditioning in the room was at a suitable temperature, and it was not hot at all wrapped in the quilt, but very comfortable. Jiang Xiaoyao. You actually went straight to bed without taking a shower. Shenwu stomped her feet twice angrily, with an expression on her face that seemed both angry and furious. Jiang Yao smiled brightly, revealing a row of white teeth. I have already washed them downstairs. If you don't believe me, I can check it out. Did you really wash it? Shenwu walked over half doubtfully and lifted the quilt as if to check. The naked body caught her eye with great impact, and she hurriedly covered her face. Why are you not wearing clothes? Even though they had been intimate once, she was still extremely embarrassed when she suddenly saw Jiang Yao naked, and she didn't know where to look. Jiang Yao stretched out his hand and pulled the person into his arms. He then grabbed the quilt and covered them both. In the next hour, Shenwu suffered unprecedented torture. No matter how she cried and begged for mercy, Jiang Yao had no intention of letting her go. Before falling asleep, Shenwu was still wondering why the experience this time was completely different from the first time. Could it be that drinking last time affected Jiang Yao's performance? Chapter 46 Shi Shuwei and Chu Jing conspire. The next day. A ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains and onto Jiang Yao's face. He woke up slowly, picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. They actually went to bed very early last night, but last night was too crazy and consumed too much energy, so they couldn't get up today. Jiang Yao glanced at Shenwu, who was sleeping soundly, got up and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up. As soon as he got out of bed, his cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone while strode towards the bathroom. Hello? Sister, what do you want to talk to me about? Io, have you finished your final exams? Feng Zishu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, the exam is over and I'm playing outside, Jiang Yao said in a low voice. Oh, then have fun. In 3 days is Mrs. Lu's 70th birthday. Remember to come back and attend. Jiang Yao was stunned. Madame Lu? Sister, the Madame Lu you are talking about is. Jiang Yao said with a slightly hesitant tone. Feng Zishu curled her red lips slightly. Yes, it's Xiaoxi's grandmother. She knew that the relationship between her brother and Lu Yunxi was a little awkward, but those were just minor quarrels, and Jiang Yao absolutely could not refuse to attend Madame Lu's birthday party because of such a small matter. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao sighed softly. His last argument with Lu Yunxi was not pleasant, and Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a headache at the thought of meeting her again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Shuwei also received an invitation to attend the banquet, which was personally delivered to her by Lu Yunxi. Shuwei, my grandma's 70th birthday is in 3 days, remember to come and attend. Okay. I don't know what Grandma Lu likes. Cece, can you accompany me to pick out a birthday gift for Grandma Lu? Sure, Shuweier said with a smile, holding Lu Yunqi's arm affectionately. Logically speaking, she was not qualified to attend a party like Mrs. Lu's 70th birthday party due to her family's status, but since she was Lu Yunqi's best friend, she was naturally treated differently from others. Sure, Shuweier pulled Lu Yunqi to accompany her to the mall to choose a gift, a silk scarf. The scarf was reasonably priced and within her means. Sure, Shuweier did not deliberately spend a lot of money to buy any jewelry to please Mrs. Lu, because she knew very well that the gifts she gave were not even worthy of being opened by Mrs. Lu herself. She has lived for so many years and has seen all kinds of good things. Besides, she is not a prominent figure. At most, she is Lu Yunqi's friend and Mrs. Lu happened to meet her a few times. After coming out of the mall, Lu Yunqi prepared to go home. Shuweier, I may be busy these days, I'll ask you out to play later. Okay, we can go traveling together then, sure, Shuweier nodded with a smile, and did not forget to express her concern for Lu Yunqi. Cece, you must eat well at home. If I find out that you have become thinner again, I will be really angry. Listening to Sure Shuweier's pretended angry words, Lu Yunqi felt a warm feeling in his heart. She was in a bad mood recently, had no appetite every day, and lost several pounds. Sure Shuweier was always by her side, trying hard to make her happy and urging her to take care of her health. She knew that many people looked down on Sure Shuweier and thought that she was friends with her just to curry favor with the Lu family, but only Lu Yunqi herself knew that Sure Shuweier treated her sincerely as a friend. I understand, little housekeeper, I will go back first, and you should go home early too. Lu Yunqi waved gently at Sure Shuweier, turned around and got into the white Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. Watching Lu Yunqi leave, Sure Shuweier slowly put away the smile on her face, her expression thoughtful. It's Madame Lu's 70th birthday, Jiang Yao will definitely attend. After attending the Wanfeng family's family reunion banquet last time, Sure Shuweier realized a very realistic problem. Without Lu Yunqi, she wouldn't even have the chance to meet Jiang Yao, let alone develop a relationship with him. A light flashed in Sure Shuweier's eyes, and she picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu Jing. Bar. As soon as Chu Jing walked into the box, he saw Sure Shuweier sitting on the sofa wearing a black tight suspenders and a short skirt, her good figure clearly visible. His gaze couldn't help but linger on Sure Shuweier's swollen chest for 2 more seconds, and soon he revealed an expression of contempt. He has seen many women like this, so there is nothing special about them. Sure Shuweier, what do you want from me? Chu Jing walked to the empty sofa opposite her and sat down expressionlessly. Sure Shuweier slowly poured him a glass of wine and said, Don't be anxious, Mr. Chu. Let's drink and talk at the same time. Chu Jing snorted coldly, with a hint of malice in his eyes, I dare not drink with a woman like you. Who knows if you want to get me drunk and do something bad? Sure Shuweier's face froze for a moment, and she cursed Chu Jing in her heart. Bah, what's so great about the eldest son of the Chu family? Everyone knows that the heart of the Chu family head is entirely devoted to his half-brother and half-sister, a boy and a girl. It's not certain who will inherit the Chu family in the future. The more fiercely Sure Shuweier cursed in her heart, the brighter her smile was. Mr. Chu, you're joking. I know how you feel about Cece. How dare I offend you so carelessly? I'm glad you know what's going on, Chu Jing nodded with satisfaction, but also felt inexplicably depressed. Even an outsider could see his true feelings for Lu Yunqi, but Lu Yunqi, this silly woman, couldn't see it at all. Sure Shuweier put down the wine glass in her hand and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, Mrs. Lu's 70th birthday will be in 3 days. As the eldest son of the Feng family, Jiang Yao will definitely come to attend this birthday party. Hearing her mention Jiang Yao, Chu Jing's face instantly darkened. Come if you want, do you think I'm afraid of him? Mr. Chu, that's not what I meant, Sure Shuweier explained quickly. You also know Cece's feelings for Jiang Yao. Although they have broken up now, Cece has never forgotten him. You also saw at the last family reunion party how deep Cece's feelings for Jiang Yao are. These words touched Chu Jing's sore spot. He suddenly stood up and kicked the coffee table, smashing all the wine bottles and cups into pieces. You asked me out just to piss me off to death, right? Sure Shuweier was startled by his sudden outburst and secretly spat in her heart. It was said that Lu Yunqi looked down on him. Which woman could like such a moody character? If I really marry him, I'm afraid I'll be subjected to domestic violence every day. Mr. Chu, please don't be angry. The reason I asked you out this time is actually to help you, Sure Shuweier said with a smile, suppressing the fear in her heart. The violence on Chu Jing's face slowly faded, and he sat back on the sofa, casually raising his chin towards Sure Shuweier. Tell me, how are you going to help me? Chapter 47 Let Chu Jing drug Jiang Yao. Mrs. Lu's birthday party will be in 3 days. If Jiang Yao does anything out of line at the party, even if Lu Yunqi likes him as much as she likes him, there will be no possibility for her to be with him. Shi Shui'er had a charming smile on her face, but her words were full of malice. Chu Jing raised his eyes and stared at her for 2 seconds, then clicked his tongue twice. Lu Yunqi still treats you as a good friend. She certainly never thought that her best friend would be such a poisonous snake. Being called a poisonous snake by him, Shi Shui'er's smile faltered, and she pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction. Mr. Chu, you're going a bit too far. I don't intend to harm Cici. Don't you also not want her to be with Jiang Yao? I don't want her to be with Jiang Yao, but I never thought of using any means against her, Chu Jing said righteously. Having said this, Shi Shui'er also became a little angry. Okay, I was being too sentimental, just pretend you haven't seen me today. She rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Even a clayman has some temper. She is not really desperate, so there is no need for her to suffer Chu Jing's anger here. Wait. Chu Jing stopped her when her hand was about to touch the door. What else does Mr. Chu want to do? Shi Shui'er said in a somewhat aggressive tone. Tell me your plan first, and I'll help you see if it works, Chu Jing said to Shi Shui'er in a condescending tone, half leaning back on the sofa. Shi Shui'er lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then walked back to the sofa and sat down, biting her lip and saying pitifully. I am talking to Mr. Chu very seriously. I hope you will stop playing tricks on me. Stop talking so much and just speak quickly, Chu Jing waved his hand impatiently. A man's kindness and gentleness towards women also depends on the type of women he treats with. It is obvious that Shi Shui'er is not within the scope of women he treats with gentleness and gentleness. Shi Shui'er understood this and was too lazy to beat around the bush. She lowered her voice and said, Here's what I think. Mr. Chu, you can give Jiang Yao some medicine on the day of the banquet. Then I will take Jiang Yao to the room, and then arrange for Cici to catch him in bed. Then I will say that it was Jiang Yao who bullied me, and Cici will definitely not forgive Jiang Yao again. As for whether Lu Yunqi would become estranged from her at that time, she couldn't care less about that now. As long as she could get close to Jiang Yao, Lu Yunqi, her best friend, would seem less important. Chu Jing frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something and glared at Shi Shui'er angrily. You think I'm an idiot? Have you been eyeing Jiang Yao for a long time? He wondered why this woman was so kind as to help him all of a sudden. It turned out that she wanted to use him to take down Jiang Yao. He did something bad, but this woman became the victim. What did he want? What the hell do you want? I won't do anything that's not good for me, Chu Jing said with a dark face. Shi Shui'er did not deny her purpose, showing an expression of confidence in her victory. Cici has given up on Jiang Yao. This is a good time for you, Mr. Chu, to take advantage of the situation. How can you say it is not good for you? Mr. Chu, if you are sure you don't want to do it, that's fine. In fact, I think Cici and Jiang Yao are a perfect match. They are both talented and beautiful, and the children they will have in the future will definitely be very cute, Shi Shui'er said, shaking her head. Hearing this, Chu Jing had a heart attack. He glared at Shi Shui'er angrily and said, Why didn't you give Jiang Yao the drug yourself? Shi Shui'er covered her mouth, as if she had heard something funny. Mr. Chu, you really think too highly of me. That was a banquet hosted by the Lu family. If it weren't for Cici, I wouldn't even be qualified to attend. Do you think I have the ability to arrange for someone to drug the eldest young master of the Feng family? Of course, the most important thing is that once the matter is exposed, her family will not be able to withstand the blow from the Feng family and the Lu family. It would be different if it were Chu Jing. Even if he knew that he was the one who gave the drug, he would at most suffer some physical pain. The Feng family can't just bankrupt the Chu family, right? Why should I let you get the benefits for free? I can still arrange other women for Jiang Yao. Chu Jing was unwilling to let Shi Shui'er, a woman, reap the benefits. Anyway, as long as Jiang Yao is caught in bed by Lu Yunqi, it doesn't matter who he finds. Shi Shui'er said calmly, How can I be the same as other women? I am Cici's best friend. As long as I say that Jiang Yao bullied me, she will definitely believe me. If it were any other woman, Cici would just think that they were the ones who took the initiative to get into Jiang Yao's bed, and she might even feel sorry for Jiang Yao being molested. Are you so sure that Cici will believe you? Although Chu Jing felt that what she said made some sense, he still didn't want to let her succeed easily. Of course. It was me who suggested that she pursue Jiang Yao. Besides, I never showed any affection for Jiang Yao in front of her. Cici will definitely not doubt me. Sure, Shuwei had it all thought out. When the time came, she would drink a few more glasses of wine in front of Lu Yunqi and then say that she had walked into the wrong room and didn't have the strength to push Jiang Yao away. Chu Jing slammed the table, wishing he could strangle Sure Shuwei to death. Okay, so it was you who helped Cici chase Jiang Yao. Sure Shuwei realized that she had said the wrong thing and blinked guiltily. What difference does it make whether I give advice or not? Does Mr. Chu think that Jiang Yao can resist Cici's charm? Jiang Yao didn't agree to Lu Yunqi immediately, simply because he was inferior. That's true, Chu Jing said deflatedly. Okay, I'll arrange the drugging. Remember not to make any mistakes. Sure Shuwei achieved her goal and curled her lips happily. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, there will be no mistakes on my side. The matter was settled, and Chu Jing was not in the mood to sit and chat with Sure Shuwei, so he got up and left the private room. Sure Shuwei was not in a hurry to leave. She had not finished the wine she ordered and could not waste it. After thinking about it, she picked up her phone and sent a message to the Plastic Sisters group. It didn't take long before several girls came into the box. Sure Shuwei was treated like a princess by these people, with pride on her face. These girls all wanted to curry favor with Lu Yunqi but failed, so they could only settle for currying favor with Sure Shuwei, Lu Yunqi's good friend. As long as they could make Sure Shuwei happy, she would occasionally drag Lu Yunqi out to play with these people. Generally, Lu Yunqi would not refuse her for such small things. 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was the day of Mrs. Lu's birthday banquet. Jiang Yao deliberately returned to the Feng family's old house the night before. One cannot be too casual when attending a formal banquet, so all the suits that Zhang Lia had customized for him were placed at the old house. He thought that since he had to go back to the old house to change clothes anyway, he might as well stay here for one night. Zhang Lia was so happy to see her son whom she hadn't seen for a while. Knowing that Jiang Yao was preparing for an exam during this period, she didn't dare to disturb him. When she had time to miss him, she could only send 1 or 2 messages, for fear that the child would find her annoying. On the contrary, Feng Zichen, who used to dislike staying at home, now comes back every day, and Zhang Lia deliberately avoids him every time. Chapter 48 Make Jiang Yao disappear? Zhang Lia has very complicated feelings towards Feng Zichen. It is absolutely impossible for her to continue to treat Feng Zichen as her son without any grudges. But she couldn't bear to do anything against Feng Zichen on purpose. The best way is to completely ignore him and pretend that this person does not exist in the house. But Zhang Lia didn't know that her disregard for Feng Zichen was in stark contrast to her consideration and thoughtfulness towards Jiang Yao, and also planted a thorn in Feng Zichen's heart. This thorn made Zhang Lia regret countless times. She should have solved this hidden danger earlier. Jiang Yao came downstairs in a custom-made suit. Zhang Lia immediately stood up from the sofa and said to Feng Zishu with a smile, Xiaoshu, don't you think your brother looks more handsome in this royal blue suit than the gray one he wore last time? They are all very handsome. I can try making a few more colors next time, Feng Zishu said with a smile. Zhang Lia nodded immediately. Yes, I will ask someone to make a few more for Xiao Yao tomorrow. Are you going to leave or not? If you keep dawdling, the party will be over soon, Feng Xiuming couldn't help but urge them as he saw the mother and her 2 children talking non-stop. Zhang Lia rolled her eyes. If you want to leave, just leave. Who asked you to wait? So I waited for you and ended up waiting for the wrong person, Feng Xiuming muttered in dissatisfaction. Go away, do you think anyone cares about you? Zhang Lia curled her lips in disgust. Feng Xiuming was speechless now. What was the point of him attending the banquet alone? If others saw him, they would think that there was discord in his family. Well, it's not very harmonious now. Feng Xiuming glanced at Feng Zichen who was sitting silently in the corner, and sighed in his heart. This child has indeed been wronged during this period. Xiaochen, come and get in a car with me later. Upon hearing this, Feng Zichen showed an expression of surprise and admiration. Thank you, Dad. Kid, why are you being so polite to your own father? Feng Xiuming couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw his cautious look. Wife, Xiaochen has called you mom for 20 years, can't you care about him too? Xiaochen used to be such a cheerful child, but now he is silent every day. Don't you feel sad seeing this? Listening to Feng Xiuming's accusations, Zhang Lia raised her eyelids indifferently. It's enough for him to have his own mother to care about him. This sentence blocked the rest of Feng Xiuming's words in his throat and made Feng Zichen's face turn pale. Speaking of Feng Zichen's biological mother, after she swapped the 2 children, she took the money given by Feng Xiuming and went abroad to live a carefree life. I haven't been back to China for so many years. I don't know whether I died abroad or I lived too comfortably and didn't want to come back. Feng Xiuming asked someone to investigate the whereabouts of that woman, but received no news. This is understandable. After all, the woman went abroad 20 years ago, and it would not be easy to find out in a short time. But Feng Xiuming never intended to let the other party go. He dared to do something like replacing the prince with a cat, and did not take him seriously at all. It would be better if that woman died abroad, otherwise he would never let her have an easy life. There was silence for a few seconds, and Jiang Yao took the initiative to speak. Mom, sister, let's go. Okay, can the three of us ride in one car? Jiang Lia asked cautiously, worried that Jiang Yao would not be willing. Sure, Jiang Yao smiled indifferently. The three of them chatted and laughed as they got into the car, leaving Feng Xiuming and Feng Zichen looking at each other in bewilderment. Feng Xiuming patted his youngest son's shoulder and said in a heavy tone, "Don't blame your mother. She just can't accept it in a short period of time. Maybe she will be fine after a while." "Dad, I know, I won't blame Mom," Feng Zichen said with a well-behaved look on his face. Of course he wouldn't blame Jiang Lia. He remembered all the kindness Jiang Lia had shown him in the past. It's all Jiang Yao's fault. He took away my mother and sister. Perhaps only by making Jiang Yao disappear can everything return to normal? A sinister look flashed across Feng Zichen's eyes, but the moment he looked up again, he became obedient and harmless again. Seeing his previously unruly son suddenly become so obedient and sensible, Feng Xiuming felt relieved but also a little sad. "Didn't you say last time that you liked a Lamborghini? Dad asked his assistant to buy it for you." Hearing this, Feng Zichen showed his most sincere smile of the day. "Thank you, Dad, you are so nice to me." Since Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family, although Feng Xiuming's attitude towards him has not changed much, he still feels vaguely uneasy in his heart. To be honest, although Jiang Yao grew up in an orphanage, he is much better than him. He was very worried that Feng Xiuming would suddenly favor Jiang Yao one day, and then he would really have no status in the Feng family. But now Feng Xiuming is still willing to buy him a sports car worth more than 20 million, which proves that Feng Xiuming still has him as his son in his heart. It seems that his active behavior of pretending to be good during this period was effective. Feng Xiuming would never have taken the initiative to buy him a sports car before. Every time he was asked to go to Jiang Lia, but Jiang Lia was very strict in this regard. There was so much money in the family that it could not be spent, but she still had to control Feng Zichen's pocket money, saying that she was worried that he would learn bad things. "Silly boy, why are you being so polite to your dad? Do you still have pocket money?" Feng Xiuming seemed to suddenly remember this question. Feng Zichen shook his head awkwardly. "No, I accidentally made my mother angry before, and she stopped giving me pocket money." Feng Xiuming really didn't know about this, as these things were usually not his responsibility. Moreover, this was not the first time that Jiang Lia stopped giving Feng Zichen pocket money, and she would not tell him specifically every time. "Dad will transfer 5 million to you first. Tell me when you have spent it." Feng Xiuming took out his mobile phone and clicked a few times. 5 million was immediately transferred to Feng Zichen's account. Feng Zichen's eyes were full of admiration. "Thank you, Dad. I will spend it sparingly." "No need to save, our family doesn't lack this little money," Feng Xiuming rubbed his head and said with a smile. The father and son walked out of the house while talking. Jiang Lia, her mother and son had already set off, so they had to speed up. What Feng Xiuming didn't know was that as soon as they left the villa, the servant who was cleaning in the corner immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Lia. "Xiaohua, madam, my husband just said he wanted to buy Master Zichen a Lamborghini sports car and also transferred him 5 million in pocket money." Jiang Lia, who was chatting and laughing with her daughter and son, saw the message and the smile on her face disappeared instantly. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Feng Zishu asked in confusion. Why did she suddenly become unhappy? Jiang Lia snorted lightly. "It's your father who bought a sports car for Feng Zichen without my knowledge and transferred some pocket money to him. Xiaoyao has been back for so long, but he hasn't bought a gift for Xiaoyao." Jiang Yao's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't expect Feng Zichen to be so capable and had really won Feng Xiuming's heart. Chapter 49, Problematic Champagne. Jiang Yao curled his lips and said in a muffled voice, "It doesn't matter, it's enough for me to have my mother and sister buy me gifts." Although he said so, the disappointment that inadvertently revealed on his face showed that he did not really not care about Feng Xiuming's attitude. Jiang Lia held his hand with heartache. "No, my son must have what Feng Zichen has. I will tell your father about this when I get home in the evening." "Damn this bastard. He hasn't said anything since his son came back for so long, but he still bought a sports car for Feng Zichen. At this time, Jiang Lia had completely forgotten that Feng Xiuming transferred the 5% of shares given to Feng Zichen to Jiang Yao. This time he bought a sports car for Feng Zichen, which was actually a way of compensating Feng Zichen. Compared to the 5% stake in Feng Group, what is a sports car? Dad really went too far this time. Xiao Yao, pick a sports car you like and I'll buy it for you, Feng Zishu said generously. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up and he said with pretended reserve, "Thank you, sister, but I already have a car. It would be a waste to buy too many and leave them unused." Feng Zishu looked at his sensible brother and felt uncomfortable. Which boy of this age can consider the issue of waste? Doesn't Feng Zichen have a car? He is always thinking about buying a new model. The comparison between the two makes Jiang Yao seem particularly sensible. Feng Zishu thought for a while and said, "Then I will transfer 20 million to you, and you can buy it when you want." "Thank you, sister." Jiang Yao's call of sister was full of sugar content. He truly likes this elder sister who always gives him 8-figure pocket money. Jiang Lia was filled with joy when she saw how good the relationship between the siblings was, and even her dissatisfaction with Feng Xiuming was thrown behind her. 2 cars stopped one after the other in front of the Lu family's door, and servants immediately came to greet them. "Mrs. Feng, Miss Feng, young Master Feng, please come this way." Jiang Lia nodded lightly and stood still. She waited for Feng Xiuming to come over before taking his arm and walking towards the villa. This is the decency of adults. No matter how big the conflict is in private, they have to pretend to be a loving couple in public. Feng Zishu took Jiang Yao's arm and glanced at Feng Zichen apologetically. "Xiao Yao just came back and is not familiar with many people yet, so I will help him introduce them to some people." "It's okay, sister. I'll go find my friends myself." Feng Zichen curled the corners of his mouth and raised a bright smile, but his eyes were cold. In the past, when the family of 4 went out to attend a banquet, his sister would always hold his arm, but now he has become the superfluous one. "Jiang Yao." Feng Zichen gnashed his teeth as he repeated these 2 words in his heart, wishing he could eat him alive. Jiang Yao, who had no idea that he had inadvertently attracted hatred again, was thinking about Lu Yunqi at this moment. He was struggling over whether he should take the initiative to say hello to Lu Yunqi when he saw her later. Doesn't the internet say that every qualified ex should be as if dead? Perhaps not disturbing each other is the most respectful approach? When I walked into the banquet hall, there were already quite a few people inside. Seeing that it was the Feng family who came, everyone immediately gathered around to greet Feng Xiuming. "Hello, Mr. Feng, hello, Madam Feng. Mr. Feng, please reconsider the last project." Feng Xiuming raised his hand to stop him from continuing. "We are here to attend Mrs. Lu's birthday banquet today, so let's not talk about work for now." The other party heard the rejection in his words, and his face was full of frustration. Someone quickly pushed him aside and started another topic. These bosses chatted with Feng Xiuming, while their wives surrounded Jiang Lia and tried to please her. The younger generations were not idle either. They came up to Feng Zishu and called her sister Zishu affectionately. Although Feng Zishu is a girl, her abilities stand out among the younger generation, and everyone truly admires her. "My brother Jiang Yao, you all met him last time, right? You can invite him to join us for any activities in the future." Feng Zishu took the opportunity to introduce Jiang Yao to others. At the last banquet, she took the initiative to bring Jiang Yao to meet some elders, and these younger generations had little contact with Jiang Yao. When everyone heard what Feng Zishu said, they immediately patted their chests and agreed, "No problem, come on, Mr. Feng, let's add a green bubble and make an appointment to play together next time." "And me, I want to join too." "Hey, don't push, wait for me to finish sweeping." Jiang Yao held up the QR code patiently and added everyone. These are all future connections that may be useful at any time, so it doesn't hurt to have their contact information first. "Xiao Shu," a clear male voice came from behind. Everyone turned their heads to look over, and when they saw who was coming, they immediately made way. "Hello, brother Mu Feng." "Hello, Mr. Mu." Mu Feng nodded lightly at them, his gaze fixed on Feng Zishu, a gentle smile that could not be concealed in his eyes. "Oh, the busy man is back home." Feng Zishu gently curled her red lips. "Yes, I just came back yesterday." Mu Feng took 2 steps forward and stood next to Feng Zishu. He glanced at Jiang Yao standing beside him, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is this the brother you just found?" During the family reunion banquet, Mu Feng was abroad on business trip, so it was the first time he met Jiang Yao. "Yes, let me introduce you, my younger brother Jiang Yao." Xiao Yao, this is the eldest young master of the Mu family, you can call him Brother Mu Feng. Jiang Yao gave Mu Feng a polite smile. Hello, Brother Mu Feng. Hello, Mu Feng still had a smile on his face, but unlike the one he gave Feng Zishu just now, this time there was a sense of obvious alienation in his smile. Jiang Yao could see that he didn't want to bother with him, nor did he want to curry favor with him. Sister, you chat with Brother Mu Feng, I'm going to eat something. Okay, you can take this opportunity to make more friends, Feng Zishu said considerately. Jiang Yao nodded to show that he understood, and walked towards the long table with cakes and snacks not far away. Mu Feng raised his eyebrows. It seems that you have a good relationship with this newly found brother. He knew Feng Zishu. If she didn't really like her younger brother, she wouldn't be so considerate to keep him by her side. He is my biological brother. If I don't treat him well, who else can I treat well? Feng Zishu tilted his head and asked back. What you said seems to make some sense, Mu Feng agreed casually, but only he knew what he was thinking. The waiter who had been observing in the corner saw Jiang Yao was alone and immediately walked over with drinks. Hello, would you like a glass of champagne? Jiang Yao glanced at the wine glasses on the tray, thought about it, and reached out to take a glass. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do, the waiter said with a bright smile, lowered his head and retreated. In a corner where Jiang Yao couldn't see, the waiter poured the 2 remaining glasses of champagne on the tray into the trash can. Chapter 50 I'm taking Chinese medicine, help me. A glass of champagne doesn't contain much. Jiang Yao finished it in 2 sips, and also ate a piece of cake to fill his stomach. After all the guests arrived, Mrs. Liu, supported by Lu Yunqi, slowly walked down from the 2nd floor and sat in the seat prepared in advance. Next came the birthday celebrations from the younger generations of the Liu family and close relatives and friends. Everyone took turns presenting the gifts they had prepared and then said a few birthday speeches. The Feng family is represented by Feng Zishu, and Jiang Yao only needs to watch from the side. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao felt that his body seemed to be a little hot. He didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was because there were too many people in the hall. In a corner, Zhu Jing gave Shi Shuer a look, and Shi Shuer immediately understood and knew that the task had been accomplished. A gleam of determination flashed in her eyes, and her gaze seemed to be fixed on where Jiang Yao was. After a few minutes, Jiang Yao felt something was wrong with his body and left the table to go to the bathroom. She immediately followed him. In the bathroom, Jiang Yao turned on the faucet and washed his face with cold water several times, barely suppressing the heat in his body. At this time, he did not realize that he had been infected, but guessed that the air conditioner was turned on too low last night, causing him to catch a cold and have a fever. When Jiang Yao came out of the bathroom, he saw Shi Shuer waiting at the door. He frowned, pretended not to see it, and planned to walk around the other person and leave. Jiang Yao, wait a moment, Shi Shuer suddenly called out to him. Is there something wrong? Jiang Yao's tone was not very good. Shi Shuer bit her lip lightly. I want to talk to you about you and Cici. When Jiang Yao heard her mention Lu Yunqi, his expression improved a little. What happened to her? Ever since the last banquet, she has been in a bad mood, often unable to eat, and has lost several pounds. Shi Shuer's tone was full of heartache for Lu Yunqi. Jiang Yao thought about Lu Yunqi he had just seen. He was indeed thinner than before. Shi Shuer should not have lied to him. I have already broken up with her. It's no use for you to come to me, Jiang Yao said with a faint expression. Shi Shuer seemed a little angry. Why are you like this? It's all your fault that Cici is so uncomfortable. Don't you feel guilty at all? Jiang Yao just found it funny. Why should I feel guilty? I didn't do anything to let her down. You. Shi Shuer was speechless because of him. During the time the two were talking, Jiang Yao's body temperature rose again, and the strange feeling made him feel irritated. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Lu Yunqi's good friend, instead of taking the time to come look for me, you might as well pay more attention to her. Jiang Yao, wait a minute. Shi Shuer pretended that she had something to say, stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Yao's clothes, and deliberately rubbed her chest against him. A sweet aroma hit Jiang Yao's face, his lower abdomen tightened, and he quickly pushed the person away. Just talk, don't touch me. Jiang Yao showed disgust on his face and patted the non-existent dust on his suit. Shi Shuer was so angry. She was indeed not as pretty as Lu Yunqi, but she was still a hot beauty after all. Was it necessary to despise her so much? Jiang Yao, your face is so red, do you have a fever? Shi Shuer's watery eyes showed some concern. Jiang Yao gritted his teeth and denied, I'm fine. How can you be okay? Are you feeling unwell? Let me help you go to the room upstairs to rest for a while. Shi Shuweier said tentatively. As she spoke, she was about to help Jiang Yao up. When she touched him, Jiang Yao, who was already feeling uncomfortable, felt as if his lower abdomen was about to explode. Big beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. He wanted to push Shi Shuweier away, but found that his body was somewhat out of control and he actually moved towards Shi Shuweier against his will. Jiang Yao was shocked and quickly refused. I don't need to rest, you should leave quickly. It's okay, I'll just talk to Cece. Shi Shuweier grabbed Jiang Yao's arm without giving him any room to refuse and pulled him to the room upstairs. At this moment, if Jiang Yao still didn't notice something was wrong, he would be a fool. Shi Shuweier, did you do something to me? Jiang Yao bit the soft flesh inside his mouth hard, trying to sober himself up. Shi Shuweier smiled sweetly. What are you talking about? How could I do anything to you? Jiang Yao would never believe her. He suppressed his anger and growled in a low voice, let me go now, do you hear me? If you really don't want me to hold you, you can push me away. Shi Shuweier looked down at the hand that was tightly holding her, and smiled with some pride. Two little men were fighting madly in Jiang Yao's mind, one telling him to push this hateful woman away quickly, and the other telling him to obey his heart. Anyway, this woman came to him on her own initiative, so as a grown man, he won't suffer any loss. Seeing that Shi Shuweier had already brought him into the room, Jiang Yao suddenly pushed her away and ran out. He can take the initiative to have sex with any woman, but this definitely does not include women who actively scheme against him. Shi Shuweier used this underhanded trick on him, and it was hard to tell what her purpose was, so it was better to be on guard. Jiang Yao barely managed to reach the stairs when he bumped head-on into someone going upstairs. Are you okay? A clear female voice sounded in Jiang Yao's ears. He shook his head, trying to stay conscious. No, it's okay. The woman looked at his face, which was red as blood, and frowned slightly. You don't look okay. Are you drunk? Jiang Yao couldn't quite hear what she was saying, and every cell in his body was telling him that he needed to vent. But the only remaining trace of rationality made him remember clearly that this was the Liu family, and he was a guest attending the Liu family's banquet. He could not do anything embarrassing in public. Forget it, I'll help you go to the guest room to rest for a while. Seeing that he was gritting his teeth and looked very uncomfortable, the woman sighed softly and helped him into the guest room closest to the stairs. This villa is originally a venue specifically used for hosting banquets. Guests can rest or tidy up their appearance in the guest rooms on the second and third floors. The door slowly closed, and at the same time, the little devil in Jiang Yao's mind, clamoring for him to obey his heart, was released. He suddenly grabbed the slender waist of the woman next to him and kissed her fiercely. The woman was startled by his sudden action and was at a loss for words. Her big watery eyes were full of confusion, and she subconsciously pushed Jiang Yao with her hands. Well, don't. I'm taking Chinese medicine, help me. Jiang Yao's hot breath sprayed on the woman's face. Chapter 51, she was just a little girl, how could she resist his temptation? Shi Shuweier endured the pain and got up from the ground, a flash of uncontrollable anger in her eyes. She didn't expect that at this critical moment, Jiang Yao would suddenly push her away. Is she so unattractive that Jiang Yao would rather hold it in and make a fool of himself outside than have sex with her? For the first time, Shi Shuweier began to doubt her beauty and figure. But the most important thing now is to find Jiang Yao first. She must successfully capture Jiang Yao today, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain. Shi Shuweier casually adjusted the hem of her skirt and walked out of the room in high heels. Unfortunately, today was destined to disappoint her. Jiang Yao was nowhere to be seen in the corridor. She even went to the banquet hall on the first floor but still couldn't find him. Shi Shuweier had a gloomy face and secretly guessed that Jiang Yao should be hiding in a guest room on the second or third floor, but she didn't dare to knock on each door. No one knew which important figures were resting in those guest rooms, and she couldn't afford to offend any of them. Chu Jing, who was chatting with Lu Yunqi, saw Shi Shuweier's sneaky figure, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Why is this damn woman here? Shouldn't she be making love with Jiang Yao in the room? He had planned to take Lu Yunqi upstairs to catch the adulterer in 10 minutes, but this is what happened. Cece, I'll go get some food. What do you want to eat? Chu Jing said to Lu Yunqi gently. Lu Yunqi shook her head slightly. I don't have much appetite. Chu Jing frowned. You haven't eaten anything tonight, right? I'll get you a piece of matcha-flavored cake, okay? Be good, your stomach won't be able to bear it if you don't eat. Okay, Lu Yunqi pursed her lips. Chu Jing stood up and walked towards the long table where the snacks were placed. When he passed Shi Shuweier, he slowed down his pace and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Why aren't you with Jiang Yao? Sure Shuair's face also looked very ugly, with a hint of barely perceptible grievance. He ran away. Idiot. Shu Jing was almost angry to death. He spent a lot of money and effort, getting the medicine and bribing people to deliver the drug, and now you want to deal with him just because the person ran away? The person has run away, why don't you go find him quickly? He should be hiding in a guest room. I don't dare to look for him. Sure Shuair bit her lips in embarrassment, pinching the edge of her skirt with her fingers. Shu Jing took a deep breath. What's the use of having you? It's a waste of my energy. He shouldn't have trusted this stupid woman. He should have been prepared for both situations. What should we do next? Sure Shuair asked cautiously. What else can I do? Just leave it alone. Shu Jing rolled his eyes at her and walked away without looking back. Sure Shuair stood there, watching him hold the small cake in front of Lu Yunqi as if he was presenting a treasure, her nails tightly pinching her palms. She tried every trick in the book to climb up the ladder, but Lu Yunqi just had to sit there and someone would offer their sincerity to her. How could she not be jealous? An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the dim room. After Jiang Yao vented twice, he finally regained his composure. He looked at the woman who was still sobbing softly under him. A trace of guilt appeared on his face, and he admitted his mistake in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, I just couldn't control myself. You bad guy. Su Qingyu opened her watery almond eyes and stared at Jiang Yao accusingly, her cherry-colored lips opening and closing, which made Jiang Yao feel a surge of heat in his lower abdomen. He closed his eyes, turned over and got off her, and said sincerely, I was wrong in this matter, you can get any compensation you want. Su Qingyu pouted and said aggrievedly, this is my first time, do you think you can just let it go with just a word of compensation? I'm sorry, what do you want? Jiang Yao continued to apologize dryly. In fact, Su Qingyu had the opportunity to push him away just now. No matter how much of a bastard he was, he would never force a woman. He didn't know why the other party didn't push him away, and the two of them rolled together half pushed and half pushed. But no matter what, he took advantage of the other party and he deserves compensation. I want you to be my boyfriend, Su Qingyu said with a sweet and innocent look on her face, her tone revealing a strong tone that was completely opposite to her temperament. Jiang Yao was stunned, but I already have a girlfriend. What? Su Qingyu was shocked and kicked him on the calf angrily, then started to cry. Why are you like this? You have a girlfriend yet you treat me like this. You're going too far. She didn't even know Jiang Yao had a girlfriend, otherwise she wouldn't have done that with him just now. To be honest, Su Qingyu has begun to regret it now. She should not have drunk alcohol in the banquet hall just now, otherwise she would not have done such an irrational thing in her unconscious mind. It was because she drank alcohol and felt a little dizzy that she wanted to rest in the guest room on the second floor for a while, and she bumped into Jiang Yao. In addition, Jiang Yao really suited her aesthetic taste. After learning that he was drugged, she reluctantly allowed him to succeed. But all of that is based on the premise that Jiang Yao is single. Now tell her that Jiang Yao already has a girlfriend, then what is she? What her sister said was indeed right. Drinking really does cause trouble. She will never drink again next time. Su Qingyu cried so sadly that she didn't cry so loudly even when she was hurt by Jiang Yao just now. Jiang Yao covered her mouth in panic. Don't cry, it will be bad if someone hears you. It was nothing for him, but Su Qingyu was the daughter of the Su family. If people knew that she slept with a man at the banquet, her reputation would be ruined. Su Qingyu struggled to push Jiang Yao away, but her little strength was no match for Jiang Yao. Don't cry, and I'll let you go, Jiang Yao said to her in a negotiating tone. Su Qingyu nodded slightly, and when Jiang Yao saw that she agreed, he immediately let go of her hand. Please change the conditions. As long as it's something I can do, it's fine. If it's something I can't do, there's nothing I can do. After saying this, Jiang Yao felt like a scumbag who put on pants and refused to admit his mistake. Su Qingyu closed her eyes and did not speak. After a long while, she spoke, then you agree to my 3 conditions. What conditions? Jiang Yao asked. I haven't thought about it yet, but I'm sure you can do it. Su Qingyu puffed out her cheeks, and her fair and pink face seemed to glow in the dim room. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, as long as it's not illegal or criminal. Su Qingyu glared at him unhappily and said, why would I ask you to do anything illegal? I wouldn't even dare to say anything even if you dared to do it. She is a law-abiding citizen. That would be the best. Jiang Yao raised his lips and smiled. Su Qingyu was dazzled by his handsome face and thought to herself, damn it, this man is trying to seduce her again. She was just a young girl who had just come of age, how could she resist his seduction? Chapter 52, Su Qingyi is furious and wants to settle accounts with Jiang Yao. By the time the two of them had tidied themselves, put on their clothes and came out of the guest room, the party downstairs was about to end. Feng Zishu was looking for Jiang Yao everywhere. When he saw him appear, he immediately walked over and asked anxiously, "Io, where have you been? Why can't I get through on the phone?" Unable to find the person, she was so anxious that she almost wanted to search the Lu family's house thoroughly. This was Jiang Yao's first time attending a banquet. Before Jiang Lia left, she specifically told her to take good care of her brother. If anything went wrong, she didn't know how to explain to her mother. "I drank a few glasses of wine and felt a little dizzy, so I went to the guest room to rest for a while," Jiang Yao said with a calm expression, and it was hard to tell that he had just experienced a love affair. Feng Zishu exhaled a breath and his tone became more serious. "Next time you encounter something like this, remember to send me a message first. By the way, why can't I get through to your phone?" Jiang Yao was puzzled. "Can't get through? Maybe I'm out of phone credit." Feng Zishu was speechless. He took out his cell phone from his bag and topped up 5,000 yuan on his phone bill. Jiang Yao was stunned when he saw the text message that the money had arrived. "Is this how rich people spend their money? Sister, why did you top up so much phone credit for me?" The package for his mobile phone number is only 38 yuan a month, and 5,000 yuan can be used for 10 years. "It's okay, you'll need it anyway, and it saves you from forgetting to top up your phone next time." Feng Zishu waved his hand nonchalantly. Jiang Yao. In another corner of the banquet, Su Qingyi also found her sister. She looked at her unhappy sister, and a trace of worry appeared on her face. "Xiaoyu, are you okay? Why didn't you reply to my message?" "I just fell asleep and didn't look at my phone." Su Qingyi was not very good at lying, and her eyes were a little vague and evasive when she said this. Su Qingyi, who had no suspicion at first, immediately noticed something was wrong. If she just fell asleep, there would be no reason for my sister to feel guilty, so what did she do in this hour? Su Qingyi approached her sister and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Are you going to tell the truth on your own, or do you want me to torture you?" Sister Su Qingyi hugged her sister's arm and shook it twice in a flattering manner. "I'm an adult now, can't I have some secrets of my own?" Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she felt sad. This heartless person, they and the sisters have never been separated for a day since they were born. Now he says he wants to be estranged from her. It's really heartbreaking. "Okay, I won't ask anymore." Su Qingyi pulled the corner of her mouth with a cold expression. Su Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Her sister was angry. She always had this expression when she was angry. "Well, actually," Su Qingyu stammered. Su Qingyi raised her eyelids and glanced at her. "Actually what?" Su Qingyi had a conflicted expression. "I'm telling you the truth, but you can't be angry." "Forget it, I don't really want to hear it." After all, everyone should have their own secrets. Su Qingyi pretended to be uninterested. Su Qingyu, who was a little confused at first, became excited instantly when she heard that her sister didn't want to know her secret. "No, I have to tell you." "Sister, do you want to listen to me or not? Please pay attention to me." She shook Su Qingyi's arm and acted coquettishly. Su Qingyi seemed to be annoyed by her and pulled her hand back in disgust. "If you want to say something, just say it quickly." "Hee hee, little brat, she can't control this little girl." A blush appeared on Su Qingyu's face, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. I just slept with the eldest young master of the Feng family." "What did you say?" Su Qingyi looked at her sister in disbelief. "Ah, this damn girl caused such a big disaster when I didn't keep an eye on her for a moment. She was so angry that she almost died. We agreed not to get angry." Su Qingyu also knew that what she did was wrong. She was worried that her sister would lose control and teach her a lesson on the spot, so she quickly grabbed her sister's arm. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Su Qingyu, are you speaking human language? Why can't I understand?" Su Qingyu felt very guilty. "I drank a little wine, and the eldest young master of the Feng family happened to be drugged. I accidentally bumped into him when I went upstairs. I thought he was drunk, so I kindly wanted to help him to the guest room to rest. As soon as I entered the room, he suddenly hugged me. Bastard, he actually dared to force you." Su Qingyi felt a surge of anger in her heart, and the expression on her face looked like she wanted to kill someone. "I'm going to find my parents now. Do you really think that there is no one left in my Su family? If I don't break that kid's legs today, I won't be named Su." Sister, please don't tell mom and dad," Su Qingyu wailed and hugged her sister's arm, not allowing her to complain to her parents. She didn't know if Jiang Yao's legs would be broken if her parents knew she had slept with him, but she definitely couldn't save her legs. Let me ask you one thing, did he force you? Su Qingyi asked with a cold face. Su Qingyu lowered her eyes guiltily. I did struggle, but I couldn't push him away, and then. Well, you don't need to ask to know that this girl is definitely willing. Su Qingyi just regretted it. Why did she let her sister go upstairs to rest alone? If she had gone with her, this might not have happened. But now that things have come to this, it's too late to regret. Jiang Yao is a good match for his sister in terms of family background, appearance, and age. At least my sister was not deceived by the yellow-haired guy outside, which is a blessing in disguise. Su Qingyi asked in a serious tone, Xiaoyu, do you want to get engaged to the eldest son of the Feng family? If you are willing, I will tell my parents when I go back. Although it's a bit too early to get engaged now, but this girl is obsessed with him, so I can't just follow him without any legal status. Su Qingyu pouted, looking a little aggrieved. I asked him if he wanted to be my boyfriend, and he said he already has a girlfriend. What? Su Qingyi's voice rose again. This time I'm really going to have a heart attack from being angry. How can I do this with my girlfriend's sister? Where is her knife? She wants to kill that bastard Jiang Yao. Seeing that Su Qingyu was about to cause trouble for Jiang Yao, Su Qingyu quickly stopped her. Sister, don't be impulsive. I'll be dead if my parents find out. Su Qingyi paused and sighed deeply in her heart. What my sister said sounds a bit exaggerated, but it's not far from the truth. Their parents were very strict with the three siblings since they were young. At the age when children love to play the most, they were forced to learn a lot of things, and their academic performance had to be among the top 3 in the grade. If they failed to do so, they would be punished. Su Qingyi and her elder brother Su Qingheng are more calm. No matter what they think in their hearts, they can always meet their parents' requirements on the surface. Su Qingyu has been a rebellious person since she was a child. The stricter her parents were, the more rebellious she became. Su Qingyi couldn't imagine the consequences if her parents knew what her sister did with men. She patted her sister's head gently and said, Don't worry, I won't tell my parents. I will talk to Jiang Yao in private. Chapter 53 Jiang Yao, sister, someone wants to kidnap me. After the banquet, Jiang Yao returned to the Feng family with Zhang Lia and Feng Zishu. On the way back, Jiang Yao suddenly said, Mom, I want to go to Shi City tomorrow and may stay there for a few days. Let me tell you first. Zhang Lia was puzzled. Why did you suddenly go to Shi City? Did you make an appointment with your friends to go traveling? No, Jiang Yao shook his head. I want to go back to the orphanage to visit the director and the younger brothers and sisters there. Zhang Lia was stunned for a moment. She almost forgot that her son grew up in an orphanage. It's time to go back and take a look. How about Mom go back with you? It was a good opportunity for her to go and thank the director of the orphanage for taking care of Xiaoyao for so many years. No, I can go back by myself. Jiang Yao rejected her suggestion without thinking. As the wife of the head of the Feng family, Zhang Lia's visit to the orphanage will certainly be a big deal, and the director will have to spend a lot of time and energy to entertain her. It would be better if he went alone so that everyone would feel more comfortable. To put it bluntly, he himself is not very familiar with Zhang Lia yet, and they have only been together for a few days in total. After listening to Jiang Yao's explanation, Zhang Lia felt that it made sense. Then Mom will transfer 10 million to you, and you can help me pass it on to the dean, as a little gift from me. Zhang Yao did not refuse this time and grinned, Thank you on behalf of the children in the orphanage. Silly child, didn't I tell you that you don't need to thank your mother? Zhang Lia patted the back of Zhang Yao's hand with a loving look on her face. The next day, Zhang Yao drove to the mall early in the morning, intending to buy some gifts for the dean's mother and the children. It takes about 2 hours from the capital to Shi City by high-speed rail, and about 5 hours by car. For convenience, Zhang Yao planned to drive there himself so that he wouldn't have to change buses all the time. With a full wallet, he spent money without restraint. By the time Zhang Yao loaded the last batch of things into the car, the trunk was full. Fortunately, there was no need to carry people in the back seat, so he simply folded it down, and the trunk space immediately became much larger. Zhang Yao was just about to start the car when 2 big men in black suits and sunglasses suddenly appeared and blocked the car. Beep. Beep. Zhang Yao frowned and honked the horn twice to remind the other party to get out of the way, but the other party seemed to be deaf and stood in front of the car without moving. Damn, you're an idiot, right? Zhang Yao also became furious. He opened the car door angrily and got out, starting to scold the big man. Are you fucking sick? Didn't you hear me honking the horn? If you want to die, go away. Don't die under my wheels. Mr. Feng, please come with us. In the blink of an eye, two more men in the same suits appeared silently behind Zhang Yao and spoke to him in a serious tone. Zhang Yao was startled and patted his chest to comfort himself. Damn, don't you know that scaring others can kill them? Sorry, could you please come with us, Mr. Feng? The man in black still had no warmth in his tone, like a robot. Zhang Yao frowned. These people called him Master Feng, obviously knowing his identity. But his attitude seemed to be hostile. Could it be that he wanted to kidnap him? In an instant, Zhang Yao's mind flashed with many news stories he had seen before, such as the son of a wealthy man being kidnapped and killed by the kidnappers immediately after paying the ransom. Zhang Yao quietly moved towards the car door and looked at the four big men opposite him with a vigilant look. Who are you? Where do you want to take me? You'll know when Master Feng arrives, one of the big men in black said coldly. At the same time, four people slowly approached Zhang Yao, and it seemed that if he did not cooperate, he would be killed. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes in his heart. How could he dare to go without being told clearly? He wouldn't even know how he would die then. His eyes rolled and he shouted to the four men in black behind him, Dad! Why are you here? The four big men were indeed attracted by his call of Dad and looked behind them together. Zhang Yao took the opportunity to rush into the car, closed the door and started the car. By the time the four men reacted, it was too late. They turned around and got into the car next to Zhang Yao, stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Zhang Yao saw those people chasing him closely through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but burst out with a Chinese quintessence, fuck. Just based on the current posture of these people, it was hard for him not to doubt their intentions. If you really want to invite him to your home, you should at least give him a phone call or send him a message. How can you come up and kidnap him right away? Zhang Yao drove towards the highway entrance, with the black car following closely behind him. Third brother, what should we do? The big man in black who was driving asked his companion beside him. The big man called third brother calmly commanded, hit him and force him to stop. That's not good. What if someone gets hurt? The big man hesitated. The person sitting in that car was the young master of the Feng family. If something really happened, even if they had 9 lives, it would not be enough to compensate for the loss. The third brother glared at him and said, Then what do you say we should do? How are we going to explain if we fail to complete the mission? Third brother is right. Sixth brother, stop fussing. It will be troublesome if he gets on the highway, said the big man in black sitting in the back. Lao Lu gritted his teeth and while waiting for the red light, he drove straight into the back of Zhang Yao's car. There was a loud bang and Zhang Yao's chest hit the steering wheel unexpectedly, causing him to groan in pain. He looked up at the rearview mirror and saw 2 big men in black clothes had gotten out of the car. One of them knocked on his window. Mr. Feng, please get out of the car. It's very difficult for us if you don't cooperate. We are doing this for money. Zhang Yao raised his middle finger towards the 2 men and cursed, idiots. Then he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out again. Damn, is this kid a loach? The third brother kicked the air and cursed in a low voice. Third brother, should we continue to chase him? The third brother took a deep breath and said, What else can I do if I don't chase her? Money is hard to come by these days, and if you fail to complete your tasks, your bonus will be deducted. If your employer is particularly angry, you may even lose your job. The economy has been bad in recent years, and it is not easy to find a high-paying job. He doesn't want to be unemployed. Zhang Yao was hit and suddenly his mind became clear. Something was wrong. Why didn't he ask for help? Well, it was my first time encountering something like this and I was so nervous. I had no experience. Zhang Yao glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the familiar black car was still following him. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Feng Zishu. Fortunately, the other party answered the phone soon. Hello? Yao, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm in a meeting. Sister, someone is trying to kidnap me, please come and save me. Zhang Yao shouted into the phone. Feng Zishu was startled and stood up from his chair suddenly. Where are you? I will arrange someone to go there immediately. Chapter 54, Break up with your girlfriend and get engaged to Xiaoyu. To be honest, Zhang Yao didn't know where he was now. Sister, let me turn on location sharing for you. Okay, Feng Zishu's voice was filled with anxiety. Zhang Yaokong opened the green bubble with one hand and just sent a location sharing invitation to Feng Zishu when he suddenly heard a shrill horn sound. It turned out that an SUV from the opposite direction that was trying to overtake was deliberately blocked by the truck in front, causing the overtaking to fail and was about to collide with Jiang Yao. The current situation is that there is a white SUV opposite Jiang Yao, a blue truck next to him, and a black car chasing closely behind. As luck would have it, there was an electric bike on the right side, with an old lady carrying a little boy of 6 or 7 years old. When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in their teeth. Jiang Yao's heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably, his adrenaline surging. He knew in his heart that turning the steering wheel to the right was the safest, but his moral sense would not allow him to do so. All of their cars are made of iron, except for the ant and the child on the right. Forget it, this is not a highway, and a collision at this speed probably won't kill anyone. Just as Jiang Yao closed his eyes and waited for the pain to come, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Jiang Yao's mind. "Host, do you want to use the 24-hour lucky charm?" Jiang Yao's eyes opened quickly and he nodded without hesitation. Use it, use it." With a loud bang, Jiang Yao collided with the white SUV on the opposite side. The black car behind him also didn't brake and hit him, and Jiang Yao was immediately caught in a sandwich. The violent collision caused the airbag to pop out instantly. Jiang Yao felt his eyes go dark and he was completely stunned. When he came to his senses, he found that he had no injuries on his body, not even a small cut. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time secretly thanked the system in his heart. If the system hadn't reminded him in time that he could still use the lucky charm, he really wouldn't have forgotten that he still had it. By the way, this lucky charm is really a good thing. I hope the system will reward him with a few more in the future. Io? Io, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your sister. Feng Zishu's anxious voice came from the phone which had not yet ended the call. Jiang Yao bent down and picked up the mobile phone that fell at his feet. "Sister, I'm fine, I just had a minor car accident." When Feng Zishu heard that there had been a car accident, he became even more worried, his voice cracking a little. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not injured, nothing happened, but I don't know if the car is scrapped." That's good, that's good. Don't worry about the car. Sister will buy you a new one." Feng Zishu finally let go of his worried heart. "Wait there for a moment, the person I arranged will be here soon." Jiang Yao responded, "Okay." Just after hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao heard a knock on the car window. He looked up and saw a big man in black with blood on his forehead staring at him with burning eyes. Jiang Yao was speechless. He was badly injured. Shouldn't he go to the hospital immediately? Why did he still have the mind to catch him? The third brother casually wiped the blood that had flowed onto his brow bone, and said to Jiang Yao expressionlessly, "Mr. Feng, please come with us." "No, brother, are you too dedicated? You're doing this so well that I want to poach you," Jiang Yao said jokingly. The third brother was stunned for a moment, then said, "It's not impossible. How much salary do you plan to give me, Mr. Feng?" This person was quite interesting. Jiang Yao also became interested and asked with a smile, "How much do you make a month now?" 100,000 yuan a month, bonuses are extra, the third brother replied honestly. Jiang Yao was secretly amazed. His annual salary was over 1 million. No wonder he worked so hard. Ordinary people may not be able to earn 100,000 yuan even if they work hard all year round. To have such a high-paying job, you really need to be dedicated, because you don't know how many people are queuing up behind you and staring at you. "Brother, may I ask who your employer is?" Jiang Yao asked tentatively. He really wanted to know who wanted to kidnap him. Jiang Yao didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect the other party to hesitate for a moment and actually speak. "Miss Su." "Who are you talking about?" Jiang Yao asked in disbelief, eyes wide open. "Miss Su, young Master Feng should know her. Could you please come with us? Our young lady really has no ill will towards you," the third brother said with a little guilty feeling. After all, the eldest lady's tone and expression when she asked them to bring Jiang Yao over did not sound harmless, but rather like she wanted to kill someone. But that was definitely an illusion. Their eldest daughter was a well-known lady. How could she possibly kill someone? Maybe the young Master Feng in front of them had some emotional entanglement with her young lady, and the young lady was so angry that she asked them to bring him over to teach him a lesson. Jiang Yao didn't expect that the culprit who wanted to kidnap him was actually Miss Su. Didn't the two of them already reach an agreement yesterday? Why are they suddenly sending people to arrest him? Could it be that after returning home, he thought about it over and over again all night, felt that he had been wronged, and wanted to catch him and teach him a lesson? Unable to guess the other party's thoughts, Jiang Yao was too lazy to worry about it anymore. "Okay, I'll go with you." He also wanted to see what the girl was trying to do by going to so much trouble to catch him. The third brother didn't expect that Zhang Yao would give in as soon as he mentioned the lady's name. He felt very annoyed. If he had known it was so simple, he should have mentioned the lady's name at the beginning. The third brother left two brothers to deal with the traffic accident, and he and the sixth brother took Zhang Yao back to report. On the way, Zhang Yao sent a message to Feng Zishu, saying that the kidnapping was a misunderstanding and that he was going to find a friend now. As soon as the message was sent, Feng Zishu called and confirmed again and again that Zhang Yao was fine before he felt relieved. Half an hour later, Zhang Yao followed two big men in black to the door of a villa. "Miss, we have invited Mr. Feng over." Su Qingyi frowned slightly. "Why did you take so long?" A hint of embarrassment flashed in the third brother's eyes. There was a little accident on the road. Zhang Yao stared at Su Qingyi for a few seconds before realizing that he had made a mistake. He just misunderstood that it was Su Qingyu who wanted to see him, but he didn't expect it to be Su Qingyi. The two sisters have almost identical faces, but completely different temperaments. Su Qingyu is the type of girl who is cute and adorable, while Su Qingyi is more of a dignified lady, exuding a sense of nobility all over her body. Zhang Yao didn't say who was better, but personally, he felt that people like Su Qingyu were easier to get along with. "Miss Su, what's the matter that has taken you so much trouble to come here for me?" Zhang Yao asked. Su Qingyi snorted and sneered. "How dare you ask me? Have you forgotten what you did to my sister yesterday?" Zhang Yao touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Yesterday was an accident. I have already promised to compensate Miss Su heir." "Compensation? What you call compensation is just empty words. Xiaoyu is so naive that she was fooled by you." "I am not as easy to talk to as her," Su Qingyi said with a tense expression on her fair little face. Zhang Yao was not frightened by her fierce tone, and asked in a good-tempered manner, "Then what does Miss Su want?" "I want you to break up with your girlfriend and get engaged to Xiaoyu." Su Qingyi finally revealed her purpose. Chapter 55, You seem to be well off, so donate some money. Impossible. Zhang Yao was very disgusted by her speaking to him in such an almost commanding tone. He is a grown man, but if he can't even make the decision to break up with his girlfriend, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. "Miss Su, I can't do what you asked, and I don't think we have anything to talk about, so I won't bother you anymore," Zhang Yao said and wanted to leave. Su Qingyi didn't expect that he would reject her without hesitation. Her delicate face was filled with anger. "I'm not discussing this with you. You must be responsible for Xiaoyu, otherwise I won't let you go." Zhang Yao stopped and looked at her provocatively and said word by word, "I'm not kidding you anymore. If I say no, it means no. You bastard." Su Qingyi was so angry at his rogue attitude that she rushed towards him and raised her hand to hit him. There was a slight clicking sound, and the heel of her high heels suddenly broke. With her center of gravity unstable, she fell straight towards Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao didn't expect her to suddenly attack him. He was knocked back 2 steps and fell on the sofa. Su Qingyi's lips were pressed against Zhang Yao's mouth, and they kissed. The big man in black who had been paying attention to the two people's movements turned around when he saw this scene. "Don't look at what is indecent. Don't look at what is indecent." Su Qingyi was stunned for several seconds. After realizing what she had done, her face suddenly turned red. Why did these lousy shoes suddenly break? She never wanted to buy anything from this brand again in her life. "Aren't you getting up yet?" Zhang Yao raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Su Qingyi tried to get up from Zhang Yao in a panic. Just as she placed her hands on Zhang Yao's chest, she found that her waist was restrained by a big hand. She was embarrassed and annoyed. "What are you doing? Let me go." Zhang Yao smiled very roguishly and teased her deliberately. "You just molested me, do you want to let it go like this?" I didn't mean it," Su Qingyi retorted with a blushing face. "Oh, so you can kiss others casually if it's not intentional, then I can kiss you too?" Zhang Yao deliberately dragged out the last syllable, with an expression that was eager to try. Su Qingyi quickly raised one hand to cover her mouth and said in a muffled voice, "No." Zhang Yao is her future brother-in-law. How could she do such a thing with him? Thinking that they had just kissed once, Su Qingyi felt very annoyed in her heart. Why did she have to wear high heels today? If she wore flat shoes, this would not have happened. Seeing that her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out, Zhang Yao stopped teasing her intentionally. He pinched her waist and put her on the sofa. "Stop biting it. It's just a touch. Just think of it as a foreign kiss on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Jiang Yao pinched her chin and told her to stop biting her lips, as it would bleed if she continued. Su Qingyi looked at him in surprise, thinking that he would continue to hold on to this matter, but she didn't expect that he would take the initiative to care about her. It seems that this man is not as bad as she thought. After experiencing the misunderstanding, Su Qingyi no longer wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Yao. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I don't care about what happens between you and my sister. Just go away." Today she really wanted to have someone bring Jiang Yao here to teach him a lesson. Whether by coercion or bribery, she would make Jiang Yao take responsibility for his sister. In Su Qingyi's opinion, Jiang Yao is a bad man who seduced her sister. As a sister born of the same mother, how could she not see that Su Qingyu had fallen in love with Jiang Yao? It was because she saw it that she wanted to help her sister. She was too impulsive. "Leave?" Jiang Yao sneered. "Miss Su, Jiang Yao, am not a man you can summon and dismiss at will. Do you know what you have done today?" Jiang Yao pointed at several big men in black clothes not far away and paused. "Bodyguard, this is my bodyguard," Su Qingyi added cooperatively. "Oh, it turns out to be your bodyguard. If you didn't know, you would have thought they were gangsters. I almost died in their hands today." Su Qingyi widened her eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" "You can talk to your eldest lady yourself." Jiang Yao raised his chin towards his third brother and others. The third brother looked embarrassed and lowered his head to admit his mistake sincerely. "Miss, it is our fault that we did not do our job well. Please punish us. Tell me clearly what happened." "I remember I didn't ask you to do anything," Su Qingyi ordered with a cold face. The third brother had no choice but to briefly explain the cause and effect. Su Qingyi looked embarrassed. Jiang Yao had actually been in a car accident. Fortunately, he was fine. Otherwise, not only her, but even her parents would not be able to explain to the Feng family. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi glared at her third brother and the others. "You didn't tell me such a big thing immediately." "I'm sorry, Mississippi. I was so focused on completing the task you assigned me that I didn't have the chance to tell you." The third brother admitted his mistake sincerely. Su Qingyi temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at Jiang Yao apologetically. "Young Master Feng, my people were wrong in this matter. I apologize to you on their behalf." "Just an apology? Was the scare I received in vain?" "Oh, and there are gifts in my trunk." Jiang Yao suddenly slapped his thigh. "I don't know if those things were damaged." He picked them out carefully one by one, and he put a lot of thought into it. Although Su Qingyi didn't know what the gift he was talking about was, she said readily, "Just tell me the amount and I'll compensate you." Jiang Yao couldn't stand the fact that she was so rich and didn't take money seriously. "Do you think I need this little money? Those gifts were carefully selected by me, they are much more precious than money." "Then how do you think I should compensate you?" Su Qingyi asked tentatively. Jiang Yao stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, "I see you are not short of money, so you should not mind donating some money." "I don't mind." Su Qingyi was surprised for a moment at his request, but still agreed readily. This is not the first time she has donated money. She has donated almost every year since she was in elementary school. "How much money do you want me to donate?" "Send me the account number," Su Qingyi said, picking up the phone. Jiang Yao was quite satisfied with her attitude. "You decide how much to donate. I'll send you the account number now. Remember to note that it's a free donation." Su Qingyi copied the account number he sent her and found that the account name was Shi City Children's Welfare Institute. She thought about it and transferred 1 million, then looked at Jiang Yao and asked, "I have just become an adult and have limited pocket money. Is 1 million okay?" "Of course, I thank you on behalf of the children in the orphanage." Jiang Yao's smile became much more sincere. Su Qingyi was a little curious. "Why do you ask me to donate to this welfare home?" Shi City is not very close to the imperial capital, and she couldn't understand how Jiang Yao was related to this children's welfare home. "Don't you know? I grew up in this orphanage," Jiang Yao said calmly. Su Qingyi really didn't know. She only knew that Jiang Yao was the son that the Feng family suddenly found. As for where he grew up in the first 20 years, she was not curious. "I didn't expect that Jiang Yao grew up in a children's welfare home. Doesn't that mean he suffered a lot since childhood?" Su Qingyi suddenly felt that her behavior was a bit too much. She almost caused Jiang Yao to have a car accident today. "So you were actually planning to go to the welfare home?" she asked Jiang Yao guiltily. Chapter 56, Su Qingyi wants to go to the orphanage with Jiang Yao. Zhang Yao nodded, his tone revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. Yes, I got up early in the morning and went to the mall to buy gifts. I was about to leave for Shi City when I was harassed by your bodyguard. You don't know how scary your bodyguards are. They wanted to take me away with stern faces. I thought someone wanted to kidnap me, Zhang Yao said with a helpless smile. Su Qingyi didn't expect that there would be such a mistake. She blinked guiltily and said, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it clearly. Forget it, just clear up the misunderstanding. Zhang Yao waved his hand, not wanting to bother with it anymore. He knew that if he told Zhang Lia and Feng Zishu about this, they would definitely seek justice for him from the Su family, but his affair with Su Qingyu would also be exposed. Taking all factors into consideration, it's better not to say anything. Besides, the girl's attitude of admitting her mistakes was pretty good, and he didn't want to be unreasonable. Do you still want to go now? How about I go with you? Su Qingyi said impulsively. Zhang Yao frowned and looked her up and down. What are you going to do? Su Qingyi didn't like his tone and said with her neck stiff, I just donated 1 million. Can't I go and see the children in the welfare home? It's not impossible, considering the 1 million. My car was damaged, please arrange a car for me. Yeah, Su Qingyi nodded with a smile. She not only arranged a car, but also asked people to purchase a batch of supplies. With a professional driver driving, Zhang Yao simply took a nap in the car, and when he woke up, they were almost there. Zhang Yao, you finally woke up, Su Qingyi's crisp voice sounded in Zhang Yao's ears. You really sleep so well that you didn't even wake up when we parked at the service area. Zhang Yao yawned, maybe I got up too early today. Another reason is that the car is so comfortable. Su Qingyi considered that the journey this time was quite long, so she asked the driver to drive a car with a large space and complete functions. The seat not only has a built-in massage function, but can also be adjusted to the most comfortable position, making it very comfortable to sleep in. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of the Shi City Children's Welfare Institute. Having not been home for a long time, Zhang Yao inexplicably felt a little homesick and was reluctant to get off the car. The security guard, Uncle Tang, saw a car parked at the entrance of the welfare home and couldn't help but walk over to ask. Hello, parking is not allowed here. If you want to park, please find a parking lot. Zhang Yao saw Uncle Tang's familiar face, rolled down the car window and smiled. Uncle Tang, it's me. Hey, it's Yao, why are you back? Uncle Tang was immediately delighted when he saw who was in the car. Didn't you have a summer job this summer? Get off the bus quickly. The dean would be so happy to see you back. Zhang Yao opened the car door and walked out. Yes, I didn't work the summer vacation. Su Qingyi got out of the car with Zhang Yao. Uncle Tang saw such a beautiful girl following Zhang Yao and immediately showed an ambiguous smile. Is this your girlfriend? Oh, you are so thoughtful. He thought Zhang Yao had a girlfriend at school, so he brought her back to show the dean. Uncle Tang, you misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend. We are just ordinary friends, Zhang Yao explained quickly. Uncle Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, no. He said this, but from his expression it was clear that he didn't believe Zhang Yao's explanation at all, and simply attributed it to the fact that young people are thin-skinned. If she wasn't his girlfriend, why would he bring her to the welfare home on purpose? Zhang Yao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you believe it? It's really not true. Okay, if it's not true, then it's not true. Go in and see the dean quickly. She has been thinking about you a lot in the past 2 years, Uncle Tang urged. Zhang Yao felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. The dean's mother was like a mother to him. However, the mother was quite busy. With so many children in the orphanage, her heart had to be divided into many parts. Zhang Yao was not a particularly likable person, so he thought the director mother would not miss him too much. If I had known earlier, he should have come back more often in the past 2 years. When they went in, the director's mother was standing under the eaves, looking at the older children playing games with the younger children with a loving face. The director's mother is in her early 50s now, so she should retire soon. Dean Zhang, look who's back, Uncle Tang shouted. Zhang Shaoling looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Yao standing behind Uncle Tang. Shock flashed in her eyes and she jumped up from the small bench. Xiao Yao, why are you back? Why didn't you call Mother Jiang in advance so that she could pick you up? Zhang Shaoling hugged Zhang Yao in surprise, muttering to herself. Zhang Yao hugged her back and said with a smile, I want to give you a surprise. Surprise, Mother Jiang is really surprised. Zhang Shaoling smiled so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were squeezed into a ball. She let go of Jiang Yao and glanced at Su Qingyi, who was standing next to Jiang Yao. Is this girl your girlfriend? No, she is just an ordinary friend of mine. Jiang Yao knew without thinking that Zhang's mother must have misunderstood him, so he hurried to explain. Zhang Xiaoling and Uncle Tang had the same reaction. Neither of them quite believed Jiang Yao's explanation. It's actually okay to have a relationship at your age. Seriously speaking, Jiang Yao is already over the legal age for marriage, so there is no problem with him even getting married, let alone dating. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Jiang Yao didn't bother to explain. You are right. Brother Jiang Yao? A little boy with white hair and white eyelashes came over tentatively. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows. Xiao Hao still remembers his brother. 3 years ago, this little guy was only as high as his waist, but now he has reached his chest. If it weren't for his iconic hair color, Jiang Yao might not have been able to recognize him at first glance. Su Hao nodded shyly. I remember, Mother Jiang said my brother went to the capital to attend university. After the first child greeted Jiang Yao, the rest of the children rushed over and kept calling him Brother Jiang Yao, Brother Jiang Yao. Some of the younger ones no longer remembered Jiang Yao, but when they saw their older brothers and sisters gathering around them, they followed suit. Jiang Yao hadn't seen these children for a long time and missed them very much, so he greeted each of them. Brother brought you gifts this time. Do you want them? Yes, the children said in unison, and some of the younger ones even jumped up and down with excitement. Jiang Yao gestured to Su Qingyi, let the driver bring in the gifts. What gift? Xiao Yao, you are still in school. You should keep the money you earn for yourself. Why buy a gift for it? Jiang Xiaoling said disapprovingly. Chapter 57, 10 million is not enough to buy a piece of jewelry. Jiang Yao raised the corners of his mouth and smiled brightly. These things are not worth much. I just bought some school supplies and toys for my younger brothers and sisters. Jiang Xiaoling looked at the big boy in front of her whom she had taken care of since he was a child, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She felt sorry for Jiang Yao's hard work in going to school and supporting himself, but she was also relieved that he still cared about the children in the orphanage. Don't buy it next time. There are always kind people giving things to children. They don't need these. You can save the money you can't spend. There are still many days to come. She grabbed Jiang Yao's hand and warned him in a serious tone. Jiang Xiaoling knew that Jiang Yao often used his holidays and extracurricular time to do part-time jobs, so he was capable of making money. You may not feel any pressure when you are in school now, but when you graduate and need to buy a car, a house, and get married, then you will feel the pressure. Jiang Yao held Jiang Xiaoling's hand with his backhand, his tone mysterious. Mom Jiang, I actually want to tell you a good news when I came back this time. Oh? What good news? Jiang Xiaoling cooperated with an expectant expression, and even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed kindness and tenderness. I'm looking for my biological parents, Jiang Yao said simply, but it shocked Jiang Xiaoling. Tell me carefully what happened. How did you find it suddenly? Could it be a scam? It's not that Jiang Xiaoling thinks too much, it's mainly because Jiang Yao is a man with good looks and talent, so it's normal for someone to want to pretend to be his family member. Who wouldn't he be happy to pick up such an outstanding child for free? Jiang Yao didn't expect Jiang Xiaoling to have such a wild imagination. He explained with a helpless smile, I'm not a liar. I have done a paternity test with them. Are you sure the paternity test wasn't faked? Jiang Xiaoling still had her doubts. She had read online that these reports were very easy to tamper with and could be forged using computers. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoling still didn't believe it, Su Qingyi couldn't help but speak up. Auntie Jiang, Jiang Yao's parents are definitely biological children. He looks very much like Aunt Jiang. Little girl, have you met Xiao Yao's parents? Jiang Xiaoling looked a little strange. My goodness, he said she was not his girlfriend, but he took her to meet his parents. Su Qingyi didn't know what she was thinking, and nodded honestly. Yes, not only have I met his parents, I've also met his grandfather and uncle's family. Jiang Yao looks somewhat similar to them. That's great, Jiang Xiaoling's doubts completely dissipated, and Jiang Yao felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yao, are your biological parents good to you? Do you have other brothers and sisters at home? She pulled Jiang Yao aside and asked him a lot of questions. Jiang Yao knew that she cared about him, so he answered them one by one very patiently. After Jiang Xiaoling had asked all the questions she wanted to know, Jiang Yao spoke. My mother knew that I came to Shi City to visit you and my brothers and sisters, so she specially transferred 10 million to me and asked me to pass it on to you, saying it was a little gift from her. How much did you say? Jiang Xiaoling's pupils suddenly dilated. Jiang Yao knew that it would be difficult for her to accept it for a while, otherwise he wouldn't have taken so long to prepare for it before telling her. You heard it right, it's 10 million. My biological parents are not short of money, so you can just keep this money. Speaking of money, Zhang Xiaoling suddenly remembered, someone suddenly transferred 1 million to our welfare home's fundraising account this morning. Could it be you who did it? Although the welfare home usually receives some donations, it has never received an amount like 1 million. She was still wondering in the morning which kind-hearted person had done this, and now she felt more and more that it was related to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao hadn't planned to tell it, but seeing that Zhang Xiaoling looked uneasy, he decided to tell the truth. This 1 million was transferred by Miss Su. Jiang Yao pointed at Su Qingyi, who was standing next to him. Being called out suddenly, Su Qingyi felt a little embarrassed. Mom Jiang, I have almost spent all my pocket money, please don't think it's too little. Compared to the 10 million that Jiang Yao took out, she felt that her 1 million was not enough at all. If she had known earlier, she would have borrowed some more from her brother. Zhang Xiaoling swallowed and thought, not enough? Look at how rich she is saying this. How many people can't save 1 million in their entire life? How can she have the nerve to complain that it's not enough? She's not crazy. Xiao Su, does your family know that you donated money to the welfare home? Zhang Xiaoling asked cautiously. She saw that Su Qingyi was not very old, and she couldn't just give away such a huge sum of money as 1 million. She had to get approval from her parents. Su Qingyi subconsciously looked at Jiang Yao and found that he was winking at her. She immediately understood what he meant. Yes, my family knows that I donated to the welfare home and they support me very much. Hearing that the parents had given their permission, Zhang Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I thank you on behalf of the children in the welfare home. She smiled gratefully at Su Qingyi and said to Jiang Yao, Xiao Yao, 10 million is really too much. In fact, donating 1 million is enough. You can take the rest of the money back to your family. She knew that Jiang Yao's mother donated so much money at one time to thank the welfare home for raising Jiang Yao. But these are what they should do. The welfare home receives government funding every year, so it is better to say that it was the government that raised Jiang Yao rather than the welfare home. Their small welfare home cannot spend more than 10 million yuan. 2 million yuan is enough to last for a long time, and the extra money can be donated to other places in need. Mother Jiang, please feel free to accept this money. My biological parents are very rich, and this amount of money is nothing to them. Jiang Yao winked at Su Qingyi and asked her to say a few words for him. Su Qingyi nodded frantically. Yes, Jiang Yao did not lie to you. His family is really rich. 10 million is not enough for Aunt Zhang to buy a piece of jewelry. The two of them sang in unison, which made Zhang Xiaoling confused. 10 million is not enough to buy a piece of jewelry. How rich must the family be? Xiao Yao has finally gotten his wish after all the suffering he has endured. In that case, I can keep it with confidence? Zhang Xiaoling said with a smile. Xiao Yao, when you go back, remember to thank your mother for me. I am so grateful to her. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she finally stopped refusing. No problem. At the gate of the welfare home, Su Yan greeted Uncle Tang with a bag of fruit and gave him a few apples and bananas. Uncle Tang, why is there a car parked at the door? Is anyone here? Uncle Tang smiled and kept the secret. Hee, you'll know if you go in and take a look. It's guaranteed to be a surprise. Ah, could it be someone I know? Su Yan widened her eyes slightly. Go in and take a look yourself, Uncle Tang waved at her. Su Yan's curiosity was aroused. She walked in with the bag, going through everyone she knew in her mind. Chapter 58, King Tianlian's Breaking Skills. Yan. Come here quickly, look who's back. Zhang Xiaoling noticed Su Yan as soon as she walked into the yard and waved at her happily. Jiang Yao looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Yan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Her pretty little face no longer had the brightness he remembered, but instead looked haggard, which was not what her age should be. Su Yan also saw Jiang Yao, and her first reaction when she saw him was to lower her head and want to escape. Zhang Xiaoling wondered, Yan, where are you going? You must be so happy to see your brother back that you're silly. Mom Jiang, I suddenly remembered that there is something I haven't finished yet. Su Yan stopped and said hesitantly. Girl, no matter how busy you are, you should at least say hello to your brother. Zhang Xiaoling looked at Su Yan with disapproval. She didn't know what had happened between the two children, but in her opinion, there was no overnight hatred between family members. That's right, family. Unlike other children in the orphanage, Zhang Yao and Su Yan were registered in the same household registration book for 2 years. When Zhang Yao was 5 years old, Su Yan's parents came to the orphanage to adopt him. They were a very kind couple. They had a daughter, Su Yan, when they were 40 years old. When Su Yan was 5 years old, she cried and wanted a younger brother or sister, but her mother's health was not suitable for having another child. After discussing it, the couple decided to adopt a child from an orphanage to keep their daughter company. After Su Yan arrived at the orphanage, she chose Zhang Yao at first sight. The two children happened to be of similar age and could go to school together. Su's father and mother also readily agreed. From then on, Su Yan had a brother, and Zhang Yao also had a family. But the good times did not last long. After the family of 4 had lived happily for only 2 years, Su's father died in a car accident. Su's mother had not been in good health to begin with, and the death of her husband was a great blow to her, and she fell ill and never recovered. No relative was willing to raise 2 children, so after losing their parents, the 2 children returned to the orphanage together. Zhang Yao takes care of Su Yan as his own sister, and the 2 children have a very good relationship. It wasn't until they were in high school that some conflict arose between them, but first Su Yan took the initiative to move out of the orphanage, and then Zhang Yao moved out as well. Zhang Xiaoling talked to the 2 children, but neither of them told her the reason. Later, Zhang Yao was admitted to university and went to the imperial capital. For some reason, Su Yan did not go to university but stayed in Shi City. Looking at the 2 silent people, Zhang Xiaoling sighed. Xiao Yao, why don't you say hello to Yin Yan? Didn't you care about your sister Yin Yan the most in the past? When Su Yan heard this, the tears she had been holding back suddenly burst out like a flood. She looked at Zhang Yao with eyes full of guilt. In fact, she had long regretted not listening to her brother. Not only did she ruin her life, but she also lost her brother who loved her the most. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. In the past few years, she wanted to contact her brother countless times, but she didn't have the courage to do so. She was afraid that Zhang Yao would say in person that he was unwilling to forgive her, so it would be better to keep a distance and let her keep the thought in her heart. Zhang Yao felt bad looking at Su Yan squatting on the ground, covering her face and sobbing softly. But he couldn't bring himself to go up and talk to her. After all, it was Su Yan who said in person that she didn't recognize him as her brother and asked him to stop caring about her. Hey, don't you want to care about her? Su Qingyi nudged Zhang Yao with her arm and said softly. She could tell that Zhang Yao must have feelings for this girl, otherwise his expression wouldn't be so complicated. Zhang Yao felt choked up and spoke in a harsh tone. She doesn't need my cheap concern. What do you mean by cheap concern? Can you speak properly? Su Qingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. When Su Yan heard the conversation between the two, her body unconsciously tensed up. Sure enough, her brother still hated her. Cheap concern was the harsh word she said to Zhang Yaofeng at the time. She didn't expect that after a few years, Zhang Yao still remembered it so clearly. Zhang Xiaoling saw that the stalemate between the two was not a good thing. With so many people watching, the two of them couldn't let go of their pride, so she simply pulled Zhang Yao and Su Yan into a room alone. Xiao Yao, Yan Yan, you two are both sensible and good children. Mother Jiang doesn't know what misunderstandings you had in the past. Since you are all here today, let's lay things out and make things clear. Life is only a few decades long, so don't do things that will make you regret. After saying this, Zhang Xiaoling left the room and closed the door. Su Yan stared at Zhang Yao for a few seconds, then spoke with tears in her eyes. Brother, actually, I have always wanted to say sorry to you. I was blinded by greed at the beginning. Those words were not from my heart. You are my only relative in this world. I really regret saying so many hurtful words to you. I don't expect you to forgive me, I just want to apologize to you. When saying this, Su Yan seemed to feel relieved. It turned out that some words were not so difficult to say. Is he good to you? Zhang Yao suddenly asked. Although no name was mentioned, both of them knew who this he was. Su Yan's face turned pale and she twisted her hands tightly together. I broke up with him a long time ago. Zhang Yao sneered, break up? Didn't you swear that he was the one for you, that you would marry him and have children with him? Zhang Yao almost got himself angry to death after saying this. The sister he had grown up protecting like the apple of his eye turned out to be a love-brained woman. She stopped studying and didn't want to be her brother anymore for a man. I was wrong, Su Yan pursed her lips and choked with sobs. She also suspected that she was possessed by an evil spirit. How could she give up her brother for Wang Buqiao? did I tell you that you would definitely regret it? Do you remember how you answered me? Jiang Yao raised his finger and poked it hard on Su Yan's white forehead. Speak, why are you mute? Weren't you very talkative before? Su Yan frowned, looking aggrieved. Brother, please be gentler, it hurts. Does it hurt now? When that bastard and his gang beat me up, did you ever care about me? Jiang Yao became more and more angry as he spoke. Before he saw Su Yan, he almost forgot that he still had a big revenge to take. That bastard Wang Buqiao not only kidnapped his sister, but also dared to bring people to beat him up. At that time, he had no power and no one to support him, so he had no ability to take revenge. Now with the Feng family backing him up, it would be easy to deal with a little Wang Buqiao. Ding! As a qualified second-generation rich kid, it's time to master the Tianliang King breaking skill. Please bankrupt the Wang family within a week. Complete the task and you will be rewarded with 2 draws on the wheel. Hearing the mechanical sound in his mind, Jiang Yao smiled. The system really understood him very well. Chapter 59, the 10,000 yuan was given by Su Yan. Listening to Jiang Yao's accusations word by word, Su Yan's face turned pale without a trace of blood. Endless guilt spread in her heart, growing wildly like weeds. At the beginning, she ignored Jiang Yao's advice and insisted on dating Wang Buqiao, which led to her grades plummeting. After Jiang Yao found out, he forced her to break up with Wang Buqiao, thinking that Wang Buqiao had led her astray. The two had a fierce conflict and Jiang Yao even beat Wang Buqiao. Afterwards, Wang Buqiao was so angry that he took a group of brothers to teach Jiang Yao a lesson. Su Yan was young at that time. She panicked when she saw her brother and his boyfriend fighting, and said many hurtful words to Jiang Yao impulsively. In fact, she regretted it as soon as she said it. She didn't really think Jiang Yao was annoying, she just didn't want her brother to have a conflict with Wang Buqiao because of her again. But maybe what she said was too heartless. Jiang Yao never paid any attention to her after that day, and pretended not to see her when he saw her. In addition, Wang Buqiao also forced her to make a choice between the two. Su Yan fell in love and moved out of the orphanage directly and lived in the house that Wang Buqiao rented for her. The two never contacted each other again until they met again today. Su Yan knew that she shouldn't expect her brother to forgive her. She wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I still have some things to finish in my store, so I'll leave first. Brother, you can come back and visit Mother Jiang more often when you have time. She misses you a lot. Jiang Yao did not stop Su Yan as she rushed out of the door. People are always responsible for their own choices, aren't they? But the truth is one thing, Jiang Yao is not as relaxed as he appears. In fact, if Su Yan was willing to beg him a little more, maybe he would forgive her. This girl is still so stubborn. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoling knocked on the door of the room. Xiao Yao, can I come in? Well, come in, Jiang Yao responded without any emotion. Zhang Xiaoling sat down next to Jiang Yao with a kind smile. Haven't you resolved the misunderstanding with Yin Yin? It's not a misunderstanding. She and I have nothing to say to each other, Jiang Yao said stubbornly. Oh, you two kids, Zhang Xiaoling shook her head and sighed. Remember when you were admitted to university? Didn't I give you a red envelope? Jiang Yao was stunned. Of course he remembered that there was still 10,000 yuan in the red envelope. Yan Yan actually asked me to pass the red envelope to you, but she didn't let me tell you. What? Jiang Yao stood up suddenly, his eyes full of shock. Su Yan was only 18 years old at that time. Where did she get the 10,000 yuan? Zhang Xiaoling said earnestly, Yan Yan has actually always been thinking about you. In the past 2 years, she has always pretended to inquire about your news to me unintentionally. I don't know what she did to make you so angry. I can't interfere too much without knowing the whole story. You should think it over carefully. Her tone sounded a little vicissitudes of life, and her eyes were staring into the air, as if she was lost in memories. When I was young, I always felt that many things were hurdles that I couldn't overcome. When I got older and looked back on the past, I felt that it was nothing special. When these two children get married and have children and start their own families in the future, they may not see each other many times in this life. Zhang Xiaoling is worried that they will regret it in the future. Jiang Yao clenched his fists tightly, then suddenly loosened them. He looked at Zhang Xiaoling with a serious expression and asked, Mom Jiang, how has she been doing these past 2 years? She seems to be working in a coffee shop now. The money she earns is enough for her own living, and she occasionally buys something for the children. Zhang Xiaoling did not hide anything and told Jiang Yao everything she knew about Su Yan. When Jiang Yao and Zhang Xiaoling came out of the room, they saw Su Qingyi playing games with the children with a gentle look on her face. Looking at the girl standing in the sunset with a bright smile, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that the rich girl had this side of her. When Su Qingyi saw Jiang Yao coming out, she ran towards him and complained in a soft voice, "Oh, I'm so tired. Jiang Yao, please play with them. I must rest for a while. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat?" Jiang Yao asked with a smile. Su Qingyi's eyes lit up, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped her forehead in annoyance and said, "Oh no, the supplies I asked someone to deliver haven't arrived yet. Let's wait until the supplies arrive before going to eat." "All right." About half an hour later, the people Su Qingyi arranged to purchase supplies finally arrived. They brought a medium-sized truck with a trunk full of various supplies, including food, daily necessities, clothing, and school supplies. "Miss, where do we unload the things?" The middle-aged man waited respectfully for Su Qingyi to speak. Su Qingyi didn't know either, so she could only ask Jiang Yao with wide eyes, "I'm asking you, where should I unload it?" "I'll ask Mother Jiang to open the gate and drive the car in." Jiang Yao turned and went in to find Jiang Shaoling. Jiang Shaoling was stunned when she saw the mountain of supplies. "Why buy so many things? How much will it cost?" "It's not much money, just a little gift from me to the children," Su Qingyi said with a smile. She still feels that she bought too little and can only buy more next time. By the time Jiang Yao and Su Qingyi left the orphanage, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Jiang Shaoling did not force the two to stay in the orphanage for meals. She could see that the girl Xiaoyao brought back came from an unusual family and might not be able to adapt to their simple meals. It would be better for her to let Xiaoyao take her to a restaurant outside to eat. As soon as he got in the car, Jiang Yao looked at Su Qingyi beside him and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "This is my first time in Shi City. Can you recommend me any good restaurants?" Su Qingyi asked lazily, leaning back in her chair. Jiang Yao shook his head, "I don't know either." "That's impossible. Haven't you lived in Shi City for 18 years? Su Qingyi felt incredible. Jiang Yao gave a bitter smile, "Miss, I am an orphan. I am very happy as long as I can have enough food to eat. Do you think I have money to eat in a restaurant?" Sorry, I didn't think so much." Su Qingyi smiled apologetically at him. In her outlook on life, it was hard to imagine that someone could not even afford a meal in a restaurant. Although her family is rich, she doesn't eat delicacies every day. She has also checked in with friends at affordable internet-famous restaurants, where they can eat very well for only a few dozen or 100 yuan per person. Jiang Yao smiled indifferently, "It's okay, there is a noodle shop near my high school that tastes pretty good. Do you want to try it? All the noodles in that shop are freshly made by the owner every day, and they taste particularly chewy." In the past, Jiang Yao didn't have much money and could only afford to eat egg noodles at 8 yuan a bowl, while the secret beef noodles cost 15 yuan a bowl. At that time, he secretly swore in his heart that when he had money in the future, he would definitely come back to this restaurant to revisit it, not only to eat the secret beef noodles, but also to get double the beef. Chapter 60, Revisiting the Old Place. The driver parked the car in front of Li Ji Noodle House according to Jiang Yao's instructions. "Boss, give me 2 bowls of secret beef noodles with double the beef." Jiang Yao couldn't wait to start ordering as soon as he entered the store. The boss, who was watching a short video, immediately stood up and replied with a smile, "Great." He put down his phone and looked at the 2 customers who came into the store. "Hey, why does this guy look familiar?" "Handsome guy, have you ever eaten noodles in my shop?" The boss looked puzzled. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows in surprise. The last time he came to the store was 3 years ago. He didn't expect that the boss still remembered him. "Yes, I came to your house to eat noodles when I was studying in No. 1 middle school," he said with a smile. The boss showed an expression of "as expected, I thought I had seen you before. You should still be in college, right?" Jiang Yao took a tissue and wiped the stool for Su Qingyi, motioned her to sit down, and answered the boss's question casually. "Well, I'm going to graduate next year." "It's good to graduate. You can start working after graduation," the boss said with a smile as he went to the kitchen. His small shop does business with nearby residents and students. During the summer vacation, students are not in school, so the business in the shop is not as good as usual. It is a pleasant surprise that he can still sell 2 orders before closing the stall. Su Qingyi prepared herself mentally for half a day before she hesitantly sat down on the stool that looked dark to her. She cautiously glanced at the boss through the window, leaned close to Jiang Yao and whispered, "Is this the noodle shop you mentioned that tastes delicious?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Jiang Yao asked, pretending to be ignorant. He actually realized that Su Qingyi was probably not used to eating in such a small restaurant, and he guessed that this was also a new experience in the young lady's life. Su Qingyi placed her hands neatly on her legs and forced a smile. It's nothing wrong, I just think the hygiene of this store looks not very good. Really? I think it's okay. You haven't seen a truly dirty and messy store. Jiang Yao smiled and told her about some of the takeout restaurants he had seen when he was working part-time as a deliveryman. They were really dirty and messy. At least the ingredients of this noodle shop are fresh, and the owner himself often eats them. Some takeout restaurants directly add antidiarrheal drugs to the food in order to cover up the problems with the ingredients themselves. Su Qingyi was shocked when she heard this, and her brown eyes were full of disbelief. How can there be such a heartless and immoral person in the world? Oh, conscience? How much is that thing worth? Jiang Yao said with a sneer. But we can't harm the customers' bodies, Su Qingyi retorted disapprovingly. She understood that if a person wanted to make money, he should not care too much about his conscience, but she could not agree with doing things that hurt others for the sake of making money. She doesn't believe that every takeaway shop owner is black-hearted, it's just that some people have lost their conscience. Jiang Yao chuckled, his tone sounding a little complicated. A rich girl like you will never understand. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, your noodles are ready. The boss placed 2 bowls of cooked noodles on the counter at the food pickup area and shouted to Jiang Yao and the others with a smile. Okay, thank you, boss. Jiang Yao stood up and prepared to serve the noodles. Su Qingyi wondered, why doesn't the boss send it to us? In her opinion, no restaurant requires customers to serve their own dishes. The store was relatively quiet, and the boss also heard Su Qingyi's quiet chirping, and explained with a smile. Beauty, if you want me to bring it to you, of course that's fine. I'm letting you come and get it just so you can add chili peppers in side dishes. He pointed to a row of side dishes next to the window, including chopped green onions, minced garlic, coriander, chili oil, pickled beans, shredded pickled mustard greens, etc. Su Qingyi knew that she had misunderstood the boss, and her cheeks quickly flushed. I'm sorry, this is my first time eating it. These are all trivial matters, the boss waved his hand nonchalantly. He has run the shop for decades and has met all kinds of customers. The girl's attitude is quite good. Try it, these side dishes are made by the boss himself, and they taste really good. Jiang Yao helped Su Qingyi scoop some side dishes into the noodle bowl. Just as Su Qingyi was about to eat, her cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiaoyu, what's going on? Su Qingyu's slightly complaining voice came from the phone receiver. Sister, why haven't you gone home yet? This morning my sister said she had something to deal with and I couldn't go shopping with her. I don't know what the important thing was, but it's almost 8 o'clock and she hasn't come home yet. I'm still outside and may not be able to go back tonight. Su Qingyi looked up at Jiang Yao opposite her, feeling a little guilty for some reason. Ah, where are you? Why don't you go home? Have you informed your mother? Su Qingyu jumped up from the bed excitedly when she heard that her sister would not be back tonight. Su's mother was very strict with the 2 sisters. The access control in the house was set at 9:30 in the evening. If they did not return home after 9:30, they would be bombarded with phone calls and would not be allowed to go out to play for the next month. Of course, this excludes certain special circumstances, such as attending a dinner party with parents, traveling, or socializing with other wealthy daughters. Su Qingyi's expression froze. Yes, she hadn't reported it to her mother yet. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and even if she took a plane, she wouldn't be able to get home before 9:30. Xiaoyu, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to call my mother first, Su Qingyi said quickly and hung up the phone. Then I immediately clicked on my best friend's green bubble chat box. Su Qingyi, is Ning Ning here? Help! Sun Ning, I'm watching TV. Tell me, is there anything I can help you with? Su Qingyi, I came to Shi City today, and I can't rush home before the curfew. Please call my mom for me and tell her I'm staying at your house tonight. Sun Ning, no problem, but why did you go to Shi City? Su Qingyi, a few words of explanation is not easy, I will tell you next time we meet. Su Qingyi didn't feel relieved until Sun Ning sent her a message that it was done. Jiang Yao ate noodles while watching her typing on her phone screen. Is your family so strict? Well, that's how my grandpa treated my mom. Now my mom is doing the same thing to me and my sister, Su Qingyi said helplessly. She sighed, weakly picked up a piece of secret beef and put it into her mouth. Her taste buds were instantly awakened. Wow, this beef smells so good, it's no worse than the one cooked by my chef at home. Jiang Yao smiled and said, if you like it, eat more and you'll be full. Su Qingyi put her worries behind her, not knowing that her lie was about to be exposed. Chapter 61 Wang Buqiao comes to visit. That night, Zhang Yao and Su Qingyi stayed in the best hotel in Shi City. With Miss Su Qingyi around, they definitely couldn't compromise and directly booked the presidential suite of the hotel. Not only does it have 2 bedrooms, but it also has a living room, dining room, and conference room. It was Zhang Yao's first time staying in such a luxurious hotel, and it was quite an experience. The next day, after getting up, Zhang Yao did not rush back to the imperial capital. He thought about it for a long time while lying in bed last night, and decided to go and take a look at Su Yan's workplace. The reason why he stopped caring about Su Yan was actually because he was heartbroken. The sister he had protected for so long actually distanced herself from him and even gave up her studies for a man. But when Zhang Yao learned from Zhang's mother what Su Yan had secretly done for him, his chilled heart couldn't help but begin to warm up again. It turned out that Su Yan was not as heartless as he thought, and she still had him as her brother in her heart. In this case, he, as an older brother, cannot be too cold and heartless. At least I should go and see if my sister is doing well and give her some money. The thing Zhang Yao lacks the least now is money. By the end of the year, he can get dividends from phone group's shares, which he can never spend all. Miss Su, please wait for me at the hotel. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Zhang Yao planned to continue riding in Su Qingyi's car to return to the capital. Taking the high-speed rail is indeed faster than driving, but he finds it troublesome because he has to transfer several trains. Besides, it would be a waste not to take the ready-made private car. When Su Qingyi heard that he didn't plan to take her with him, she blinked twice. I want to go with you too. What are you going to do? Zhang Yao asked in a confused manner. Could Su Qingyi say that she went there to read gossip? Of course not. I just want to go with you. This is my first time in Shi City. Are you going to leave me alone in the hotel? When soft tactics didn't work, Su Qingyi started to act like a rogue. Zhang Yao couldn't do anything with her. Okay, let's go together. Hee, Su Qingyi showed a triumphant smile. Zhang Xiaoling had already told Zhang Yao the address yesterday, so he asked the driver to navigate to Lanchi coffee shop. At this time, at the entrance of the coffee shop, Su Yan looked at Wang Buqiao holding a rose in his hand, and all the color disappeared from her delicate little face in an instant. Yan, I really know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Wang Buqiao admitted his mistake and apologized to Su Yan with a flattering look on his face. Ever since Su Yan moved out of home, he couldn't find her anywhere. This time, it was thanks to a brother who told him that he saw Su Yan in this cafe, otherwise he might not have found her until now. Xiaohong, a colleague at the coffee shop, looked at this handsome guy driving a BMW and holding roses, apologizing humbly in front of Su Yan, and couldn't help but say sourly. Su Yan, you have such a handsome boyfriend and you didn't tell us. Are you afraid that we will snatch him away from you? Xiaohong, don't say that. Xiaoyan is not that kind of person. Another slightly older colleague, Sister Lu, pulled Xiaohong's sleeve and signaled her to shut up. She couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. It was bad enough that she was jealous of Su Yan's beauty, but why did she even not let her boyfriend go? Look at this face, with its eyes almost glued to others. TSK, doesn't Tia even look at what it looks like? Xiaohong angrily pulled back her sleeves and said with a pout, I was just joking with Su Yan. Sister Lu, can you please stop making such a big deal out of it? Sister Lu curled her lips and said, Okay, I was wrong. The young couple obviously has something to say, so let's not stay here and disturb them. Xiaoyan, have a good chat with your boyfriend. Xiaohong and I are in the store, so there's no need to rush back, Sister Lu said to Su Yan in what she thought was a considerate manner. There was a hint of fear in Su Yan's eyes, and she hugged Sister Lu's arm. Sister Lu, don't go. He is not my boyfriend. We broke up a long time ago. Ah. Sister Lu didn't expect this to happen. She looked embarrassed and looked at Wang Buqiao with a condemning look. This is not what the young man said to me just now. He said that he was Su Yan's boyfriend and made Su Yan angry, so he hoped that Sister Lu could help him call the person out. Xiaohong's eyes lit up and she lifted her hair casually as if unintentionally. So you broke up? If you don't tell me earlier, she will be rude to you. Wang Buqiao stared at Su Yan who was avoiding him and said, It's not considered a breakup unless I agree. Yan, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? Look, this is the engagement ring I bought specially for you. I came here today just to propose to you. He took out a small box from his pocket and opened it. Inside the box was a dazzling diamond ring, which was estimated to be about 2 carats. I know you have always wanted to have a home of your own. When we get married, I will add your name to the property certificate. Su Yan was touched for a moment when she heard the word home, but when she thought of how terrifying Wang Buchao was, she came back to her senses in an instant. I don't want it. Take your broken ring and get out of here. I will never get back together with you. Xiaohong is almost getting anxious. Don't give it to her, she needs it. Such a big diamond ring must be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. If she could marry the man in front of her, she would not have to worry about the rest of her life. Xiaohong's eyes rolled around. Su Yan, I think this gentleman's attitude is quite sincere, so don't always harp on trivial matters. Su Yan looked at Xiaohong in disbelief. What do you mean by a small thing? Do you know what he did? What did you do? Xiaohong asked curiously. Su Yan bit her lip and said angrily, he hit me. For Su Yan, this is not only a painful memory, but also a shame. The man she loved desperately when she was young turned out to be a scumbag. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. No way? Shock flashed across Xiaohong's face. This handsome guy who looks like a decent human actually hits a woman? Wang Buchao noticed that other people were looking at him in the wrong way, and quickly explained. Yan, I really didn't mean it last time. I was just anxious and accidentally bumped into you. Can you please give me another chance? Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. Su Yan, you are too stingy. This gentleman has admitted his mistake to you so humbly, can't you be more generous? Look, you are fine now. Xiaohong glanced up and down at Su Yan, and her meaning was very clear. Since Su Yan was safe and sound now, it meant that Wang Buchao did not hit her hard at that time. Su Yan bit her lips tightly, shaking with anger. She was beaten by her ex-boyfriend, but Xiaohong said it was her fault? Sister Lu looked at the handsome Wang Buchao and advised, Xiaoyan, think about it carefully and don't let yourself regret it. It is not easy to find a handsome man from a wealthy family. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. It is normal for couples to have some friction. Wang Buchao saw that he had the support of the onlookers, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes, and he smiled and grabbed Su Yan's hand. Yan, let's talk in the car. Don't block the door and affect the business of the store. I don't want it, Wang Buchao, please let me go. Su Yan was frightened by him and slapped his arms frantically to escape from his restraint, but her strength was like a tickle in front of Wang Buchao. Chapter 62, the sole of the shoe stepped on his face. Seeing Su Yan's intense reaction, Sister Lu hesitated whether to step forward to stop her. Xiaohong grabbed her arm and said, Sister Lu, these are just young lovers flirting, let's not meddle in their business. But Sister Lu wanted to say something, but Xiaohong forcibly pulled her into the store. Don't worry, the customers in the store are still waiting for us to serve them. If the boss finds out that we are absent from our posts, he might deduct our wages. These words successfully persuaded Sister Lu. She looked back at Su Yan, who was being dragged towards the car by Wang Buchao, pursed her lips, and finally said nothing. Su Yan watched Sister Lu and Xiaohong leave, and her heart became more and more desperate. She wanted to shout for help, but Wang Buchao covered her mouth and she could only make a whimpering sound. Passers-by who saw the scene couldn't help but stop and take a look, but since the man was driving a BMW and looked young and handsome, they just thought it was a young couple having a quarrel. Anyway, he can't be a human trafficker. For a handsome guy like this with some looks, it would be better for him to find a rich woman to live off her instead of becoming a human trafficker. As soon as Jiang Yao arrived at the door of Lanchi coffee shop, he saw Su Yan being forcibly taken into a car. Stop the car! Jiang Yao shouted anxiously. The driver subconsciously stepped on the brakes, and the tires made a harsh friction sound with the ground. Jiang Yao opened the car door and rushed out, punching Wang Buchao in the face, then grabbed Su Yan's wrist and brought her behind him. Fuck! Who is it? Wang Buchao was punched on the cheekbone and grimaced in pain. The moment Su Yan saw Jiang Yao appear, she felt as if she saw a savior. She hid behind Jiang Yao, carefully pulling his clothes with both hands. Brother, why are you here? She thought Jiang Yao didn't want to bother with her anymore in this life. Great, it's you, kid. When Wang Buchao heard Su Yan call Jiang Yao brother, he immediately remembered who he was. Wang Buchao felt depressed when he saw that the skinny and small boy had grown taller than him after not seeing him for a few years. He stared at Su Yan with a gloomy expression. I was wondering why you had to break up with me. It turns out that your old lover came to me. What old lover? What nonsense are you talking about? A feeling of shame and indignation surged from Su Yan's heart, and her eyes turned red with anger. Don't think I don't know. This guy has been secretly in love with you. He was almost jealous to death when he saw you dating me, Wang Buchao said with certainty. Su Yan looked at Jiang Yao in confusion, wanting to confirm with him. Jiang Yao flicked Su Yan's forehead with his finger and said, "You don't really believe that he farted, do you? Although we are not biological siblings, we were officially registered in the same household registration book when we were young. If I had that kind of feeling for you, how could I be worthy of Mr. and Mrs. Su?" After listening to Jiang Yao's explanation, Su Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She said that it was impossible for Jiang Yao to have such thoughts about her. Wang Buchao yelled angrily, "How dare you say that you don't like Su Yan at all? You even fought with me for her and forced me to break up with Su Yan. Don't be fooled by the fact that this boy looked thin and weak at the time. He was very cruel when he beat people. People insisted that he was the one who led Su Yan astray. He is just in a relationship, it's not like he has violated any law. Can Su Yan blame him for not wanting to study? But in the end he didn't suffer any loss. It's really funny that an orphan without parents dared to provoke him." Wang Buchao looked at Su Yan hiding behind Jiang Yao, his eyes red with jealousy. "Look at how clingy you two are. Could it be that you have been together behind my back for a long time? Damn it, I'll make you spew shit." Jiang Yao couldn't bear it any longer. He clenched his right fist and hit Wang Buchao in the face with a whistling sound. Wang Buchao was prepared this time. When Jiang Yao's fist was about to hit him, he quickly slid back, and Jiang Yao's fist barely brushed past his chin. Wang Buchao did not give Jiang Yao a chance to breathe, and threw an elbow at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao subconsciously raised his left arm to block it. With a dull bang, the two men's arms collided violently. Jiang Yao shook his numb arm, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he spun around and kicked Wang Buchao in the vulnerable part. Wang Buchao's pupils suddenly dilated. He leaned over, grabbed Jiang Yao's ankle, and threw him out with a sudden push. "Fuck, why don't you have any moral principles?" Wang Buchao patted his chest with lingering fear. If Jiang Yao had succeeded in that kick just now, he might not have been able to maintain his happiness for the rest of his life. Jiang Yao flipped in the air, barely stabilizing his body. He stared at Wang Buchao with suspicion and asked, "Did you sign up for the class secretly?" It doesn't make sense that he could beat Wang Buchao a few years ago, but now he can't do anything to him. "Ha ha ha, you guessed it. I have learned free fighting for several years, so dealing with you is a piece of cake for me," Wang Buchao said with a proud smile. After losing the duel with Jiang Yao, he always felt that it was a great shame and humiliation that he couldn't even beat a skinny dwarf. Afterwards, he learned his lesson and found a free fighting coach to teach him how to fight. Facts have proved that the money was not wasted. In any case, he has not suffered any losses in conflicts with others in recent years. Jiang Yao had a complicated expression. It made sense why Su Yan was so fascinated by this boy. He looks decent, his family is rich, and he knows how to learn from his failures and improve himself. The biggest lack of money might be that he doesn't like studying. If Wang Buchao hadn't taken Su Yan to skip classes and play around every day, causing Su Yan's grades to drop sharply, Jiang Yao wouldn't have been so opposed to the two of them being together. Wang Buchao rubbed his aching cheekbone and said to Jiang Yao with a groan, "Kneel down and apologize to me now. For Yin Yan's sake, I may consider forgiving you for punching me. Otherwise, I will make you pay." "Wang Buchao, you're going too far," Su Yan heard him ask Jiang Yao to kneel down, and she eagerly stood in front of Jiang Yao. "If you have any tricks against me, use them on me, but don't hurt my brother." Wang Buchao's eyes rolled and he said, "Okay, then if you get back together with me, I won't bother with him anymore." Su Yan had finally gotten rid of Wang Buchao, so how could she possibly get back together with him? But she was also worried that she would bring trouble to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao glanced at the annoying smile on Wang Buchao's face, walked up to Su Qingyi, who was leaning against the car door with her arms folded over her chest, and said, "Lend me some money." "Okay, but you have to owe me a favor." Su Qingyi smiled and took advantage of the situation. "Okay," Jiang Yao agreed reluctantly. It's his own fault for not doing well. No, he will find a few coaches for himself when he returns to the capital. Su Qingyi winked at the driver. "Uncle Li, teach that kid a lesson." "Yes, miss," Uncle Li nodded and walked towards Wang Buchao, who was still bargaining with Su Yan. As soon as the two men met, Uncle Li broke both of Wang Buchao's arms, and then he swept his leg and tripped Wang Buchao to the ground. For a moment, the only sound in the air was Wang Buchao's screams, each one more miserable than the last. Su Yan, who witnessed the whole process, was stunned. This uncle is so amazing. She didn't even see where this uncle came from. Just a few clicks and Wang Buchao was lying on the ground, unable to get up. If she had this much skill, she wouldn't have to be afraid of this scumbag Wang Buqiao. Jiang Yao was also surprised for a moment. He knew that the person following Su Qingyi was definitely not simple, but he didn't expect that he was even more awesome than he imagined. His original intention was just to let Uncle Li teach Wang Buqiao a lesson, but who knew that Uncle Li would be so swift and decisive and break both of his hands right away? In this case, he cannot be too indecisive. Jiang Yao walked up to Wang Buqiao and stepped on his face without any hesitation, his tone full of contempt. Hey, haven't you learned free fighting for several years? If you have the ability, then stand up and keep showing off. Chapter 63. Jiang Yao wants to intern at phone group. All kinds of humiliation and hatred surged into Wang Buqiao's heart, and his voice was unclear. You don't have martial ethics. If the two of them were to fight one-on-one, it's hard to say who would win in the end. Jiang Yao was shameless enough to seek external help. Jiang Yao seemed to have heard a joke, with a sarcastic smile on his face, and he put a little more force on his feet. How can I be unsportsmanlike? Oh, asking for help is unsportsmanlike. When you asked someone to beat me up, didn't you know there's a saying that goes, fortunes change? If you have resources and don't use them, you're a fool. Does the word fool appear written on his face? Wang Buqiao's face was deformed by being stepped on. He looked at Su Yan pleadingly and tried to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Yan Yan, save me. Su Yan, do you want to save him? Jiang Yao looked at Su Yan with a cold face. He also wanted to know whether this love-brained sister would come to her senses. If her answer disappointed him, Jiang Yao would definitely turn around and leave without hesitation. Su Yan shook her head repeatedly. Brother, don't bother with this kind of bad guy, let's go. If you beat someone in public, you don't know if anyone will secretly call the police, so it's better to leave first. Jiang Yao misunderstood her meaning, thinking that she wanted to plead for Wang Buqiao. You are still feeling sorry for him at this time? Su Yan, are you out of your mind? Su Qingyi walked to Jiang Yao and nodded frantically. Yes, it's not good for a sister to be in love. I wouldn't even look down on this kind of stuff even if it was given to me for free. You'd better listen to your brother. Miss Su, who are you calling sister? She is older than you, Jiang Yao reminded helplessly. Su Qingyi touched the tip of her nose awkwardly. I don't know. I saw her calling you brother, so I just called her sister. It's okay, Su Yan smiled indifferently. She had already accepted Su Qingyi's identity as her sister-in-law in her heart. Even though she was younger than her, it was normal for her to call her sister. Brother, I'm not feeling sorry for Wang Buqiao, I'm just afraid that he will cause you trouble in the future, Su Yan explained worriedly. Jiang Yao's expression softened a lot. Don't worry, I dare to let someone teach him a lesson, so I'm not afraid that he will cause trouble to me. Probably because no one has ever backed him up since he was a child, Jiang Yao never does anything just to get his moment's pleasure. Looking back, it was indeed irrational for him to teach Wang Buqiao a lesson for Su Yan. But that was the only time, and after that Jiang Yao rarely took the initiative to get into conflict with others. That's right, you should be going back to the capital soon. Even if he wants to cause trouble for you, he won't be able to find you. Su Yan became a little depressed when she thought that she would never see Jiang Yao again. Do you want to go back to the capital with me? Jiang Yao suddenly asked. Su Yan looked up in disbelief. Is it okay? Forget it, I don't want to cause trouble for my brother. She bit her lip and said this with all her rationality. She really wanted to follow Jiang Yao to the imperial capital, but she didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Yao. It's not a problem. If you want to continue studying, I will find a school for you in the capital. If you want to work, I can also arrange a job for you. You don't have to worry about money. The last thing your brother needs is money. Su Yan didn't know that Jiang Yao had found his biological parents. When she heard him say that he was not short of money, her first reaction was that he was showing off. I'm so old now, I can support myself a long time ago. Brother, you don't have to worry about me, Su Yan said casually. As a girl, she doesn't need to marry, buy a car or a house, and she doesn't have parents to support. She can support herself by finding any job. The more she refused, the more determined Jiang Yao became to take her back to the capital. As long as Su Yan doesn't take his help for granted, it would be easy for Jiang Yao to lend her a hand. Stop talking nonsense and take me to where you live to pack my luggage, Jiang Yao ordered in a strong tone. Su Qingyi tactfully pulled Su Yan into the car, and Jiang Yao and Uncle Li followed closely behind. Wang Buqiao, who had both hands broken, lay alone on the ground. Yan Yan, don't go, I can't lose you. No one paid attention to his calls, but instead scared passers-by, who thought he was sick. I dared to call the police, but what if I got myself into trouble? Then, if I said, "Why did you call the police when you didn't hit me?" they might end up bankrupting me. Xiao Hong, who had been hiding in the store and observing the situation outside, saw Jiang Yao and the others leave and ran out hurriedly. "Sir, what's wrong with you?" Wang Buchao seemed to have seen a savior. "Quick, help me call the police." No, let's call 120 first. Revenge can be postponed, his hand must be treated in the hospital immediately, he cannot accept the possibility of becoming disabled. Okay, Xiao Hong curled her lips and took out her cell phone from her pocket. Thanks to that idiot Su Yan, she had a good opportunity to save the hero. Not long after, Wang Buchao was taken away by ambulance, and Xiao Hong naturally went to the hospital with him under the pretext of taking care of him. Sister Lu was busy as hell in the coffee shop. There were only 3 of them on duty this morning, and now they all left, leaving her alone in the store. Hello? Boss, Su Yan and Zhang Hong need to take leave for something. Can you call the colleagues on leave back to work? Su Yan got into the car in a daze and gave the address in a daze. She lives not far from the cafe, about a 20-minute walk or even faster by car. A small single room of 20 square meters, kept very clean by Su Yan. Jiang Yao didn't have any special feelings, he just asked Su Yan to pack up the things she could use and take them away. Su Qingyi looked surprised. Yan, did you live here before? How can someone live in such a small place? She was embarrassed to say that the house Su Yan lived in was not even as big as her bathroom. It's okay. I can cook, take a bath and sleep. I think it's great, Su Yan smiled shyly. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows, looked at Su Qingyi with a smile, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "Miss Su, do you think everyone is as lucky as you? It's already good enough for ordinary cows and horses to live in a house like this. What do you mean I have a good life? Don't you, the eldest son of the Feng family, have a bad life?" Su Qingyi retorted with a pout. After saying that, he felt something was not right. Jiang Yao was the son of a wealthy family and had suffered for 20 years outside. No matter how you looked at it, he couldn't say that he had a good life. Su Qingyi smiled awkwardly and apologized honestly. "I'm sorry, I spoke too quickly." "It's okay," Jiang Yao waved his hand nonchalantly. If someone praises him for his good life, he really has no reason to be angry. Does he have to be happy only when others think that he has a miserable life? The eldest young master of the Feng family? What does that mean? Su Yan asked weakly. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that Su Yan still didn't know her own background, and explained, "I found my biological parents last month. My family is relatively wealthy, so I can be considered a rich second generation now." Really? That's great, Su Yan's eyes sparkled, and she was sincerely happy for Jiang Yao. So don't worry about money. The last thing your brother needs is money, Jiang Yao said, patting his chest generously. After returning to the capital, Jiang Yao proposed to Jiang Lia his idea of going to the group for an internship. He didn't tell Feng Zishu directly because he wasn't sure whether Feng Zishu would be afraid of him getting involved in the group's affairs. After all, strictly speaking, he and Feng Zishu are competitors. Feng Xiuming has not yet designated the successor to the group. Not only him and Feng Zishu, but also Feng Zichen are eligible to inherit. Chapter 64, A 200 Million Villa. Of course, unless Jiang Yao dies, Feng Zichen will never become the heir to the Feng group. Forget about Feng Zishu. He has been very nice to his younger brother since they met. Even if she inherits the Feng group, she will definitely not treat him badly. Feng Zichen and he are mortal enemies. The relationship between them is like water and fire. Once Feng Zichen becomes the heir, he will definitely not have a good life. On the contrary, even if he became the heir, he would not let Feng Zichen enjoy the good life. When Jiang Lia heard that Jiang Yao wanted to intern at the group, she agreed without thinking. She took Jiang Yao's hand with a look of relief and said, "Speaking of which, you will be a senior at the start of the school year, and it's time to prepare for your internship. I'll ask your dad to arrange which department you want to join." "I'm quite interested in the catering industry," Jiang Yao said with a smile. "I remember you seem to be studying computer science?" Jiang Lia looked puzzled. Jiang Yao nodded. It was true that he studied computer science, but that didn't mean he loved the major. He just wanted to find a job after graduation. He had seen someone say online that graduates from the computer science department of Imperial University could earn a starting annual salary of 300,000 yuan, and with sufficient experience, a million yuan annual salary would not be a dream. This was especially suitable for people like him who had no resources and were short of money. But now it's different. The money in his account is a huge sum that an ordinary person cannot earn in his entire life. It is impossible for him to work, but he can consider inheriting the family business. Since he is inheriting the family business, what he needs to learn is business management, not improving his computer skills. His computer talent was not top-notch in Imperial Capital University, and with so many talented seniors and juniors waiting to be discovered, he didn't want to compete with them for jobs. Feng Xiaoming is only 50 years old, and it is still a long time before he retires, so he is not in a hurry to inherit the family business. The most important thing for him now is to complete the system task and make Wang Buchao's family bankrupt. The Wang family owns 2 hotels in Shi City. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. He needs to understand the operation of the hotel in order to know how to destroy the Wang family's hotel. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Jiang Lia, so Jiang Yao made up an excuse, saying that when he was a child, he envied others who could go out with their parents to have a big meal, but he had nothing, so he became interested in catering. As the saying goes, the more you lack something, the more you want it. Jiang Lia listened to his pitiful narration of his childhood experiences, and tears were about to fall from her eyes. The catering industry, right? Mom remembers that there is a 5-star hotel chain management company under the group. How about asking your dad to arrange for you to be a manager? Wow, the manager is here right from the start? Jiang Yao felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Mom. Can I join the purchasing department? Jiang Yao looked at Jiang Lia with admiration, and did not forget to make a request. Jiang Lia's maternal love was overflowing at this moment. Not to mention that her son just wanted to be a manager in the purchasing department of a subsidiary, she would also satisfy him even if he wanted to be a manager in the head office. Seeing Jiang Lia agreed so readily, Jiang Yao always had a feeling that it was unreal. Dad won't have any objection, right? Feng Xiaoming didn't like him very much in the first place. Would he agree to let a young man who hadn't even graduated yet to be a manager in the company? Don't worry, Mom will convince them. Jiang Lia patted the back of Jiang Yao's hand soothingly, and smiled as if to let her handle it. That night, Jiang Lia mentioned this matter to Feng Xiaoming. No, Feng Xiaoming rejected his wife's suggestion without thinking. He hasn't even graduated from college, so he's not going to be a manager. Let him gain some experience at the grassroots level for 2 years first. Jiang Lia frowned unhappily. Xiao Yao is only 1 year away from graduation, and I remember that Xiao Shu also started as a department manager when he first joined the company. Can he compare with Xiao Shu? Xiao Shu has received elite education since childhood. He grew up in an orphanage. Does he know how to manage a department well? These words were extremely harsh, and to Jiang Lia, they were proof that Feng Xiaoming looked down on his son. If you hadn't been fooling around outside, giving that woman the opportunity to replace our son, how could Xiao Yao have grown up in an orphanage? How dare you look down on Xiao Yao now? Okay, you Feng Xiaoming are the most powerful and awesome. We, mother and son, can't afford you. Tomorrow I will take Xiao Yao back to my parents' home, and I will spend my own money to open a new company for my son. Jiang Lia turned around angrily, opened the door and was about to go out. She didn't want to see Feng Xiaoming now, for fear that she would lose control and strangle him to death. Feng Xiaoming quickly stepped forward and grabbed the person. Wife, don't be angry, I didn't say I disagree. Didn't you say that? Did I say that? I think I did, but after thinking about it, I think it's not bad to let Xiao Yao gain some experience. Jiang Lia's attitude softened a little. Don't you mind that Xiao Yao hasn't received an elite education? Well, this can be learned slowly. How about letting Xiao Yao be the deputy manager first and let the manager guide him? Feng Xiaoming suggested cautiously. Jiang Lia also knew that her son didn't understand many things at the moment, and it would be better if someone could take care of him. I'll go ask Xiao Yao what he thinks first. Feng Xiaoming was dissatisfied again. Why do we need his consent? Honey, are you doting on that boy too much? What dote on someone means? Xiao Yao has suffered so much outside, isn't it my responsibility to love him more? Jiang Lia suddenly remembered something. By the way, I asked you to prepare a gift for Xiao Yao 2 days ago. Are you ready? Are you ready, right? Feng Xiaoming touched his nose guiltily. Well, seeing this reaction, Jiang Lia knew that he was definitely not prepared. Feng Xiaoming, don't you think you are too biased? Feng Zichen has enjoyed happiness at home for 20 years, and you still feel that you have treated him unfairly. Xiao Yao has suffered so much outside, why don't you feel sorry for him at all? I feel sorry for him, how can I not? Xiao Yao is your and mine son, of course I know who I should love more. Feng Xiaoming immediately expressed his attitude. Jiang Lia raised her chin. Okay, you bought a luxury car worth 20 million for Feng Zichen, what are you going to buy for our Xiao Yao? Feng Xiuming knew that he had no significant bleeding today and would definitely not be able to comfort his wife. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "What do you think about transferring the villa in Yushan Manor to Xiaoyao's name?" Yushan Manor is an industry developed by the Su family. They originally reserved a villa for several other families. Now its value has exceeded 200 million yuan. Zhang Lia was reluctantly satisfied. "Not bad, remember to complete the procedures tomorrow." Neither of them noticed a dark figure standing outside the door. Through the gap in the door that was not closed tightly, Feng Zichen heard their conversation clearly. Chapter 65, Destroying the Wang Family Hotel. Feng Zichen returned to the room, let himself fall onto the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. It turns out that no matter how he tries to please his father, nothing is as effective as Zhang Lia's words. His father only bought him a car worth 20 million yuan, but Zhang Lia couldn't even tolerate this and insisted on helping her son earn a share. What he couldn't accept the most was that Zhang Yao got all kinds of benefits without any effort. Thinking of Feng Xiuming's promise that he would not treat him unfairly, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sneer. Giving him a car worth 20 million and giving Zhang Yao a villa worth 200 million, is this what Feng Xiuming calls fair treatment? Feng Zichen had a premonition that if he continued to let things go, he would no longer have any place in this family. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. "Have you heard that our department is going to parachute in a deputy manager? Is it so sudden? Who told you this? What should we do with our current deputy manager? It seems like he was transferred to another position, but I'm not sure about the details. TSK, it seems that this new deputy manager is a relative of his. Everyone should be careful not to offend him, otherwise you may lose your job without knowing how." "Oh my god, it's so scary to hear you say that. What if this deputy manager is difficult to get along with? Should we just put up with it or not?" Nonsense. In the current economic situation, it's good enough to have a job. If you lose your job, will your whole family starve? While several colleagues in the purchasing department were worried, they saw their manager personally bring the deputy manager into the office. "Everyone stop what you are doing for a moment. This is the new deputy manager of our department." "Hey, Manager Jiang, please say hello to everyone," Manager Kai said to Jiang Yao with a smile. He looked so eager that those who knew Jiang Yao thought he was his subordinate, while those who didn't thought he was his ancestor. "Hello colleagues, my name is Jiang Yao. I hope you can give me your guidance in the future. Come on, let's warmly welcome Manager Jiang to the company." Manager Kai gave his subordinates a look and started clapping wildly. Everyone naturally cooperated obediently, with standard fake smiles on their faces. Jiang Yao was not completely ignorant of the ways of the world. He smiled and asked, "Does anyone have any other plans after get off work today? I would like to invite everyone to dinner at Pinwei Xian." When they heard the three words Pinwei Xian, everyone who had originally had a depressed expression instantly became energetic. This must be done when there is time. They usually don't want to eat at restaurants like Pinwei Xian, where the average price per person is over 500 yuan, so they would be wasting their time if they didn't go when their leader invited them. "That's a deal, Manager Kai, please take me to my office," Zhang Yao said politely to Kai Ming. After receiving the above message, Kai Ming immediately cleared out his office, so at this moment he took Zhang Yao directly to his office. "Manager Jiang, if you need anything else, please feel free to tell me and I will ask someone to arrange it for you." Zhang Yao looked around and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, it has everything it needs, no need to buy anything extra." "Manager Jiang, would you like to take a break first?" Kai Ming had no intention of letting Zhang Yao work from the beginning. Please, this man is the eldest son of Feng family. If he dares to order the young master to do things, he probably doesn't want to work in the company in the future. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yao rejected Kai Ming's proposal. "Manager Kai, I remember the company also has 2 hotels in Shi City?" "That's right, Manager Zhang wants to." Kai Ming looked puzzled, not knowing whether Zhang Yao wanted to insert himself or had some other ideas. Zhang Yao naturally would not tell his thoughts to someone he had just met. "Nothing, just send me the contact information of the supplier in Shi City." His order was as natural as a matter of course, and Kai Ming agreed readily and conscientiously. Neither of them felt that there was anything wrong with subordinates giving orders to their superiors. Zhang Yao's initial idea was to start with the suppliers and make the Wang family's hotel lose supply. But after careful study, he found that the supply chain disruption alone was not enough to cause the Wang family's hotel to go bankrupt in a short period of time, and once the deadline given by the system was exceeded, his mission would fail. "It's so annoying." Zhang Yao threw the documents in his hand onto the table and sighed deeply. He suddenly felt that writing code was quite easy, much easier than fighting in business. Jiang Yao's first day at work ended successfully. He took his colleagues from the department to Pinwei Xian for dinner, and his colleagues were visibly enthusiastic about him. Kai Ming quietly reported Jiang Yao's performance to Feng Zishu. She was very pleased to know that her brother was working hard in the company. She even called Jiang Yao to show her concern. Xiao Yao, if you have any questions about work in the future, you can ask me anytime. Jiang Yao's eyes turned. Sister, I have something that I can't solve right now and I want to ask you for advice. What's the matter? Tell me. If I want to make a hotel go bankrupt in a short period of time, is there any way? Jiang Yao said cautiously. Feng Zishu on the other side of the phone raised his eyebrows. Has anyone offended you? It's no wonder that she guessed so accurately. If someone hadn't offended Jiang Yao, with his personality, he would not have done something like destroying someone else's hotel. Jiang Yao briefly talked about the grudge between himself and Wang Buchao. That kid is so hateful. I can't get rid of this anger unless I teach him a lesson. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Feng Zishu was still wondering why his brother suddenly became interested in hotel management. It turned out that he wanted revenge. It's a simple matter, I'll help you solve it. Jiang Yao smiled and acted coquettishly. Sister, please teach me by the way. If I encounter this kind of thing again next time, I can't ask you for help every time. Feng Zishu thought about it and agreed. In fact, her method was very simple. She just informed the people above her, and the Wang family's hotel immediately closed for rectification on the grounds of substandard hygiene. At the same time, the suppliers of Wang's hotel also received the news that the Wang family had offended a big shot, and the suppliers would rather breach the contract than continue to cooperate with the Wang family. In addition, there is a lot of negative news about Wangjia Hotel on the internet. Wang Yongjun has been extremely busy with hotel affairs these days and has been asking for help from people everywhere. Director Liu, considering our friendship for so many years, please tell me the truth. Who wants to frame me? Wang Yongjun has been doing business for so many years. If he can't see that this incident was man-made, he has lived these decades in vain. Director Liu sighed and said, I don't know the details, but I heard that it was sent from the capital. The imperial capital? Wang Yongjun looked puzzled. He didn't remember offending anyone in the imperial capital. If he honestly made some money in Shi City, wouldn't he offend any big shot? I'm not in a position to tell you more, but I think the other party is coming with great momentum this time, and there's a high probability that they won't let you off lightly. If you have any connections, you can ask someone to pass on a message and ask them to apologize properly. Leave a way out for everything so that we can meet again in the future. As long as Wang Yongjun's attitude is sincere enough, the other party should not have to kill him. Chapter 66 You Rebellious Son. Wang Yongjun asked for help and spent money, and finally found out the mastermind behind the incident. The imperial capital Feng family. Just hearing these 4 words, Wang Yongjun felt dizzy and as if he would die on the spot in the next second. My God, what virtue and ability did he have to trouble the Feng family in the imperial capital to deal with him? They are not in the same circle at all. The problem was that he couldn't figure out when he had offended anyone from the Feng family. He didn't even know why he offended the other party, so it would be useless even if he went to apologize. Besides, he couldn't see the people from the Feng family whenever he wanted. Finally, it was an old friend who gave Wang Yongjun some inspiration. Old Wang, why don't you go home and ask that kid Buchao if he accidentally offended any of the younger members of the Feng family while playing outside? Bo Chao? Wang Yongjun pondered for a few seconds, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that the little bastard at home really offended someone outside? He said that the little bastard came back a few days ago with both hands broken. He lied to himself and said that he fell off a motorcycle. He was probably beaten by someone. Wang Yongjun slapped himself in frustration. He was too old and confused to believe what the bastard said. Wang Yongjun rushed home without stopping, and found Wang Buchao lying on the bed watching TV. His hands were covered with thick plaster. Fortunately, today's televisions have voice functions, otherwise it would be difficult for him to press the remote control like this. Dad, why did you suddenly come back in broad daylight? Wang Buchao looked like he was still sleepy, with messy hair. Wang Yongjun glared at him angrily. Look at how miserable you are. You slept until 1 or 2 in the afternoon again, didn't you? What's the difference between you and a loser? Dad. Am I your biological son after all? How can anyone say that about his own son? Wang Buchao's self-esteem was hurt, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Won Young-jun was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He would not change his mind anyway. Tell me the truth, did you offend someone outside and get your hand broken? No, I said I accidentally fell off the motorcycle, Wang Buchao denied without thinking. You still dare to lie to me now? People have come to my house and said that you have offended him and want you to apologize. Won Young-jun said this deliberately in order to trick him. He knew his unruly son quite well, and he had to clean up his mess for him many times. It was not uncommon for him to offend people outside. But his son had never suffered any serious loss before, so Won Young-jun didn't care too much about it. Now the boomerang finally hit him. Wang Buchao's eyes widened. He dared to come to my house. I'm going to fuck that dog. A string of curse words came out of his mouth. Won Young-jun became impatient and interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense and tell me who the other person is first so that I can decide whether to apologize to him or not. Wang Buchao hesitated whether to tell his father that he had always disapproved of him dating Su Yan, as he disliked her because she was an orphan without parents. If she knew that he had secretly gone to see Su Yan again, she would definitely be furious. Why don't you say something? I'm your biological father. How can I harm you? Won Young-jun was getting a little impatient and couldn't help urging him. Wang Buchao thought about it and realized that this was the truth. Although his father disliked him, he was actually very good to him. After all, he was his only child. He briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. This time, Won Young-jun did not care about Su Yan, but focused on Zhang Yao and the rich lady he was dating. Don't ask Wang Buchao why he knew that the girl was a rich lady. From her dress and temperament to the luxury car and bodyguards, what else could she be but a rich lady? Do you know the identity of that rich lady? Won Young-jun asked hurriedly. He had a hunch that the changes in the hotel were caused by that other party. Wang Buchao shook his head. I don't know. Won Young-jun was annoyed and slapped him on the head. You know nothing. Where do you get the courage to offend people outside? I didn't offend her. I just wanted to get back together with Yan Yan. It's Zhang Yao's fault for being so blind that he had to stop me, Wang Buchao retorted unconvinced. He hadn't even spoken a word to the rich lady, so how did he offend her? Could it be that he was desperate for her? Did that poor boy Zhang Yao deserve that? A gleam of light flashed in Won Young-jun's eyes. Oh, and Su Yan too. After hearing Buchao say that the two men were planning to take her to the imperial capital, she must have known the identity of the rich girl. Can you still contact Su Yan now? Wang Buchao shrank his neck in embarrassment. She seems to have blocked me. Waste. Won Young-jun slapped his son on the back of the head again. Give me her phone number and I will call her myself. Su Yan followed Zhang Yao to the capital in a daze and lived in a luxurious flat that she had only seen on TV before. She felt like she was dreaming. That night, she lay on the soft and comfortable bed and suddenly understood why Su Qingyi was surprised when she saw her rental house. Every room in Zhang Yao's house actually has an independent bathroom, and the bathroom alone is almost bigger than the rental house she lived in before. Zhang Yao asked her to rest at home for a few days and think about what kind of life she wanted to live in the future. Su Yan was also very obedient. She stayed at home watching TV and didn't even go out. She was tossing and turning over the two choices given by Zhang Yao. She was indeed very sorry that she failed to get into university, but although she said she was 20 years old this year, she had actually already celebrated her 20th birthday and was 21 years old in age. She always felt embarrassed to go back to her senior year of high school. Especially since she has been working for several years, she has almost forgotten what she learned in high school, so it is difficult to ask her to pick it up again. If she asked Zhang Yao to arrange a job for her directly, she was worried that her education level was too low and others might look down on her in private, even if they didn't say it on the surface. Seeing how conflicted she was, Zhang Yao knew she wouldn't be able to figure it out for a while, so he suggested, since you're so conflicted, why don't you take the adult college entrance exam while working? But I heard that part-time academic qualifications are useless and many companies don't recognize them, Su Yan said hesitantly. It's definitely not as valuable as a full-time degree. It doesn't matter if companies don't recognize it, as long as the country recognizes it. With Zhang Yao around, Su Yan wouldn't need to go to other companies for interviews. He could just give a simple greeting and arrange a job for Su Yan that's both leisurely and well-paid. It sounds bad to use the back door, but if you have a back door, you are a fool not to use it. No one will spend the money they earn on others. It is normal for his own company to arrange a few people to enter. Chapter 67, Is the mission going to fail? Hello, is this Su Yan? I am Wang Youngjun, Wang Buchao's father. When Su Yan heard the male voice coming from the phone, her brows subconsciously frowned. She had known for a long time that Wang Buchao's father disliked her and despised her for being an orphan without parents and that she would not be able to help Wang Buchao in the future. She had a conflict with Wang Buchao over this matter, but in the end she was coaxed into peace by Wang Buchao's sweet words. However, since that meeting, she never saw Wang Buchao's father again until she broke up with him. She didn't expect that he would actually call her. Wait, is Wang Youngjun here to cause trouble? Su Yan's face turned pale. Life in the capital was too comfortable. She almost forgot about the last time Su Qingyi's driver broke Wang Buchao's hands. Uncle, is there something you want to tell me? Su Yan asked tentatively. Wang Youngjun smiled and his voice sounded very friendly. Yan, uncle hasn't seen you for a long time. Why didn't you come to my house to play with Buchao? Su Yan was not used to this strange enthusiasm. Don't you know, Wang Buchao and I have broken up. Oh, it's normal for young people to break up and get back together again. Wang Youngjun seemed to regard their breakup as a conflict between young lovers. I heard that you and your brother went to the imperial capital, right? Yeah, Su Yan said in a light voice without denying it. The last time Jiang Yao said he wanted to bring her to the capital, Wang Buchao was listening next to him. Anyway, the imperial capital is so big, she doesn't believe that Wang Buchao can find her. This is not Shi City, which is full of Wang Buchao's friends. Ha, it's good to go to the capital. Young people should see more of the world, said Wang Youngjun with a smile. Su Yan frowned. Uncle, if you're okay, I'll hang up. Wait. Wang Youngjun hurriedly stopped him. He knew he was talking nonsense. He just wanted to get closer to Su Yan. He questioned Su Yan right away. He was worried that Su Yan would block him directly. Yan, do you know which family the girl who came to Shi City with your brother last time is from? Tell your uncle, okay? I owe you a favor. It was the first time that Wang Youngjun spoke to a junior in such a humble tone. But there is nothing to be done. If he is unwilling to bow his head now, his family will go bankrupt in minutes, and he will have to bow his head in the future. Su Yan suddenly realized that he was asking her about Su Qingyi. Would she tell Wang Youngjun? Of course not. Sorry uncle, I'm not sure either. Wang Youngjun was anxious, and his words were not as measured as before. How could you not know? Isn't that your brother's girlfriend? Just think of it as your uncle begging you, okay? It was me who gave Buchao the money to rent a house for you. You can't forget your uncle's kindness at all. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Su Yan's face. She was young at that time and was coaxed by Wang Buchao to move out of the orphanage. She believed his lies that he would give her a home. She didn't even think about where the money would come from. She only knew that Wang Buchao was willing to pay for her and must really love her. Now that she heard Wang Youngjun bringing up old matters, she almost regretted it to death. I will transfer to you the amount of money you spent at the beginning, Su Yan said in a hoarse voice after a moment of silence. Oh, that's not what I meant. If I really care about the money, I would have asked you to pay it back a long time ago. Why would I wait until now? Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, Wang Youngjun gritted his teeth and said, Uncle, let me tell you the truth. Our hotel has been harassed by the higher-ups these days. Uncle suspects it was your brother's girlfriend who did it, and I want you to plead for her. How could this happen? Su Yan looked surprised. Wang Youngjun continued to beg, Yan, Uncle is really desperate. If you help me this time, Uncle will treat you as his own daughter in the future. Su Yan bit her lip and didn't agree without any promises. I don't know what's going on yet. I'll go ask my brother. Okay. Wang Youngjun was very satisfied to hear that she was willing to help. Girls are more soft-hearted, so if he asks a little more, he will probably succeed. It's working hours now and Jiang Yao is not at home. Su Yan called Jiang Yao and carefully asked him about the Wang family hotel. Brother, do you know about this? I know, Jiang Yao admitted readily. Su Yan suddenly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Did you ask Miss Su to deal with the Wang family? In her opinion, Su Qingyi had no grudges against the Wang family, and it was probably because of Jiang Yao that she took action against the Wang family. Jiang Yao chuckled and said in a light tone, You seem to have misunderstood one thing. It's not Su Qingyi who wants to deal with the Wang family, it's me who is dealing with the Wang family. Isn't this too much? Wang Buchao should take responsibility for what he did. Uncle Wang is innocent too. Brother, please stop targeting Uncle Wang, Su Yan said innocently. He was so stupid that he was cute. Jiang Yao was so angry that he laughed. Do you think I am helping you vent your anger? Isn't it? Su Yan tilted her head and asked in confusion. You're thinking a lot. I'm just settling personal grudges. Have you forgotten that Wang Buchao led people to beat me up in high school? You don't think I'm a soft persimmon, do you? He just didn't have the ability to retaliate before, and he still holds the grudge in his heart. Su Yan was stunned. It seemed to be true. Since Jiang Yao was settling a personal grudge, she had no right to persuade Jiang Yao to let it go. Anyway, don't worry about this matter. If you feel sorry for Wang Buchao, just go back to Shi City by yourself. I won't stop you, Jiang Yao said coldly. Su Yan quickly denied it. I didn't. I thought my brother was helping me vent my anger. I just didn't want to implicate innocent people. What innocence? It's the father's fault if the son is not well educated. All the evils Wang Buchao has suffered are due to his father, Jiang Yao cursed directly. He is also very annoyed now. Tomorrow is the deadline set by the system, but the Wang family's bankruptcy is nowhere in sight. It seems that his mission this time will fail. Su Yan was afraid of making Jiang Yao unhappy, so she quickly said, I understand. I won't meddle in the Wang family's affairs anymore. Don't be angry, brother. Jiang Yao's premonition was correct, and he heard the system prompt sound the next day. Ding! Failed the mission to bankrupt the Wang family within a week. No penalty, no reward. Ding! The host's ability is detected to be insufficient. The mission difficulty is automatically reduced. Please bankrupt the Wang family within 1 month. Complete the mission and you will be rewarded with 1 spin on the wheel. Jiang Yao was stunned again and again. He had expected the mission to fail, but he did not expect the system to be so user-friendly. It's fine that there's no penalty for mission failure, but the difficulty of the mission is automatically reduced. It's simply one of the top 10 best systems. If there were a competition in the system circle, his system would definitely be among the best. Chapter 68 must go abroad immediately. Wang Yangjun waited anxiously at home for a whole day. When he wanted to call Su Yan the next day, he found that the call was no longer connected. Unable to find trouble with Su Yan, he could only vent all his anger on Wang Buchao. Wang Buchao was unhappy after being scolded for no reason. Dad, it's Su Yan's problem that she ignores you. What's the point of scolding me? If you hadn't been so blind as to fall for that girl, would our family be in such a big trouble now? Wang Yangjun was so worried that half of his hair turned white, and he looked several years older than he did a few days ago. Our hotel has gone bankrupt, and your good days are over. It's not that serious. It's just a half-month closure, so we'll earn less money for a few days, Wang Buchao said nonchalantly. He had never been involved in the management of a hotel and really had no idea what was wrong with closing the business for rectification. You idiot, you make me so mad. Wang Yangjun covered his face with his hands, exuding a decadent atmosphere. I used to think that my son was still young and might settle down if he played for a few more years. Now I really regret it. I shouldn't have spoiled him too much. Seeing that he could no longer rely on his son, Wang Yangjun now had to consider how to minimize the losses. The fact that Su Yan directly blocked his number actually revealed a message. The masterminds were indeed the two people he guessed, and the other party had no intention of reconciliation. Although he was not sure about the other party's specific identity, Wang Yangjun knew that the rich people in the capital could kill him with just a finger. He was able to build a fortune of tens of millions from scratch, so he is not a stupid person. How can an egg collide with a stone? Since the other party was determined to deal with him, he might as well go along with them. A few days later, Jiang Yao received news that the Wang family was planning to transfer the two hotels at a low price. I didn't expect that Wang Buchao's father was so smart. How come his son is such a fool? But in the face of absolute power, cleverness seems insignificant. The system task requires that the Wang family go bankrupt. The Wang family can earn millions in transfer fees by transferring the hotel. How could Jiang Yao let Wang Yangjun get his wish? Originally, Wang Yangjun had already found someone, and the transfer price of his two hotels was 30% lower than the market price. There is always a shortage of people who want to take advantage of a bargain in this world. When the day came for the official signing of the contract, the other party suddenly changed their mind. Boss Wang, I'm sorry, I have some financial problems and may not be able to take over your hotel. It's a pity. The smile on Wang Yongjun's face disappeared instantly, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Bossly, didn't we agree on this the day before yesterday? I didn't take the deposit because I trusted you. How can you go back on your word? Bosley spread his hands helplessly. There's nothing I can do. There's a problem with funds. I can only get 1 million at the moment. If you are willing to transfer the hotel to me for 1 million, we can sign the contract now. Lee Chanda, how dare you play tricks on me? Wang Yongjun slammed the table and stood up, his eyes looking like he was about to spit fire. The transfer fee he gave was already much lower than the market price, and if it was reduced to 1 million, he would rather give it away for free. Lee Chanda was scolded and pointed at, so he put away the smile on his face and spat on the ground. Bah, Wang Yongjun, don't be shameless. You have offended the nobles in the imperial capital. You are about to go bankrupt, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me. You will suffer in the future. He generally doesn't like to make enemies with others. After all, you never know when the other party will rise up again. It is better to have more friends than more enemies. But Wang Yongjun's attitude is so irritating. If he doesn't fight back, people really think he is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed and flattened at will. How do you know that I offended a nobleman in the imperial capital? Oh, I know, Wang Yongjun suddenly realized. He wondered why Lee Changda suddenly changed his mind. He originally thought that Lee Changda was deliberately playing a trick on him, but now it seemed 100% that it was someone from the imperial capital who gave the order. Wang Yongjun's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. What kind of deep hatred could it be that would force him to death? Brotherly, I was wrong just now, Wang Yongjun said with a flattering smile on his face again. You also know my recent situation. I'm really worried and anxious. I just couldn't control my temper for a moment. Come on, brotherly, I'll toast you a glass as an apology. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lee Changda did not dwell on what happened just now. I can understand that it is not easy for you, but the nobleman in the imperial capital has spoken, and I, a small follower, can't help you with anything. Yes, brotherly, you are very kind to come out and have dinner with me today, Wang Yongjun said with an apologetic smile and toasted him again. Brotherly, could you please tell me which noble person in the capital wants to harass me? You don't know? Lee Changda looked surprised. Wang Yongjun smiled bitterly. I really don't know. It must be someone my son offended outside. A trace of sympathy flashed across Lee Changda's face. It was so pitiful that the family business he had worked hard for decades was going to be ruined by a prodigal son. I don't know much, I'm telling you, don't betray me. Don't worry, brotherly, I will never betray you even if you kill me, Wang Yongjun promised, patting his chest. Lee Changda approached Wang Yongjun and whispered in his ear, the Feng family in the imperial capital. Wang Yongjun opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a long time before he asked, are you talking about the Feng family, the leader of the 6 major families in the imperial capital? Apart from that Feng family, which other Feng family could it be? Lee Changda shook his head and said goodbye. He is just too soft-hearted. He doesn't know if saying this will get him into trouble. Oh, if I had known earlier, I shouldn't have said so much. Wang Yongjun slumped down on the chair powerlessly. God wants to kill me, God wants to kill me. How could that damn bastard get involved with a giant like the Feng family? No, he has to go back and ask for answers right now. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and why should he, the old man, clean up the mess that the bastard offended? He is suffering. Wang Yongjun called the waiter to pay the bill and hurried home. What Feng family? How can I get in touch with anyone from the Feng family? Wang Buchao looked at his father speechlessly. If he were lucky enough to come into contact with someone from the Feng family, he would be eager to please them, so how could he possibly offend them? Wang Yongjun was half believing and half doubting. You really haven't offended anyone from the Feng family? Could it be that the rich girl you mentioned last time is the daughter of the Feng family? He had previously guessed that Jiang Yao's girlfriend was the daughter of a wealthy family in the imperial capital, but he didn't dare to guess that she was from the Feng family. Impossible. Wang Buchao shook his head violently, unwilling to believe this fact. How could a poor boy like Jiang Yao have such a good life? How could an orphan like him marry into the Feng family's rich family? Wang Buchao became angrier and angrier, his eyes turning red with jealousy. Wang Yongjun thinks more and more deeply than his son. With the power of the Feng family, it would be too easy to bankrupt him. He was worried that the Feng family wanted more than that. What's worse than bankruptcy? Of course, the destruction of your family. The Feng family wanted to kill them father and son as if it were a piece of cake, and no one avenged them even after they died. No! Dad, what's wrong with you? Wang Buqiao was startled by his father's sudden yell. Wang Yongjun eagerly grabbed Wang Buqiao's arm and said, "Son, we must go abroad immediately, otherwise it will be too late." Chapter 69, The Wang family and their sons go to the imperial capital. Dad, are you crazy? How can I go abroad with my hand in a cast? Wang Buqiao raised his arm and motioned his father to look at his hand. There is a nanny at home to take care of him, but who knows what the situation will be like if he goes abroad. Not to mention that his family's hotels and houses have not been dealt with yet. Even if he wants to go abroad, he has to wait until the assets are dealt with. Otherwise, what will he eat and drink when he goes abroad? Wang Yongjun knew this truth very well, but compared to money and other external things, life was obviously the most important. Don't worry, your father won't let you starve even if you go abroad. We'll just go out to hide for a while, and we'll come back after a year or two. To the Feng family, they are like a little ant that can be teased casually. Who would keep thinking about an ant? Maybe they will forget about it after a while. Wang Buqiao felt relieved after hearing this. He could still accept staying abroad for a while. It just so happened that his hands were broken and he had nowhere to go, so he might as well go abroad to see the scenery. Dad, please help me pack my luggage. My hands can't move now. Wang Yongjun bought 2 plane tickets to country A and packed up the father and son's valuables, taking only 2 sets of clothes and shoes. Fortunately, my passport and visa have not expired, otherwise it would be troublesome to go abroad directly. Fearing complications, Wang Yongjun did not tell anyone that he and his son were going abroad. But he forgot to remind his son. That night, Wang Buqiao boasted to his friends in the group chat that he was about to travel abroad. His original intention was to let those people know that even if there were some problems with his hotel, he, Wang Buqiao, was not so destitute as to be laughed at. Don't think that he doesn't know because he doesn't go out. Those guys are talking behind his back and saying that his family is going to be doomed this time. The next day, the father and son carried their suitcases and took a taxi to the airport. When checking in, they were suddenly informed by the staff that their tickets had been cancelled. What's going on? Is the flight I booked delayed? Can I change it? Wang Yongjun didn't realize what the problem was at first and just thought he was unlucky. The staff member looked embarrassed and said, "Sorry, we don't support ticket changes at the moment." Wang Yongjun had a bad feeling in his heart that was getting stronger and stronger, and he was too lazy to argue anymore, so he said directly, "Please buy me 2 tickets to country B today." "Sorry sir, our airport does not have any direct flights to country B today." "Impossible. When I bought the plane ticket yesterday, I saw that there was a direct flight to country B at 3 p.m. Please don't make things difficult for me," the staff member said, smiling on the surface but feeling annoyed inside. Wang Yongjun finally realized something was wrong. "Can I still buy a plane ticket today?" "Ha," the staff member smiled but said nothing. Wang Buqiao's temper is not as good as his father's. He rushed forward and cursed at the staff. "Fuck, what's wrong with your airport? Why don't you sell us tickets? Believe it or not, I will complain to you." The staff member's face turned dark instantly. "How should I know who you offended? I'm just a mediocre worker. What's the point of you making things difficult for me?" "I'm sorry, the child is still young and doesn't understand." Wang Yongjun quickly apologized to the staff and pulled his son to a corner. "Can you please not be so impulsive? Can impulse solve the problem?" Wang Buqiao looked dissatisfied. "Then what do you say we should do? How can we go abroad if we can't buy plane tickets? Otherwise, Dad, you can just call the consumer hotline and complain to them." "I don't believe no one can do anything about it." "Silly child," Wang Yongjun smiled bitterly. "What's the point of calling the consumer hotline? Those top-tier wealthy families are above the rules." The plan to go abroad ended in failure, but Wang Yongjun was unwilling to lie down and wait for death, so he used his connections everywhere to try to meet the daughter of the Feng family. Although he was generally wrong, mistakenly thinking that Su Qingyi was the daughter of the Feng family, in fact, it was Feng Zishu who ordered people to target the Wang family, so he really didn't find the wrong person. However, the people he knew were all from his circle, and no one had the ability to help him make an appointment with Feng Zishu. Wang Yongjun had no other choice but to go directly to the Feng family headquarters in the imperial capital to ask for an audience with Feng Zi. This decision was very risky, as forcing a meeting at the other party would easily make them unhappy, but if successful, the crisis of the Wang family would be resolved. Take a chance and your bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. "Mr. Shu, Wang Yongjun wants to see you downstairs." He has been waiting downstairs for 2 days. Do you want to meet him? If Wang Yongjun hadn't been so perseverant, the front desk wouldn't have called Xiao Ji. As the general manager of Feng Group, Feng Zishu cannot be seen by ordinary people without an appointment. If anyone can see Feng Zishu just by saying a few words, she will be exhausted to death. Who is Wang Yongjun? Feng Zishu raised his eyes with a puzzled look. Xiaoji chuckled and said, "You forgot, this is the person the eldest young master asked you to help deal with last time." "Oh, it's him," Feng Zishu suddenly realized. "Go ask Xiaoyao if he is willing to see me." She certainly wouldn't bother to meet that kind of person, it would be a waste of her time. Yes, Xiaoji nodded. After leaving the office, she called Jiang Yao to explain the situation. Hearing that Wang Yongjun had actually come to the imperial capital, Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I see, let me handle this matter." Arriving at the lobby on the first floor, Jiang Yao indeed saw the Wang family father and son sitting in the waiting area. "Jiang Yao? Why are you here?" Wang Buchao's face was full of disbelief. Jiang Yao walked towards him with a smile. "Don't you know, I thought you came to see me specially." "What do you mean?" Wang Buchao felt that what he said was incomprehensible. "Buchao, is this young man a friend you knew before?" Wang Yongjun asked tentatively. Wang Buchao rolled his eyes. "Crap friend, he is Su Yan's brother in the orphanage, and the culprit who broke my hand." "So you are Yin Yan's brother?" "Hello, I am Buchao's father." Wang Yongjun smiled and stretched out his hand towards Jiang Yao, as if he didn't hear his son say that it was Jiang Yao who ordered someone to break his hand. What would it matter if he knew? With the support of the Feng family's daughter, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Jiang Yao glanced at him indifferently and had no intention of shaking hands with him. Wang Yongjun awkwardly withdrew his hand, smiled, and said nothing. Wang Buchao's temper was not so good, and he glared at Jiang Yao fiercely. "What do you mean? My dad took the initiative to shake hands with you, but you ignored him. A child without parents' guidance is really a hopeless case." Wang Yongjun slapped his son on the shoulder and said, "What are you talking about, little brat? Mr. Jiang, don't listen to his nonsense. He has a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory." Wang Yongjun smiled apologetically at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Buchao with a chilling look. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson enough. I was too gentle with you before." Chapter 70, Gambling Addiction. A gloomy look flashed across Wang Yongjun's eyes. He looked deeply at Jiang Yao and said in a deep voice, "Young man, please forgive others when you can. I don't know how my son Buchao offended you, but you are pushing my father and me to death. Be careful that in the end, both of us will be destroyed. Go ahead and try it. I'd really like to see how you're going to fight me to the death." Jiang Yao pulled the corner of his mouth with a half smile, revealing full contempt. Seeing that his threats were ineffective, Wang Yongjun was so angry that he cursed in his heart, "That damned little beast is determined to kill him and his son." Knowing that it was useless to admit his mistake, Wang Yongjun was quite desperate and cursed. "You are a gigolo who relies on women. If one day the daughter of the Feng family doesn't want you anymore, let's see how you can be so arrogant." "Ha ha ha, I'm a gigolo?" Jiang Yao was amused by his words. "Oh, by the way, this father and son don't know his true identity yet. Should he let them die with a clear conscience?" Just when Jiang Yao wanted to tell them the truth, Wang Buchao suddenly said, "I want to see Su Yan, let me see her." "Dream on, you will never have the chance to see her again in this life," Jiang Yao said word by word with a dark face. There are too many uncertainties in falling in love. If Su Yan softens her heart after seeing Wang Buchao's miserable state, he will be in a difficult position. "Why do you make decisions for Yan Yan? You are not her biological brother," Wang Buchao shouted with his face flushed and his neck stiff. Jiang Yao kicked him to the ground and looked down at him. "As long as Su Yan recognizes me as her brother, I can control her. If you are not convinced, just keep it to me." When Wang Yongjun saw his son being kicked over, he hurried forward to help him up. "Buchao, how are you? Are you okay?" "Jiang Yao, you bastard, I'm going to fight you." Wang Buchao was furious. He shook off Wang Yongjun's hand, lowered his head and slammed into Jiang Yao's stomach. Jiang Yao stretched out his arm and pressed it against his head, grinning and mocking him. "You are a cripple and you dare to fight with me, are you crazy? Young man, don't go too far." Wang Yongjun felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife when he saw his son being humiliated like this. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit Jiang Yao. There was no way this day would end well, so why did he continue to be a coward and suffer so much? The receptionist who had been paying attention to the situation here saw that several people were about to fight and quickly called security. Stop. Stop it. What do you think this place is? If you dare to cause trouble in Feng's building, you will die. Zhang Yao ordered the security guard in a cold voice, kick them out and don't let them set foot in Feng's building again. Who are you? Perhaps Zhang Yao had only been working at Feng's for too short a time, so the security guard didn't recognize him either. Zhang Yao was not angry either. After all, when a stranger tells you to do something, you can't help but ask a few more questions. Feng Xiaoming is my father. Do you need me to call him to prove it? Zhang Yao said to the security guard with a smile. Hey, it's finally his turn to compete with his father. This feeling is really good. When he used to watch people competing for the power of their fathers on TV, he thought that person was really stupid. It turned out that it was because he didn't have a powerful father. The news that the Feng family had found a young master was known to all Feng employees. Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately believed Zhang Yao's words. Several security guards saluted Zhang Yao tacitly. Hello, young master. Okay, drag these two people out, Zhang Yao waved calmly at the security guard. Wang Buochao was dragged out by two security guards. After fiercely resisting to no avail, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Are you idiots? You believe everything he says. He is just an orphan without parents, not a rich young master. You are the fucking idiot. The young master is a handsome man and looks so much like Mr. Feng. How could we make a mistake? The security guard spat at Wang Buochao viciously. This is the Feng mansion. Whoever dares to pretend to be the young master of the Feng family must be tired of living. As for Zhang Yao being an orphan without parents, isn't that normal? The eldest young master was missing for 20 years and was only found not long ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Zhang Yao be the young master of the Feng family? Wang Buochao shook his head frantically. The poor boy whom he looked down upon was actually the eldest son of a top wealthy family. This made him feel more uncomfortable than killing him directly. Wang Yongjun's eyes were wide open, and he kept muttering, "It's over, it's over." He thought his son had offended a pretty boy who was trying to get close to a rich family's daughter, but who knew his son had offended a rich family's eldest son. He now completely regrets that he shouldn't have stopped his son from being with Su Yan. If his son was still dating Su Yan, Zhang Yao would not take action against them even for Su Yan's sake. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. After Wang Yongjun returned to Shi City, he fell ill for several days. He was in a daze every day and had lost his fighting spirit. The hotel could no longer be run, and no one dared to take it over, so it was just a waste of his time. That day, a friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time asked Wang Yongjun out for dinner, but he went because he was bored at home. After dinner, a friend suggested playing cards. Wang Yongjun was not in the mood at first, but reluctantly went to the card table after being persuaded by his friends. Unexpectedly, he won 200,000 in one night. He was surprised and happy, and felt a sense of satisfaction that he had not felt for a long time. Son, Dad won 200,000 last night, 200,000, Wang Yongjun excitedly told Wang Buochao the good news. Dad, didn't you always tell me not to gamble, saying that 9 out of 10 times you gamble you'll lose? Mahjong is not gambling. I'm not stupid, your father, Wang Yongjun waved his hand nonchalantly. Wang Buochao was speechless. You won 200,000 in one night and it's not considered gambling? Don't play so big next time. Playing mahjong is normal, and many people like to play mahjong, but the winnings or losses in one night are at most a few hundred or a few thousand. It is a very dangerous thing to play such a big game like Wang Yongjun and his friends. If you can win 200,000, it means you can also lose 200,000. I don't know whether the family hotel can continue to operate. I don't have to worry about living with the previous savings in several houses. But if my father becomes addicted to gambling, their family will be ruined. Dad, listen to me, don't gamble again. Wang Buochao was smart for once. Wang Yongjun nodded perfunctorily. I know. He agreed verbally, but the next day when his friend asked him to play cards, he ran away happily again. I didn't win as much as 200,000 this time, but I still won 50,000. With the experience of winning money twice, Wang Yongjun became addicted to mahjong and sat at the table on time every day. In just a few days, he lost 2 million in scattered amounts. The more he lost, the more he wanted to play, hoping to win back the money he had lost. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He had mortgaged the hotel and house at home. Mr. Feng, what you ordered has been done. This is the money and real estate one from Wang Yongjun, as well as the hotel mortgage agreement. Well done, keep it for yourself. Wang Buchao almost went crazy when he found out that his house and hotel were gone. Dad, are you getting senile? What did you promise me? You said you wouldn't gamble, you wouldn't gamble. Son, Dad has been unlucky these times. Don't you still have a house under your name? Why don't you sell it? Dad has a feeling that I will definitely win back everything I lost next time. You are crazy, crazy. Wang Buchao couldn't understand how his usually shrewd father could be so confused. Those people were clearly setting up a trap for him, but he was deeply trapped and unable to extricate himself. I'm going to call the police and have all those scammers arrested. No, you can't call the police. I'm involved too. If you call the police, I'll be arrested too.